They thought I was too old to understand betrayal, so I made sure they inherited nothing but silence. I'm 84 years old, and I have 3 children. Peter is 57, my eldest. Susan is 54, my only daughter. Michael is 50, the baby of the family. My husband and I raised them on a farm we built from nothing. We didn't go to college. We didn't have family money. We had dirt under our fingernails and a willingness to work until our backs ached. That farm grew into something real over the years. We bought more land, invested carefully, saved religiously. By the time my husband died 2 years ago, we had built a comfortable life. I thought I raised my children to understand the value of hard work and honesty. I thought they learned something from watching us struggle and succeed. Turns out I was wrong about a lot of things. My husband's death broke something in me. 60 years of marriage doesn't just end. It tears a hole in your life that never quite closes. The first few months were a blur of casseroles from neighbors and sympathy cards I couldn't bring myself to read. I shuffled through the house we'd shared, touching his things, half expecting him to walk through the door, asking what was for dinner. Peter showed up about a week after the funeral. He brought coffee and a box of pastries from that bakery in town, the expensive one. We sat at my kitchen table, the same table where I'd fed him breakfast before school for 18 years. He told me I looked exhausted. He said I had enough to worry about without dealing with bills and bank statements and all those tedious financial matters. I should let him handle it, he said. I'd earned my rest. It sounded reasonable. It sounded like a son caring for his grieving mother. I was tired. The paperwork from the estate, the insurance claims, the endless phone calls to banks and lawyers. It was overwhelming. So I said yes. I gave him access to some of the accounts, just to help, just to take the burden off my shoulders. Susan started coming by more often, too. She'd always been the organized one, the one with the color-coded planner and the neat handwriting. She'd show up with folders tucked under her arm, always chatting about her kids or her book club or some recipe she wanted to try. Then, almost as an afterthought, she'd slide some papers across the table. Just bank forms, Mom. Just updating your account information. Sign here and here. Don't worry about reading through it all, it's just standard stuff. I signed them. Why wouldn't I? This was my daughter. I'd nursed her through chickenpox and helped her with homework and walked her down the aisle at her wedding. I trusted her completely. Michael was different. He never pretended to care about anything except money. He'd call every few months with some new business venture that had gone wrong. His restaurant needed repairs. His investment partner backed out. His truck broke down. Always needed a loan. $5,000 here, $10,000 there. He'd promised to pay me back, and I'd pretend to believe him. I knew I'd never see that money again. But he was my son. What was I supposed to do? The first crack appeared about 6 months after my husband passed. I was at the grocery store, cart full of the usual things. When I went to pay, my card got declined. The cashier ran it again. Declined. I felt my face go hot with embarrassment as the people behind me in line shifted impatiently. I had thousands of dollars in that account. I'd checked it just the week before. I went home and called the bank immediately. The woman on the phone was polite but firm. There had been several large withdrawals over the past month. The account was nearly empty. I told her I didn't make those withdrawals. She asked if anyone else had access to my account. I hung up without answering because I already knew. That evening I called Peter. I tried to keep my voice steady, tried not to sound accusing. I just asked him if he knew anything about the withdrawals. He laughed. Not a nervous laugh, but a genuine, amused laugh, like I'd said something adorable. "Mom, you probably just forgot. Your memory's been a little off lately, don't you think?" I told him my memory was fine. He sighed, that patient sigh you use with a stubborn child. He said grief can affect memory, that it was normal, that I shouldn't worry about it. He'd look into it, he promised. He'd make sure everything was straightened out. But nothing got straightened out. The money stayed gone. I mentioned it to Susan the next time she visited. She got this concerned look on her face, reached across the table and patted my hand. She said the same thing Peter had said. "It's normal at your age, Mom. Don't stress yourself about it. We're handling everything." That's when I realized what they were doing. They weren't just helping me, they were stealing from me. And they thought I was too old, too grief-stricken, too confused to notice. I started paying attention after that. Really paying attention. I began checking the mail before anyone else could get to it. I made copies of every document before I signed anything. I wrote down every conversation I had with each of them, noting the date and time and what was discussed. I kept it all in a locked box in my bedroom closet. The evidence piled up fast. Checks made out to Peter that I never wrote. Transfers to Susan's account that I never authorized. Withdrawals that happened on days when Michael had visited. Property deeds with my signature, but I had no memory of signing them. At first I questioned myself. Maybe my memory really was going. Maybe I had signed these things and forgotten. But then I found the original documents locked in my husband's old desk, the ones I'd refused to sign, replaced with forgeries. My signature looked close but not quite right. They'd practiced, probably traced it, gotten good enough that a bank wouldn't question it. My own children were robbing me blind. I could have gone to the police right then. I should have. Any reasonable person would have. But I kept thinking about them as children. Peter learning to ride a bike, wobbling down the driveway while my husband ran beside him. Susan in her school play, dressed as a tree, so proud of her costume I'd stayed up all night sewing. Michael taking his first steps, arms outstretched toward me. Some stupid part of me wanted to believe there was an explanation. Maybe they were in trouble. Maybe they needed the money for something important and were too ashamed to ask. Maybe they'd pay it back, and we'd never have to talk about this ugly thing. So I tested them. I played dumb. When Peter suggested I sign over power of attorney, I acted like I barely understood what it meant. When Susan brought more papers, I signed the copies without reading them, just like they expected. But the originals, the real documents, I kept those, every single one. I also started visiting my lawyer. Patricia had been handling our family's legal matters for 20 years. She knew my husband, knew our kids, knew everything about our estate. When I showed her what I'd discovered, her face went pale. She wanted to call the police immediately. She said what they were doing wasn't just wrong, it was criminal. Elder abuse, fraud, theft. But I told her I had a different plan. My husband and I used to talk about setting up a scholarship fund. Late at night, after dinner, we'd sit on the porch and dream about helping kids like us. Kids from farming families who had brains and ambition but no money for college. We never got around to it. There was always something more immediate that needed our attention. Now I had a purpose. Patricia and I started meeting in secret, always at her office, never at my house where one of my children might see. We created a foundation. We transferred the assets carefully, legally, making sure everything was documented and ironclad. Every property, every account, every investment. All of it going into the foundation that would fund scholarships for girls from rural communities. It took 8 months. 8 months of playing the confused old woman. 8 months of watching my children steal from me, watching them exchange glances when I repeated myself, watching them pat my hand and tell me not to worry about things I didn't understand. Peter started talking about my house like it was already his, which repairs he'd make, whether he'd rent it out or sell it. Susan went through my jewelry when she thought I wasn't looking, probably deciding what she wanted. Michael asked for money more frequently, getting bolder, asking for larger amounts. The worst part was family dinners. We still had them once a month, a tradition from when my husband was alive. I'd cook the same meals I'd been making for decades, and we'd all sit around that table. They'd talk and laugh and act like everything was normal. Sometimes Susan would tell stories about how forgetful I'd gotten, making it sound cute and harmless. Peter would agree, shaking his head with false sympathy. Michael would just eat and barely contribute to the conversation. I'd sit there serving pot roast and listening to them mock my declining mental state, and I'd smile. I'd nod. I'd play my part perfectly. But inside, I was counting down to the moment when they'd realize what they'd done, what they'd lost. Not the money. They never cared about that the right way. Never understood that it represented 60 years of my husband's and my life. They just saw numbers in an account, assets to be claimed. A month ago, I decided it was time. I called each of them separately. I told them I wanted to update my will, that I wanted them all present to witness it. I could hear the eagerness in their voices when they agreed. Peter said he'd bring wine. Susan offered to make dessert. Michael actually showed up on time for once. They thought they were about to win. They thought the confused old woman was finally going to hand everything over officially, make it all legal and tidy. They had no idea what was coming. The dinner was set for a Saturday evening. I spent the whole day cooking, not because I wanted to do anything special for them, but because I needed to keep my hands busy. If I stopped moving, I'd start thinking too hard about what was about to happen. I made pot roast, the same one I'd been making for 50 years. Mashed potatoes, green beans, apple pie for dessert. My husband's favorites. Peter arrived first, a bottle of wine in hand. Expensive wine, probably bought with my money. He kissed my cheek and told me the house smelled great. He poured himself a glass without asking and settled into my husband's chair in the living room like he owned it. I guess he thought he would soon. Susan came next with flowers and that bright fake smile she'd been wearing for months. She fussed over the table settings, rearranging things that didn't need rearranging. She kept asking if I needed help, but I could see her eyes darting around the room, doing that mental inventory she'd been doing for a while now. Calculating. Planning. Michael showed up 20 minutes late. No apology, no explanation. Just walked in and asked what was for dinner. Same as always with him. We ate first. I insisted on it. Patricia wasn't due to arrive for another hour, and I wanted this last meal with them. I know that sounds dramatic, but I knew things would never be the same after tonight. This was the last time we'd sit at this table as a family, even if that family was built on lies and theft. The conversation was painful. Peter talked about some property development he was involved in, barely looking at me while he spoke. Susan went on about her daughter's college applications, complaining about the cost of tuition. The irony wasn't lost on me. Michael mostly ate and checked his phone. I barely touched my food. My stomach was in knots. I kept watching the clock on the wall, the same clock that had been there since we moved into this house 40 years ago. Every minute felt like an hour. At 7 o'clock exactly, Patricia knocked on the door. I got up to answer it, waving off Susan's offer to help. Patricia came in with her briefcase, professional and composed. She greeted my children politely. They greeted her back, probably wondering why we needed a lawyer present just to witness a will signing. We moved to the dining room table. I'd cleared away the dinner dishes, and the table was empty except for a single folder Patricia placed in the center. She sat at one end. I sat at the other, in my usual spot. My children arranged themselves along the sides, Peter to my right, Susan and Michael to my left. Patricia opened the folder and pulled out the document. She explained that she would read the will aloud, as I had requested. This was unusual, she said, but it was my wish. My children nodded, probably thinking this was just another sign of my addled mind. Let the old woman have her moment. Patricia started reading. The legal language was dense, but she translated as she went. The foundation came first. She explained what it was, how it would be structured, what its purpose would be. Scholarships for girls from rural farming communities. Educational opportunities for those who otherwise wouldn't have them. I watched my children's faces. Confusion at first. They didn't understand why she was talking about a foundation. This was supposed to be about the will, about their inheritance. Then Patricia got to the assets. She listed them one by one. The house, the farmland, the rental properties, the investment accounts, the savings. Everything my husband and I had built over 6 decades of marriage, and every single thing was going to the foundation. She read their names then. Peter, Susan, and Michael. Each listed in the document, each explicitly receiving nothing. $0. No property, no assets. Not a single thing. The silence in that room was absolute. Nobody moved, nobody breathed. It lasted maybe 10 seconds, but it felt like the world had stopped spinning. Peter broke first. His fist came down on the table so hard the folder jumped. The sound echoed in the quiet house. He stood up fast, his chair scraping against the floor. He was yelling. This was insane. I couldn't do this. It wasn't legal. He'd contest it. He'd fight it. His face was red, a vein throbbing in his forehead. Patricia remained calm. She'd expected this. She told him the will was completely legal, drafted according to all state regulations, properly witnessed and notarized. She also mentioned, almost casually, that she had extensive documentation of financial irregularities involving my accounts over the past 2 years. Unauthorized withdrawals, forged signatures. If he wanted to contest the will, we could certainly discuss those irregularities with the authorities. Peter went quiet, just like that. He understood what she was saying. Susan was crying, not quiet tears, but full sobbing. Her mascara was running down her face in black streaks. She kept saying she didn't understand. How could I do this? We were family. She reached for my hand across the table, but I pulled it back. She actually looked hurt by that, like she had any right to be hurt. She tried the sympathy approach. We made mistakes, she said. We could fix this. Family forgives. Family works things out. But her voice was shaking and hollow. She wasn't sorry for what she'd done. She was sorry she got caught. Sorry she wasn't getting what she thought was hers. Michael just stared at me. His face went from confused to angry to something else I couldn't quite read. He didn't yell like Peter, didn't cry like Susan. He just looked at me with this cold expression and called me a bitter old woman. Said I was cruel and vindictive. Said I'd probably been planning this all along, using Dad's death as an excuse to punish them for not being perfect children. That one stung more than I expected. But I didn't let it show. I stood up slowly. My hands were shaking, so I pressed them flat against the table to steady them. I looked at each of them, really looked at them. These were my children. I'd given birth to them, raised them, loved them with everything I had, and they'd repaid that love by stealing from me, by treating me like I was too senile to notice. I told them the truth then. They'd taken advantage of their father's memory by stealing from his wife. They didn't deserve the roof he built. They didn't deserve anything we'd worked for. Peter started yelling again. Accusations, threats, curses. Susan was still crying, but now she was angry too, saying things she'd probably wanted to say for months. How I'd always been difficult, how I'd always played favorites, how I'd never appreciated anything they did for me. Michael just kept calling me cruel, over and over. Patricia stood up and suggested they leave. She didn't raise her voice, but there was steel in it. She reminded them that they were in my home, that I had the right to ask them to leave, and that if they didn't go voluntarily, she'd call the police. That shut them up fast. The word police hung in the air like a threat. They all knew what it meant. What could happen if those financial irregularities were investigated officially? They gathered their things in angry silence. Peter grabbed his coat so roughly he nearly tore it off the hook. Susan's hands were shaking as she picked up her purse. Michael was already at the door. Peter stopped in the doorway. He turned back to look at me, and for a second I thought he might apologize, might say something that would make this hurt less. Instead, he told me I'd regret this, that I'd die alone in this house with nobody to care for me, that when I needed help, needed someone to take care of me in my final days, I'd have no one. I told him I'd rather die alone than live as a fool. Susan tried one more time. She was still crying, makeup smeared, looking smaller somehow than when she'd arrived. She said she loved me, said we could get past this, said I was making a terrible mistake. I didn't respond. What was there to say? Love doesn't steal. Love doesn't forge signatures. Love doesn't laugh about your mother's failing memory while draining her bank accounts. Michael was the last to leave. He paused at the door and looked back at me. He said Dad would be ashamed of me, that after everything Dad had worked for, everything he'd wanted for his children, I was destroying his legacy out of spite. That was the one that almost broke me, because for a second, I wondered if he was right, if my husband would see this as betrayal rather than justice, if I'd let my anger and hurt override what he would have wanted. But then I remembered all those nights on the porch, talking about helping kids who needed it. I remembered my husband's values, his sense of right and wrong, and I knew he'd understand. He'd be heartbroken about our children, devastated by what they'd become. But he wouldn't want them rewarded for theft and betrayal. The door closed behind Michael. I heard their cars start, heard them drive away one by one. The sound of the engines faded into the distance, and then there was just silence. Patricia stayed for a while. She made me tea and sat with me in the kitchen. She didn't say much, just let me process what had happened. Before she left, she reminded me that the foundation was set up. The assets were transferred. Everything was secure. She said I'd done the right thing, that I'd protected myself and created something meaningful. I wasn't sure I believed her then. I'm still not sure now. After she left, I walked through the empty house. The dishes from dinner were still in the sink. Susan's flowers were on the kitchen counter, already starting to wilt. Peter's wine glass sat on the coffee table, still half full. I cleaned it all up. Washed the dishes, threw out the flowers, dumped the wine down the sink. Erased the evidence of that last dinner. It felt necessary somehow, like I needed to clear away the remnants of who we used to be as a family. Then I sat in my husband's chair, the one Peter had been sitting in earlier, and I cried. Not because I regretted what I'd done, but because it was over. Because those 3 people who'd driven away were my children, and I'd just cut them out of my life completely. Because no matter how justified I was, it still hurt. The house was so quiet, quieter than it had been even in those first terrible months after my husband died. At least then I'd had the hope of my children's support, the belief that I wasn't alone. Now I knew the truth. I was alone. I'd been alone for a while, really. I just hadn't wanted to see it. The next morning, I woke up expecting something. A phone call, maybe. A knock on the door. Some kind of contact from one of them. But there was nothing. The silence from that dinner just continued into the next day, and the day after that, and the day after that. A week went by, then 2. I kept my phone close, checking it more often than I wanted to admit. Part of me hoped one of them would call to apologize, to try to make things right. The other part of me knew better. They weren't sorry for what they'd done. They were just angry they didn't get away with it. Peter did try something, about 3 weeks after the dinner. Patricia called to tell me he'd contacted her office asking about contesting the will. He wanted to know his options, wanted to know if there was any way to challenge it. Patricia had been very clear with him. The will was airtight. Every asset had been legally transferred to the foundation before the will was even drafted, so there was nothing to contest. And if he wanted to push the issue, she'd be happy to provide law enforcement with all the documentation she had regarding the financial exploitation. He dropped it after that. No lawsuit, no legal challenge, just silence. Susan sent a letter. It arrived about a month after the dinner, addressed in her neat handwriting. I almost didn't open it, let it sit on my kitchen counter for 2 days before I finally worked up the nerve. It was 4 pages long, front and back. She went through everything. How hurt she was, how she'd only been trying to help me, how I'd misunderstood her intentions, how she'd never stolen anything, just helped manage my finances because I was clearly incapable of doing it myself. Not once did she apologize. Not once did she admit what she'd actually done. The whole letter was justification and blame. I was the problem. I was the one who'd destroyed our family. I was the one who'd thrown away my children over money. I read it twice. Then I burned it in the fireplace. Watched the pages curl and blacken and turn to ash. It felt appropriate somehow. Michael never reached out at all. No calls, no letters, nothing. It was like I'd ceased to exist for him. Maybe that hurt the most. At least Peter's anger and Susan's excuses showed they were still thinking about me, still processing what happened. Michael just cut me off completely, like our relationship had only ever been about money anyway. The house felt different after they stopped coming around. Emptier, obviously, but also somehow lighter. I didn't have to pretend anymore. Didn't have to play the confused old woman. Didn't have to worry about what they were taking or what papers they were forging. The anxiety that had been building for 2 years just evaporated. But it was replaced by something else. Loneliness, I guess. The kind that settles into your bones and doesn't leave. I'd lost my husband, and now I'd lost my children too. Not to death, which would have been easier in some ways. I'd lost them to their own greed, to their own choices. And that was harder to grieve. I started spending more time with the foundation work. Patricia introduced me to the board members we'd selected, good people who understood what we were trying to do. We reviewed applications for the first round of scholarships. There were so many girls who needed help, girls from families just like mine had been. Smart kids with potential, but no resources. The first recipient we selected was named Emma. She was 16, from a farming family 3 counties over. Her application essay talked about wanting to be a veterinarian, about growing up watching her father struggle with sick livestock and having no one nearby to help. She wanted to be that help for other farming families. I met her in person when we awarded the scholarship. She came with her parents, and they all looked overwhelmed. Her mother cried. Her father kept shaking my hand, thanking me over and over. Emma just stood there, looking stunned, like she couldn't believe it was real. She reminded me of myself at that age, not in looks, but in that hunger for something more. That knowledge that you're capable of more than your circumstances allow. My husband and I never got that chance. We made our own way through sheer stubbornness and work. But Emma would get the education we never had. She'd become what she wanted to be. That helped. It didn't fix the hole my children had left, but it gave me purpose. It made the loss mean something. I told a few people what happened. Not many, just a couple of close friends who noticed my kids weren't coming around anymore. The reactions were mixed. Helen, who I've known for 40 years, said I did the right thing, said my kids had it coming, and I was smart to protect myself. She never liked Peter much anyway, always thought he was too slick. Margaret thought I was too harsh. She said family is family, that I should have given them a chance to make amends before cutting them off completely. She kept saying, blood is thicker than water, like that phrase meant anything when your own blood is stealing from you. We don't talk as much anymore. Some friendships don't survive disagreements like that. My pastor came by a few times. I'm not particularly religious, but I've been going to the same church for 50 years, and Pastor John has known my family the whole time. He didn't tell me what I did was right or wrong. He just listened, let me talk through it, prayed with me when I asked. He said forgiveness was important, but so was protecting myself, that I could forgive them and still maintain boundaries, that forgiveness didn't mean letting them hurt me again. I'm still working on the forgiveness part. Some days I think I'm there. I can think about them without the sharp anger, can remember good moments from when they were young without it hurting. Other days the betrayal feels fresh and raw, and I'm furious all over again. The house is quiet most of the time now. I've gotten used to it, mostly. I eat dinner in front of the TV some nights, which my husband would have hated. We always ate at the table, always made dinner a proper meal. But there's no point in setting the table for one person. No point in cooking elaborate meals nobody else will eat. I still keep their photos up. That feels important somehow. These aren't just the people who stole from me. They're also the children I raised. Peter learning to fish with his dad. Susan in her prom dress. Michael on his first day of kindergarten. Those moments were real, even if everything after got twisted. Sometimes I imagine what it would be like if one of them called. If Peter or Susan or Michael picked up the phone and genuinely apologized. Not because they wanted money or because they wanted back in the will, just because they understood what they'd done and were truly sorry. I don't know what I'd say. Part of me wants to believe I'd forgive them, that we'd find some way to rebuild, that we could have some kind of relationship, even if it could never be what it was. But I honestly don't know if that's possible. The trust is gone, completely gone. And at my age, I don't know if there's enough time left to rebuild that, even if they wanted to try. Patricia says the foundation is going well. We're expanding the scholarship program next year, adding more recipients. There's been some local press about it, articles in the county newspaper. People from the community have started donating, wanting to contribute. It's growing into something bigger than I imagined. Someone showed me how to use the computer to see the foundation's website. There are photos of the scholarship recipients, including Emma. She's thriving at school according to the updates, making straight A's, already talking about which veterinary programs she wants to apply to. Her whole future is different because of this foundation. That's what I try to focus on, not what I lost, but what came from it. These girls getting opportunities they wouldn't have had. These families getting help they desperately need. My husband's and my life's work going towards something meaningful, instead of sitting in bank accounts my children would have drained and wasted. But late at night, when the house is dark and I'm lying in bed, I still think about them. I wonder if they think about me. I wonder if they regret what they did, or if they just resent me for catching them. I wonder if they tell people their mother is crazy, that she cut them off for no reason. I wonder if they've told their own children, my grandchildren I barely know, some twisted version of events where they're the victims. I wonder if Michael was right, if my husband really would be ashamed of me, if cutting off our children, no matter what they did, was a step too far. If I let my hurt and anger override the values we tried to live by. Most days I think I did the right thing. Some days I'm not sure. And that uncertainty is something I'm going to have to live with for whatever time I have left. The foundation dinner is next month. All the scholarship recipients and their families, the board members, some donors. They want me to give a speech. I've been working on it, trying to find the right words, trying to explain why this matters without explaining everything that led to it. I'll stand up there and talk about opportunity and education and helping the next generation. I'll smile and shake hands and accept thanks from grateful families. And it will all be true and meaningful and good. But I'll also be thinking about the 3 empty chairs at my dining room table. The 3 people who should be proud of this, who should be part of it, who should be here celebrating what their parents built. The 3 people who threw it all away because they thought I was too old and too stupid to notice them stealing from me. I'm not sure if what I did was justice or revenge or some combination of both. I'm not sure if the scholarship fund makes up for destroying my relationship with my children, or if it's just an expensive way to avoid facing what I've lost. I'm not sure if I'm at peace or just numb. What I am sure of is this. I'm 84 years old, sitting in a house full of memories, surrounded by silence. My children are out there somewhere, living their lives without me. And every day I wake up and choose to believe I did what I had to do. Some days that's enough. Some days it isn't. But it's all. I spent years sewing love into clothes for them. Turns out, greed can't be mended. I, 82, have been dealing with the painful realization that my 3 children, Miguel, 58, Sophia, 55, and Ramon, 52, saw me as nothing more than an ATM machine their entire lives. I raised them alone after my husband died when Miguel was only 8. I worked as a seamstress, taking in orders at all hours, sewing uniforms for school children, altering wedding dresses, mending torn work clothes. Every peso I earned went straight to them. Their school fees, their college tuition, their first apartments, their weddings. I thought I was building something, a family, a legacy of love and sacrifice that they'd understand when they were older. But I was building a fantasy. My health started declining about a year ago. Nothing dramatic, just the usual things that come with age. My hands shake more now. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, and I get tired easily. Simple tasks like grocery shopping or cleaning the house became harder. I mentioned it to my children during our weekly phone calls, thinking maybe they'd offer to help more. Miguel said he'd come by to check on me. Sophia promised to take me to doctor's appointments. Ramon said he'd handle any paperwork I needed help with. They didn't follow through on any of it. But I didn't push. They were busy with their own lives, their own families. I understood that. Or at least, I told myself I did. Then Miguel showed up at my door one Tuesday afternoon with a folder full of papers. He had this urgent energy about him, like whatever was in that folder couldn't wait another minute. He kissed my cheek, asked how I was feeling, made small talk about his daughter's upcoming graduation. Normal son things. I offered him coffee and pan de sal, but he waved it away. He sat me down at my kitchen table, the same table where I'd helped him with homework 40 years ago. and spread out the papers in front of me. I remember looking at them and feeling overwhelmed immediately. Legal documents have always confused me, all those big words and tiny print that my eyes can barely make out anymore. Miguel explained that these papers were just formalities, something to make things easier for when I got older and needed more help. He kept using phrases like, "for your protection," and "so we can take care of you better," and "just a precaution." He said it would give him the ability to handle my medical decisions if I ever couldn't make them myself, to manage my finances if I got too sick, to make sure I was taken care of. I asked him if I needed to read everything first, maybe take the papers to someone who could explain them properly. He got this look on his face, hurt and disappointed. He said something like, "Ma, it's just standard stuff. Don't you trust me? After everything you did for me, I'm trying to help you here. I'm trying to make sure you're protected." That got me. The guilt, I mean. Here was my son, my firstborn, the one I'd worked double shifts for so he could go to university, trying to help me, and I was questioning him. What kind of mother does that? So I picked up the pen he'd placed in front of me, and I signed where he pointed. 3 different spots across different pages. My hand was shaking, but I signed. He gathered the papers quickly after that, kissed my forehead, and promised he'd be back soon to help with groceries and take me to my next doctor's appointment. He seemed relieved, lighter somehow, as he walked out my door. I remember thinking it was nice that he cared so much about my future care. That was the last time I saw Miguel for weeks. The first week after, I didn't think much of it. He was busy, I told myself. But then the second week came and went. I called him a few times and he'd answer maybe once out of every 4 calls, always saying he was swamped with work. He'd come by soon, he promised. Sophia and Ramon also became harder to reach. Sophia stopped answering entirely, and Ramon would text instead of calling, always with some excuse about being in meetings or dealing with his kids. By the 3rd week, I started to feel it. That cold feeling in your stomach when you know something is wrong, but you can't quite name it yet. Then, strange things started happening. I noticed a car parked across from my house one morning, just sitting there. A man got out and started taking pictures of my property, not even subtle about it, just walking around my front yard with his phone out, snapping away. I went outside to ask what he was doing, but he got in his car and drove off before I could reach him. 2 days after that, a woman in a business suit knocked on my door. She had a bright smile and a clipboard, and she asked if the owner was home. I told her I was the owner, and she looked confused. She checked her clipboard and said she was a real estate agent, and she'd been told the new owner wanted to discuss listing options. New owner. Those words didn't make sense to me. I told her there was no new owner. This was my house. I'd lived here for 35 years. She apologized, said there must have been a mistake with her information, and left. That's when the cold feeling turned to ice. I went inside and tore apart my filing cabinet looking for that folder Miguel had me sign. I'd put it away somewhere safe, but in my panic I couldn't remember where. It took me almost an hour, but I finally found it in the bottom drawer under some old photo albums. My hands were shaking worse than usual as I pulled out the papers and tried to read them. The words swam in front of my eyes. I got my reading glasses, the strong ones I use for sewing fine details, and I read it again. Slowly this time. And there it was, in black and white, in language that was clear once I actually focused on it. Property transfer deed. The legal description of my house. And Miguel's name. My house, the one I'd bought with money saved from 1,000 late nights at my sewing machine. The one I'd raised my children in. The one that held every memory of my adult life, was now in Miguel's name. I sat at that kitchen table for I don't know how long, just staring at those papers, trying to understand how I'd been so stupid, how I'd signed away my home because my son told me to trust him. I called Miguel. He didn't answer. I called again and again. Nothing. I called Sophia and Ramon. Voicemail. Voicemail. Like they'd all coordinated to shut me out at the exact same time. I didn't sleep that night. I kept reading those papers over and over, hoping I'd misunderstood, hoping there was some other explanation. But there wasn't. It was simple and brutal. I'd signed my house over to my son and he'd disappeared. The next morning, I did something I hadn't done in years. I took a taxi across town to Miguel's house. I couldn't drive anymore. My hands shake too much. But I needed to see him face to face. I needed him to explain this to me. I needed to hear him say it was all a misunderstanding. When I got there, I saw his car in the driveway. So he was home. He'd just been ignoring my calls. I paid the taxi driver and walked up to the front door. I was about to knock when I noticed something leaning against the garage wall. A real estate sign. Not planted in the ground yet, but there, ready, with a photo of my house printed on it. My house, for sale. And I hadn't agreed to sell anything. I didn't knock. I tried the door and it was unlocked, so I walked in. Miguel was in the living room with Sophia and Ramon, all three of my children, together, like they'd been having a family meeting. A family meeting I wasn't invited to. They looked up when I walked in, and I saw it immediately. Guilt on Sophia's face, annoyance on Ramon's, and on Miguel's face, irritation, like I was interrupting something important. I held up the papers I'd brought with me, and I asked him what they were, what I'd really signed. And Miguel, my son, who used to call me his hero, sighed like I was being difficult. He told me it was complicated. He had debts, significant ones, from a business investment that went bad. The house was just sitting there, with me in it anyway. He needed the money, and I wasn't using the property's value. He actually said that, just sitting there with you in it, like I was a piece of furniture taking up space in my own home. I couldn't speak for a moment. I just stared at him. Then I asked what I was supposed to do, where I was supposed to go, and he shrugged and said I was getting old anyway. I'd probably need a nursing home soon, and this way, the money from the house could actually be useful instead of locked up in property. Sophia jumped in then, defensive, saying they'd all discussed it and agreed it made sense. Ramon added that I shouldn't be so dramatic about it, that they practically raised themselves anyway, since I was always working, that I was never really there for them. So why should they be there for me now? I stood in that living room, looking at my 3 children, and I finally understood. They didn't see the sacrifices. They didn't remember the meals I skipped so they could eat, the birthdays I worked through so I could afford their gifts, the sleep I lost, sewing until dawn because a client needed something rushed and I needed the extra money for their school shoes. They saw neglect where I'd given everything. And worse, they'd planned this. All 3 of them knew what Miguel was doing. They were going to split the money from my house, and they didn't feel even a little bit bad about it. I didn't cry. I didn't yell. Something in me just went cold and clear. I turned around and walked out while they were still talking behind me. Something about listing prices and market rates. They didn't even try to stop me. I took another taxi home and sat in my living room, in the house that apparently wasn't mine anymore, and I thought about my friend Rosa. Rosa had told me a story 3 years ago about her nephew, who'd tried to do something similar to her. She'd been smart about it, had protected herself legally. At the time, I'd thought it was sad that she couldn't trust her own family. Now I realized it wasn't sad. It was wise. And I realized something else. I'd done the same thing Rosa had done. 3 years ago, after hearing her story, I'd gone to a lawyer, just in case, just to be safe. I'd set up a requirement that any property transfer involving my house needed a notarized signature, with me present in person, verified by a third party. The papers Miguel had me sign, they didn't have that. They couldn't have it, because he never took me to a notary, never had it properly witnessed. Those papers were worthless. The next morning, I called the lawyer I'd worked with 3 years ago. His name is Attorney Valdez, and he'd handled Rosa's case back then. I explained the situation, and he asked me to come in with the papers Miguel had me sign. I took another taxi to his office that same afternoon. Attorney Valdez is maybe in his 60s, one of those people who speaks slowly and carefully, like every word matters. He put on his reading glasses and went through the documents Miguel had prepared. It took him about 10 minutes, and I sat there trying not to shake. Finally, he looked up at me and said exactly what I'd hoped he'd say. The transfer wasn't valid. Miguel had gotten me to sign papers, but without the notarized signature we'd set up as a requirement years ago, the deed never actually transferred. My house was still mine. He explained that we needed to file paperwork immediately to make this official, to put a freeze on any attempt to sell the property. He'd contact the bank, the land office, everyone who needed to know that this transfer was fraudulent. I signed what he needed me to sign, real signatures this time with proper witnesses, and he promised to handle everything. I paid him from my savings account. It wasn't cheap, but it was worth every peso. That meeting was on a Thursday. By Monday, Miguel's phone calls started. I didn't answer. He left voicemails, his voice getting progressively more panicked. The first one was casual, asking me to call him back about some paperwork issue. The second one, later that day, was frustrated, saying the bank was asking questions and he needed me to come in and clear something up. The third one, that evening, was angry. He said I was ruining everything, that I didn't understand what I was doing, that he had people depending on this sale going through. I deleted all of them without listening to them fully. I knew what was happening. The bank had frozen the property just like Attorney Valdez said they would. Miguel couldn't sell a house he didn't legally own. Sophia called next. She actually managed to sound concerned, asking if I was okay, saying Miguel told her there was some confusion about the house papers. She wanted to meet for coffee to talk about it. I told her there was no confusion, that the house was mine and always had been, and that she knew exactly what Miguel had tried to do because she'd been sitting right there when he admitted it. She got quiet for a moment. Then her voice changed. She asked how I could do this to Miguel, to family. Didn't I understand he was in trouble and needed help? I hung up on her. Ramon sent text messages instead of calling. Lots of them. Saying I was being unreasonable. That Miguel made a mistake, but I was making it worse. That families work things out, and I was tearing everyone apart over a house I didn't even really need at my age. That last part made me laugh. Actually laugh out loud in my empty living room. I didn't need my house at my age. As if I should just be grateful they were leaving me with anything at all. I blocked all their numbers after that. I didn't want to hear from them anymore. But blocking their numbers didn't stop me from thinking about everything. I couldn't stay in that house anymore. Every room reminded me of them. Miguel's childhood bedroom where I'd sit up with him when he had nightmares. The kitchen where Sophia used to help me bake, back when she was small and still looked at me like I hung the moon. The backyard where Ramon learned to ride a bike. All those memories felt poisoned now. I started looking for apartments. Small ones, something I could afford on my pension and savings. I found one about 2 weeks after the lawyer meeting. It was near the sea, just a short walk from the beach. 1 bedroom, a tiny kitchen, a living room with a window that faced the water. The landlady was a widow around my age who said she liked having quiet tenants. I signed a lease and paid the first 3 months up front. Then I started packing. 35 years of life in that house, and I was packing it into boxes. I didn't take much. Clothes, my sewing machine, some photos from before my husband died, my important papers. I left all the furniture because most of it was old anyway, and I didn't want to pay for movers. I left the dishes, the decorations, the curtains I'd sewn myself. I even left some photos of the kids. I took pictures of them as children, but nothing from their adult years. I didn't want those memories anymore. The packing took about a week. My hands don't work as fast as they used to, and I had to rest a lot. But I was thorough. I went through every drawer, every closet, every cabinet. I found old report cards with my handwritten notes of encouragement on them. Birthday cards they'd made me when they were small. Mother's Day gifts they'd bought with their allowance money. I threw most of it away. It felt like throwing away a version of myself that didn't exist anymore. The mother who thought her sacrifices meant something. I hired a small moving company to take my boxes to the new apartment. Just 2 guys with a truck. Nothing fancy. They loaded everything in about an hour. Before I left, I walked through the empty house one last time. I thought I'd feel sad, but I mostly felt tired. Tired of carrying the weight of expectations that were never going to be met. I didn't tell my children I was moving. I didn't leave a forwarding address. I just disappeared. The new apartment felt strange at first. Too quiet, too small, too unfamiliar. But after a few days, I started to like it. I could hear the waves from my window at night. The air smelled like salt and seaweed. There was a small balcony where I could sit in the mornings with my coffee and watch the sunrise over the water. Nobody knew where I was. Nobody could show up at my door demanding things from me. I set up my sewing machine in the corner of the living room where the light was best. I hadn't sewn anything in months, not since my hands started shaking worse. But something about the new apartment made me want to try again. I bought some fabric from a small shop down the street, just simple cotton in bright colors, and I made a skirt. It took me 3 times as long as it used to, and the stitches weren't as perfect as they once were, but I finished it. And it felt good, like I was reclaiming something I'd lost. I started taking walks along the beach in the afternoons. There was a children's shelter about 10 minutes from my apartment, and I'd pass it on my way back. One day I saw a woman outside hanging laundry, small clothes, children's sizes. She smiled at me and we started talking. Her name was Elena, and she ran the shelter. She told me they housed about 15 kids at any given time, children who'd been removed from bad situations or had nowhere else to go. She mentioned they were always in need of clothes, especially as the kids grew so fast. I offered to help. I told her I used to be a seamstress, and even though my hands weren't what they used to be, I could still sew. Elena looked like I'd offered her 1,000,000 pesos. She said they'd be grateful for anything, even just repairs on torn clothes or letting down hems. That's how I started sewing for the shelter. Elena would bring me bags of clothes that needed mending, or fabric that had been donated, and I'd spend my afternoons at my machine. At first it was just repairs, but then I started making new things. Simple dresses for the girls, shorts for the boys, school uniforms when they needed them. My hands would shake and I had to take breaks, but I kept at it. It was different from the sewing I'd done before. When I was working to support my children, every stitch felt like pressure, like I had to be faster, better, more efficient. But sewing for these shelter kids felt peaceful. I could take my time. If I made a mistake, I could redo it without worrying about losing money. And when Elena would bring the finished clothes back and tell me how happy the children were, how they felt special wearing something new, it meant something. It actually meant something. About a month into living at the new apartment, I heard through an old neighbor that Miguel was having problems. The neighbor, Mrs. Santos, didn't know I'd moved. She called my old phone number, which I'd kept, to tell me she'd seen Miguel at the house looking upset. Apparently, he'd been counting on the money from selling the property to pay off debts. Significant debts from a business deal that went bad. When the sale fell through, his creditors started coming after him. Mrs. Santos said she'd heard he might be facing legal trouble, something about defaulting on loans. I didn't feel bad for him. I know I probably should have, he's still my son, but I didn't. He'd been willing to make me homeless to solve his money problems. He'd manipulated me, lied to me, made me sign away my home. And when I confronted him about it, he'd shown no remorse. Just irritation that I was making things difficult. Sophia tried to reach me through Mrs. Santos after that. She got my neighbor's number somehow and called her, asking her to pass along a message. She wanted me to know that Miguel was struggling, that his marriage was falling apart because of the financial stress, that his daughter's college fund was gone. She said I could stop all of this if I just helped him, if I just sold the house and gave him the money he needed. Mrs. Santos asked me what I wanted her to say back, and I told her to say nothing, to just stop passing along messages. I changed my phone number after that, got a new one that only Elena and Attorney Valdez had. I didn't want any way for my children to reach me. Around this time, Attorney Valdez called to update me. The house was officially back in my name with all the proper documentation. The fraudulent transfer had been voided. He also mentioned that Miguel had tried to contest it, had gotten his own lawyer and everything, but there was nothing to contest. The papers he'd had me sign were simply invalid. Miguel's lawyer had apparently advised him to drop it because pursuing it further would only cost more money he didn't have. I asked Attorney Valdez what I should do with the house now. I didn't want to live there anymore, but I also didn't know if I should sell it or rent it or what. He suggested I take my time deciding, that I didn't need to rush into anything. So that's what I did. Nothing. The house just sat there, empty, with all the furniture I'd left behind. I paid the property taxes and utilities to keep everything legal, but otherwise I ignored it. It felt good, having that house just exist without me in it, like I'd escaped from a prison I didn't even know I'd been in. I kept sewing for the shelter. Elena and I became friends, real friends, the kind where we'd have coffee together and talk about things other than clothes and children. She asked me once if I had family, and I told her I used to. She didn't push for details, just nodded like she understood. I got the feeling she'd seen a lot of broken families in her line of work. The kids at the shelter started to know who I was. Sometimes when I'd drop off finished clothes, they'd be outside playing and they'd wave at me. One little girl, maybe 7 years old, asked Elena if I was her grandmother. Elena told me about it later and we both laughed, but it made me feel something. Not quite happiness, but something close to it. These children who'd been through terrible things could still smile and wave and wonder about the old lady who made their clothes. That's when I realized something. I hadn't lost everything when I lost my children. I'd lost one version of my life, the one where I was the sacrificing mother who gave everything and expected gratitude in return. But I'd gained something else. Freedom, I guess. The ability to choose who I spent my time with, who I gave my energy to, who deserved my love. And I'd chosen these shelter kids, and Elena, and my quiet apartment by the sea. That felt like enough. It's been 8 months now since I moved to the apartment by the sea. 8 months of waking up to the sound of waves instead of silence. 8 months of sewing without the weight of obligation pressing down on me. 8 months without my children. I thought I'd miss them more than I do. Sometimes I'll see an older woman with her adult son at the market, and I'll feel something, a little twist in my chest. But it passes quickly. Mostly I just feel calm. Like I spent decades holding my breath and I'm finally exhaling. The shelter has become the center of my life in a way I didn't expect. I go there almost every day now, not just to drop off clothes, but to help with other things. Sometimes I'll read to the younger kids, or help the older ones with homework. Elena jokes that I've become part of the staff, except she doesn't have to pay me. I tell her the payment is getting to see the kids' faces when they put on something new that actually fits them properly. There's a boy there named Carlo, maybe 9 years old, who reminds me of Miguel at that age. Same serious expression, same way of watching everything carefully before deciding if it's safe. He was brought to the shelter about 3 months ago after his father was arrested for something. I don't know what. Elena doesn't share those details and I don't ask. Carlo barely talked to anyone for the first few weeks, but then he saw me sewing one day and he came over to watch. I showed him how to thread the needle, how to make a basic stitch. His hands were steadier than mine. He didn't say much, but he kept coming back every time I was there, watching me work, eventually trying it himself. Last week he finished his first project, a small pillow with uneven stitches and crooked seams. He was so proud of it. He sleeps with it every night now, according to Elena. Working with Carlo made me think about what Ramon had said during that confrontation at Miguel's house. That they practically raised themselves. That I was never there because I was always working. And maybe that was true in some ways. I did work constantly. I was exhausted most of the time. But I was working for them, to give them opportunities I never had. I thought they understood that. I thought when they were adults they'd look back and see the sacrifice. But they didn't. They saw absence. They saw a mother who was too tired to play, too busy to attend every school event, too stressed to be the warm, nurturing figure they apparently needed. And maybe I failed them in those ways. Maybe I should have worked less and been present more. But I was alone, and we needed money, and I did the best I could with what I had. The thing is, I can accept that I wasn't a perfect mother. I can accept that I made mistakes. What I can't accept is them using those mistakes to justify stealing my home. Those are two completely different things. I've been thinking about forgiveness a lot lately. Elena brings it up sometimes in gentle ways. She's religious, goes to church every Sunday, and she has this whole framework about forgiving people who hurt you. She says holding on to anger only hurts yourself, that forgiveness is for your own peace, not for the other person's benefit. I listen when she talks about this stuff, but I don't know if I agree. I'm not angry anymore, not really. I was angry at first, furious actually, but that faded after a few months. Now I just feel distant from them, like they're strangers I used to know. Is that forgiveness? Or is it just indifference? I don't know. What I do know is that I don't want them back in my life. Even if they apologized, even if they got down on their knees and begged, I don't think I could trust them again. And what's a relationship without trust? Just going through motions, pretending everything is fine when it's not. I'm too old for that kind of pretending. Mrs. Santos called my new number about 4 months ago. I'd given it to her because she's a sweet lady who never did anything wrong, and sometimes she checks on my old house for me. She said Miguel had come by again, that he looked terrible, thinner, older, stressed. He'd asked her if she knew where I was, and she'd said no. He'd left a letter in the mailbox of the old house addressed to me. Mrs. Santos asked if she should open it or throw it away or what. I told her to throw it away. I didn't want to read it. Whatever he had to say, it was too late. He'd had his chance to say something 8 months ago when I confronted him, and he'd chosen to tell me I was being dramatic instead. But Mrs. Santos didn't throw it away. She kept it. And then 3 weeks ago she showed up at my apartment. I don't know how she found out where I lived. Probably asked around the neighborhood until someone knew the old lady who sewed for the shelter. She brought the letter with her. Said she'd been holding on to it because she thought maybe someday I'd want to see it. I didn't open it in front of her. I thanked her for bringing it, made her some tea, chatted about her grandchildren and the neighborhood gossip. After she left, I put the letter in a drawer and didn't look at it for days. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I opened it last week. It was written in Miguel's handwriting, messier than I remembered. He said he was sorry. He said he'd made a terrible mistake driven by desperation and fear. He said his business partner had cheated him, and he'd panicked and made the worst decision of his life. He said he never meant to actually take my home. He just needed temporary money and was going to buy it back after things stabilized. He said he loved me and missed me and wanted to make things right. I read it twice, and then I put it back in the drawer. I don't know if I believe him. The apology feels real, but also incomplete. He's sorry he got caught, sorry his plan failed, sorry there were consequences. But is he sorry for what he actually did? For manipulating me, lying to me, trying to make me homeless? I can't tell from the letter. And even if he is truly sorry, does that change anything? He still did it. Sophia and Ramon still went along with it. All three of my children looked at my situation and decided their needs were more important than my security. That's not something an apology can fix. Around the same time I got Miguel's letter, something else happened. One of the kids at the shelter, a teenage girl named Maria, ran away. She'd been having trouble adjusting, fighting with the other kids, breaking rules. Elena was worried sick. We all were. Maria had come from a really bad situation, and the fear was she'd go back to it, or end up somewhere worse. She came back 3 days later on her own, just showed up at the shelter door like nothing had happened. Elena didn't yell at her or punish her. She just hugged her and asked if she was okay. Later, Elena told me that sometimes kids run away because they're testing if anyone will come after them, if anyone actually cares enough to want them back. I thought about that a lot, about testing and caring and wanting people back. My children haven't really come after me. Miguel wrote a letter that Mrs. Santos delivered, but he didn't search for me himself. Sophia and Ramon haven't tried at all as far as I know. Maybe they think I don't want to be found, which is true, but they also haven't tried very hard. If they really cared, if they really wanted to make amends, wouldn't they do more? Or maybe I'm being unfair. Maybe they're respecting my space. Maybe they're ashamed. Maybe they don't know what to do. I don't know. I can't read their minds, and I'm not sure I want to. Last week, something happened that caught me off guard. I was at the shelter showing Carlo how to sew a button properly when a man came in to drop off his daughter. He was maybe in his 50s, well-dressed, clearly had money. He was thanking Elena profusely, saying the shelter had saved his family during a crisis, that his daughter had stayed there for 2 months last year when he'd lost his job and temporarily lost custody. Now he was back on his feet and wanted to donate. He handed Elena an envelope, and she opened it after he left. 5,000 pesos. She started crying. She told me that money would buy food and clothes and supplies for months. And I thought about how this man, who'd been in crisis himself, came back to help other people in crisis. He didn't forget where he'd been. He didn't take his recovery for granted. He gave back. That's what I thought my children would do. I'd given them everything during their crisis, which was their entire childhood. I thought when they were stable and successful, they'd give back, help me when I needed it, remember what I'd sacrificed. Instead, they tried to take the last thing I had. The contrast bothered me for days. Still bothers me, if I'm honest. I've started thinking about what to do with my old house. I can't keep paying utilities and taxes on an empty property forever. Attorney Valdez suggested I either sell it or rent it out. Selling makes the most sense financially, but I'm not ready for that yet. It feels too final, too much like letting go of something I'm not done processing. Elena suggested I donate it to the shelter, make it into a second location or a transition house for older kids. It's a nice idea, and very Elena, always thinking about the kids. But I don't know. That house has too many complicated feelings attached to it. I'm not sure I want it connected to the shelter, to this new life I'm building. So it just sits there, empty, while I figure things out. Maybe that's okay for now. 3 days ago, I got a voicemail from an unknown number. I almost deleted it without listening, but something made me pause. I pressed play, and it was Miguel's voice. It took me a moment to recognize it because he sounded different. Older, tired, broken. He said he'd gotten my new number from I don't know where, probably Mrs. Santos, though she swore she wouldn't give it out. He said he needed to talk to me. He said, please. His voice cracked on that word. He said he understood if I never wanted to see him again, but could I at least call back so he'd know I was okay? He said he was worried about me living alone at my age. He said a lot of things, actually, all rushed together like he was afraid I'd delete the message before he finished. I've saved it, but I haven't listened to it again. I definitely haven't called back. Elena knows about the voicemail. I told her because I needed to tell someone, and she's become the closest thing I have to family now. She asked me what I wanted to do, and I said I didn't know. She asked if I thought Miguel had really changed, and I said I didn't know that either. She asked if I wanted to reconcile, and I said no. But even as I said it, I wasn't completely sure. The truth is, I'm torn.
Part of me, the part that's still a mother even after everything, wants to call him back, wants to hear what he has to say, wants to believe he's genuinely sorry and we could find some way forward. But another part of me, the part that's learned to protect herself, knows that opening that door is dangerous, that forgiveness could be mistaken for permission to hurt me again. I've been sewing a jacket for Carlo this past week. It's more complicated than anything I've made in a while, with a lining and real pockets and a zipper. My hands shake worse with the detailed work, but I'm taking my time. Carlo saw the fabric I bought for it, and his eyes lit up. It's a dark blue, the color he said was his favorite. He doesn't know I'm making it for him. It'll be a surprise. The jacket is almost finished now. Just some final stitching, and then I'll give it to him tomorrow when I go to the shelter. I keep thinking about how excited he'll be, how he'll probably wear it every day, even when it's too hot because it's his, and someone made it specifically for him. That feeling? Knowing I'm giving something that matters to someone who appreciates it. That's what I was supposed to feel with my children. That's what I thought being a mother would be. Maybe I got that feeling when they were young, and I just don't remember anymore. Or maybe I never really got it because I was too tired and stressed to notice. Either way, I'm getting it now with these shelter kids. Better late than never, I guess. As for Miguel's voicemail, I still don't know what to do about it. The message sits in my phone like a weight. Some days I think I'll delete it and block the number. Other days I think I'll call back and hear what he has to say, though I'm not sure what possible explanation could make this better. And some days I think I'll just keep doing what I'm doing, living my small, peaceful life by the sea, sewing for children who actually appreciate it. And let Miguel figure out his own mess, the way I had to figure out mine.
Elena says there's no right answer, that this is one of those situations where any choice I make will be valid.
She says I've earned the right to be selfish, to prioritize my own peace over anyone else's needs. But she also says that sometimes second chances lead to healing, and that if I never try, I'll never know. I think about Rosa, my friend who warned me to protect myself years ago. She died last year, before any of this happened with Miguel. But I remember something she told me once. She said that forgiving someone doesn't mean letting them back into your life. It means releasing the hold they have on your thoughts, choosing peace over anger. She said you can forgive someone and still never see them again, and that's okay. Maybe that's what I need to do. Forgive them in my heart, wish them well from a distance, and keep living this new life I've built. Or maybe I need to take the risk, open the door a crack, see if reconciliation is possible. I honestly don't know. What I do know is that I'm not the same person I was 8 months ago. I'm not the mother who would sacrifice anything for her children's happiness. I'm not the woman who would sign away her security because someone asked her to trust them. I've learned to trust myself instead, to value my own peace, to understand that I deserve better than what they gave me. And maybe that's enough of a resolution for now.
Funny how the ones who forgot you exist remember fast when money's involved. I, 79, had spent the last year watching my family reveal their true colors. My daughter Maria, 52, her husband Carlos, 49, and my 2 grandchildren, Sophia, 24, and Miguel, 21, had become regular visitors again after years of silence. And I mean years. After my spouse died 8 years ago, they came to the funeral, stayed for the wake, and then nothing. Maybe a phone call on my birthday if they remembered. Christmas cards some years, not others. I got used to it. You do, eventually. But about a year ago, something changed. Suddenly Maria was calling every week, then twice a week. Then she was showing up at my door with the kids, arms full of groceries I didn't ask for, talking about how worried she was about me living alone. At first, I'll admit, it felt nice. I thought maybe she'd had some kind of realization about time running out, about wanting to reconnect before it was too late. I actually teared up the first time she hugged me and said she loved me. I should mention that I'm not rich. Never was. I worked in a textile factory for 37 years, then did bookkeeping for a small hardware store until I was 72. My spouse and I were careful with money, always saved, never lived beyond our means. When they passed, I got the life insurance payout. Not a fortune, but decent. Combined with my pension and our lifetime of savings, I had enough to live comfortably. Not lavishly, comfortably. Around $180,000 in the bank, plus a pension of about $2,400 a month. For someone like me, living in a paid-off house, it was plenty. The visits started ramping up around the same time my pension got adjusted for inflation. Nothing major. Went from about $2,100 to $2,400, but somehow Maria found out. She mentioned it once, casually, saying how good it was that I was taken care of. I didn't think much of it then. The first time I really noticed something was off was about 3 months into this new version of our relationship. Maria came over with Sophia, and they made this big production of helping me clean. I didn't need help cleaning. I'm old, not incapable, but Maria insisted. Said she wanted to spend time with me while being useful. They scrubbed the kitchen, organized my pantry, went through my mail with me. Maria even offered to sort out my wallet, said it looked too stuffed, that I should only carry what I need. I watched her go through it at my kitchen table. She pulled out old receipts, a few expired coupons, my library card I never use anymore. And then, when she thought I was looking down at the crossword puzzle in front of me, she slipped my ATM card into her purse. Quick, smooth, like she'd practiced it. I saw it, clear as day, but I didn't say anything. I just sat there,
pencil in hand, pretending to concentrate on 7 across. My heart was pounding so hard I thought she might hear it. She kept talking the whole time, chattering about Sophia's job search, about how expensive everything was getting, about how they were thinking of taking a family trip but money was tight. Then she handed my wallet back to me, lighter than before, and kissed my forehead. After they left, I sat in my chair for probably an hour, just processing. Part of me wanted to believe I'd imagined it. Maybe she was just holding it, looking at it, and put it back when I wasn't looking. Maybe I'd lost track. I was getting older after all. Memory plays tricks. But 3 days later, I got my bank statement in the mail. There was a withdrawal I didn't make. $500, taken out from an ATM across town, the same day Maria visited. I never go across town. I barely leave my neighborhood anymore. That's when I knew. And that's when I decided not to confront her. Not yet. I needed to see how deep this went. So I started playing a role. I leaned into the confusion, the forgetfulness. When Maria called and asked how I was doing, I'd ramble a bit, lose my train of thought, ask her the same question twice. She ate it up, started talking slower to me, louder, like I was hard of hearing when my hearing is fine. She began every visit by asking if I'd remembered to take my pills, even though I've been managing my own medication for decades without issue. The pattern became clear over the next few weeks. Every visit ended with money gone. Sometimes it was the ATM card again. Once, I caught Carlos going through the drawer in my bedroom where I used to keep emergency cash. I'd moved it by then, but I watched him search. Another time, Miguel asked to borrow $200 for textbooks. I gave it to him, knowing I'd never see it again. He didn't even go to school anymore. Dropped out of community college 2 years ago. They got bolder. Maria started suggesting she should have power of attorney. Said it would make things easier, that she could help manage my bills, make sure I didn't get confused and miss payments. She brought it up at my birthday dinner, which, I should mention, they held at a cheap buffet restaurant and made me pay for. All of them ordered the most expensive items, drinks, desserts. The bill was over $200. Carlos didn't even reach for his wallet. My birthday gifts that year were insulting. A small box of chocolates from the dollar store, a generic World's Best Grandma mug that still had the clearance sticker on it. Sophia gave me a framed photo of herself, which would have been sweet except she didn't even bother to wrap it. But after dinner, when Maria thought I was in the bathroom, I saw her use my card at the ATM in the restaurant lobby. She took out $600. I documented everything, kept every bank statement, wrote down every date, every amount, every lie they told me about where the money was going. Maria said she needed $400 for car repairs. Her car was fine, I saw it. Carlos said he needed $300 for his mother's medication. His mother died 6 years ago. The lies were so lazy they almost insulted my intelligence more than the theft itself. By month 3, they'd taken nearly $8,000. $8,000 in cash withdrawals, borrowed money never returned, mysterious charges on my card at stores I'd never been to. They weren't even trying to hide it anymore. They just thought I was too far gone to notice. The worst part wasn't the money. I mean, it hurt, obviously. That was my life's work, my security. But the worst part was realizing they wanted me to be senile. They needed me to be incompetent because it made everything easier. Every time I played confused, I saw this flash of satisfaction in Maria's eyes. Like she was relieved. Like my deterioration was convenient for her. I overheard her on the phone once. I was supposedly napping on the couch, but I was awake, just had my eyes closed. She was in the kitchen, talking to someone, probably Carlos. She said, and I quote, "Just a bit longer. Mama's loaded and too out of it to notice. We just need to be patient, play it right, and we're set." Set. Like I was a jackpot. Like my death was a payday they were waiting for. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, in the same room I'd shared with my spouse for 43 years, and I cried. Not because of the money, because I'd raised this person. I'd sacrificed for her, worked doubles and weekends to give her opportunities I never had. I'd loved her unconditionally, and she was waiting for me to die so she could cash in. The next morning, I knew exactly what I had to do. I got up, made my coffee, and called the bank. Told them I needed to come in for a private meeting. The manager, a kind woman named Patricia who'd helped me for years, heard something in my voice and scheduled me for that afternoon. I brought everything. All the statements, all my notes, dates and amounts highlighted.
Patricia's face went pale as she looked through it all. She asked if I wanted to report it, press charges. I said no. I just wanted to move my money somewhere they couldn't touch it. We opened a new account that day, transferred every single cent, my savings, my pension direct deposit, everything. The old account was left with exactly $47, just enough that they wouldn't immediately panic, but not enough to matter. Patricia asked me 3 times if I was sure. I told her I'd never been more certain of anything in my life. Then I went to see my lawyer. Robert's been my friend for 20 years, helped me with my spouse's estate, checks in on me genuinely every few weeks. His wife brings me homemade soup sometimes. Real people, you know. When I told him what I wanted to do, he didn't judge. He just nodded and said, "Let's make it airtight." My will was completely rewritten that week. Not 1 peso or dollar was left to any of them. Instead, everything was going to a scholarship fund for underprivileged kids in our town. Kids who actually needed help, who would appreciate it, who wouldn't see education as something they were entitled to, but as an opportunity. Robert suggested naming it after my spouse. I liked that. Their name living on doing actual good, not funding my daughter's trips or my grandson's bar tabs. But I didn't tell them yet. I kept playing the part. For another whole month, I let them think they were getting away with it. Maria kept visiting, kept stealing, kept talking to me like I was a child. The card kept getting declined, and she'd call, asking if I'd done something with my accounts. I'd act confused, say I didn't remember. Maybe I did something at the bank, but what was it again? I could hear the panic starting to creep into her voice. They tried the ATM again. Declined. Tried to transfer money online. I watched Carlos attempt it on his phone during one visit. Declined. The old account was basically empty, and they couldn't figure out why. Finally, about 4 weeks after I'd moved everything, they all showed up. All of them. Middle of the afternoon on a Tuesday. I wasn't expecting it, but I wasn't surprised either. I'd been waiting for this. They didn't knock. Maria used her key, the one I'd given her for emergencies that she'd clearly been using whenever she wanted. I was sitting in my chair, reading, when they burst into my living room like they owned the place. That's when I knew exactly what I had to do. The 4 of them stood in my living room like an intervention team. Maria had this concerned expression plastered on her face, the same one she'd been using for months. Carlos looked angry already, arms crossed. Sophia seemed uncomfortable, wouldn't meet my eyes. And Miguel looked like he wanted to break something. Maria started with the soft approach. She sat down next to me, took my hand, spoke in that slow, loud voice she'd adopted. Asked me if I'd been to the bank recently, if anyone had talked to me about my accounts, if I remembered moving any money around. I just looked at her, blinked a few times, said I wasn't sure, maybe. The doctor did say my memory wasn't what it used to be. That's when Carlos stepped in. He wasn't as patient as Maria. He wanted to know where the money went. Said they'd been trying to help me access my accounts and everything was wrong. The pension wasn't going where it used to. The savings account was empty. Someone must have scammed me, he said. Someone must have taken advantage of me.
I asked what money, played it perfectly confused, said I didn't understand what they were talking about. Miguel lost it first. He started yelling about how I needed to tell them the truth, how they were family and had a right to know. Sophia tried to calm him down, but even she was pressing me for answers. Where was the money? Who helped me move it? Was it that lawyer friend of mine? Did he manipulate me? The accusations got wilder. Maria said I must have been confused, that someone at the bank must have tricked me. Carlos suggested I had dementia and didn't remember doing it. Sophia wondered if I'd given it all away to some scam caller. They were scrambling, trying to make sense of it, and not one of them considered that I might have known exactly what I was doing. I let them spiral for a bit, watched them argue with each other, blame each other for not noticing sooner, panic about where their inheritance went. Because that's what it was really about. Not my well-being, not making sure I was okay. Just the money they'd already spent in their heads. Then Miguel said it. The thing that made it all worth it. He got right in my face, jabbing his finger at me, and shouted that I owed them, that I was their grandmother, that they were entitled to that money, that it was supposed to be theirs. His exact words, "You owe us." And I laughed. Not a polite chuckle, a real, deep, genuine laugh that came from somewhere I hadn't accessed in years. It startled all of them. Maria actually jumped a little. They'd never seen me laugh like that during this whole charade. I stood up. No trembling, no shuffling, just stood up like the capable adult I'd always been. Looked Miguel right in the eye and said it clearly, so there was no confusion. I owed you love, not my life's work. The room went dead silent. Then I told them I knew about every withdrawal, every lie, every time they'd stolen from me while pretending to care. Told them I'd documented it all. Bank statements, dates, amounts. I'd watched Maria take my ATM card that first time and decided to see how far they'd go. Turns out, pretty far. Almost $8,000 far. Maria's face went white. She started stammering, saying it wasn't like that. She was just trying to help. She was going to pay it back. Carlos immediately went on the defensive, said they had bills, responsibilities, that I didn't understand how hard things were for them. Sophia started crying, actual tears, which might have worked on me a year ago, but Miguel kept arguing. Said I was their family, that family helps family, that I should have just given them the money instead of making them ask. Making them ask. Like they'd ever actually asked. Like theft and manipulation counted as asking. I went to my desk and pulled out Robert's business card, handed it to Maria, told her my lawyer could explain the new will to her, answer any questions she had about where the money was going. She just stared at it like it was written in a foreign language. That's when it clicked for Carlos. He snatched the card out of Maria's hand, read it, and his face went red. He demanded to know what I'd done, said I couldn't just change my will like that they'd fight it, that I clearly wasn't in my right mind. Threatened to get their own lawyer, prove I was incompetent, that I'd been manipulated. I told him to go ahead, told him Robert was waiting for exactly that. We'd made sure everything was airtight. Medical evaluations, mental competency tests, witnesses. I was sharper than I'd been in years, and we had documentation proving it. The same documentation that showed them stealing from me while I was supposedly too senile to notice. Sophia tried a different approach. Went emotional, talking about memories, about how much they loved me, about how family doesn't give up on family. Asked how I could do this to them, to my own grandchildren. Said she'd always thought of me as more than just a grandmother, as a friend, someone she could count on. I reminded her that friends don't steal, that the last real conversation we'd had before this year was 3 Christmases ago, and even then she'd spent the whole time on her phone.
I asked her when my birthday was. She didn't know. Couldn't even get the month right. Maria was full-on crying now, but it felt performative. She kept saying she was sorry, that she'd made mistakes, that we could fix this. But in the same breath, she was asking about the money, where it was, if it was too late to undo everything. She wasn't sorry for what she'd done. She was sorry she got caught. I told them the money was going to scholarships, for kids in our town who needed help getting an education, who came from families that couldn't afford it, kids who would actually appreciate the opportunity instead of treating it like something they deserved just for existing. That set Miguel off again. He started shouting about how those kids were strangers, how I was choosing strangers over my own blood. He called me selfish, said I was a bitter old woman who couldn't stand to see her family happy, punched the wall next to my bookshelf, left a dent in the drywall. Carlos didn't even tell him to stop. I stayed calm, calmer than I'd felt in months, actually. Told them they were welcome to visit me any time they wanted, when they remembered I was a person, not a pension. When they could sit with me for an hour without checking my wallet. When they could have a conversation with me that didn't end with their hand out. Maria tried to hug me, actually reached for me like we were going to have some tearful reconciliation moment. I stepped back, told her not to touch me, that she'd lost that privilege when she'd decided I was too stupid to notice her stealing from me. She said I was being cruel, that I was punishing them forever for one mistake. One mistake. Like it had been a single lapse in judgment instead of a year-long con. Like planning to bleed me dry while waiting for me to die was just an oopsie. I walked to the door and opened it, told them it was time to leave. Carlos started arguing about his rights, about how he wasn't going to just accept this, about how they'd fight me on everything. I just stood there, holding the door, waiting. Sophia left first, still crying. Miguel punched the doorframe on his way out, actually punched it, like a child throwing a tantrum. Carlos was muttering threats under his breath, something about lawyers and judges and proving I wasn't competent. Maria was the last one, lingering in the doorway, trying one more time to appeal to me. She said she was my daughter, like I could forget, like that was supposed to override everything else. She said blood was thicker than water, that I'd regret this, that I'd die alone and it would be my own fault. I looked at her, really looked at her, maybe for the first time in months without pretending to be someone I wasn't. And I realized I didn't recognize her anymore. Or maybe I finally recognized her clearly. Either way, she wasn't someone I wanted in my life. I closed the door, locked the deadbolt, the chain lock, the door handle lock, every single one. Through the door, I could hear them arguing with each other in the driveway. Maria was crying, Miguel was yelling, Carlos was barking orders about what they needed to do next, who they needed to call. Sophia's voice was small, barely audible, saying maybe they should just let it go. They didn't leave for 20 minutes. I watched from the window as they gestured and shouted and pointed at my house. Neighbors were definitely watching. Mrs. Chen from next door was openly staring from her porch. Eventually, they got in Carlos's car and drove away, tires screeching. My phone started ringing almost immediately. I didn't answer. It rang 47 times that night. I counted. Voicemails piled up, Maria begging, Carlos threatening, Miguel cursing, even Sophia trying to reason with me. I listened to the first few, then stopped. There was nothing new, nothing I needed to hear. The next morning,
I called my phone company and blocked all their numbers. Then I called Robert and told him what happened. He wasn't surprised. Said he'd expected this, that he'd already prepared for any legal challenges they might bring. We went over everything again, made sure there were no loose ends. He asked me how I felt. I told him the truth. Lighter. Like I'd been carrying something heavy for a year and finally put it down. The phone calls didn't stop right away. Even with the numbers blocked, they found ways. Maria called from different phones, her work number, friends' phones, even once from what I assume was a payphone, though I didn't know those still existed. The voicemails ranged from apologetic to furious, sometimes both in the same message. She'd start crying, saying she was sorry, that she loved me, that families make mistakes. Then she'd get angry, say I was being unreasonable, that I was destroying our family over money, that I'd regret this when I was truly alone. Carlos left exactly 3 messages, all threats: lawyers, lawsuits, proving incompetence, getting power of attorney by force. Robert laughed when I played them for him, said Carlos was bluffing, that he had no legal ground to stand on, and if he actually tried anything, we had enough evidence of theft to make things very uncomfortable for him. Sophia's messages were the ones that almost got to me. She didn't yell or threaten. She just sounded sad. Said she understood why I was hurt, that she wished things had been different, that she missed me. Part of me wanted to believe her, but then I remembered her standing in my living room, asking about the money in the same breath as claiming to care about me. Concern and greed don't mix well. Miguel sent texts instead of calling. Horrible things. Called me every name you can imagine. Said I was a miserable old hag who deserved to die alone, that he hoped I suffered. I blocked those numbers too. His words should have hurt, but mostly they just confirmed I'd made the right choice. They showed up at my house twice more. The first time was about a week after the confrontation. I saw Carlos's car pull up and didn't even go to the door. Just watched from the window as Maria knocked, then pounded, then eventually tried her key. I'd changed the locks the day before. She stood there for a while, confused, trying the key over and over like it would suddenly work. They left after about 30 minutes. The second time was different. It was late, maybe 11 at night. I was already in bed when I heard car doors. Then banging. Maria was shouting through the door, saying she just wanted to talk, that we could work this out. Miguel was there too, telling me to stop being stubborn, to open the damn door. I called the police, told them my family was harassing me, that I'd asked them to leave me alone, and they wouldn't. A squad car showed up about 15 minutes later. I watched from my bedroom window as the officer talked to them. They left after that, and they didn't come back. My neighbors started looking at me differently. Mrs. Chen asked if everything was okay, said she'd noticed my family visiting less. I told her everything was fine, just some family disagreements. She nodded, but I could tell she didn't believe me. The Garcias across the street stopped waving when they saw me. I think Maria must have talked to them, told them her version where I was the villain. Small-town problems. Everyone knows everyone, and rumors spread. But I didn't care as much as I thought I would. My life got quieter, simpler. I established a routine: grocery shopping on Tuesdays, library on Thursdays, church on Sundays for the people watching more than anything else. Robert's wife, Anne, started coming by once a week with food. She'd stay for coffee. We'd talk about nothing important. She never asked about Maria. I appreciated that. 3 months after I closed the door on them, the first scholarship was awarded. Robert handled most of it, but he invited me to the ceremony. Said I didn't have to go, that I could stay anonymous if I wanted. But I went. Sat in the back of the community center, watching. The recipient was a 17-year-old kid named Daniel, first in his family to go to college. His mom cleaned houses. His dad worked construction. The scholarship was for $5,000, not a full ride, but enough to make a real difference. When they called his name and he walked up to accept it, his whole family stood up cheering. His little sister was crying. His mom had her hands over her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Daniel gave a short speech, talked about opportunity, about not wasting chances, about gratitude, said he knew someone had believed in him enough to make this possible, and he wasn't going to let them down. He was going to study engineering, come back to town, make a difference. I cried, sat there in the back row and just cried. Good tears, the kind I hadn't felt in years. This kid didn't owe me anything, would probably never know I was the one who gave him this chance. And that made it better somehow. Pure. No strings, no expectations, no resentment. Just help given to someone who needed it and would use it well. I left before anyone could talk to me, but I felt something shift that day. Like maybe the money was doing what it was supposed to do all along. Life continued. 6 months passed since I'd locked that door. My routine became comfortable. The phone calls stopped entirely after month 4. I saw Maria once, at the grocery store. She saw me too. Our eyes met across the produce section. She looked like she wanted to come over, opened her mouth like she was going to say something. I just turned my cart around and went down a different aisle. I wasn't ready. Maybe I never would be. Carlos and Miguel, I didn't see at all. Probably avoiding me, or maybe they'd just written me off entirely. Sophia I spotted at the gas station once. She waved, tentative. I nodded back. That was it. Baby steps, I guess, though I wasn't sure toward what. Robert told me Maria had consulted with a lawyer about the will. The lawyer apparently told her what Robert had already said. It was airtight, I was competent, and she had no case. She'd also asked about the theft, whether I might press charges. Robert said he'd told her that was still on the table, that I was within my rights. She hadn't contacted me directly since. The loneliness crept in sometimes. Evenings were the worst. I'd sit in my chair, the same one I'd sat in when they'd all burst into my living room, and the house felt too quiet. No phone calls, no unexpected visits, no chaos, just silence. Some days the silence felt peaceful. Other days it felt heavy. I'd think about Maria as a little girl. The way she used to bring me drawings from school, so proud of her crooked houses and stick-figure families. The way she'd curl up next to me on the couch during thunderstorms. How she'd cried when she graduated high school, thanking me and her father for everything we'd sacrificed. That person felt like someone else entirely. Or maybe I was finally seeing clearly, and those memories were just the good parts I'd held on to too tight. Anne noticed the quiet getting to me, started inviting me to things, book club, garden club, a painting class at the senior center. I went to a few, met people, had conversations that didn't involve money or family drama. It helped. I also started volunteering at the community center twice a week, helping kids with homework, mostly math and reading. These kids reminded me why I'd set up the scholarship fund. They were trying, working with what they had, not expecting handouts but grateful for help. One girl, about 10, reminded me of Maria at that age. Same serious expression when she concentrated. It hurt a little, but in a way that felt like healing. Then, about 7 months in, something arrived in the mail. A letter, handwritten, from Sophia. No return address, just my name on the envelope. I stared at it for 3 days before opening it. It sat on my kitchen table while I had breakfast, lunch, dinner. I'd pick it up, put it down, walk away. When I finally opened it, it was shorter than I expected. She said she was sorry. Not for getting caught, but actually sorry. Said she'd been going to therapy, trying to understand why she'd gone along with everything, why she hadn't stood up to her mom or her brother. She said she wasn't asking for forgiveness, or for money, or for anything really. She just wanted me to know that she understood she'd been wrong, that she'd hurt me, and that she was trying to be better. The letter ended with her saying she missed me. Not my money, not what I could give her, just me. The way I used to tell stories, the way I made tea, the way I never judged her when she was younger and made mistakes. She said if I ever wanted to talk, she'd be there. No pressure, no expectations. I read it 4 times. Then I put it in my desk drawer and didn't respond. I wasn't ready. Didn't know if I'd ever be ready. A week after that letter, my phone rang from a number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. It was Sophia. She didn't apologize for calling, didn't launch into a speech, just asked if I'd gotten her letter. I said yes. She said okay, and that was it. She hung up. No pressure, like she'd promised. The second scholarship was awarded at the start of the next school year. Another deserving kid, another grateful family, another speech about not wasting opportunities. I went to that ceremony too. Sat in the same spot in the back. Cried again. Robert asked me once if I regretted it. Any of it. The answer wasn't simple. I regretted that it had come to this. That my daughter had turned into someone I didn't recognize. That my grandchildren saw me as a wallet. But I didn't regret protecting myself, setting boundaries, making sure my money went somewhere it would actually help. The scholarships would continue. The fund was set up to last for decades, helping kids who needed it. My name wouldn't be on it. My spouse's name was, which felt right. They would have loved this, seeing their life's work go to education, to opportunity, to kids who appreciated it. As for my family, I don't know what happens next. Sophia's letter sits in my drawer. Her phone call lingers in my mind. Maria drives by sometimes. I see her car slow down in front of my house, but she never stops. Carlos and Miguel? Nothing. Radio silence. Some nights I look at that letter and think about calling Sophia. Think about cracking the door open, just a little, to see if she's really changed, or if this is another manipulation. Other nights I think about leaving it closed forever, that some damage can't be undone. The door stays locked. The scholarships continue, and I'm still here, in this quiet house, living a simple life that's entirely mine. No one's taking from me anymore. No one's waiting for me to die so they can cash in. It's just me, my routine, my choices. Maybe that envelope will stay in my drawer forever. Maybe one day I'll open it and read it again and decide to reach out. Maybe Sophia really has changed. Maybe she hasn't. Maybe it doesn't matter anymore. Revenge isn't always loud. Sometimes it's a quiet signature that says never again. And sometimes it's choosing to live well in the aftermath, regardless of who's watching or who cares. That letter has been sitting in my desk drawer for 43 days now. Maybe tomorrow I'll burn it. Maybe I'll call her. Maybe I'll finally know if any of them understand what they lost wasn't money. It was me. I raised him like my own son, and he tried to steal everything, so I made sure he lost it all instead. I'm a 79-year-old grandfather, and I've never been the kind of man to hold grudges. My late wife Sarah always said forgiveness was the key to peace. She lived by that until the day she passed 3 years ago. I believed it too, spent my whole life believing it, until my nephew Marcus showed me just how far greed can twist a person. Marcus is 45 now. I took him in when he was 12, after his parents died in a car accident. My brother and his wife were gone in an instant, and this scared kid showed up at my door with a garbage bag full of clothes and nothing else. Sarah and I raised him like he was ours. We had 3 kids already, Claire, Tom, and Susan, but we made room. We always made room. I paid for everything. His braces, his college tuition, helped him through student loans when those came due. When he wanted to start his real estate consulting business 15 years ago, I gave him $50,000. He said he paid it back, but I always suspected the numbers didn't quite add up. I never pushed it. He was family. About 3 years ago, Marcus came to me with a proposal. He wanted to expand his business, but his credit score was holding him back from getting better loan terms. He asked if I'd be willing to put his name on one of my rental properties temporarily, just to help build his credit profile. It was a small place, a 2-bedroom rental worth about $200,000. I figured it couldn't hurt. He was doing well by then, married to Andrea, had 2 kids I loved spending time with. So I did it. Added his name to the deed with the understanding it was temporary. That should have been my first warning sign. 6 months ago, I had a minor stroke. Nothing too serious, but it scared everyone. I recovered fine, but it left me with some mobility issues, and I had to start managing my diabetes more carefully. Suddenly, I was the old man who needed help getting groceries, who couldn't drive as much. Marcus started visiting more often. At first, I thought it was nice. He'd stop by twice a week, help with yard work, bring the grandkids. But then I noticed the questions. He'd ask if I'd paid certain bills. He'd want to know where I kept important documents. Once he asked if I remembered which bank account was my main one. The questions felt pointed, like he was testing me. When I mentioned wanting to update my will, Sarah and I had made ours together, and I needed to revise it now that she was gone. Marcus immediately volunteered to help. He suggested I use his lawyer, someone he knew who could give me a family discount. I told him I'd think about it. I didn't like the way he'd said it. Too eager, too quick. 3 months ago, everything changed. We had a family dinner at Tom's house, just a normal Sunday thing we do once a month. I was telling a story about something that happened at the grocery store, and Marcus interrupted me. He turned to Claire and said, loud enough for everyone to hear, that I'd gotten confused about a bank transaction earlier that week. Said I'd called him worried about money that was missing, but it turned out I'd just forgotten I'd moved it myself. The thing is, that never happened. I hadn't called him about any transaction. I knew exactly where my money was. But I saw how everyone looked at me after he said it. Concerned. Worried. Like I was fragile. Over the next few weeks, the rumors spread. Claire called me one evening, trying to be casual about it, saying Marcus had mentioned I'd asked him the same question 5 times in one conversation. Tom brought up memory care facilities, unprompted during a visit. Susan asked if I was taking my medications correctly. Marcus was building a narrative, and I was the main character in a story I didn't recognize. Then I overheard the phone call. Marcus had stopped by on a Tuesday afternoon. I was in the bathroom when he stepped outside to take a call. My bathroom window was open, and he was standing right below it on the porch. I heard him clearly. He's not going to last long anyway. We need to move before he does something stupid with the money. I stood there frozen. This was the kid I'd raised, the one I'd tucked into bed when he had nightmares about his parents, the one I'd taught to drive, helped through his first breakup, walked through how to change a tire. And he was talking about me like I was an obstacle. After that, Marcus started pushing harder. He showed up at my house with papers, said they were from his lawyer. A simple medical management agreement, so that if I ended up in the hospital, someone could handle things for me. He made it sound so reasonable, so caring. I told him I'd look it over. That weekend, Claire showed up. She had the same papers. She looked uncomfortable, kept saying she didn't want to pressure me, but Marcus had talked to her, and she thought maybe it was a good idea, just in case. She said Marcus was worried about me, that he'd noticed I seemed confused lately. I took the papers and actually read them that night. It wasn't a simple medical agreement. It was a comprehensive power of attorney. If I signed it, Marcus would have control over everything. My bank accounts. I had about $800,000 in savings between what Sarah and I had accumulated and her life insurance. My 3 properties, the rental with his name on it, my house, and a small commercial building I'd bought as an investment 20 years ago. My investment accounts, even medical decisions. The next morning I called my lawyer, Robert Chen. I've known Robert for 30 years. He's the one who handled Sarah's estate, helped me with every major legal decision since the 80s. I told him I needed to see him immediately. Robert looked over the documents and his face went hard. He said this was far more comprehensive than any medical management agreement needed to be. He asked if I was being pressured. I told him everything, the rumors, the phone call, the way Marcus had been circling. Robert asked me what I wanted to do. I could refuse to sign and deal with the fallout. Or I could sign and then fight it in court later. Both options meant family drama, legal battles, everyone taking sides. That's when I had the idea. I asked Robert if there was a third option. What if I signed Marcus's document, but then immediately revoked it? Would that be legal? Robert thought about it. He said yes, technically. I could sign a power of attorney and then revoke it the same day. The revocation would need to be filed properly, but it would void the first document. Marcus would think he had control, but he wouldn't actually have anything. But Robert said that alone wouldn't be enough. If Marcus tried to use the power of attorney before realizing it was revoked, I'd just be fighting him in court over unauthorized transactions. We needed something more. That's when Robert suggested the decoy. He had a client involved in an IRS investigation into a tax shelter scheme. The account was frozen, under federal scrutiny, but still technically active. If we could make it look like that was my main operating account, and Marcus tried to move money out of it, every transaction would be documented by federal investigators. It wouldn't just be my word against his. There'd be a federal paper trail. We spent 6 hours that day planning it. Robert prepared 2 documents. First, a revocation of power of attorney, to be filed the moment after I signed Marcus's version. Second, a new POA splitting control between Claire and a professional fiduciary named Patricia Morrison, someone Robert trusted completely. Then we moved the money. $600,000 from my main accounts into the decoy fund Robert had access to. We made it look active, like my primary checking account. Left $200,000 in my real accounts and kept the properties where they were. I went home that night exhausted. I'm 79 years old. I should be spending my time with my grandkids, reading on my porch, enjoying what time I have left. Instead, I was setting up an elaborate trap for the nephew I'd raised. I barely slept. The next morning, Marcus came over with Claire and Andrea. It was 9 a.m. Marcus had everything prepared, 3 copies of the document, a notary he'd hired to come to my house, even a special pen. Andrea looked uncomfortable the whole time. She kept touching Marcus's arm like she wanted him to slow down, but he ignored her. I signed the papers at my kitchen table. My hand was shaking a little, partly because I'm old and my hands shake sometimes anyway, partly because I was nervous about what came next. Marcus watched me sign like a hawk. When I finished, he smiled and said he'd take care of everything. I asked him which account was my main one again. Played confused. Marcus's face lit up. He said not to worry. He'd handle all of it. I should just rest. They left by 10 a.m. By noon, I was in Robert's office, signing the revocation. Robert filed it electronically by 1 p.m. Marcus's power of attorney was active for exactly 4 hours. Now all we had to do was wait and see if Marcus would actually try to steal from me. Part of me hoped he wouldn't, hoped I'd been wrong about that phone call, wrong about the rumors, wrong about everything. That I'd see a lawyer in a month and tell Robert to destroy all the documents, and we'd laugh about my paranoia. But I wasn't wrong. I had surgery scheduled for 2 weeks later, just a routine procedure for a hernia. But Marcus had told everyone it was serious. He was building up the drama, making it seem like I was on death's door. During those 2 weeks, Robert monitored the accounts. We could see when Marcus accessed them, what he was looking at. 3 days after I signed, Marcus transferred $50,000 out of the decoy account. The description said it was to pay my bills. Robert checked. None of my bills were due, and the money went to Marcus's business account. A week later, another transfer. $100,000 this time. The description said it was to invest in safer bonds for my retirement. The money went straight into Marcus's personal account. I went into surgery on a Wednesday. When I woke up Thursday afternoon, groggy and sore, Robert was sitting in my hospital room. He told me Marcus had made another move while I was under anesthesia. $200,000. Marcus was getting bolder. Robert also told me Marcus had been calling my other kids, telling them I might need long-term care, that they should prepare for estate issues. He was setting up the narrative that I was incapacitated, that the money he was taking was somehow for my own good. I got home Friday evening. Claire drove me and helped me get settled. After she left, I walked through my house and I could tell someone had been there. Papers in my office were moved. The drawer where I kept old financial statements was open an inch. Marcus had been in my house, going through my things. That weekend, I made a decision. I called Robert and told him to set up a family meeting at my house. I wanted everyone there, all my kids, Marcus, and Robert himself. I was done waiting. Marcus arrived that Monday, confident. You could see it in the way he walked, the way he talked. He thought he'd won. Claire and Tom and Susan were confused about why I'd called them all there. When they saw Robert, they got even more confused. I sat in my chair and looked at Marcus. This boy I'd raised, this man who'd eaten at my table, who'd called me when his first kid was born, who'd cried at Sarah's funeral. And I knew what I had to do. I signed his document the same day I signed the revocation. What Marcus didn't know was that I'd already put something else in motion. Let me back up and explain what happened in those crucial hours before the family meeting, because that's where everything came together. The morning I decided to sign Marcus's power of attorney, I'd already been up since 4 a.m. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that phone call I'd overheard, about the way Marcus had looked at me during that family dinner when he told everyone I was confused. At 6 a.m., I called Robert and told him I needed to see him immediately. We met at his office before the sun was fully up. Robert brought coffee and we spent 2 hours going over every possible scenario. The revocation was straightforward. I'd sign Marcus's document, then immediately sign a revocation that Robert would file electronically. But Robert kept emphasizing that the revocation alone wouldn't be enough evidence if this went to court. Marcus could claim he didn't know, that he was acting in good faith, that I was the one who was confused. That's when Robert told me about the decoy account. He had a client who'd gotten involved in what turned out to be an IRS investigation into a tax shelter scheme. The account was technically still active, but every transaction was being monitored by federal investigators. If we could move my money into that account temporarily and make Marcus think it was my primary account, any unauthorized transfer he made would be documented by the feds. It wouldn't just be family drama anymore. It would be federal evidence. I asked Robert if that was legal, if I'd be in trouble. He said as long as I wasn't actually participating in the tax scheme, just temporarily holding money in the account, it was fine. The account holder had agreed to let Robert use it for situations exactly like this. Something about needing to demonstrate the account was still functional for his own legal defense. So we moved the money, $600,000 from my savings and investment accounts into this decoy fund. We set it up to look like my main operating account, had my name on the statements, made it appear active. We left $200,000 in my actual accounts, spread across a few banks. The properties stayed where they were. Robert also prepared a new power of attorney, giving control to both Claire and a professional fiduciary named Patricia Morrison. This would replace Marcus's version once we revoked it. Patricia was someone Robert had worked with for years, completely trustworthy. The plan was that she and Claire would jointly manage things if I actually did become incapacitated. That way there were checks and balances. I went home that afternoon, exhausted. Sarah's picture was on the mantel, and I sat there looking at it for a long time. She would have hated this. She would have told me to just talk to Marcus, to give him a chance to explain. But Sarah never heard that phone call. She never heard her nephew talk about me like I was already dead. When Marcus showed up the next morning with the papers, I was ready. He had Claire with him, which I expected, but Andrea surprised me. She looked miserable the whole time, kept glancing at Marcus like she wanted to say something but couldn't. At one point, while Marcus was talking to the notary, Andrea caught my eye and I swear she looked apologetic, like she knew what he was doing and hated it. I signed 3 copies of the power of attorney. Marcus watched every signature. When I finished, he immediately started talking about how he'd organize my paperwork and make sure everything was in order. He asked where I kept my bank statements. I played it up a little, acted like I couldn't quite remember, and I could see the relief on his face. He thought he'd won. They left by 10. I was at Robert's office by 11. Signed the revocation, Robert filed it electronically by 1 p.m. Marcus's power of attorney existed for exactly 4 hours before it became worthless. Then, we waited. Robert set up monitoring on all the accounts. We could see when Marcus logged in, what he was looking at, what transfers he initiated. For the first 2 days, nothing happened. I started to wonder if maybe I'd been wrong, if maybe Marcus really was just trying to help. Then on day 3, the first transfer went through. $50,000 out of the decoy account into Marcus's business account. The description said, "Payment of bills for F. Morrison. My first name is Frank." Robert called me as soon as he saw it. None of my bills were due. My mortgage was paid off. Utilities were on auto pay from a different account. There was no legitimate reason for that transfer. I felt sick. Part of me had still been hoping I was wrong about him. A week later, Marcus transferred another $100,000. This one was labeled Investment Reallocation for Client Safety. It went straight into his personal account, not even his business one. He was getting bolder. My surgery was scheduled for the following Wednesday. It was supposed to be routine, a hernia repair I'd been putting off. But Marcus had told everyone it was serious. Claire called me the night before, crying, saying Marcus had told her I might not make it through, that he'd talked to my doctor, and things were worse than I'd let on. I told her I was fine, that it was routine, but she'd already decided Marcus knew better. I went into surgery Wednesday morning. When I woke up Thursday afternoon, Robert was sitting in my hospital room. That's when I knew something had happened. Marcus had transferred $200,000 while I was under anesthesia. He'd done it in the middle of my surgery, probably figured if something went wrong, no one would ever know. Robert had already documented everything, had copies of all the transaction records, had verified that the money went directly into Marcus's accounts. But Robert told me something else. Marcus had also tried to initiate a refinance on the rental property, the one with his name on it alongside mine. He'd applied for a cash-out refinance, listing himself as the sole owner. On the application, he'd claimed I was incapacitated and had given him full authority. The mortgage company had flagged it because their records showed 2 owners, not 1. That was fraud. Clear, documented fraud. Robert also told me that Marcus had been busy with my other kids. He'd sent Tom an email about long-term care facilities, with price comparisons. He'd told Susan I'd asked him to start handling estate matters, and suggested she not visit for a while because I was easily confused. He was systematically cutting me off from my own children, while positioning himself as the only person who understood what I needed. I got home Friday evening. Claire drove me, insisted on staying to help. After she left around 8 p.m., I walked through my house. I could tell immediately that someone had been there. Papers on my desk were stacked differently than I'd left them. The drawer in my office where I kept old tax returns and financial statements was open about an inch. I always keep it closed. My filing cabinet had been gone through. Marcus had been in my house while I was in the hospital. He'd used the key I'd given him years ago for emergencies, and he'd searched through everything. Looking for what, I don't know. Maybe the original property deeds. Maybe other accounts he didn't know about. I sat in my living room that night, and I was angrier than I'd been in my entire life. Not just about the money, about the violation. He'd been in my home, in my private papers. He'd lied to my children about me. He'd stolen from me while I was unconscious in surgery. I called Robert and told him to set up the family meeting. I wanted it at my house, Monday afternoon. I wanted all 3 of my kids there, Marcus and Robert. It was time to end this. That weekend was the longest of my life. I kept expecting Marcus to call, to visit, to check on how I was recovering from surgery. He didn't. Not a single call. That told me everything I needed to know about what I really was to him. Monday came. Claire arrived first, nervous, asking why I'd called this meeting. Tom and Susan came together, both looking worried. Then Marcus showed up with Andrea. He walked in confident, smiling. When he saw Robert sitting in my living room with a briefcase, his smile faltered a little, but he recovered. I didn't waste time. I told everyone I wanted to discuss my finances, since there'd been so much concern about my ability to manage them. Marcus jumped in immediately, started talking about how he'd been helping, how he'd organized some things while I was in the hospital, making it sound generous. I let him talk for a minute. Then I pulled out the bank statements Robert had prepared, the decoy account, showing every transfer Marcus had made. 3 transfers, totaling $350,000, all going into Marcus's accounts, all made within 2 weeks of me signing the power of attorney. Claire went pale. Tom asked what he was looking at. Susan said there must be a mistake. Marcus tried to explain. He said he'd been protecting the money, consolidating it, that he was going to explain everything to me when I'd recovered more from surgery. He said I'd asked him to move it, that I'd been worried about the account's security. I let him finish. Then I looked at Robert and nodded. Robert pulled out the revocation document. He explained that I'd signed a power of attorney revocation the same day I'd signed Marcus's version. He showed the electronic filing timestamp, 1 p.m., 4 hours after Marcus's document was signed. He explained that meant every single transfer Marcus had made was unauthorized, that Marcus had no legal authority to access my accounts at all. The room went silent. Marcus stared at the document like he couldn't process what he was seeing. Then he looked at me, and I saw the moment it clicked. He said I'd set him up. His voice was different than I'd ever heard it. Cold. I told him I'd given him access to what I wanted him to see, that every transfer he'd made had been documented not just by my lawyer, but by federal investigators because the account was under IRS scrutiny. That's when Marcus realized how bad this was. Robert explained that the account Marcus had been transferring from was part of an ongoing federal investigation. That every transaction Marcus made had been automatically flagged and documented. That Marcus's own business accounts were likely going to be audited now because of the connection. But Robert wasn't done. He pulled out the refinance application, the one where Marcus had listed himself as sole owner of the property and claimed I was incapacitated. Robert said that was fraud. Textbook fraud. That Marcus had lied on a federal loan application and falsely represented his ownership of a property. Claire started crying. She asked Marcus if it was true, if he'd really tried to take everything. Marcus ignored her. He was staring at me with this look I'd never seen before. Pure hatred. Andrea was the one who spoke next. She said quietly that she'd told him not to do this, that she'd warned him. Then she got up and walked out. Just left. Marcus called after her, but she didn't stop. Tom asked me why I hadn't just told them what Marcus was doing. I said I had no proof before this, that if I'd accused Marcus without evidence, it would have been my word against his, and Marcus had already convinced half the family I was losing my mind. Susan asked what happened now. Robert explained that Marcus had several options, none of them good. He could return the money, and I could choose not to press charges. He could fight it and face both civil and criminal prosecution. Or we could settle this privately, but that would still involve Marcus making restitution. Marcus finally spoke. He said I was a vindictive old man and that he'd been trying to help me, that I'd tricked him into this. He said he'd sue me for elder abuse, for entrapment, for anything his lawyer could think of. Robert said calmly that Marcus should talk to his lawyer before making any more threats. That right now, Marcus was the one facing fraud charges, not me. Marcus stood up then. He said something I won't repeat about Sarah, about me, about how he'd wasted his life being grateful to us. Then he left, slammed my door so hard a picture fell off the wall. The four of us sat there in silence. Claire was still crying. Tom looked like he'd been punched. Susan just kept shaking her head. I told them I was sorry they had to see this, that I'd hoped Marcus would prove me wrong. Claire asked when I'd started suspecting. I told her about the phone call I'd overheard, about the rumors Marcus had been spreading. She said she'd believed him, that she was sorry. Robert left after giving us all some privacy. My 3 kids stayed for another hour. We talked about what would happen next, about how to tell the rest of the family, about what this meant for the grandkids. Marcus's kids were still my grandchildren, and I made it clear that nothing changed there. That was 4 months ago. What happened after that meeting was better than I could have planned. The week after the family meeting, everything started falling apart for Marcus. Not because of anything I did. I'd already done my part. It was just the natural consequences catching up to him. Robert got a call from the IRS 3 days after the meeting. The investigators looking into the tax shelter scheme had noticed Marcus's transfers and wanted to know who he was. When they found out he'd been moving money without authorization, they expanded their investigation to include his business dealings. Apparently, when federal investigators start looking at you, they look at everything. Marcus's business partner found out about the audit within a week. His name was David something. I'd met him once at a holiday party years ago. David immediately pulled his investment from their company and started telling other investors what was happening. In commercial real estate consulting, reputation is everything. Once word got out that Marcus was under federal investigation, clients started dropping him. His business collapsed in about 6 weeks. It wasn't even dramatic. Just a steady stream of clients leaving, partners distancing themselves, deals falling through. By the end of the 2nd month, Marcus had to close his office and let go of his 3 employees. The fraud charge for the property refinance was worse. The mortgage company reported it because they're required to by law. The prosecutor's office contacted Robert to ask if I wanted to press charges. Robert advised me to wait and see if Marcus would try to settle first. He did. 2 months after our confrontation, Marcus's lawyer called Robert to discuss settlement terms. The lawyer sounded tired. He said Marcus wanted to avoid prosecution and was willing to work out an agreement. We met at Robert's office to negotiate. Marcus showed up looking like he'd aged 10 years. His suit didn't fit right anymore, like he'd lost weight. Andrea wasn't with him. I found out later she'd filed for divorce 3 weeks after the family meeting. Apparently, the gambling debts were the last straw. Marcus had been hiding those for years, using business money to cover his losses. When the business collapsed, Andrea finally saw the extent of it. The settlement took 3 hours to hammer out. Marcus had to return all the money he'd taken, but a lot of it was already spent or tied up in frozen accounts. He'd burned through about $100,000 on gambling debts and legal fees. The rest was stuck in his business accounts that were under audit. So we structured a repayment plan. Marcus would pay me $800 a month for 7 years to cover what he'd taken, plus my legal costs. It came out to about $67,000 total, which was less than he'd stolen. But Robert said it was more realistic than trying to get the full amount from someone filing bankruptcy. Marcus also had to remove his name from the rental property immediately. Sign over any claim to it, get it done within 30 days. And he had to agree to no contact with me except through lawyers. No showing up at my house, no calls, no emails. If he violated that, the criminal charges would proceed. The last term was the hardest one for me to agree to. Marcus had to forfeit any claim to my estate. When I die, he gets nothing. Not a dollar, not a personal item, nothing. Robert said it was necessary to prevent future legal challenges. I signed it, but it felt like I was severing the last connection to that 12-year-old boy who'd shown up at my door with a garbage bag. Marcus signed everything without saying a word to me. His lawyer did all the talking. When it was done, Marcus stood up and walked out. That was 2 months ago, and I haven't seen him since. He filed Chapter 13 bankruptcy about 3 weeks after the settlement. I got a notice in the mail about it. Chapter 13 means he has to follow a court-supervised repayment plan for all his debts. My settlement is part of that plan. Every month, $800 gets automatically deposited into my account from the bankruptcy trustee. The family fallout was almost worse than the legal stuff. Claire blamed herself for months. She'd call me crying, saying she should have known, should have seen what Marcus was doing. I kept telling her the same thing. She wanted to help her father, and Marcus exploited that. That's on him, not her. It took a while, but she finally started to forgive herself. We're closer now than we've been in years. She comes by twice a week, sometimes just to sit on the porch with me. We don't always talk about Marcus, but when we do, she's stopped apologizing. Tom cut Marcus off completely. Won't speak his name, won't acknowledge him at family events if Marcus's kids are there. Tom's always been the black and white thinker of my kids. To him, Marcus is dead. I've tried to soften that stance, but Tom won't budge. Susan took it differently. She was angry, but also sad. She kept saying she remembered when Marcus was young, how scared he'd been after his parents died. She said something got broken in him along the way, and maybe we all missed it. I think about that sometimes. Wonder if there were signs I should have caught earlier. The grandkids were the hardest part. Marcus has 2 kids, Emily and Jake. They're 14 and 11. They don't fully understand what happened. Andrea has tried to shield them from the details. But they know their dad did something bad, and that's why he doesn't have his business anymore. Why they had to move to a smaller place. Why their mom divorced their dad. I made it clear to Andrea early on that none of this changed how I felt about the kids. They're still my grandchildren. I still want them in my life. Andrea was grateful for that. She brings them by once a month or so. It's awkward sometimes because they clearly feel caught in the middle. But we manage. Emily asked me once if I hated her dad. We were sitting on my porch, just the two of us, and she just came out with it. I told her I didn't hate him, that I was disappointed and hurt, but that her dad was still the boy I'd raised and I still remembered all the good times. I don't know if that was the right thing to say, but it was honest. I sold the rental property about 3 months ago, didn't need the headache of managing it anymore, and having Marcus's name associated with it, even briefly, left a bad taste. I also sold the commercial building, simplified everything. I'm living off my pension, Social Security, and what's left of my savings, about $700,000 after everything was recovered and settled. I bought a smaller house by the sea. It's about 40 minutes from where I used to live, in a quiet area where I don't know many people. That's fine. I needed a fresh start somewhere that didn't have memories of Marcus in every room. My routine now is simple. I wake up early, make coffee, sit on my porch and watch the waves. I read a lot, mostly history books and mysteries. Claire visits Tuesdays and Fridays. Tom comes by on Sundays sometimes with his kids. Susan calls every Wednesday evening and we talk for an hour. Every month, that $800 payment shows up in my account. I thought about what to do with it for a long time. Part of me wanted to just fold it into my regular budget, forget about it. But that felt wrong somehow. So I donate it. There's a charity for orphan children, helps kids who lost their parents get into stable homes. Marcus's parents would have wanted that. Every month, $800 goes to them in Marcus's name. I don't tell him about it. It's not for him, it's for me. It helps me remember that the boy I raised did exist, even if the man he became isn't someone I recognize. I hear updates about Marcus sometimes through Andrea or the kids. He's working a regular job now for the first time since his 20s. Something in property management, entry-level position. He's living in a small apartment on the other side of town. Andrea says he's bitter, that he tells everyone who'll listen that he was tricked, that I set him up, that he was just trying to help. I don't know if he's in therapy like Andrea mentioned to Claire. I don't know if he's actually trying to change or if he's just playing victim. I don't ask for details. That part of my life is closed. My wife believed in forgiveness. She would have found a way to forgive Marcus by now, would have told me that holding on to anger was poison. I think about that a lot. I'm not angry anymore. That burned out months ago. Now I'm just sad. Sad for what could have been. Sad that 33 years of raising him ended here. I wonder sometimes if I missed signs along the way. That $50,000 loan for his business where the repayment numbers didn't quite add up. Should I have pushed harder on that? The way he talked about his clients sometimes, like they were marks instead of people. Should that have told me something? There were probably signs. I just didn't want to see them. He was family. You give family the benefit of the doubt. Except sometimes the benefit of the doubt costs you everything. I don't regret what I did, though. Setting the trap, signing the fake power of attorney, all of it. If I hadn't done that, I'd be in a nursing home right now funded by whatever scraps Marcus left me. He'd have taken everything and convinced my kids it was for my own good. At least this way I'm here, by the sea, still in control of my own life. Claire asked me last week if I'd ever consider forgiving Marcus. Really forgiving him, she meant. Not just saying I'm not angry, but actually letting it go. She said Andrea told her Marcus is struggling, that he's apparently in therapy now, that maybe he's changing. I told Claire I'd think about it. That was 3 days ago, and I'm still thinking about it. A letter came yesterday from Marcus's lawyer. It's sitting on my kitchen table right now. The lawyer is requesting a reduction in the monthly payment due to Marcus's financial hardship. Says $800 a month is creating significant burden, given Marcus's current income level. They're asking if I'd consider reducing it to $400. I haven't opened the full letter yet, just read the first page that summarizes the request. Robert called me this morning asking what I want to do. I told him I needed time to think. Part of me wants to say yes. That's the part that still remembers 12-year-old Marcus crying in the guest bedroom, missing his parents. The part that remembers teaching him to drive, helping him study for his SATs, being there when his first kid was born. That part says $800 a month doesn't matter to me. I'm donating it anyway. If he's really struggling, maybe mercy is the right move. But there's another part. The part that remembers his voice on that phone call saying, "I wouldn't last long." The part that remembers him transferring $200,000 while I was unconscious in surgery. The part that watched him lie to my children's faces. That part says he made choices, and now he lives with them. That reducing the payment just makes it easier for him to forget what he tried to do. I've been sitting on my porch for 2 hours this morning, coffee getting cold, trying to figure out what kind of man I want to be at 79. My wife isn't here to guide me anymore. She would have known what to do. She always knew. Marcus forced me to become someone I never thought I'd be. Someone who plans and schemes. Someone who sets traps for family. Someone who can watch his nephew self-destruct and not step in to help. I don't like that person much. But I also don't know if I should go back to being the person who trusted too easily, who believed family wouldn't hurt you, who thought love was enough protection against greed. The waves are loud this morning. There's a storm coming in tonight. I should probably go inside soon. But I'm still sitting here with this letter, trying to decide. It took losing everything for them to realize I wasn't the fool they thought I was. I'm Robert, 82 years old, and until last year, I thought my daughter Sarah, 54, and her husband Mike, 56, actually cared about me. My wife Martha died 14 months ago after 58 years of marriage. We'd built our whole life on this land, the same property my father cleared back in 1952. When she passed, I felt like half of me went with her. The house got too quiet, too empty. I'd wake up and forget she was gone, reach for her side of the bed and find it cold. 3 weeks after the funeral, Sarah and Mike showed up with suitcases, said they wanted to help their grieving father, that I shouldn't be alone right now. I cried when they said it. Thought maybe losing Martha had brought us closer together as a family. Sarah had always been busy with her nursing career, and we hadn't been as close as I wished we were. But here she was, moving in, wanting to take care of me. It felt like a second chance. The first month was actually nice. Sarah cooked meals. Mike helped with repairs around the house. We'd sit on the porch in the evenings and talk about Martha, share memories. I started to think maybe this was what Martha would have wanted, the family together. I was grateful. Stupid, looking back on it, but grateful. Then small things started happening. I kept emergency cash in my bedroom drawer, always had. About $500 sitting there for whatever might come up. One day I went to grab some and noticed it looked light. Counted it out and there was only $300. I thought maybe I'd spent it and forgotten, but I couldn't remember buying anything. When I asked Sarah about it at dinner, she didn't even look up from her plate. Said she'd borrowed $200 for groceries, that she'd pay me back. I told her it was fine. She didn't need to pay me back. She was family. She smiled and squeezed my hand. Month later, another $500 was gone. This time when I asked, Mike jumped in. Said they'd had an unexpected car repair, that they didn't want to bother me with it. Apologized for not asking first. I waved it off again. They were living here rent-free, helping me out. What was a few $100s between family? But then I started noticing my mail wasn't sitting where I left it. I'd always gotten the mail myself, sorted through it at the kitchen table every afternoon. Suddenly Sarah was bringing it in, already opened some of it. Said she was just trying to help, to take some burden off me. When I told her I preferred to handle my own mail, she got this look on her face. Not angry exactly, more annoyed, like I was being difficult. She said she was just trying to help and I was being ungrateful. I let it go. Didn't want to start a fight over something so small. The bank statements, though, that's when I should have known something was really wrong. I've banked at the same place for 40 years, get a statement every month like clockwork. Started noticing some envelopes looked like they'd been opened and resealed. The glue wasn't quite right. You could tell if you looked close. And some months, the statements just didn't come at all. When I asked Sarah if she'd seen them, she'd say no, that the post office must have lost them. Told me I should switch to online banking, that it was more reliable. I don't do computers, never have, and she knew that. Mike started hanging around whenever bills came in, offered to help me sort through them, said he knew how overwhelming paperwork could get. He worked in insurance sales, was always talking about documents and filing systems. At first I thought he was just being helpful. He'd sit with me at the kitchen table, going through electric bills and property tax statements, explaining things I'd been handling myself for 60 years. Talk to me slow, like I might not understand basic arithmetic. Around month 4, I needed to find the deed to my property. County was updating their records system. Sent a letter asking property owners to verify information. I went to get it from my fireproof safe where I'd kept it since 1965, along with our birth certificates, marriage license, Martha's death certificate. Important papers, the kind you don't just lose track of. The combination didn't work. I tried it 3 times. Same combination I'd used for 35 years, the date Martha and I got married. Nothing. The lock wouldn't budge. I felt this cold sensation in my stomach, like when you miss a step going downstairs. Called for Mike, asked him if he'd touched the safe. He came in wiping his hands on a dish towel, looked at the safe, then at me. Said he didn't know what I was talking about. I told him the combination was changed. He got this confused expression on his face and said that wasn't possible, that maybe I was remembering the combination wrong. I've opened that safe 1,000 times. I didn't remember it wrong. Sarah came in then, must have heard us talking. I told her someone changed the combination to my safe. She looked at Mike, then back at me, and her voice got real soft and gentle. Said that wasn't possible, that no one else even knew where the safe was. Suggested maybe I'd changed it myself and forgotten. I started to argue, but she put her hand on my arm and said it was okay, that stress and grief could do strange things to memory, that we'd figure it out together. Mike said he could call a locksmith. I said no, I wanted them to open it, wanted to see if they could. Mike fumbled around with it for a minute, then suddenly it popped open. He acted surprised, said it must have just been stuck. I looked inside and the deed was there, but something was off about it. It looked like a photocopy, not the original. The paper was too white, too new. I'd held that deed in my hands 100 times, knew what it looked like. This wasn't it. I didn't say anything, though. Just took it out, thanked them, went to my room, sat on the edge of the bed and stared at that paper for an hour. Something was very wrong. Week later, I decided to check for myself. Waited until Sarah and Mike left for the grocery store, then got in my old truck and drove to the county recorder's office. I've had that truck since 1994. Still runs fine. The clerk at the recorder's office was Jenny Patterson. Used to babysit her when she was little. She smiled when I came in, asked how I was holding up. I told her I needed to see the records for my property, that the county had sent that letter about verification. Her smile faded. She looked uncomfortable, glanced at her computer screen, then back at me. Asked if I was sure I wanted to see the records. That made my stomach drop again. I said yes, I was sure. She pulled them up and turned the monitor so I could see. 3 separate transfer documents filed over the past 4 months, my signature on every single one. Each transfer gave Sarah and Mike a percentage of ownership. Added up, they now owned 75% of my land. The land my father cleared with his own hands. The land I'd worked my whole life to keep. They'd taken it, piece by piece, while I grieved my wife. I stood there staring at that screen and couldn't breathe right. Jenny asked if I was okay, offered to get me water. I waved her off, told her I was fine. Asked her to print copies of everything. She did, handed them to me in a manila folder. Her hand shook a little when she gave it to me. Said if I needed anything, to let her know. I could tell she knew something was wrong, but didn't want to say it out loud. I thanked her and left. Sat in my truck in the parking lot for 20 minutes looking at those papers, at my signature that I never signed, at my property being stolen from under me by my own daughter. That evening I asked them about it straight out. Didn't dance around it, didn't give them a chance to prepare. We were eating dinner, some casserole Sarah had made, and I just said it. Told them I went to the recorder's office, told them I saw the transfers, asked them to explain. Sarah's fork clattered on her plate. Her face went white, then red. Mike's jaw clenched and he put both hands flat on the table. For a second, nobody said anything. Then Mike started in on me. Asked me what I thought I was doing, checking up on them. His voice got loud, aggressive. Said they'd been taking care of me, that I had no right to go snooping around, questioning them. Sarah started crying. Actually crying, tears running down her face. Said she couldn't believe I'd accused them of something like this. That she was hurt. That after everything they'd done for me, everything they'd sacrificed to move in here and help me, I was treating them like criminals. She said I was there when the papers were signed, that the lawyer had explained everything to me, that I'd agreed to it because I wanted to make sure she was taken care of when I passed, that I just didn't remember because of my grief. I knew that was a lie. I knew it absolutely. But watching her cry, watching her look at me like I'd betrayed her, part of me wondered if I was losing my mind. If maybe Martha's death had affected me more than I realized. Sarah kept talking, her voice breaking, saying it hurt so much that I didn't trust her, that she was my daughter, that she loved me. I didn't know what to say. I just sat there while they both looked at me, waiting. Finally, I said maybe I was confused, that maybe they were right. The relief on their faces was immediate. Mike reached over and patted my shoulder, said it was okay, that we all got confused sometimes. Sarah wiped her eyes and said she understood, that losing Mom was hard on all of us. We finished dinner and nobody mentioned it again that night. But I heard them later, when they thought I was asleep. My bedroom shares a wall with the guest room they'd taken over. The walls are thin in this old house. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, and I heard Mike laugh, low and satisfied. Heard Sarah say something I couldn't make out. Then Mike's voice clearer. He said give it a few more months and this place would be theirs. Said I was easier to handle than they'd thought. Something in me went ice cold. Not angry yet, just cold and clear. I understood exactly what was happening. My daughter and her husband were stealing my home, my land, everything I had, and they were going to have me declared mentally incompetent so I couldn't stop them. Next morning, Sarah made an appointment with my doctor without telling me. I only found out because she was on the phone in the kitchen, thought I was still in the bathroom. I stood in the hallway and listened. She was asking Dr. Patterson's receptionist about cognitive decline evaluations, about what the process was for determining if someone was competent to handle their own affairs. Said she was worried about me, that I was getting confused and forgetful, that she needed to know her options for protecting me from myself. I walked back to my room before she could catch me listening. Sat on the edge of the bed again, same spot as before. Martha's picture was on the nightstand, both of us young and smiling at our wedding. I looked at her face and thought about what she'd say if she knew what Sarah was doing. Martha had always been the one who handled Sarah when she got difficult. I'd been the soft one, the pushover. Martha would have seen through this from day one. I wasn't going to be soft anymore. They wanted to play games with a senile old man? Fine. I'd show them what this old man could do. But I'd have to be smart about it. Smarter than I'd been so far. I'd have to make them think they were winning right up until the moment I took everything back. That afternoon, while they thought I was napping, I made a plan. The next morning I started my act, came into the kitchen and asked Sarah what day it was. She looked up from her coffee, and I could see her trying not to smile. Told me it was Thursday. I nodded, said, "Oh yes, Thursday," like I was just remembering. Later that afternoon I called Mike Mark by accident on purpose. He corrected me real gentle, said, "It's Mike, Dad." I apologized, said, "Of course, Mike. Don't know where my head was at." They exchanged a look across the room. That pleased look people get when things are going their way. I saw it and felt sick, but I kept my face confused and a little embarrassed. Started shuffling my feet more when I walked, moving slower. Left my coffee cup in weird places. Asked Sarah if she'd seen my glasses when they were on top of my head. Small things, the kind of things people expect from old folks losing their grip. Inside, though, my mind was sharp as it had been in years. Grief had made me foggy before, but now I had purpose, had a reason to be clear-headed. I was planning. When they thought I was taking my afternoon nap, I'd slip out to my truck and drive into town. They never checked on me during nap time, just assumed I was sleeping like I had been for months. First stop was Jim Morrison's law office. Jim and I went back 35 years, handled all my legal work since I bought my first tractor. His office is above the hardware store on Main Street, same place it's been since 1987. Jim's secretary showed me in, and Jim stood up from his desk, hand outstretched. But when he got a good look at me, at the folder I was carrying, his smile faded. I sat down across from him and laid it all out. Showed him the transfer documents, the forged signatures, the bank statements I'd managed to pull from the recycling before Sarah could throw them out. Told him about the changed safe combination, about the missing cash, about Sarah calling the doctor to have me declared incompetent. Jim went pale. He picked up one of the transfer documents, held it up to the light, then set it down and looked at me. Said this was fraud, clear as day. Asked me if I was sure I wanted to pursue this. Because if we did, Sarah and Mike would face criminal charges. Said it would mean involving the police, the DA, the whole system, that my daughter could go to jail. I told him I was sure. He nodded slowly, then pulled out a legal pad and started taking notes. We spent 2 hours going through everything, documenting every detail I could remember. He asked me questions, timeline questions, made me recount conversations as best I could. By the time I left, we had a plan. Jim would quietly start gathering evidence, pulling records, documenting the forgeries. But I had to keep acting like nothing was wrong. Had to keep playing the confused old man so they'd keep going, keep digging themselves deeper. Next day I drove out to Tom Bradley's place. Tom's the sheriff, but more than that, he's been my friend since we were 7 years old. We played poker together every Thursday for 50 years until Martha got sick. His house is out past the creek. Built it himself back in the 70s. I found him in his garage working on an old motorcycle. He looked up when my truck pulled in, wiped his hands on a rag, smiled. That smile died when he saw my face. We went inside and I showed him everything, watched his expression change from confused to angry to something harder. He'd known Sarah since she was a baby, used to give her piggyback rides at the 4th of July picnics. She called him Uncle Tom growing up, even though we weren't related. Tom set the papers down on his kitchen table and was quiet for a long time. Then he said this was elder abuse, identity theft, fraud, and probably a few other charges. Said if I wanted to press charges, he'd help me. But he asked the same thing Jim asked. Was I sure? Because there was no going back from this. I told him I was sure. He picked up his phone and called someone, set up a meeting with the DA for later that week. Said we'd do this right. Build a case they couldn't wiggle out of. But it would take time, maybe a few months. I told him I could wait. Had been waiting my whole life to see who Sarah really was. Few more months wouldn't matter. For the next 2 months, I played my role. Let Sarah help me with paperwork, acted grateful when she explained things slowly to me like I was a child. Mike started bringing documents for me to sign, said they were just updating my will, making sure everything was in order. I signed them with a shaky hand, making my signature look bad on purpose. Each one I signed, I'd slip a photo of it on my phone when they weren't looking. Wasn't great with technology, but Jim's assistant had shown me how. Sent each photo to Jim, who was documenting everything. Money kept disappearing. I'd put $300 in my wallet. Next day there'd be $150. Started keeping a log of it. Wrote down every dollar that went missing. Found receipts in the trash for things I never bought. Restaurants I'd never been to, charged to my credit card. They weren't even being careful anymore, got cocky. That's what I was counting on. Sarah took me to see Dr. Patterson for that evaluation she'd scheduled. Patterson's been my doctor for 30 years. Delivered Sarah at the hospital back in 1971. We drove there together, Sarah chattering the whole way about how this was just routine, just making sure I was healthy. Said it with that fake, cheerful voice you use with toddlers. The appointment started normal enough. Dr. Patterson checked my blood pressure, asked about my medications, the usual stuff. Then he started asking memory questions. What year was it? Who was the president? Could I count backwards from 100 by sevens? I played along for a while, hesitated on some answers, got a few wrong on purpose. Sarah sat in the corner looking satisfied. Then Dr. Patterson said he needed to examine me privately, asked Sarah to wait outside. She looked annoyed but left. The second the door closed, I dropped the act, pulled out my folder of documents from my jacket and handed them to him. Told him what was happening, why I was really there. Dr. Patterson read through everything, and his face went hard. He's a grandfather himself, has 5 grandkids. He looked at me and asked what I needed from him. I said I needed him to document that I was completely mentally competent, that there was nothing wrong with my cognitive function. But I needed him to tell Sarah that more tests were required, string it along. He nodded, made notes in my chart, said he'd do a full cognitive evaluation right now, document everything properly, that if this went to court, he'd testify that I was of sound mind. We spent the next hour doing actual memory tests, problem-solving exercises, all of it. I passed everything. He documented it all in my medical records with dates and times. Then he called Sarah back in and told her he needed to do some additional testing over the next few weeks, that these things took time. Sarah's face fell, but she agreed. On the drive home, she was quiet, kept glancing at me like she was recalculating something. Around month 5, I started hearing them talk about selling. They'd wait until I was in another room, but their voices carried. Mike found a developer who wanted to buy the property, turn it into a strip mall or something. The offer was $1.2 million. I heard Sarah say they could split it, put me in a nursing home on Medicaid, keep the rest. Mike laughed and said I'd never know the difference. I sat in my chair in the living room and listened to them plan out my future, like I was already dead, like I was just an obstacle to work around. Jim called me one afternoon when they were out, said he had everything we needed, bank records showing the stolen money, handwriting analysis on the forged signatures, testimony from the county clerk, Dr. Patterson's evaluation, all of it. The DA was on board, ready to move forward. We just needed them to make one more move, something we could catch them in the act doing, something undeniable. That's when Mike scheduled the closing. March 15th, at Jim's office, to sign the final sale papers. They thought it was a normal real estate closing, that the developer would be there with a check. They didn't know Jim was my lawyer. Mike had found Jim's name in the phone book, thought he was just some random real estate attorney. Didn't realize Jim and I had been friends for decades. Jim set it up perfect. Called Tom, got 2 deputies assigned. Called the DA, got her on standby. We had every document ready, every piece of evidence organized. The developer wasn't even real, just a fake name Jim used to get them there. All we had to do was wait for them to show up and try to finalize stealing my property. The week before March 15th, Sarah and Mike were almost giddy. Kept talking about their plans, places they wanted to travel, things they wanted to buy. Sarah went out and got her hair done at some expensive place. Mike bought a new suit. I heard them laughing in their room at night, celebrating their big score. I kept playing confused, kept shuffling around, forgetting things, being the senile old fool they thought I was. Inside, I was counting down the days. March 15th came. That morning, Sarah made me breakfast, actually hummed while she cooked. Mike came in wearing that new suit, smelling like expensive cologne. They told me they had some errands to run, would be back later. I nodded, said okay, went back to my oatmeal. They didn't even consider that I might go anywhere. Soon as their car pulled out, I got dressed in my good shirt and pants, the ones I'd worn to Martha's funeral. Drove to Jim's office and parked around back where they wouldn't see my truck. Went up the back stairs and into his office. Tom was already there with 2 deputies I'd known for years. The DA came in a few minutes later. We went over everything one more time. Then we waited. Heard their voices in the hallway first. Sarah laughing at something Mike said. They sounded so happy, so carefree. The door opened and they walked in, still smiling, Mike carrying a briefcase. They took maybe 3 steps into the office before they saw me. I was sitting in the chair across from Jim's desk. Tom standing behind me in his uniform, hand resting on his belt. The 2 deputies by the door. Jim at his desk with a stack of documents that must have been a foot high. The DA standing by the window. The smile slid off Sarah's face like ice melting. Mike stopped dead, his hand gripping that briefcase so hard his knuckles went white. They both just stood there, looking from me to Tom to Jim, trying to understand what was happening. Tom stepped forward and started reading them their rights. His voice was flat, professional. Nothing like the warm uncle tone he'd used with Sarah her whole life. Said they were under arrest for fraud, forgery, identity theft, and elder financial abuse. Asked them to put their hands behind their backs. Sarah started screaming. Not words at first, just this high-pitched noise. Then she found her voice and started yelling that I was senile, that I didn't know what I was doing, that they were protecting me from myself. Mike tried to bolt for the door, but one of the deputies caught him, spun him around, cuffed him. He didn't fight after that, just stood there breathing hard. Sarah was still screaming. Said I was confused, that I needed help. Looked at Tom and begged him not to do this. Called him Uncle Tom, like she was a little girl again. Tom's face stayed hard. He cuffed her while she cried. That's when I spoke. First words I'd said since they came in. I told them I'd known about the first forged signature 4 months ago, that I'd known about every single one since then, that I'd documented everything. Sarah's face went from scared to shocked to something uglier. Rage, maybe. Or just the look of someone who'd been caught. Jim stood up and showed them the handwriting analysis, the bank records, the photos of every document they'd forged. Dr. Patterson's letter stating I was completely mentally competent, dated back to their evaluation appointment. The county records showing the transfers, all of it laid out in chronological order, undeniable. Mike's shoulders slumped. He knew it was over. But Sarah kept fighting, kept screaming, said I was her father, asked how I could do this to her, said she was just trying to help me. The lies came so easy to her, so natural. I wondered if she even believed them herself at this point. The deputies led them toward the door. Mike went quietly, head down. Sarah was still crying, still yelling. She looked back at me one more time before they took her out, and the hatred in her eyes was pure. She wasn't my little girl anymore. Maybe she never had been. The door closed behind them and the office went quiet. I could hear their voices fading down the hallway, Sarah still protesting. Then, just silence. Jim walked over and put his hand on my shoulder. Said I'd done the right thing, that I'd protected myself, that no one could hurt me now. Tom sat down in the other chair, let out a long breath. Said he was sorry it had come to this, that he'd never thought Sarah capable of something like this. I nodded but didn't say anything. What was there to say? I'd won. Protected my land, my home, everything my father and I had built. Put the people who tried to steal it behind bars where they belonged. But sitting there in that quiet office, listening to my daughter's voice echo in the hallway, all I felt was empty. She was still my daughter, still the baby I'd held in the hospital, the little girl who'd called me Daddy and held my hand. And I'd just had her arrested. Jim asked if I was okay. I said I was fine, but we both knew it was a lie. 3 months after that day in Jim's office, Sarah and Mike both took plea deals. Their lawyer told them they didn't have a prayer of winning at trial, not with the evidence stacked against them. Sarah got 2 years probation, 500 hours of community service, and a restraining order keeping her at least 1,000 feet from me or my property. Mike got the same. They had to pay back every cent they stole. Came out to $47,000 total. I hadn't even realized it was that much. All those property transfers got reversed. Jim handled the paperwork, filed everything with the county. My land went back to being solely in my name, like it should have been all along. Sarah lost her nursing license because of the fraud conviction. Something about moral character requirements for healthcare workers. She'd been a nurse for 30 years. Mike kept his insurance job somehow, but I heard through the grapevine that most of his clients dropped him once word got around about what he'd done. They had to sell their house to pay the legal fees and restitution. Nice place over in Riverside, 3 bedrooms with a pool. Gone. I heard they moved into an apartment on the other side of the county. I didn't ask for details, and nobody offered them. The restraining order meant they had to come get their stuff from my house with a police escort. I stayed in town that day. Didn't want to be there when they packed up. Tom supervised it. Made sure they only took what was theirs. He told me later that Sarah cried the whole time. That she kept saying this was all a misunderstanding. That she'd wanted to talk to me, to explain. Tom said he didn't respond, just made sure they got out. When I came home that evening, the house felt different, bigger somehow. All their things gone from the guest room, the bathroom, the kitchen. I walked through each room and it was like they'd never been there. Except I knew they had been. Knew what they'd done while living under my roof. I changed the locks that night. All of them. Every door. Jim helped me set up new bank accounts, new credit cards, new everything. Got a P.O. box for my mail so nothing came to the house anymore. Felt paranoid doing it, but Jim said it was smart. Said people who'd been betrayed once needed to protect themselves. The trust was Jim's idea too. He drew up an ironclad trust for my estate, said it would protect everything when I actually did pass. I told him I didn't know who to leave it to anymore. He suggested charities, local organizations. We set it up so the land would go to the county parks department, the house to Habitat for Humanity. My savings split between the Veterans Association and the library. Sarah wouldn't get a cent. Neither would any other family, not that I had much left. Signing those papers felt final. Like I was admitting my family line ended with me. 6 months after the arrests, I fell into a routine. Got up every morning around 6, made coffee the way Martha taught me, sat on the porch watching the sun come up over my land. The land nobody could take from me now. I'd stay out there for an hour sometimes, just sitting, thinking about nothing and everything. Mowed the lawn every Sunday with the same push mower I'd had for 20 years. Could have afforded a riding mower easy, but I liked the push mower. Liked the work of it, the back and forth across the grass. Gave me something to do, something to focus on. Neighbors would wave when they drove past. Old Jim Chen from 3 properties over brought me vegetables from his garden sometimes. Said his wife grew too many tomatoes. Could I use some? We both knew he was just checking on me, making sure the old man was okay. I appreciated it, even if I didn't say so. People in town knew what happened. Small town, word spreads fast. Most people didn't bring it up directly, just treated me a little gentler. The waitress at the diner gave me extra coffee refills. The clerk at the hardware store helped me load my truck without asking. Nobody said why, but I knew. They felt sorry for me. The old man whose daughter tried to rob him blind. I hated the pity, but I understood it. Wednesday mornings I'd drive to the diner, order the same thing every time. Coffee, scrambled eggs, wheat toast. Sat in the same booth by the window. The waitress, Carol, started having it ready when she saw my truck pull up. She'd call me honey and ask how I was doing, and I'd say fine, and we'd both pretend that was the truth. Tom met me there sometimes. We'd sit across from each other and eat breakfast and not talk about Sarah. We talked about his grandkids, about the new stoplight they put in on Highway 9, about whether we'd have a hard winter. Normal things. Safe things. Once he asked if I ever heard from her, and I said no, and that was the end of that conversation. At home I'd watch TV, read the paper, do crossword puzzles. Fixed things around the house that didn't really need fixing. Organized the garage 3 times. Went through Martha's things finally, packed them up in boxes. Her clothes, her books, her knitting supplies she never got to finish using. Donated most of it. Kept her wedding ring and a few photos. Everything else had to go. Couldn't keep living in a museum. The quiet was the hardest part. I'd lived alone before, after Sarah moved out for college. But Martha had been there then. We'd been alone together. This was different. This was just alone. Some nights I'd sit in my chair with Martha's photo album and look at pictures of Sarah growing up. Her first day of school, her high school graduation, her wedding to Mike, both of them young and happy. I'd try to find the moment where it went wrong, where she turned into someone who could steal from her own father. Never could find it. She just looked like my daughter in every photo. smiling. I wondered a lot about what Martha would think. If she'd be proud I stood up for myself, or ashamed I sent our daughter to court. Martha had been tougher than me in a lot of ways, wouldn't have tolerated half the things I did. But she'd also loved Sarah fiercely, would have done anything for her. I didn't know which side would have won out. Sometimes I thought maybe I'd been too hard on Sarah growing up. Worked too much, wasn't around enough. Martha ran the house while I ran the farm. Maybe Sarah grew up feeling like I didn't care, like money was the only thing I valued. Maybe that's why she thought she could take it from me. But then I'd remember Mike's laugh through the wall, Sarah's fake tears, the calculated way they'd forged my signature over and over. That wasn't desperation. That was greed. About 10 months after everything, I got a letter. Saw the return address and knew immediately it was from Sarah. Sat at the kitchen table holding it for a long time. Part of me wanted to open it, wanted to know what she had to say. Bigger part of me knew it didn't matter what she said. Nothing would change what she'd done. I threw it away without opening it, put it straight in the trash and took the trash out to the bin. Didn't let myself think about it anymore. Month later, Mike's sister called. Woman named Patricia I'd met maybe twice in 20 years. She was crying before she even said hello. Started talking about how Mike and Sarah were struggling, how they'd lost everything, how sorry they were. Said Sarah wanted to apologize but couldn't because of the restraining order. Asked if I'd consider talking to them, maybe helping them get back on their feet. Said they were family. I hung up. Didn't say a word, just ended the call. She didn't try again. Now it's been almost a year. I still wake up every morning, make my coffee, sit on my porch. Still mow the lawn on Sundays. Still go to the diner on Wednesdays. Life keeps going whether you want it to or not. The land is still mine. The house is still mine. Nobody can take them from me now. I made sure of that. Jim's got all the paperwork locked up tight. When I die, it'll all go to charity like we planned. Sarah will get nothing. She'll know her father died giving away everything she tried to steal, giving it to strangers rather than to her. Sometimes I think that's cruel. Most times I think it's justice. But sitting here alone, year after everything went down, I can't help wondering what the point of it all was. I protected my property, yes, kept what was mine, put the criminals behind bars where they belonged, did everything right according to the law. And now I'm 83 years old, sitting in an empty house, no family left to speak of. The land is safe, but there's nobody to pass it on to. Nobody who carries my name, my blood, my history. When I die, everything gets scattered to organizations that won't remember me 6 months later. I won the battle, protected what my father built, what I maintained. But the cost was everything else. Last week I saw Sarah's car drive past my property. Didn't stop, just slowed down near the end of the driveway. I was on the porch with my coffee, saw the whole thing. She was driving, Mike in the passenger seat. The car crept along, and for a moment our eyes met through the windshield. She looked older, tired in a way that wasn't just physical. I probably looked the same to her. We stared at each other across the distance, across everything that had happened. And then she pressed the gas and drove on. I sat there for a long time after, coffee going cold in my hand. Haven't seen the car since. Don't know if I will again. Part of me hopes I do. Part of me hopes I don't. Not sure which part is winning. I spend my evenings on the porch now, watching the sun set over the land my father cleared in 1952. The same land I defended with everything I had. The same land that cost me my family. It's beautiful land, good soil, old trees, worth protecting. I tell myself that every evening, that it was worth it, that I did the right thing. Most days I even believe it. They called me a burden and kicked me out, so I left them with nothing but regret. I'm Margaret, 81, and I'm writing this from a small care home that my son Richard, 54, and his wife Paula, 52, dumped me in 3 months ago. I need to get this off my chest because I've been sitting here stewing over it, and honestly, I think I'm finally ready to tell someone what happened and what I did about it. My husband died 2 years ago. We had a small farm, nothing fancy, just enough land to keep us busy and a house we'd paid off decades ago. After he passed, I couldn't keep up with it anymore. My knees are shot, my back isn't what it used to be, and the idea of spending another winter alone in that house made me want to cry. So I sold it. Got $220,000 for the property, which was more than I expected, honestly. Richard called me a week after the funeral and suggested I move in with him and Paula. They had the space, he said. The kids would love having Grandma around. It would be good for everyone. I thought it was sweet. I really did. My daughter lives in Oregon and we've never been close, so Richard was really my only option unless I wanted to live alone somewhere new. And at my age, that felt terrifying. I moved in that October. They have a 4-bedroom house in the suburbs, nice neighborhood, decent schools. My grandkids are Tom, 16, and Sarah, 14. I hadn't seen them much before I moved in because I lived 3 hours away, but I was excited to actually get to know them. The first month was good. Really good, actually. Tom would sit with me at breakfast before school and tell me about his soccer games. Sarah showed me her art projects. Paula made a point of including me in dinner conversations, always asking what I thought about things. Richard brought me flowers once, just because. They called me Mama. Not Margaret, not Mom, but Mama. Paula started it, and it felt warm. It felt like family. Here's the thing, though. About 2 weeks after I moved in, Richard sat me down and explained they were having trouble with the mortgage. Nothing serious, he said, just a rough patch. Paula's hours had been cut at work, and they'd had to replace the roof the year before. He didn't ask me for money directly. He just kind of laid it all out, and then got quiet, and I knew what he wanted. I offered to help. I told him I could contribute to the household, maybe help with the mortgage for a while. He acted all reluctant at first, like he didn't want to take my money, but I could see the relief in his face. We agreed on $85,000. He said it would help them restructure some debt and get ahead on the mortgage, and I'd be helping secure the house for all of us. I thought that sounded reasonable. It was my home too now, right? I transferred the money in November. They were so grateful. Paula hugged me and cried a little. Richard kept saying I was saving them, that he'd never forget this. Sarah made me a thank you card with glitter and everything. I felt good about it. I felt useful. The warmth lasted maybe another 6 weeks. After Christmas, things started shifting. Small things at first. Tom stopped eating breakfast with me. He'd grab a granola bar and leave for school early. Sarah spent more time in her room. Paula stopped asking my opinion about things. The dinner table got quieter. Then came the complaints. I was apparently too noisy in the mornings. I made my coffee at 6:30, same time I'd been waking up for 60 years. But suddenly that was too early, and I was disrupting everyone. Paula started leaving passive-aggressive notes on the kitchen counter about putting dishes directly into the dishwasher instead of the sink. I'd been doing it the same way since I moved in, but now it was a problem. Richard started coming home later. He'd go straight to his room instead of saying hello. When I'd try to talk to him, he'd give me these short answers and then say he had work to do. The flowers stopped. Paula stopped calling me Mama and went back to Margaret. I tried to bring it up once in February. I asked Paula if everything was okay, if I'd done something wrong. She got all tight-lipped and said everything was fine. She was just stressed with work. But I could tell she was lying. The way she looked at me had changed, like I was an inconvenience she was tolerating. March was worse. I overheard Paula on the phone with someone, probably her sister, saying I was picky about food and that I took up too much space in the house. I ate whatever they made for dinner and kept most of my things in my room, so I don't know what she was talking about. Another time I heard Richard tell Tom that Grandma needed to understand this wasn't a hotel. I wasn't treating it like a hotel. I cleaned up after myself. I helped with dishes. I even did my own laundry. The breaking point came in early April. I was sitting in the living room one afternoon when Paula came in and sat down across from me. She had this fake, gentle voice on, the kind people use when they're about to say something terrible but want to seem nice about it. She said she'd been thinking about my future and my care needs, and maybe I should consider assisted living. She said it like it was this caring suggestion, like she was worried about me. I wasn't stupid. I knew what she meant. They wanted my room back. Maybe they wanted to rent it out, or maybe they just wanted me gone. I told her I was fine where I was, that I didn't need assisted living. I could still take care of myself. She got this pinched look on her face and said we'd talk about it later, but I could tell she was annoyed I didn't just agree. I thought that would be the end of it. I thought maybe if I just kept my head down and stayed out of their way, they'd let it go. I was wrong. 2 weeks later, I took a nap after lunch. I'd been up early that morning because I couldn't sleep, so I was tired. I went to my room around 1 in the afternoon and dozed off. When I woke up, it was almost 4, and my door was open. That was the first weird thing. I always kept it closed. I got up and saw that my closet was open too. Half my clothes were gone. I walked out into the hallway and saw 2 suitcases by the front door. My suitcases. The ones I'd brought when I moved in. Paula was in the kitchen, and when she saw me, she didn't even look guilty. She said they'd packed some things for me. She said they'd found a care home that had availability, and they thought it would be better for everyone if I transitioned there sooner rather than later. I just stood there. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Richard came in from outside and wouldn't look me in the eye. He said it was a nice place, that I'd be more comfortable there, that they'd visit all the time. I asked if I had a choice. Paula said of course I had a choice, but her tone made it clear I didn't really. Not if I wanted to avoid a scene. Not if I wanted to keep whatever scraps of dignity I had left. She handed me an envelope with a check in it. 1 month's rent at the care home. After I gave them $85,000, they were giving me enough for 1 month. I didn't fight. I was too shocked, too tired. I just let them load my bags into the car. Richard drove. Paula sat in the passenger seat, and I sat in the back like a child being taken somewhere she didn't want to go. Nobody talked. The radio wasn't even on. We just drove in silence for 40 minutes until we got to this place. It's called Meadowbrook, but there's no brook and barely any meadow. Just a squat brick building off a county road with a parking lot that needs repaving. Richard carried my bags inside, spoke to someone at the desk, and then they took me to my room. It's small. A bed, a dresser, a chair by the window. The walls are beige. It smells like cleaning solution and something else I can't identify. Something sad. Richard said he'd call to check on me. Paula said they'd visit soon. They both hugged me, and it felt like hugging strangers. Then they left. I sat on the bed and looked at the 1 bag of clothes they'd packed for me, and I realized They'd forgotten my photo albums, all the pictures of my husband, of my kids when they were young, of my parents. Just gone. Still sitting in that house. That was 3 months ago. That first night I didn't cry. I was too numb. But sitting there in that ugly little room, I started thinking. I started remembering. And I realized something that made my blood run cold. Once my money ran out, everything changed. The kindness, the warmth, the family dinners, all of it disappeared the second I had nothing left to give them. They didn't love me. They loved what I could do for them. And when I couldn't do anything anymore, when I was just an old woman taking up space in their house, I became disposable. I spent that whole first week barely talking to anyone. The staff here are nice enough, but they're busy. There are 30 residents and maybe 6 people working at any given time. I ate in my room mostly. I watched TV. I thought about my husband and how disappointed he'd be if he could see what his son had become. But then something shifted in me. The numbness turned into anger, and the anger turned into clarity. I remembered something Richard and Paula didn't know about, something I'd almost forgotten myself. My husband and I opened an investment account in 1987. It was his idea, something about diversifying or whatever the financial advisor told us back then. We put in $15,000 initially, and then forgot about it for the most part. We'd add a little bit here and there over the years, but it was never our main savings. That was the farm and the house. This account was just something that existed in the background of our lives. When he died, I had so much paperwork to deal with that I honestly forgot it existed. I was focused on the farm sale, on moving, on trying to figure out what my life looked like without him. But sitting in that care home during my second week there, I remembered. I dug through my purse until I found my old address book, the one I'd somehow managed to keep with me. And there it was. The name of the investment firm, written in my husband's handwriting. I spent 2 weeks just thinking before I made any calls. I'm not an impulsive person, never have been. I needed to understand what I was dealing with before I did anything. So I called the investment firm first, just to see if the account even still existed. Turns out it did. The woman on the phone was patient with me while I verified my identity, answered security questions I barely remembered setting up. Then she told me the balance. $340,000. I almost dropped the phone. That $15,000 we'd put in nearly 40 years ago had grown into more money than I'd gotten for the farm. The woman explained something about compound interest and market growth, but I wasn't really listening. I was too busy feeling like an idiot for not checking on this sooner, and too busy realizing that Richard and Paula had no idea this money existed. After I hung up with the investment firm, I just sat there. I could take that money and disappear somewhere nicer than this place. I could go live near my daughter in Oregon, even if we weren't close. I could do a lot of things. But none of those options felt right. None of them addressed the actual problem, which was that my son and his wife had used me and then thrown me away like garbage. There's a nurse here named Jennifer who's probably in her 50s, and she's one of the few people who actually talks to me like I'm a person and not just another old lady to manage. During my 3rd week, I mentioned to her that I was having some legal questions about property and contracts. I didn't tell her details, just asked if she knew any lawyers. She wrote down a name for me, said her brother-in-law was a real estate attorney and he was good people. I called him the next day. His name is Marcus Webb, and he agreed to come see me at the care home that Friday. When he showed up, he was younger than I expected, maybe early 40s, wearing a suit but no tie. He sat down in my room and asked what was going on. So I told him everything. The farm sale, moving in with Richard, the $85,000 I gave them, how they dumped me here. I showed him the bank transfer receipt I'd kept, showed him the paperwork from when I'd given them the money. Marcus listened to everything without interrupting, taking notes on a legal pad. When I finished, he asked me a question that changed everything. He asked exactly how the money transfer had been structured. Did I give it as a gift? Or was there an agreement about what it was for? I told him Richard had said it was to help with the house, that I'd be living there, that it was my home too, that the money would help secure it for all of us. Marcus asked if I had anything in writing. I didn't, but I had text messages. I'd texted Richard after I made the transfer saying something like, I was glad I could help with the house, and he'd texted back, thanking me for investing in our family home. Marcus asked me to forward him those texts. Then he asked about the house itself. Whose name was on the deed? I told him it was Richard and Paula's house. They'd bought it in 2009. But Marcus wanted to check something. He asked if I'd be willing to pay for a title search, said it would cost maybe $200. I told him to do whatever he needed to do. He called me back 4 days later, and I could hear something in his voice. Something like satisfaction. He said the title search had revealed something interesting. When Richard and Paula refinanced their mortgage after I gave them the money, the way the paperwork had been filed, combined with the text messages I'd sent about the house being my home too, had created what he called an ambiguous ownership situation. Basically, there was enough documentation to argue that my $85,000 contribution gave me a legitimate claim to partial ownership of the property. Marcus said we could file something called a lis pendens, which is basically a public notice that there's a legal dispute over the property. Once that was filed, Richard and Paula wouldn't be able to sell the house or refinance again without resolving the ownership question first. They'd be stuck. And depending on how their mortgage and insurance were structured, this could cause them serious problems. I asked him what this would cost. He said his retainer was $5,000, and the case could run another $10,000 to $15,000, depending on how complicated it got. I told him to do it. I transferred the money from my investment account that afternoon. The paperwork was filed on a Tuesday in late May. Marcus said it would take a few days for Richard and Paula to be notified. I waited. I didn't feel nervous exactly. More like I was holding my breath, waiting to see what would happen when they realized what I'd done. Richard called me that Friday. I was in the common room when my phone rang, and I just stared at his name on the screen. I hadn't heard from him since the day they dropped me off. Not a single call, not a single text. Nothing for 6 weeks. And now here he was. I answered. His voice was tight, strained. He said they needed to talk about the house. He said there had been some kind of mistake with the paperwork, something about my name being attached to the property, and they needed me to sign some documents to clear it up. He was trying to sound calm, but I could hear the panic underneath. I told him I didn't know what he was talking about. He said his mortgage company had contacted him about a title issue, and that it needed to be resolved immediately, or it could affect their insurance. I said that sounded serious and he should probably talk to a lawyer. Then I hung up. He called back twice that day. I didn't answer. Paula called the next morning. I let it go to voicemail. She left a message saying she was confused about this legal situation, and could I please call them back so they could figure this out together. Her voice had that fake sweetness again, the same tone she'd used when she suggested assisted living. I didn't call back. Instead, I called Marcus and told him about the calls. He said that was expected, that they'd be getting more desperate as they realized the implications. Their homeowner's insurance was probably up for renewal soon, and most insurance companies won't write policies on properties with title disputes. Without insurance, their mortgage company could call the loan. They were in trouble. 2 weeks after the lis pendens was filed, Paula showed up at the care home. I was in my room when Jennifer came to tell me I had a visitor. I knew who it was before Jennifer even said the name. I almost told her to send Paula away, but I was curious. I wanted to see this. Paula was waiting in the common room with a bakery box. Cookies, the kind from the fancy place downtown that charges $4 each. She stood up when she saw me and smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. She asked how I was doing, said I looked well, said she'd been meaning to visit sooner but things had been so busy. All lies. I could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her hands gripped her purse. We sat down and she opened the cookie box, offered me one. I took it but didn't eat it. She made small talk for maybe 5 minutes, asking about the care home, about the food, about whether I needed anything. Then she finally got to the real reason she was there. She said there seemed to be a misunderstanding about the house. She said of course I was part of the family, and my contribution had been so generous. But this legal filing was causing problems they didn't anticipate. She said their insurance company was threatening to drop them, that their mortgage company was sending scary letters. She said if I could just sign a simple document clearing up the ownership question, everything would go back to normal. I asked her what normal meant. She stammered a bit, said normal like before, like family. I asked if normal meant dumping me in a care home with 1 month's rent after I gave them $85,000. Her face went red. She started to say something about how that wasn't fair, how they'd thought this place would be better for me, how they were planning to help more financially, but things were tight. I cut her off. I told her I wasn't signing anything. I told her if they wanted to resolve the title issue, they could pay me back my $85,000 plus interest, and we'd call it even. Her mouth fell open. She said they didn't have that kind of money, that it was tied up in the house, that I was being unreasonable. I stood up. I told her I was done with this conversation and she should leave. She tried to argue, but I just walked back to my room and closed the door. I heard her talking to Jennifer in the hallway, probably complaining about me, but I didn't care. I sat on my bed and ate one of those fancy cookies, and it tasted better than anything I'd had in months. The calls from Richard increased after that, 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes more. I never answered. The voicemails started out pleading, then got angry, then went back to pleading. He said I was destroying their family. He said the kids were upset. He said I was being cruel. One message was just him crying. I deleted it. But the legal situation was only half of what I did. Marcus had asked me if I had a will, and I did. An old one from 20 years ago that left everything to Richard and my daughter split 50-50. He suggested I might want to update it given the current situation. So I did. My late husband had a sister named Carol who died about 10 years ago. Carol had 2 kids, Emma and David, who were in their late 40s now. I'd always liked them. They'd visited us on the farm sometimes when they were younger, and after Carol died, they'd checked in on me and my husband every few months. After my husband died, they'd both driven up for the funeral, and Emma had called me a few times after just to see how I was doing. When I moved in with Richard, I kind of lost touch with them. I felt embarrassed, I think, about needing to move in with my son. But after I'd been at the care home for about a month, Emma called me out of the blue. She said she'd tried calling my old number and it was disconnected, so she'd tracked down Richard's number and called him to get my new one. She said Richard had been weird on the phone, didn't really want to give her my number, but eventually did. Emma asked how I was, where I was living. I broke down and told her everything. She was horrified. She said she couldn't believe Richard had done that, said her mom would be rolling in her grave. She said she and David were going to come visit me that weekend, and they did. They brought real food, not care home food, and we sat in my room and talked for 3 hours. They didn't ask me for anything. They just wanted to see me. They'd been back twice since then, and David had come once on his own with his wife.
They were good people. Real family, the kind that showed up without an agenda. So I changed my will. Everything in my investment account, everything I own. It all goes to Emma and David now. Marcus drew up the paperwork, and I signed it in early June. Richard gets nothing. My daughter in Oregon gets nothing either, since she never bothered to call after I moved. Everything goes to Carol's kids. I didn't tell Richard about the will change. That's not something he needs to know yet. But knowing it's done, knowing that even if something happens to me tomorrow, he won't see a dime, that gives me more peace than I've felt in months. It's been almost 3 months since the lis pendens was filed. Richard calls me every week now, sometimes twice. He's desperate. Their insurance situation is apparently a nightmare. They can't refinance to deal with some other debt they have. They're stuck, and I'm the only one who can unstick them. But I don't answer. I just watch my phone ring, see his name pop up, and let it go to voicemail. Sometimes I listen to the messages. Sometimes I delete them without listening. It depends on my mood. Marcus says they'll probably try to sue me soon, try to force a resolution. He says we have a strong case, but it could get ugly. I told him I don't care how ugly it gets. I've got the money to fight this, and more importantly, I've got nothing else to do with my time. I'm 81 years old, living in a care home. What are they going to do to me that's worse than what they've already done? The funny thing is, I'm not even that angry anymore. I was at first, furious actually. But now I just feel clear. I finally learned something I should have learned decades ago. Love doesn't mean letting people walk over you. It means knowing when to walk away and making sure they feel every step of it. It's been 3 months now since I made those changes. 3 months of living in this care home. 3 months of Richard's weekly calls that I never answer. 3 months of watching everything I set in motion play out exactly how I wanted it to. My routine here is simple. I wake up around 6:30, make instant coffee in my room because the coffee maker they have in the common area makes something that barely qualifies as coffee. I do a crossword puzzle, sometimes 2 if I'm feeling sharp. Breakfast is at 8, and the food is exactly what you'd expect from institutional cooking. Lunch at noon, dinner at 5. In between, I watch TV or sit by the window, or sometimes I go to the common room and play cards with a few of the other residents. It's not exciting, but it's peaceful in a way my life hasn't been in years. Nobody here wants anything from me, except maybe help with a crossword clue or someone to play gin rummy with. Nobody's keeping track of how much money I have or what I can do for them. I'm just another old lady in a care home. And honestly, that's fine with me. Emma and David visit every other week now, sometimes together, sometimes separately. Emma came by herself 2 weeks ago and brought me new books, the kind of mysteries I like with older lady detectives. We sat in my room and she told me about her job, about her kids who are in college now. She asked if I needed anything, if the care home was treating me okay, if I wanted her to talk to the staff about anything. She actually cared about the answers. David came with his wife Linda last week and brought homemade soup because Linda knew I'd mentioned the food here was bland. We ate soup in my room, and they told me about their vacation plans, asked if I wanted to see pictures of their new grandkid. Normal family stuff. The kind of stuff I thought I'd have with Richard and Paula, but never really did, even before everything fell apart. I asked Emma once if she'd heard from Richard. She said he'd called her about a month ago, fishing for information about me. Wanted to know if she'd seen me, if I'd mentioned anything about the house situation, if she thought I was being reasonable. Emma said she told him she thought dumping his mother in a care home after taking her money was pretty unreasonable, and he should be ashamed of himself. He hung up on her. She seemed proud of that. The legal situation with the house is still ongoing. Marcus calls me every few weeks with updates. Richard and Paula tried to contest the lis pendens, arguing that my contribution was a gift and I had no ownership claim.
Marcus argued back with the text messages, with documentation of how the money was discussed as helping with our home, with the timing of their refinancing right after my contribution. The judge hasn't made a final ruling yet, but Marcus says it's looking good for us. Even if we don't win completely, we're making their lives difficult enough that they'll probably want to settle. Their insurance company did drop them. Marcus found that out through discovery. They had to scramble to find new insurance, and it's costing them almost double what they were paying before because of the title dispute. Their mortgage company has apparently been sending them threatening letters about the insurance situation. Richard mentioned it in one of his voicemails, his voice all tight and stressed. I should feel bad about that. A good mother would feel bad about causing her son financial stress. But every time I start to feel guilty, I remember sitting in this room that first night, looking at the one bag of clothes they packed for me, holding that check for 1 month's rent after I gave them $85,000. The guilt disappears pretty quick. The voicemails from Richard have gone through phases. At first, they were angry. He said I was being vindictive, that I was punishing Paula for trying to help me, that I was destroying their financial stability. Then they got sad. He cried in a few of them, said he was sorry if I felt hurt, asked me to please call him back so we could work this out. The latest ones are back to angry, but there's desperation in his voice now. He needs me to fix this, and I'm not doing it. Paula hasn't come back to the care home. I think that one visit was all she could stomach. Jennifer told me Paula had complained to her about me being stubborn and unreasonable. Said something about elderly dementia making people difficult. Jennifer said she set Paula straight, told her I was sharp as a tack, and knew exactly what I was doing. I appreciated that. Sarah sent me a letter about a month ago. Just showed up in my mail one day, my granddaughter's handwriting on the envelope. I almost didn't open it. I sat with it for a whole day before I finally did. She wrote that she missed me, that she was sorry about how things happened, that her parents wouldn't really explain what was going on, but she knew I was upset with them. She said she hoped I was doing okay, and maybe she could visit sometime. I read that letter 5 times. Part of me wanted to write back, wanted to believe she meant it. But another part of me wondered if Richard and Paula had put her up to it. 14-year-old girls don't usually write letters to their grandmothers unless someone suggests it. I still haven't responded. The letter's in my drawer, and I look at it sometimes, but I can't figure out what I'd even say. Tom hasn't reached out at all. He's 16, probably too caught up in his own life to care much about what happened to his grandmother. I don't blame him for that. Teenagers are selfish. That's just how they are. But it still stings a little. My daughter in Oregon called last week. First time I've heard from her in almost a year. She'd apparently talked to Richard, who told her some version of events that made him sound like the victim. She called to lecture me about family, about forgiveness, about how I was being too harsh. I let her talk for about 5 minutes before I interrupted and asked when the last time was that she'd called me just to see how I was doing. She got quiet. I told her I had to go and hung up. She hasn't called back. I don't expect her to. We've never been close, and the distance between us has nothing to do with actual miles. That's just how it is with some parents and children. You can't force a relationship that isn't there. Marcus asked me last week what my end game was with the house situation. Did I actually want partial ownership, or was I just trying to make a point? I told him the truth, which is that I don't want the house. I don't want to live there ever again. I just want Richard and Paula to understand that actions have consequences, that you can't treat people like garbage and expect to get away with it. He said we could probably negotiate a settlement where they pay me back some amount of money and I release my claim. I told him I'd think about it. The truth is, I'm not ready to let them off the hook yet. Maybe I will eventually. Maybe when I'm sure they've learned their lesson, or when I just get tired of the whole thing. But right now, I'm content to let them squirm. My birthday was last week. I turned 82. Emma and David came by with a cake, a real bakery cake with buttercream frosting. We sat in the common room and ate cake with some of the other residents and the staff, and it was nice. Simple and nice. Richard didn't call. Paula sent a card that arrived 2 days before my birthday, probably mailed it early to make sure it got here on time. I threw it in the trash without opening it. Whatever was in there, whatever sentiment she'd written or had Hallmark write for her, I didn't want to read it. Jennifer asked me if I was expecting any other visitors for my birthday. I said no, and I could tell she felt bad about that. But I wasn't sad. Emma and David were there, and they were the only family I needed. I've been thinking a lot about my husband lately, about what he'd think of all this. He was a gentle man, not one for conflict. He probably would have told me to forgive Richard, to let it go, to not waste my final years being angry. But he also loved me fiercely, protected me, would have done anything to keep me safe and happy. And I think if he'd known what Richard did, if he'd seen his son pack his mother's bags while she slept and dump her in a cheap care home, he'd understand why I'm doing this. One thing I've realized living here is that I spent most of my life being useful to people. I was a useful wife, a useful mother, a useful grandmother. I cooked and cleaned and helped and supported and gave money when it was needed. My value was always in what I could do for other people. And when I couldn't be useful anymore, when I was just an old woman who needed a place to live, I became disposable. I'm done being useful. I'm done caring what Richard thinks or what Paula wants, or whether my daughter in Oregon approves of my choices. For the first time in my entire life, I'm doing exactly what I want to do. And what I want is to make sure the people who hurt me understand that there was a cost to what they did. Marcus called yesterday with an update. Richard's lawyer contacted him about a settlement offer. They want to pay me $40,000 to release my claim on the house. Marcus said it's a lowball offer, but it's a starting point for negotiation. He asked what I wanted to counter with. I told him I'd think about it and call him back. $40,000 is less than half of what I gave them, doesn't account for interest, or the emotional damage, or the fact that they threw me away like trash. But it's an acknowledgement that they did something wrong. It's them admitting, in the only language they seem to understand, that what they did had a price. I haven't decided yet whether to negotiate or just keep the legal fight going. Part of me wants to drag this out as long as possible, make them suffer the way they made me suffer. Another part of me is just tired. I'm 82 years old. I don't know how many years I have left, and I'm not sure I want to spend all of them locked in a legal battle with my son. But then, yesterday something happened that's made me question everything all over again. I was in my room reading when Jennifer knocked on my door and said I had a visitor. I wasn't expecting anyone. Emma wasn't supposed to come until next week. I went out to the common room and Tom was sitting there. My 16-year-old grandson, wearing a hoodie and jeans, looking uncomfortable and young, and so much like his father at that age it made my chest hurt. He stood up when he saw me. He said he needed to talk to me. Said his parents didn't know he was here, that he'd driven himself. He just got his license 2 months ago, and his parents don't even know he took the car. He looked nervous, kept glancing at the door like he was worried they'd show up and drag him out. We sat down. He didn't say anything for a minute, just stared at his hands. Then he told me he didn't know what his parents had done to me until last week. He'd thought I'd chosen to move to the care home, that it was my decision. His parents had told him I wanted more medical care and supervision. But last week he'd overheard his parents fighting about money and the house, and Paula had said something about how this wouldn't be happening if they hadn't had to get rid of me. Tom said he confronted them, asked what she meant. Richard tried to brush it off, but Tom pushed, and eventually the truth came out. That they'd packed my bags while I was sleeping, that they'd taken me here and left me with almost nothing. Tom said his dad tried to justify it, said I was getting too old to live with them, that this place was better for me. But Tom didn't buy it. He said he was sorry, said he should have called or visited, should have questioned things sooner. Said he felt like a terrible grandson. He asked if I'd be willing to talk to him, to tell him my side of what happened. I didn't know what to say to him. This kid who looks like my son but isn't responsible for what his father did. This kid who drove here by himself because he wanted the truth. I'm still sitting here, hours later, trying to figure out what this means and what I should do about it. He's coming back tomorrow. Said he wants to hear everything if I'm willing to tell him. I don't know if this changes anything. I don't know if one grandson caring is enough to make me reconsider the path I'm on. I don't know if he's genuinely reaching out, or if this is somehow part of his parents' plan, though I can't figure out what they'd gain from sending him. All I know is that I spent so long being the kind of person who always forgave, who always tried to keep the peace, who swallowed hurt and disappointment to keep the family together. And where did that get me? Alone in a care home, betrayed by my own child. But Tom isn't his parents. He's just a kid, trying to make sense of a situation the adults in his life created. And maybe he deserves a chance to understand what really happened, even if his parents never will. They laughed when I said I still controlled the family land. Now they're paying rent to me without even knowing it. I'm 85 years old, and I've spent most of my life being the quiet one in the family. My two sons, Marcus, 52, and David, 49, were raised on the small farm I built from nothing. Their mother passed 12 years ago, and since then, they've lived their lives in the city. Marcus does real estate development. David works as some kind of financial consultant. Both of them are married with kids who I see maybe twice a year if I'm lucky. I've been living alone on this property for the last decade. 80 acres of land that I worked with my own hands, turning it from rocky nothing into something that could support a family. The old farmhouse sits right in the middle, 3 barns scattered around that I've kept up over the years. It's not fancy, but it's mine. At least, that's what I thought. About 8 months ago, things started changing. Marcus and David began showing up more often, sometimes together, which never used to happen. They'd come for Sunday dinners, ask how I was feeling, fix little things around the house. I actually told my friend George that maybe I'd been wrong about them, that maybe they hadn't forgotten about their old man after all. I should have known better. It was a Tuesday in March when they both showed up at the same time. That should have been my first clue something was off. Marcus had this fancy leather folder full of papers. David brought his laptop. They sat me down at my own kitchen table and started throwing around phrases like maximizing property potential and sustainable income streams. Marcus did most of the talking. He said they wanted to develop the eastern section of the property, build 4 or 5 rental cottages for vacationers. They'd handle everything. I wouldn't have to lift a finger. David pulled up spreadsheets with numbers that made my head spin, showing how much money these cottages could bring in. They kept saying they wanted to honor my legacy, let me enjoy my retirement, take care of me the way I took care of them. It all sounded reasonable on the surface. The cottages would be in my name. They'd just manage the business side. I'd finally be able to relax, they said. Stop worrying about money. But something felt wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it exactly. The way they talked over each other, finishing sentences like they'd practiced. How Marcus's smile never quite reached his eyes. The way David kept checking his watch like he had somewhere more important to be. I told them I needed time to think about it. Marcus's jaw got tight when I said that. David's smile froze on his face. But they nodded, said sure, take all the time I needed.
They left the folder of papers behind. The whole next week I couldn't shake this feeling in my gut. These were my sons. I raised them, changed their diapers, taught them to ride bikes, paid for their colleges. I wanted to trust them. But 40 years of farming teaches you to trust your instincts, and my instincts were screaming. I called George. We've been friends for 43 years. He was best man at my wedding, helped me build the first barn on this property, held my hand at my wife's funeral. If anyone would tell me straight whether I was being paranoid, it was George. We met at his place for coffee. I laid out the whole situation, asked him if I was crazy for being suspicious. George didn't answer right away. He just stirred his coffee and looked at me. Then he said I should listen to my gut, but maybe keep my ears open too. I didn't have to wait long to understand what he meant. That Sunday, the boys came back for dinner. I made pot roast, their mother's recipe. They were relaxed, laughing, probably thinking they'd worn me down. After dinner, I excused myself to use the bathroom. On my way back, I heard them talking in the living room. I stopped in the hallway when I heard Marcus mention the old man. That's what got my attention. Not Dad. The old man. Marcus was saying they needed to start construction immediately once I signed. He already had a contractor ready to go. Then David asked about the split, whether it was really going to be 60-40. Marcus said, yeah, 60-40, because David was putting in less money up front. Then he said something that made my blood go cold. He said once I was gone, they'd sell the whole property anyway. The cottages would just boost the value. They were looking at close to $2 million, easy. David asked what would happen if I didn't leave the property to both of them equally. Marcus laughed. Actually laughed. He said I was too sentimental, that I'd split everything evenly. And even if I divided it between all 4 grandkids too, they'd still each walk away with $500K minimum. The cottage development was just their head start. I stood in that hallway with one hand against the wall, feeling like someone had kicked me in the chest. My own sons, sitting in my living room, dividing up my property like I was already dead and buried. This wasn't about honoring my legacy or taking care of me. This was about money. They were just waiting for me to die. I walked back into the living room smiling, asked if anyone wanted more coffee. They both jumped like they'd been caught doing something, but recovered quick. Marcus said sure, he'd love some more. I poured the coffee with steady hands, made small talk, cleaned up after they left. Then I sat in my wife's old rocking chair, the one she used to nurse both boys in, and I didn't sleep all night. Just sat there, thinking about what kind of father raises sons who can't wait for him to die. By morning, I'd made my decision. I called George at 7 a.m., told him I needed his help, and that I needed him to not ask questions until I could explain everything properly. We met at his lawyer's office by noon. George's daughter-in-law, Patricia, is an estate attorney in town. I've known her since she started dating George's son, probably 15 years now. Good woman, smart, doesn't mess around. I told her everything. What I'd overheard, what my sons were trying to do, what I wanted to do about it. Patricia listened without interrupting. When I finished, she leaned back in her chair and asked if I understood what I was asking for. I wanted to transfer ownership of my property to a holding company with George as the registered owner, but me as the actual beneficiary. It was legal, she said, but complicated. And once it was done, my sons couldn't easily undo it. There would be serious family conflict. I told her they created the conflict when they decided to auction me off before I was even in the ground. The whole process took 3 weeks. Patricia set up an LLC called Meadowbrook Holdings, named after the creek that runs through my property. George was listed as the managing member on all the public documents. The property got transferred to the LLC, which gave me lifetime residence rights and made me the sole beneficiary if George died or stepped down. Everything was airtight. Patricia made sure of that. During those 3 weeks, Marcus and David called me constantly. Had I made a decision yet? What was taking so long? I played it up, told them legal documents confused me at my age, that I was reading everything slowly. They were patient, thinking they'd already won. On April 15th, the transfer went through. On paper, I owned nothing. In reality, I controlled everything. 2 days later, Marcus and David showed up with new paperwork. They said they'd simplified everything, made it easier to understand. Just one signature, and they could get started. I actually read through it this time. They'd buried all kinds of things in the legal language. They'd have management control, all the decision-making power, and when I died, automatic inheritance of the property. The cottages would technically be in my name, but I wouldn't have any real say in how things ran. Marcus asked if I was ready to sign. I could see him trying to hide how impatient he was getting. I asked if they were sure about this, if they'd really take care of everything. David jumped in, said absolutely, that I wouldn't have to worry about a single thing. I picked up the pen and signed every page. They practically vibrated with excitement as they witnessed each other's signatures and packed everything up. Marcus hugged me for the first time in probably 5 years. He said I was going to love what they built, that my legacy would live on forever. I watched them drive away, both of them probably already spending their future inheritance in their heads. Then I called Patricia and told her they'd taken the bait. She said, "Now we wait." Construction started in May. I watched crews come in with equipment and materials. They cleared the eastern section, poured foundations, built frames. Marcus came by every week to show me progress photos on his phone. David sent detailed budget updates to my email. They were playing the devoted sons perfectly, and I have to admit, they were convincing. I played my part too, the proud father, amazed at their initiative, grateful for their attention and care. By September, the cottages were finished. I'll give them credit. They built something beautiful. 4 little structures with 2 bedrooms each, modern kitchens, wraparound porches. They'd spent real money on this, done good work. They started advertising immediately. Luxury farm cottages, escape to the country. Within a month, all 4 cottages were booked solid through the holidays. I heard Marcus on the phone one day, talking about how much money they were going to make, how this was just the beginning. That's when Patricia sent the letters. 4 certified letters went out in mid-October, 1 to each cottage's booking address, and 1 to Marcus and David's business address. All of them official, legal correspondence from Meadowbrook Holdings, LLC. The letters informed them that they were operating rental properties on privately owned land without a lease agreement, and that immediate payment arrangements needed to be made, or the structures would need to be removed. Marcus called me about 2 hours after he got his letter. I could hear the panic in his voice, even though he was trying to sound calm. He asked if I'd gotten some weird letter about the property. I played dumb, asked what kind of letter he meant. He said some company was claiming they owned the land, that the cottages were built without permission. He kept saying it was insane, made no sense. Then he told me not to worry, that he and David were handling it. I asked if they needed any help with anything. He said no, it was just a mix-up. They'd sort it out quickly. I could hear David yelling in the background about lawyers and fraud. They hired an attorney within 3 days. I know because Marcus called to tell me they were taking care of this situation, and that I shouldn't talk to anyone about the property or sign anything without calling him first. He was trying to sound protective, like he was looking out for me. The next 2 weeks must have been hell for them. Their lawyer would have pulled all the records, traced the property ownership, found the transfer to Meadowbrook Holdings.
Then he would have checked the dates and realized the transfer happened 3 weeks before they got me to sign their development agreement. Their paperwork was with me personally, but I didn't own the land anymore when I signed it, which meant their entire development, all those cottages they'd built, sat on land owned by someone else. Land they had no lease agreement for. I can only imagine how many times their lawyer had to explain it before they understood what had happened. Marcus showed up at my house on a Wednesday morning, unannounced. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. His tie was loose, hair messy. He sat at my kitchen table and asked me, point blank, if I'd sold the property. I acted confused, asked him what he meant. He pulled out papers, started showing me the transfer documents. Asked if I remembered signing these, if someone had tricked me into it. I squinted at the papers like I couldn't quite make them out. Said I didn't remember signing anything like that maybe my memory was going. Then I asked if I should see a doctor about it. That shut him down immediately. I watched him pack up the papers with shaking hands. The last thing he wanted was me getting evaluated by doctors who might declare me mentally incompetent. That would invalidate their development deal entirely, leave them with nothing but debt and cottages they couldn't use. He left without saying much else, just told me to call him if I remembered anything. David called that night. He tried a different approach, more gentle. Asked about my health, if I was feeling okay, if anything strange had been happening. He wanted to know if I'd met with any lawyers recently, if anyone had been pressuring me about the property. I told him no, everything was fine. I'd been a bit forgetful lately, but that was just age. Nothing to worry about. I could hear the frustration in his silence. Patricia called me a few days later with an update. Meadowbrook Holdings had received a response from Marcus and David's attorney. They were threatening to sue for elder abuse and fraud, claiming that George had manipulated me into transferring the property. Patricia wasn't worried. She said the documentation was solid, that we had everything we needed to prove the transfer was legitimate, and that I'd been mentally competent when I made it. But she wanted to give me a heads up about what was coming. She also said it was time to make them an offer. They couldn't afford to fight this in court for months while the cottages sat generating income they couldn't legally keep, and they definitely couldn't afford to tear down the structures they'd just built. The offer was simple. Meadowbrook Holdings would lease them the land for their cottage operation at fair market rate, 35% of gross rental income, paid monthly. Or they could remove the cottages at their own expense. I asked Patricia what fair market rate actually was for something like this. She said normally it would be higher, but 35% was reasonable enough that a judge wouldn't question it if things went to court. It would leave them with profit, just not nearly as much as they'd planned. I told her to send the offer. Marcus called me screaming 2 days later. Actually screaming. He said someone was trying to steal from us, that this Meadowbrook company was running a scam, that he wasn't going to let them get away with it. I let him yell for a while. When he finally stopped to breathe, I asked what he wanted me to do about it. He said I needed to fight this, contest the transfer, say I'd been confused or coerced. I told him I didn't remember being coerced by anyone, that maybe the transfer was legitimate and I'd just forgotten about it. Old age, you know. He hung up on me. David tried next a few hours later. He was calmer, more strategic. He said they'd put $180,000 into building those cottages, their life savings. If they had to tear them down, they'd lose everything. Their marriages, their homes, their kids' college funds, everything. He asked me to please think about what this would do to the family, to his kids, my grandchildren. They didn't deserve to suffer because of some legal mix-up. That one almost got to me. But then I remembered him sitting in my living room, calculating how much money he'd make when I died. and I held firm. I told him I was sorry he was going through this, but I didn't know what I could do. If the property wasn't mine anymore, it wasn't mine. These things happened. There was a long silence on the phone. Then he asked who George was to me, why I would have given my property to him. I said George was my best friend, that I trusted him completely. If I'd transferred the property to a company he managed, I must have had a good reason. Maybe I'd been worried about estate taxes or something. Old people did things like that, didn't they? David's voice got cold. He said he was going to find out what really happened, that if George had manipulated me, he'd make sure everyone knew about it. I told him to do what he felt he needed to do. They signed the lease agreement 3 days before Thanksgiving. Patricia told me they'd tried everything their lawyer could think of, but there was no way around it. The transfer was legal, the timeline was clear, and they were operating on land they didn't own. Their only options were accept the lease terms or demolish the cottages. They couldn't afford to demolish. They'd already spent everything they had, probably borrowed more on top of it. The first payment came through in November, $3,400, deposited into the LLC's account. Patricia took her administrative fee and transferred the rest to my personal account the next day. I sat at my kitchen table, staring at the bank statement for a long time. $3,000 that my sons had earned from their cottage rentals, now sitting in my account. Money they'd made on land they thought they'd inherit, from a business they'd built planning for my death. It felt heavier than it should have. Not good exactly, but not bad either. Just heavy. George came over that evening. He knew about the payment. Patricia had told him. He poured us both whiskey and didn't say anything for a while. Finally, he asked if I was okay. I told him I didn't know. He said I could still tell them, that it wasn't too late to sit them down and explain what they'd done wrong, why I'd done this. Maybe they'd understand. Maybe they'd apologize. I asked him if he really believed that. He was quiet again. Then he said no, probably not. But that didn't mean I shouldn't try. I told him I'd think about it. The cottages stayed booked through the holidays. December's payment was even bigger, $4,100. January brought in $3,800. Every month, like clockwork, the money came through. Marcus and David were still making profit, just not the windfall they'd imagined. I know because Marcus called me in January to tell me they were raising the rental rates. He said it like it was good news, like we were in this together. He didn't mention that 35% of those higher rates would go to Meadowbrook Holdings. I congratulated him, said I was proud of how hard they were working. After he hung up, I sat there, wondering if he even remembered what he'd said in my living room that night. If he remembered laughing about selling the property after I was gone, about how sentimental and predictable I was. Or if he'd already rewritten the story in his head, made himself the victim of some mysterious company that stole his father's land. David stopped by in February without calling first. He looked thinner, older. He sat at my table and asked me directly if I knew who owned Meadowbrook Holdings. I said I didn't know anything about business stuff, that he should ask George since the company was in his name. David said he had asked George. George told him it was none of his business, that the property transfer was legal and that was all he needed to know. I shrugged, said George probably knew what he was doing. David leaned forward, looked me right in the eyes. He said something wasn't adding up, that eventually he'd figure out what really happened. And when he did, there would be consequences. I met his eyes without blinking, told him I hoped he found whatever answers he was looking for. He left, looking more confused than when he'd arrived. The payments kept coming. By March, I'd deposited over $18,000 total. I hadn't touched any of it, just let it sit in my account. I didn't need the money. My pension and savings were fine. I'd built this farm to last, lived below my means my whole life. The money wasn't the point. It never had been. The point was that every month my sons signed off on a payment to the company that owned the land they'd tried to steal. Every month they were reminded that their plan had failed, that someone had outsmarted them. Every month they went a little more crazy trying to figure out what had happened. Patricia called in late March with news. Marcus and David had filed a lawsuit, not against me directly, but against Meadowbrook Holdings and George. They were claiming elder abuse, fraud, undue influence, alleging that George had manipulated me into transferring the property so he could profit from their cottage development. Patricia wasn't concerned about the lawsuit itself. She said the documentation would hold up, that we had everything we needed to prove I'd been competent and willing. But she wanted me to know that this was about to get public. Court filings were public record. People in town would find out. There would be talk. I told her to let them file. We'd deal with it. But after I hung up, I sat there for a long time thinking about what this meant. A lawsuit meant lawyers, depositions, maybe even a trial. It meant my sons publicly accusing my best friend of abusing me. It meant the whole town knowing what kind of family we really were. It's been 4 months since that lawsuit got filed. 4 months of watching my sons scramble around trying to prove that George manipulated me, that I'm some senile old man who doesn't know what he signed. The cottages are still running, still booked solid most weekends. And every month, like clockwork, that payment comes through. The amount varies depending on how busy they are. Some months it's $3,200. Other months it's over $4,000. I've got close to $30,000 sitting in my account now that I haven't touched. Just sitting there while I figure out what the hell I'm supposed to do with it. Marcus and David are still making money off the cottages, just not what they expected. I heard through the grapevine that Marcus had to take out a second mortgage to cover the legal fees. David's been picking up extra consulting work on weekends. They're not broke, but they're stretched thin. They've hired investigators, searched every public record they can find. George's name shows up as the managing member of Meadowbrook Holdings, which drives them crazy because it makes no sense to them. Why would an 83-year-old retired postman buy my property? What's his angle? They can't figure it out, and it's eating them alive. They still come by to visit, though not as often as they did during their big development pitch. There's this desperation to their visits now. They ask careful questions, trying to catch me in some kind of admission. Did I remember signing anything with George? Had anyone pressured me about the property? Was I feeling confused about anything? I play the same role I've been playing. Slightly forgetful, a bit confused about legal matters, but generally fine. It shuts them down every time because they can't push too hard without risking the whole thing. If I'm too incompetent, their development deal falls apart. If I'm competent enough to have signed their paperwork, then maybe I was competent enough to transfer the property too. They're stuck, and they know it. George came over last week. We were playing cards like we do most Thursday nights, and he brought it up again. Said I should consider telling them the truth. That they're my sons. That they deserve to know what they did wrong. I asked him why they deserved anything after what I heard them say. He didn't have a good answer for that. Just said that holding on to anger like this wasn't good for me. That I was 85 years old and should be spending my last years at peace, not playing revenge games with my own kids. Maybe he's right. I don't sleep as well as I used to. I catch myself thinking about that conversation I overheard, running it through my head over and over. The way Marcus laughed when he said I was too sentimental. The casualness in David's voice when he asked about the property split. But then I think about telling them, about sitting them down and explaining what I did and why. And I can't see it ending well. They'd be furious. humiliated. They'd probably contest everything harder than they already are, drag it through courts for years, make George's life hell just out of spite. Or worse, they'd apologize. They'd cry and say they didn't mean it, that they were just talking, that of course they love me. And I'd have to decide whether to believe them, whether their regret was real, or just because they got caught. I don't think I want to know the answer to that. The lawsuit is moving slowly. Patricia says that's normal, that these things take time. She's filed responses to everything, provided documentation proving I was mentally competent when I made the transfer. My medical records, statements from my doctor, even a cognitive assessment I did voluntarily just to cover our bases. Marcus's lawyer tried to depose me last month. Patricia shut it down, said it was harassment of an elderly man. But it'll happen eventually. I'll have to sit in some office and answer questions under oath about why I transferred my property to George, whether I understood what I was doing, whether anyone influenced my decision. I've been practicing what I'll say, the truth mostly, that George is my oldest friend, that I wanted to make sure my property was protected, that I have lifetime residence rights and full benefits, so what difference does it make whose name is on the deed? Patricia says that'll probably be enough. The transfer was legal, properly documented, clearly beneficial to me. There's no evidence of fraud or coercion, because there wasn't any. But I know what Marcus and David are really after. They want to prove I was incompetent so they can invalidate not just the property transfer, but their lease agreement too. If they could prove I didn't know what I was doing, they might be able to claim the land somehow, or at least get out of paying Meadowbrook Holdings. It won't work. Patricia's made sure of that. But watching them try is exhausting. David's wife, Jennifer, called me 2 weeks ago. She was crying, said things at home were bad. David's stressed all the time, snapping at the kids, not sleeping. She wanted to know if I knew what was going on with the property situation, if there was anything I could do to help. That one hurt. Jennifer's always been good to me. She remembers my birthday, brings the grandkids by when she can, actually seems to give a damn whether I'm okay. I told her I didn't really understand the legal stuff, that the boys were handling it, that maybe David should talk to someone about his stress. She thanked me and hung up. I sat there for an hour afterward, feeling like garbage. The grandkids are getting older. Marcus's daughter, Emma, is getting married in August. She sent me an invitation last month, handwritten note inside saying she hoped I could make it. David's son, Tyler, got into college, wants to study engineering. Good kid, smart like his mother. They don't know anything about what's happening. Why would they? To them, I'm just Grandpa, the old guy on the farm they visit sometimes. They don't know their fathers are suing my best friend. They don't know about the cottages or the lease payments, or any of it. Do they deserve to lose their grandfather over this? That's what George keeps asking me. Not in those exact words, but that's what he means. If I keep this going, if I let it explode into a full courtroom drama with everyone in town watching, those kids are going to find out. They're going to learn what kind of people their fathers are, what kind of person I am for doing this to them. Maybe they should know. Maybe it's better they learn now what their inheritance really means to their parents before they start having the same conversations about carving up their parents' estates. Or maybe I'm just a bitter old man trying to justify revenge. I drove past the cottages yesterday. There was a family staying in one of them, kids playing in the yard. The father was grilling something on the porch. Mother was sitting in a chair reading. They looked happy, peaceful. Marcus and David built something good there, I can't deny that. The cottages are well made, tastefully done. People clearly enjoy staying there. In a different situation, I'd be proud of what my sons accomplished. But I can't separate what they built from why they built it. Every time I look at those cottages, I see Marcus and David in my living room, laughing about selling my property before my body's even cold. The money keeps coming. April's payment was $3,900. It'll hit my account in a day or two, minus Patricia's fee. I still haven't decided what to do with it. George suggested I donate it somewhere, get some good out of this whole mess. I've been thinking about that. There's a scholarship fund at the community college in my wife's name. I set it up after she passed, helped a few local kids pay for school. Maybe that's where the cottage money should go. Turn my son's greed into something useful. Or maybe I should just give it back to them somehow. Anonymous payment that covers their legal fees, helps them get out from under this mess. They'd never know it came from me. I haven't decided yet. Patricia called this morning with an update. The lawsuit is probably going to settle. Marcus and David's lawyer apparently told them their case is weak, that they're spending money they don't have on a fight they're going to lose. He's recommended they drop it and focus on making the cottage business profitable enough to handle the lease payments. Patricia said if they do drop it, everything just continues as is. The property stays with Meadowbrook Holdings. The lease agreement stays in place. The payments keep coming. Life goes on. Part of me is relieved. No public trial, no messy courtroom scenes, no reporters asking questions. It all just fades away into a weird family story nobody quite understands. But part of me almost wanted the trial. Wanted to watch them try to prove I'm incompetent. Watch Patricia tear their case apart with documentation and expert witnesses. Wanted them to finally understand that their father wasn't the fool they thought he was. Now it's just going to end with a whimper. They'll drop the lawsuit, keep running their cottages, keep paying their monthly rent to a company they'll never understand. And I'll keep sitting here in my farmhouse, collecting money I don't need from sons who tried to bury me before I was dead. George is coming over tonight. He wants to talk about what happens next, whether I'm going to tell them now that the lawsuit is probably over. He thinks I owe them some kind of closure, some explanation. I don't know if I owe them anything. Marcus called yesterday asking if I'd be at Emma's wedding. Said she really wanted me there, that it would mean a lot to her. His voice was tired, worn down. Not angry anymore, just exhausted. I told him of course I'd be there. She's my granddaughter. I wouldn't miss it. He thanked me and hung up quick, like he couldn't handle talking to me for too long. I've been thinking about that wedding a lot. Whether I can sit there watching Emma get married, smiling at Marcus and David, pretending everything is fine. Whether they can do the same. Whether we're all just going to keep performing this family for the grandkids while knowing exactly what we all really are. The thing is, I'm 85 years old. I don't have that many years left, if I'm being realistic. Maybe 5, maybe 10 if I'm lucky. I could spend those years angry, keeping this secret, watching my sons suffer under the weight of something they don't fully understand. Or I could tell them, lay it all out, explain what I heard, what I did, why I did it. Let them be angry. Let them hate me if that's what happens. At least it would be honest. But honest might destroy what's left of this family. The grandkids would find out. Emma's wedding would be ruined. Tyler would start college knowing his father and uncle tried to profit off their grandfather's death. Marriages might not survive it. Things that can't be unsaid would get said. So I'm sitting here with $30,000 in my account, a property I technically don't own, and 2 sons who pay rent to a ghost every month without knowing that ghost is me. I have a best friend telling me to forgive because that's what good people do. I have a daughter-in-law crying because her husband won't tell her why he's falling apart. I have a granddaughter getting married who just wants her whole family there to celebrate with her. And I have this choice sitting in front of me that I keep putting off making. Tell them the truth and deal with whatever explosion follows,
or take this secret to my grave and let them spend the rest of their lives wondering what really happened to their inheritance. George thinks I should choose forgiveness. Patricia thinks I should choose whatever gives me peace. My wife, if she were still here, would probably tell me to stop being stubborn and talk to my damn kids. But I'm the one who has to live with whatever choice I make, however many years I have left.
They mocked my memory, so I made sure they'd never forget me.
I, 79, am writing this with shaking hands, not from regret, just age. After my husband died 2 years ago, my grandson Marcus, 34, and his wife Kelly, 32, took me in. They smiled, called me Mama, promised I'd never be alone again. I believed them. God, I believed every word. The first few weeks were nice, I'll admit that. Kelly made my favorite pot roast on Sundays. Marcus helped me sort through my husband's things, boxes I couldn't face alone. They set me up in the downstairs bedroom, the one with the bathroom attached so I wouldn't have to climb stairs. They were attentive, caring even. I thought I'd lucked out, you know? Not every elderly person gets to live with family who actually wants them there. I should have known better. It started small. About 3 months after I moved in, I noticed my pearl earrings were missing. The ones my husband gave me on our wedding day, 47 years ago. I kept them, in a small velvet box on my dresser. I remember looking for them one morning, planning to wear them to church. The box was there, but it was empty. I went upstairs to ask Marcus about it. He was having coffee in the kitchen, scrolling through his phone. When I mentioned the earrings, he barely looked up. He just laughed and said I probably misplaced them, that I should check my purse or coat pockets. Like I'd just casually put my wedding earrings in my coat pocket and forget about them. But I didn't argue. I went back downstairs and searched everywhere. They never turned up. 2 weeks later, my gold bracelet disappeared, the one my sister gave me when I turned 50. Then it was a small diamond ring, nothing fancy, but it was mine. Each time I asked, Marcus or Kelly would give me the same response, sometimes with this little smile that I told myself was sympathetic. "Poor Grandma's memory," Kelly said once, patting my hand. "It happens at your age." At your age. Like I was already gone, just a shell taking up space in their house. But here's the thing. My memory is fine. Better than fine, actually. I can tell you what I ate for breakfast on my 40th birthday. I remember the exact words my husband said to me the morning he died. My mind isn't the problem. It never was. The bank card incident was different. That one scared me because I didn't just lose it. It was taken from my purse while I was sleeping. I kept my purse on the nightstand, right next to my bed. One morning I woke up and my wallet was open, the card slot empty. I knew I hadn't touched it. I hadn't been to the bank in weeks because Marcus had been helping me with errands. When I confronted them this time, they were sitting together on the couch. I stood in the doorway, holding my empty wallet, and I asked them directly if they'd seen my card. Marcus looked at Kelly. Kelly looked at Marcus. Then they both looked at me with these concerned expressions, like I was a child who'd lost her lunch money. "Grandma, you probably put it somewhere safe and forgot," Marcus said. "We'll help you get a new one." "I didn't forget," I told them. "It was in my purse last night." "Memory plays tricks," Kelly added, standing up to guide me back toward my room. "Especially at night. Sometimes you think you remember something, but it didn't happen that way." They were gaslighting me. That's what my granddaughter Sarah, my niece actually, my sister's daughter in Australia,
called it when I mentioned it during one of our video calls. She's the only family who still talks to me regularly, who remembers my birthday, who asks how I'm really doing. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The jokes started after the bank card. They'd have friends over, and I'd hear them from my room downstairs. "Oh, Grandma's probably forgotten where she is again," Marcus would say, and everyone would laugh. Or Kelly would make comments about how I asked the same question twice, even when I hadn't. They were building a narrative, I realized. Setting up a story where poor old Grandma had dementia, where nothing she said could be trusted. It was strategic. I see that now. I started keeping notes after that. Dates, times, what went missing and when. I wrote down conversations word for word as soon as they happened. I kept the notebook under my mattress because I didn't trust anywhere else in that house. Every drawer, every corner, it all felt contaminated somehow. 6 months after I'd moved in, things had changed completely. They stopped pretending to care. Dinners were silent, or I'd eat alone in my room. Kelly stopped making pot roast. Marcus stopped asking how I was. I'd become a burden they were stuck with, and they didn't bother hiding it anymore. But I still didn't understand the full scope of it. Not until that night. It was a Wednesday in September. I remember because there was a thunderstorm. I'd gone to bed early, around 8, because there wasn't much else to do. My room was directly below the kitchen, and the old house had thin floors. You could hear everything: footsteps, chairs scraping, conversations if people spoke loud enough. I wasn't asleep yet when I heard them come home. They'd been out to dinner, just the two of them. I heard the kitchen chairs pull out, the refrigerator open and close. Then voices, arguing voices. I stayed still, barely breathing. "I'm just saying, we can't keep waiting forever," Kelly said. Her voice was sharp, frustrated. "She's draining our savings just being here. The medications, the special food she needs, all of it." "I know," Marcus replied. "But what do you want me to do? We can't exactly speed things up." There was a pause. I heard liquid pouring, probably wine. "Once she's gone, we'll finally fix up this place," Marcus continued. "Maybe add that deck you wanted. Knock out that wall in the living room. This house will be worth so much more with some renovations." "The sooner the better," Kelly said. Not angry anymore, just matter of fact, like she was discussing grocery shopping. "She's not getting any younger, and frankly, she won't last much longer anyway. Look how frail she's gotten." My heart was pounding so hard I thought they might hear it through the floor. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, listening to them plan their lives around my death. Not if I died, when I died. Like it was inevitable and imminent and almost inconvenient that it hadn't happened yet. They kept talking, but I stopped hearing words. Just the casual tone, the easy way they discussed waiting for me to die so they could renovate. The house. My house. The one my husband and I bought 40 years ago. The one we raised Marcus's father in before he passed. The one I'd stupidly, foolishly, kept in my name because I thought family meant something. That's when I understood everything. The missing jewelry. They'd been selling it. The bank card. They'd been using it. The jokes about my memory. They were laying groundwork so that if I ever accused them, no one would believe me. And the house, the savings, the small pension I got every month. They were just waiting for me to die so they could have it all. I cried that night. Quietly, into my pillow so they wouldn't hear. I cried for my husband who would have been horrified. I cried for the grandson I thought I knew, the little boy I used to bake cookies with. I cried for myself, for being stupid enough to trust them. But somewhere between the tears and the sunrise, something shifted. The grief hardened into something else, something clearer, colder. I stopped crying and I started thinking. They wanted me to be the senile old woman who forgot things, who couldn't be trusted, who would die soon and leave them everything. They wanted me to be forgettable. I wiped my eyes as the sun came up. My hands weren't shaking then. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, the one Sarah had taught me to use properly during her last visit. I scrolled through my contacts until I found the name I needed. Richard, my husband's lawyer, our friend for 30 years. I looked at the clock. 6 in the morning. Too early to call, but I didn't care. I needed to hear a voice I could trust. I needed help. And I needed to make sure that Marcus and Kelly would never, ever forget me. But I didn't forget. I never forget. I called Richard that morning and asked him to come by the house the next day when Marcus and Kelly would be at work. I told him I needed legal advice, that it was urgent, that he couldn't tell anyone. His voice was concerned, but he agreed immediately. He'd always been good to us, to me. That day felt like the longest of my life. I went through the motions, made myself breakfast, took my pills, sat in the living room staring at a book I wasn't reading. When Marcus came home from work, he barely acknowledged me. Kelly asked if I needed anything, in this sweet voice that made my skin crawl, now that I knew what was underneath it. I smiled and said I was fine. Just fine. That night I didn't sleep. I just lay there, thinking about everything I owned, everything I'd built with my husband, everything I'd planned to leave behind. And I thought about who deserved it, who had earned it, who actually cared whether I lived or died. It wasn't the people sleeping upstairs. Richard came over the next afternoon at 2. I'd watched Marcus and Kelly leave for work that morning like I did every day, tracking their cars until they disappeared down the street. Then I waited by the window until I saw Richard's silver sedan pull up. He looked older than I remembered. But then again, so did I. He hugged me at the door, this careful hug, like he was afraid I might break, and I almost started crying again. It had been so long since someone touched me with actual kindness. We sat at the kitchen table, the same table where Marcus and Kelly had discussed my death like a renovation timeline. And I told Richard everything. The missing jewelry, the bank card, the conversation I'd overheard. I showed him my notebook with all the dates and details. His face got harder with every page he read. I need your help, I told him. And I need you to keep this completely confidential. They can't know anything until it's done. He nodded slowly, still reading my notes. Then he said something that made my stomach drop. Margaret, I think we need to check your accounts. All of them. If they took your bank card, they might have done more. I hadn't even considered that. I'd been so focused on the physical things they'd stolen that I hadn't thought about the digital trail. Richard spent the next hour on his laptop, helping me access my online banking, my credit card statements, everything. I don't know much about computers, but I know enough to follow along when someone's showing me fraud. And there it was. Months of it. Small withdrawals from my savings account. $200 here, $300 there. Never enough to trigger alerts, but consistent. They'd been doing it since June, about a month after I moved in. The bank card they lost for me? They'd been using it at restaurants, gas stations, the hardware store. There was a charge for $2,400 to some resort in Miami from last month, their anniversary trip that Kelly had told me was a gift from her parents. Richard's jaw was tight as he scrolled through the statements. He made notes, took screenshots, saved everything. Then he did something I didn't expect. He asked for access to my email. If they're forging signatures or making charges, there might be confirmation emails, he explained. He was right. In my spam folder, which I never check because I barely understand email to begin with, there were receipts. Lots of them. They'd somehow gotten access to my email and set up filters so I'd never see the messages. Purchases, transfers, even communication with a pawn shop about estate jewelry. My wedding earrings, my sister's bracelet, the diamond ring. All sold, all gone. Richard found the pawn shop emails and cross-referenced them with my bank statements. They'd gotten $3,800 for my jewelry and deposited it into their joint account. There was even an email exchange where Kelly asked if the pawn shop could hold off on the receipt because they didn't want any paper trail for tax purposes. They'd been so careful, so calculated. If I'd died like they were hoping, no one would have ever known. They would have gotten the house, the savings, everything, and my stolen jewelry and money would have just been their little secret. Richard tallied it all up. Approximately $15,000 stolen over 6 months. And that was just what we could prove. "We need to talk about your assets," Richard said, closing his laptop. "What exactly do you own, Margaret? I need the full picture." I'd been trying not to think about it, honestly. After my husband died, I'd buried myself in grief instead of paperwork. But Richard walked me through it all, pulling up documents and deeds and statements. The house was the big one, the one I was sitting in, the one Marcus and Kelly were planning to renovate with my death money. My husband and I bought it in 1985 for $180,000. Richard pulled up a recent property assessment. It was now worth $800,000. The neighborhood had gotten expensive. We'd paid off the mortgage 20 years ago, so it was free and clear. Completely mine. Then there was the savings account they'd been skimming from. Even with their theft, there was still $120,000 in there. My husband had been careful with money, and so had I. We'd lived modestly, saved consistently. It was supposed to be our retirement fund, then my safety net. Instead, it had become Marcus and Kelly's personal ATM. My pension was $3,200 a month. Not huge, but enough to live on, especially without a mortgage. It would keep coming until I died, and then it would stop. No beneficiary, no inheritance. Marcus and Kelly didn't know that part. They probably assumed it was money they'd eventually get too. And then there was the investment portfolio my husband had set up years ago. Stocks, bonds, some mutual funds. I barely understood it. Just knew that Richard and my husband's financial advisor managed it, and it grew slowly over time. Richard pulled up the current value, $200,000. I sat there looking at the numbers. Over $1 million in assets. And my grandson and his wife were stealing from me while waiting for me to die so they could have the rest. It made me physically sick. "What do you want to do?" Richard asked. I'd been thinking about that all night, about who deserved what I'd built with my husband, about who had actually cared. "Sarah," I said, "my sister's daughter in Australia. I want everything to go to her." Richard knew Sarah. She'd visited a few years back, spent time with me and my husband. She called every week, without fail, every Sunday morning my time. She remembered my birthday, my anniversary, the anniversary of my husband's death. She sent flowers. She sent photos of her kids. She actually gave a damn whether I was alive. "I want to transfer the house to her, the savings, set up the investments in a trust or something so they go to her when I'm gone. Can we do that?" Richard was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Yes, we can do all of it. But Margaret, if you do this, there's no going back. Marcus will fight it. He'll claim you were coerced or mentally incompetent or—" "Let him try," I said. "You've got my notebook. You've got the bank statements. You've got proof they've been stealing from me and planning for my death. I'm not incompetent. I'm just done being stolen from." We spent the next 2 weeks setting everything up. Richard came by 3 more times when Marcus and Kelly were at work. We had to be so careful. I'd watch them leave, wait 15 minutes to make sure they didn't come back for something they forgot, then text Richard that the coast was clear.
He brought documents for me to sign.
The house deed transfer to Sarah, that one felt good. Watching my signature make that house hers instead of theirs. We set up a trust for the investments with Sarah as the beneficiary. The savings account got transferred to a new bank entirely, one Marcus and Kelly had no access to. Richard even helped me change my pension direct deposit to the new account. Sarah knew what was happening. I'd called her after that first meeting with Richard, told her everything. She cried. Actually cried on the phone, saying she wished she could fly out immediately, but she had her kids and work, and I told her it was fine. I told her I was handling it. For the first time in months, I actually felt like I was handling something. She didn't want the house at first, said it was too much, that she lived in Australia and what would she do with a property in the States. I told her she could sell it, keep it as an investment, do whatever she wanted. It was hers now, not Marcus's. Never Marcus's. The hardest part was keeping my face neutral around them. Marcus and Kelly went about their lives like nothing was wrong, because to them, nothing was. I was still the confused old woman who forgot things. They were still the patient caregivers waiting for their inheritance. But I noticed things shifting in their behavior too. Kelly started being nicer again, like she could sense the finish line. She made pot roast one Sunday and I had to sit there eating it, smiling, pretending I didn't know she was counting down my days. Marcus asked how I was feeling more often. Not because he cared, but because he was monitoring, checking if I was getting weaker, sicker, closer to gone. One night, about 3 weeks after Richard and I started the process, Kelly commented that I seemed chipper. She said it with this puzzled smile, like she couldn't figure out why I wasn't declining fast enough. I just smiled back and said I was feeling good, better than I had in months. Actually, it wasn't a lie. I did feel better. Having a plan, taking action, knowing they wouldn't get what they wanted. It was like medicine. Richard also helped me find a new place to live, a small apartment in a seaside town about 2 hours away. It was near a friend of Sarah's, someone who'd agreed to check on me, help me settle in. We arranged for a private nurse to visit 3 times a week. My pension would cover the rent and care easily. I'd be fine. Better than fine. I'd be free. We scheduled the moving van for a Saturday morning. Richard helped me pack, slowly, 1 box at a time, in my room with the door closed. Old clothes, photos, the things that were actually mine. Not much, really. I didn't need much. The documents were signed, the transfers were complete, the new apartment was ready. Everything was done, except for one thing. Telling them. I thought about doing it quietly, just leaving a note and disappearing. But that felt wrong. They'd stolen from me, lied to me, waited for me to die like vultures. They deserved to know exactly what they'd lost and why. I picked a Friday evening. They were planning a weekend trip. I'd overheard them talking about it. Some bed and breakfast upstate, already charged to what they thought was my credit card. The card I'd already canceled and reported as stolen. They'd figure that out at check-in, I supposed. That Friday, I made myself dinner in my room. I took my time. I thought about everything my husband and I had built, everything we'd survived together, everything we'd hoped to leave behind as a legacy. This wasn't what we'd imagined, but this was justice in its own way. Around 7, I heard them in the kitchen making dinner. I could smell pasta sauce. My stomach was in knots, but my hands were steady. I picked up my phone and texted Richard that tonight was the night. He texted back immediately that he was on standby, that I should call if I needed him, that everything was going to be fine.
I walked upstairs.
They were both at the kitchen table, plates of spaghetti in front of them, wine glasses full. They looked so comfortable, so confident in their future. I stood in the doorway and waited for them to notice me. Marcus saw me first. He said something like, "Hey, Grandma, you want some dinner?" In this casual tone, like we were a normal, happy family. I looked at both of them. Kelly was twirling pasta on her fork. Marcus was reaching for the wine bottle. They had no idea what was coming. "I need to tell you something," I said. "I'm moving out tomorrow, and the house is no longer mine to give you. I've transferred it to Sarah." The silence that followed was almost funny. Kelly's fork stopped mid-twirl. Marcus's hand froze on the wine bottle. They both just stared at me like I'd spoken a foreign language. Then Marcus's face changed. It went white first, then red, then this mottled purple color I'd never seen before. He stood up so fast his chair fell backward and crashed against the floor. "What do you mean you transferred the house?" His voice was shaking. "You can't. This is our house. We've been taking care of you. The savings too," I continued, keeping my voice steady. "And the investments. The pension direct deposit is changed. All of it goes to Sarah now. Someone who actually calls me. Someone who remembers my birthday." Kelly stood up too, her napkin falling to the floor. Her face had gone completely white. "You can't do this. That's our inheritance. We've sacrificed everything to take care of you. Do you have any idea what we've given up?" I almost laughed at that, what they'd given up. Like letting me live in my own house was some grand charity. "What you've given up?" I kept my voice level. "Should we talk about my pearl earrings, my gold bracelet, the $15,000 you've stolen from my accounts over the past 6 months?" Marcus's mouth opened and closed. Kelly grabbed the edge of the table like she needed it for support. "We were going to pay it back," Kelly said, but her voice was weak. Unconvincing even to herself, probably. "With my own money, after I was dead." I let that sit for a second. "I heard you that night, in this kitchen. Once she's gone, we'll finally fix up this place. Remember saying that, Marcus? And Kelly, the sooner the better. Those were your exact words about me dying." Marcus tried to recover. He always was quick with excuses, even as a child. "You misheard. You were confused. Your memory." "My memory is perfect," I said, and I pulled out my phone. Richard had helped me record the conversation I'd overheard. Just audio from my room below, but clear enough. I played it for them, their own voices discussing my death like it was a renovation project delay. Kelly started crying. Not the sad kind of crying, the desperate kind. The kind that comes when you realize you've lost something you thought was guaranteed. "We took you in. We let you live here. We fed you. We were family." "Family doesn't steal from you while you're still breathing," I said. "Family doesn't count down the days until you die so they can get your money." Marcus was pacing now, running his hands through his hair. I could see him thinking, calculating, trying to find an angle. "This isn't legal. You can't just give away everything. We'll contest it. You're clearly not in your right mind. We'll get doctors to testify that you're senile, confused, incompetent." I smiled. "That's what you've been setting up, isn't it? All those jokes about my memory. All those times you told people I was losing it. You were building a case for later, when you needed to explain why I never noticed you stealing from me." His face told me I was right. "Richard anticipated that," I continued. "Every document is ironclad. I had a full cognitive evaluation done 2 weeks ago. Perfect scores. And we have evidence of your theft. Bank statements, emails, pawn shop receipts for my jewelry. Do you really want to take this to court?
Because Richard would love to file charges. That stopped him. The pacing stopped. The pacing stopped. The calculations stopped. He just stood there looking at me like he'd never seen me before. Kelly tried a different approach. She came around the table toward me, hands out like she was approaching a scared animal. Mama, please. We made mistakes, okay? We were stressed about money and we made bad choices. But we love you. We're family. Don't do this. The mama thing didn't work anymore. It just sounded hollow. You made a choice to steal from me, I said. You made a choice to mock my memory to your friends. You made a choice to wait for me to die. Those weren't mistakes. Those were decisions. Marcus grabbed his phone. I'm calling Dad. His father, my son, had died 15 years ago. He meant his uncle, I realized. My other grandson. But I shook my head. He already knows. Richard contacted the whole family with documentation of what you did. No one's coming to help you. That was a lie, actually. Richard had advised against telling anyone else yet, but I wanted Marcus to feel as isolated as he'd made me feel. Kelly was full-on sobbing now. Where will you even go? You can't take care of yourself. You need us. I have a private nurse arranged, I said, and an apartment. Sarah's friend will check on me. I'll be fine. Better than fine. Marcus moved toward the door, blocking it. Not aggressively, but definitely blocking it. You're not leaving. Not until we figure this out. I pulled my phone out again and called Richard. He answered on the first ring. I need you to come in now, I said. Within 5 minutes, Richard walked through the front door with a police officer. Marcus stepped away from me real quick when he saw the uniform. The officer didn't do much, just stood there as a witness, but his presence changed everything. Suddenly, Marcus and Kelly weren't scary anymore. They were just two people who'd gotten caught. Richard handed them a document. This is a cease and desist. You're not to contact Margaret or Sarah, not to make any claims against the estate, and not to enter the new property. Any violation will result in immediate legal action for theft and elder abuse. Kelly read it and started crying harder. Marcus just stared at it, like the words didn't make sense. The moving van will be here at 8 tomorrow morning, Richard told them. I suggest you be absent. We left. I walked out of that house, my house that was now Sarah's house, with just my purse and the clothes on my back. Richard had already moved my important boxes to the new apartment earlier that week. Everything else could come tomorrow. I stayed at Richard's house that night. His wife made up the guest room and brought me tea and didn't ask questions. I barely slept, but not from regret. From relief. From the surreal feeling of finally being free. The next morning, Richard drove me back to the house. Marcus and Kelly's cars were gone. The moving van was already there. It took less than 2 hours to pack up my room. I didn't have much. They'd taken most things of value long ago, and what was left was just clothes and photos and a few books. I took one last walk through the house before I left. The living room where my husband and I used to watch TV together. The kitchen where I'd baked birthday cakes for Marcus when he was little. The bedroom upstairs that used to be my son's. So many memories in those walls, and Marcus and Kelly had poisoned all of them. As I was leaving, they pulled up. Kelly jumped out of the car before it fully stopped, running toward me. Please, Mama, please. We're sorry. We'll make it right. Just give us another chance. Marcus stayed in the car, but I could see his face. He wasn't sorry. He was furious. His hands were gripping the steering wheel so hard his knuckles were white. "I gave you a chance," I told Kelly. "I gave you 6 months of chances. I believed you when you said you'd take care of me. I believed you when you called me Mama. That was my only mistake." "Where will we go?" Kelly asked, and I realized she meant them, not me. "We can't afford this mortgage without your pension and without my money," she meant. Without the inheritance they'd already spent in their heads. "That's not my problem anymore," I said, and I got in Richard's car. That was 4 months ago now. I'm sitting in my apartment as I write this. It's small, just 1 bedroom, but it's right near the beach. I can hear the ocean from my window. The nurse comes by 3 times a week. Her name is Patricia, and she's kind. Sarah's friend Jennifer checks on me almost daily, brings me groceries, sometimes stays for tea. My pension covers everything comfortably: rent, utilities, Patricia's care, groceries. I even have money left over each month. Turns out when people aren't stealing from you, you can actually afford to live. Sarah video calls every Sunday, same as always. But now we have more to talk about. She's planning to visit next month, bringing her whole family. She's also decided to keep the house for now, rent it out as an investment. The tenants move in next week. I wonder if Marcus and Kelly know yet that strangers will be living in what they thought was their guaranteed future. Marcus tried calling 47 times the first week. I counted before I blocked him. Kelly sent emails that I deleted without reading. Richard fielded several angry voicemails threatening legal action, but nothing ever came of it. Turns out when you're actually guilty of theft, you don't really want to go to court. I heard through a mutual friend that they're telling people I'm mentally unwell, that Sarah manipulated me, that I was confused and didn't understand what I was doing. The friend asked if it was true. I told her Richard has all the documentation of their theft if she wants to see it. She never brought it up again. Apparently they had to sell their cars to cover the mortgage for a few months. Then they sold some furniture, and now they're trying to sell the house. My house. Sarah's house. Good luck with that, since they don't own it. The mutual friend also mentioned they've moved into a small apartment across town. Kelly had to get a second job. Marcus is working overtime. They're struggling, apparently. Living paycheck to paycheck. I should feel guilty about that, maybe. Sometimes I think I should. They're family, after all. Blood. My grandson. The little boy I used to read bedtime stories to. But then I remember that conversation. The sooner the better. I remember my empty jewelry box. I remember the bank statements showing months of theft. I remember being called confused and senile to their friends. I remember them laughing, and I don't feel guilty at all. I spend my days reading now, walking on the beach when my legs cooperate. Patricia brought me some watercolor supplies last week and I've been trying to paint. I'm terrible at it, but it doesn't matter. No one's here to judge me or mock me or wait for me to die. Sarah sent me photos yesterday of her kids. They're getting so big. She says they're excited to meet Great Aunt Margaret when they visit. They've been practicing saying hello in English for me. It made me cry. The good kind of crying this time. I've started going to a local senior center on Thursdays. There's a book club. The people are nice. No one knows my story unless I tell it, and mostly, I don't. I'm just Margaret, the woman who likes mysteries and can't paint to save her life. Sometimes at night I think about what my husband would say about all this. I think he'd be proud of me. He always said I was stronger than I gave myself credit for. He'd be disappointed in Marcus, devastated probably. But he'd understand why I did what I did. Last week I got a letter forwarded from the old address. It was from Kelly. I almost threw it away without opening it, but curiosity got the better of me. It was an apology. Sort of. Mostly it was explaining how hard their life is now, how much they're struggling, how they've learned their lesson. The last paragraph asked if we could work something out, since I clearly don't need all that money and their family and everyone makes mistakes. I burned it in my kitchen sink, watched the paper curl and blacken and turn to ash. Then I washed the ashes down the drain. They wanted me to forget. They wanted me to be the confused old woman who didn't notice her jewelry disappearing, her money vanishing, her own grandson wishing she'd die faster. They wanted me to be forgettable, disposable, convenient. Instead, I made sure I'd be the one thing they'll never forget. Not the grandmother who baked them cookies, not the old woman they took advantage of, but the inheritance that got away, the future they lost, the consequences of their own choices. I'm 79 years old. My hands shake when I write, but not from regret, just age. I'm sitting by a window with an ocean view, waiting for my niece to call, planning to paint another terrible watercolor this afternoon. I'm safe. I'm cared for. I'm free. And Marcus and Kelly? They're in a small apartment across town, working multiple jobs, trying to figure out how to pay next month's rent on a house they'll never own. I sleep just fine at night. They sold my house while I was in the hospital, so I sold their future. I'm Margaret, 76, and I need to tell you about what my eldest son David, 52, and his wife Carol, 49, did to me while I was recovering from a fall that nearly killed me. I raised 3 kids in the house I'd owned for over 40 years. David was the oldest, then Susan, who lives in Oregon now, and Thomas down in Florida. My husband passed 10 years ago, and I'd been managing just fine on my own until that stupid fall down the basement stairs. It was a bad one. Broke my hip, fractured my wrist, got a nasty concussion. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital, and then 4 months in a rehabilitation center learning how to walk again. David and Carol lived about 20 minutes away, and they visited me regularly. They seemed so concerned, so loving. David kept saying not to worry about anything, that he and Carol would handle the bills and manage things at the house. I gave them a key. I trusted them completely. They brought me flowers every week. Carol would do my nails while I sat in that awful rehab chair. David made sure the staff was taking care of me properly. When they brought papers for me to sign, they said it was just to make sure the bills got paid, to give them access to handle things while I recovered. I was on so much pain medication back then. Everything was fuzzy. I remember signing things, but I couldn't tell you what half of them said. My hand was shaking from the wrist injury. They'd pat my shoulder and tell me not to strain myself reading all the legal jargon. 4 months later, the rehabilitation center finally cleared me to go home. I was so excited. I couldn't wait to sleep in my own bed, sit in my garden, see all my things again. David picked me up on a Tuesday morning. He was quiet during the drive, which I thought was just him concentrating on the road. Carol was in the passenger seat, unusually silent too. When we pulled up to my street, I noticed something was off immediately. There was a different car in my driveway. A minivan I didn't recognize. The garden looked wrong. My rose bushes were gone. There were children's toys on the lawn. I asked David what was going on. He pulled over across the street instead of pulling into the driveway. That's when Carol turned around with tears in her eyes, and I knew. I knew something terrible had happened. She told me the house was sold. Just like that. Sold. She was crying, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue, saying it was for my own good. David had his hand on my shoulder, and he was saying I was too old to live alone, that I'd nearly died in that house, that they couldn't risk me falling again with no one there to help. The money from the sale, he said, would go toward a proper retirement plan. Somewhere safe. Somewhere with people to take care of me.
I couldn't breathe. I asked them how they could sell my house. David said I'd signed the papers. I'd agreed to it. He pulled out a folder from the glove compartment, and there it was. Deed transfer papers, power of attorney documents, all with my shaky signature at the bottom. I didn't remember signing any of this. I didn't remember agreeing to sell my house. I started crying. 40 years of my life in that house. I raised my children there. My husband died in the bedroom upstairs. Every memory I had was in that house. And they sold it. Carol kept saying it was already done. There was nothing we could do about it now. We had to move forward. She said they'd found me a nice place at Sunshine Acres, a retirement community about an hour away. I asked about my things, my furniture, my photos, my mother's china, my wedding ring that I'd left in the drawer by my bed because the rehab center told me not to bring valuables. David said they'd packed up what they could, but most of it had to go. The new owners wanted the house furnished. Some things were in storage, he said. He'd bring them to me once I was settled. I didn't believe him. Something in his voice, the way he wouldn't look at me directly. But I was so overwhelmed, so confused. They drove me to Sunshine Acres, and it was exactly what you'd expect from a budget nursing home. Beige walls, that antiseptic smell, residents shuffling around in wheelchairs looking half dead. A shared room, a single bed, a plastic chair. This was what my life had become. Carol tried to help me into the room, but I pulled away from her. I told them I needed to check my bank accounts, to see this retirement fund they kept talking about. David got this tight look on his face. He said we could talk about finances later, that I should rest first, get acclimated. But I insisted. I'm old, not stupid. I had my phone. I logged into my bank account right there in that depressing hallway. Empty. My checking account had $47 in it. My savings account, which had over $200,000 from my husband's life insurance and our retirement savings, was completely drained. The account that held the money from the house sale showed one deposit of $380,000, and then a transfer out of the entire amount 3 days later. I showed David the screen. I asked him where my money was. He got defensive immediately, said it was invested in the retirement plan, that I wouldn't understand the financial details. Carol jumped in saying they'd hired a financial advisor, that the money was being managed properly, that I'd get monthly distributions for my care. I asked for the name of the financial advisor. I asked for statements. I asked for anything that proved my money actually existed somewhere. David got angry then. He raised his voice, said I was being paranoid and difficult, that they'd spent months taking care of everything for me, and this was the thanks they got. Carol started crying again, real tears this time, saying she couldn't believe I didn't trust them after everything they'd done. I told them to get out. I said I wasn't staying in that place, and I wanted my money back immediately. David got this cold look on his face I'd never seen before. He told me I'd signed all the papers legally, that I'd agreed to everything, and that I was too confused to make good decisions for myself. He actually said that I was too confused. Then he turned and walked away, Carol hurrying after him. I stood in that hallway for a long time. Residents kept shuffling past me. A nurse asked if I needed help finding my room. I told her I wasn't staying. She looked at me like I was delusional, like I was just another confused old woman who didn't know what was good for her. I called my friend Ruth. We'd known each other for 30 years, played bridge every Thursday, volunteered at the library together. She answered on the second ring, and I just started crying. I told her everything. She was at Sunshine Acres within an hour, and she took one look at that place and told me I was coming home with her. Ruth's house was only 15 minutes from where I used to live. She set me up in her guest room, made me tea, let me cry until I couldn't cry anymore. Then she sat down across from me and asked what I was going to do. I told her I didn't know. I felt so stupid, so used. How could I have been so blind? That night I couldn't sleep. I kept going over every visit David and Carol made to the rehab center. They'd come on Tuesdays and Thursdays, always around 2 p.m., always right after my pain medication. I'd be foggy, tired, and they'd pull out papers and tell me where to sign. I never read them carefully. I trusted my son. What kind of mother doesn't trust her own child? The next morning I tried to access my bank accounts again, hoping maybe I'd been wrong. Maybe I'd looked at the wrong account. But no. Everything was gone. Over $400,000 just vanished. I called David. He didn't answer. I called 4 more times. Finally, Carol picked up his phone. She told me I needed to calm down, that I was working myself up over nothing. I asked to speak to David, and he got on the line sounding annoyed. I asked him point blank where my money was. He said it was invested in my retirement plan, like he'd already told me. I said I wanted to see the statements, the account numbers, proof that my money existed. He sighed, like I was being a difficult child, and said the money had been invested in some opportunities that would provide better returns than just sitting in a savings account. I asked what opportunities. He said I wouldn't understand the details, that it was complex financial stuff. I lost it then. I told him that was my money, from my house, and I had every right to know where it was. He got quiet for a moment, then said the money had been invested in his business, that it was a sure thing, that he'd pay me back with interest, that I'd be thanking him in a year when the returns came in. His business. David ran some kind of consulting firm that I'd never fully understood, and from what I knew, it wasn't doing particularly well. I asked if he'd just stolen my money to prop up his failing business. Carol grabbed the phone then. She was furious, screaming that how dare I accuse them of stealing, that they'd saved me from myself, that I would have just wasted that money or gotten scammed by some con artist. At least this way, she said, it was staying in the family. I hung up. My hands were shaking. Ruth was standing in the doorway, and she asked if I was okay. I told her no. I told her I'd just realized my son had robbed me blind, and I had no idea what to do about it. She sat down next to me and held my hand. Then she said something I'll never forget. She said I could either accept it and move on, or I could fight. But if I was going to fight, I needed to be prepared for war. Because going after your own child, even when they've betrayed you, that's something you don't come back from. I looked at those papers again, the ones David had shown me in the car. My signature was there, but it looked wrong, shaky, uncertain, nothing like my normal handwriting. And that's when I remembered. The medication. The pain pills, the muscle relaxers, the anti-anxiety medication they had me on. I could barely hold a fork steady back then, let alone understand complex legal documents. I picked up the phone and started looking for lawyers. The first 2 I called basically dismissed me. One said it sounded like a family dispute, not a legal matter. The other said if I'd signed the papers, there wasn't much I could do. The third one asked me to come in for a consultation. Ruth drove me there 3 days later. The lawyer's name was Janet, and she was younger than I expected, maybe mid-40s. She listened to everything, took notes, asked detailed questions about the medication I'd been on, about David and Carol's visits, about the timing of everything. Then she asked to see the papers. She spent 20 minutes reading through them, occasionally making notes. Finally, she looked up at me and said, I might have a case. Not a guaranteed win, but enough questionable elements that it was worth investigating. Financial elder abuse, she called it. potentially obtaining consent under duress or incapacity. We'd need medical records from the rehab center, bank statements, documentation of everything. I asked her what it would cost. She said a lot, probably more than I had left. I told her I had $47 in my checking account and nowhere to live. She was quiet for a moment, then said she'd take it on contingency. If we won, she'd get a percentage. If we lost, I'd owe nothing. I hired her on the spot. Ruth drove me back to her house, and I spent the rest of that day in bed, staring at the ceiling. I kept thinking about David as a little boy, how he used to bring me flowers from the neighbor's garden, how proud he was when he learned to ride a bike. How did that little boy turn into someone who could do this to his own mother? But then I thought about my house, my life, my money, everything I'd worked for, everything my husband and I had built together, and I decided that little boy was gone. The man who sold my house while I was helpless in a hospital bed was a stranger, and strangers don't get mercy. The next morning, I told Janet to start building the case. I was going to get everything back, and I was going to make sure David and Carol paid for what they'd done. I didn't know how long it would take, or what it would cost me emotionally, but I knew one thing for certain. They'd made a mistake underestimating me. They thought I was just a confused old woman who'd accept whatever they decided for her. They were wrong. The legal process was slower than I expected. Janet warned me it would take time, but when you're 76 and you've just lost everything, time feels different. Every day that passed was another day David and Carol got to enjoy my money while I lived in Ruth's spare apartment. Ruth owned a duplex, and the upstairs unit had been vacant for a few months. She insisted I move in and wouldn't accept rent. I tried to pay her something, anything, but she refused. Said I'd need every penny for what was coming. She was right. I need to back up and explain how the fall even happened, because it matters for the case. It was late November, almost 2 years ago now. I'd gone down to the basement to get Christmas decorations. I'd made that trip down those stairs 1,000 times. But that day I was carrying too much. A box of ornaments, some garland, being stubborn like always. I missed the 3rd step from the bottom, and that was it. I remember the falling sensation, the impact, then nothing until I woke up in the hospital. The hip fracture required surgery. The wrist was bad enough that I couldn't write properly for weeks. But the concussion was what really messed me up. I was confused for the first week, couldn't remember what day it was, kept asking for my husband who'd been dead for a decade. The doctors put me on pain medication that made everything foggy. Then anti-anxiety meds because I kept having panic attacks. Muscle relaxers for the physical therapy. I was on so many pills I could barely think straight. David and Carol started visiting during the 2nd week of my hospital stay. They were attentive, caring, everything you'd want from family during a crisis. When I moved to the rehab center, they kept coming. Always on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Always at 2 p.m., right after the nurse gave me my afternoon medications. I didn't piece this together until Janet requested the rehab center's visitor logs. There it was in black and white. David and Carol signed in at 2:15 p.m. every single visit. My medication was administered at 2 p.m. They knew exactly when I'd be the most out of it, and that's when they brought the papers. Janet also requested my medical records. The dosages I was on would have impaired anyone's decision-making capacity, let alone someone recovering from a concussion. I was on 10 milligrams of oxycodone every 4 hours, 2 milligrams of Xanax twice daily, and cyclobenzaprine for muscle spasms. The doctor's notes specifically mentioned that I was showing signs of confusion and memory issues. One note from early December said I'd forgotten having a conversation about my discharge plan just 2 hours after we'd discussed it. But the real smoking gun came from the bank records. Janet subpoenaed everything, and the paper trail was clear as day. The house sold for $380,000 on January 15th. I was still in rehab. The money hit my account that same day. 3 days later, the entire amount was transferred to an account in David's name. Then it got interesting. From David's account, $200,000 went to something called Amadei Consulting Solutions. That was David's failing business. Another $80,000 went to paying off the mortgage on David and Carol's house. $45,000 went to a car dealership where they bought a new Lexus. $30,000 to a travel agency for what looked like a 2-week European vacation. The rest got scattered across credit card payments, home renovations, and general expenses. My retirement fund. My security. They'd blown through it in less than 6 months like it was lottery money. But here's the thing that really got me. The house didn't even sell for market value. Janet had it appraised, and comparable homes in my neighborhood were going for $450,000 to $480,000. They sold it for $380,000 to a buyer named Michael Torres. I didn't know any Michael Torres. Janet did some digging, and guess what? Michael Torres was Carol's cousin. They sold my house to family at a discount, probably as a favor, and pocketed the cash. Michael Torres flipped it 3 months later for $465,000. So Carol's family made money off my house too. The whole thing was a coordinated scheme, and I'd been too drugged up to realize what was happening. Janet said we had enough for a strong case. Financial elder abuse, exploitation of an incapacitated person, possibly even forgery given how impaired I was when I signed those documents. She filed the lawsuit in March, about 5 months after I'd gotten out of rehab. David and Carol were served with the papers on a Thursday afternoon. I know because David showed up at my apartment 2 hours later, pounding on the door so hard I thought he'd break it down. Ruth heard it from downstairs and came running up. She stood between me and the door, told him to leave or she'd call the police. He was shouting through the door, asking how I could do this to him, to my own son, saying I was being manipulated by Ruth and that lawyer, that they were poisoning me against my own family. Carol was there too. I could hear her crying in the background, wailing about how ungrateful I was after everything they'd done for me. Ruth called the police. They didn't leave until the squad car pulled up. The officer told them to stay away from me, or they'd be arrested for harassment. David's face was red, furious. He pointed at me through the window and shouted that I was going to regret this, that I was destroying our family over money. Then they left. I didn't sleep that night. Part of me expected them to come back. The other part couldn't stop replaying what David had said, that I was destroying the family, like he hadn't destroyed it the moment he decided to rob his own mother. The next day, David left a voicemail on my phone. His voice was different, calmer, more calculated. He said I was being manipulated, that Ruth and Janet were taking advantage of me, filling my head with lies. He said they'd done everything for my own good, that I was too old to manage alone, that the money was invested properly. He actually used the phrase, "We did this for you," like I should be grateful. I saved that voicemail. Janet said it might be useful. Around this same time, I finally got in touch with my other kids. Susan flew up from Oregon, and Thomas drove up from Florida. Neither of them had known what was happening. David had told them I was fine, settling into a nice retirement community, that everything was taken care of. They were horrified when they found out the truth. Susan wanted to confront David immediately. Thomas was more practical, asked what they could do to help with the case. I told them the best thing they could do was give statements to Janet about what David had told them, about how he'd kept them in the dark. They both did. Susan cried when she saw Ruth's apartment, the tiny space I was living in compared to the house I'd lost. She kept apologizing for not checking in more, for not visiting me in rehab, for trusting David when he said everything was fine. I told her it wasn't her fault. She lived across the country with 3 kids and a full-time job. I didn't expect her to fly out every week. David had counted on that. The investigation took months. Adult Protective Services got involved. They interviewed the staff at the rehab center, reviewed the medication records, looked at the visitor logs. Everything pointed to the same conclusion. I'd been deliberately targeted when I was at my most vulnerable. Janet found out more about David's business, too. Amadei Consulting Solutions was hemorrhaging money. He'd lost 3 major clients in the year before my fall, and he was drowning in debt. The $200,000 from my house sale kept his business afloat for about 8 months, but it was still failing. By the time the lawsuit was in full swing, he was on the verge of bankruptcy anyway. That's when Carol's true colors really showed. She tried to reach out to Susan, calling her repeatedly, trying to get Susan to convince me to drop the lawsuit. She said David was under so much stress he'd developed an ulcer, that this was killing him, that I was being cruel and vindictive. Susan told her that stealing from an incapacitated elderly woman was a lot more than cruel, and hung up on her. In September, about 6 months after we filed, Janet got news that the investigation had found sufficient evidence to freeze David and Carol's assets. They couldn't sell anything, couldn't access most of their money, couldn't make any major financial moves without court approval. Everything was locked down pending the outcome of the case. I heard through Susan that Carol had a complete meltdown when she found out. She'd been planning to refinance their house to get some cash, but now she couldn't. They had to borrow money from her parents just to pay their regular bills. The Lexus got repossessed. They had to cancel their membership at the country club. Their entire lifestyle, built on my money, was crumbling. Part of me felt satisfied. Most of me just felt empty. David tried to visit me one more time in October. He didn't pound on the door this time. He knocked softly, asked quietly if we could please talk. Ruth answered and told him I didn't want to see him. He asked her to just tell me he was sorry, that he'd made a mistake, that he wanted to make things right. I was standing behind the door, listening to every word. I could hear the desperation in his voice, and I felt nothing. No sympathy, no forgiveness, no motherly instinct to comfort my child. Just nothing. Ruth told him to leave. He started to argue. Then I heard him start crying. Actually crying, not the fake tears Carol used to pull out. He was sobbing, saying he didn't know what to do, that everything was falling apart, that he couldn't lose his mother on top of everything else. I opened the door then, looked him right in the eye. He stopped crying immediately, hope flooding his face like I was about to forgive him and make all of this go away. I asked him one question. Just one. I asked him if he'd even felt guilty when he was spending my money on a new car and a European vacation while I was sitting in a rehab center learning how to walk again. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. The hope drained from his face. He knew what his answer would sound like no matter what he said. I told him the truth right then. I said that whatever happened in court, whatever money I got back, he was already gone to me. The son I raised would never have done this. That person was dead, and I was looking at a stranger wearing his face. I told him I didn't know who he was anymore, and I didn't want to. Then I closed the door. He stood there for a few minutes. I could see his shadow under the door. Then I heard his footsteps walking away, and that was it. Ruth made me tea and we sat in silence for a while. She asked if I was okay. I told her I didn't know. I'd just disowned my firstborn child, and I felt nothing but relief. What kind of mother does that make me? She said it makes me a survivor, that David made his choices and now I was making mine. The case moved toward settlement after that. David and Carol's lawyers knew they couldn't win at trial. The evidence was overwhelming. Their choice was to settle and try to salvage something, or go to court and lose everything plus face potential criminal charges. They agreed to full restitution in November, $400,000 plus interest, plus legal fees. The problem was, they didn't have it anymore. They'd spent it. The court ordered them to pay it back, however they could, which meant selling their house. The house my money had paid off. The house they'd renovated with my funds. They sold it in December for $520,000. After paying off the settlement and their legal fees, they walked away with almost nothing. I heard they moved into a rental apartment across town. Carol's parents were helping with rent. I got my money back, all of it, plus interest, plus my legal fees covered. But my house was gone, sold twice over by now. The family who bought it from Carol's cousin had done nothing wrong, and I wasn't going to punish them for David's crimes. So I let that go. In January, almost exactly a year after they'd sold my house, I met with Janet to write a new will. I'd been thinking about it for months. Susan and Thomas would split half of everything. The other half was going to a foundation for seniors who'd suffered from family exploitation, an organization that helped people like me, people whose own children had betrayed them. David and Carol got nothing, not a penny, not a mention except for a specific clause that stated they were being excluded intentionally due to their actions. I wanted it clear that this wasn't an oversight. This was deliberate. Janet asked if I was sure, said that wills like this often cause more family drama, that David might contest it. I told her to make it ironclad. I didn't care if he contested it. He'd already shown me who he was. That was the last time David looked me in the eye with anything but fear, and I wanted to make sure he understood exactly what his choices had cost him. The settlement finalized in February, about 15 months after I'd come home from rehab to find my entire life gone. I had my money back. David and Carol had lost their house. The legal part was over, but nothing felt resolved. I used some of the settlement money to buy a small condo about 10 minutes from Ruth. 2 bedrooms, updated kitchen, a little balcony where I could have some plants. It wasn't my old house, but it was mine. No memories of David there. No ghosts of what I'd lost. Just a clean slate. Ruth helped me move in. Susan flew up for a week to help me settle in and buy furniture. Thomas sent money for household stuff, apologized that he couldn't get away from work. It was fine. Having Susan there was enough. We didn't talk about David much. What was there to say? He'd made his choices. I'd made mine. And now we were all living with the consequences. The foundation I'd put in my will, the one for exploited seniors. I started donating to them right away. Didn't want to wait until I was dead to do something good with the money David had tried to steal. I set up a monthly donation, and they sent me updates about the people they helped. Stories like mine. Kids stealing from parents, grandkids draining accounts, financial abuse hidden behind family loyalty. It was more common than I'd ever imagined. I also established a scholarship fund through the foundation for law students specializing in elder law. Janet had taken my case on contingency because she believed in it. But not every lawyer will do that. Not every victim has a Janet. If I could help train more lawyers to fight for people like me, that felt like something worthwhile. Susan visited every few months after that. She'd bring the grandkids, and we'd have normal visits. Movies, dinners, walks in the park. She never mentioned David unless I brought him up, which was almost never. Thomas called every Sunday. We'd talk about his work, his wife, the weather. Normal stuff, safe stuff. Neither of them pushed me to reconcile with David. I think they understood that some betrayals don't get forgiven. Life settled into a routine. Bridge with Ruth on Thursdays.
volunteering at the library on Tuesdays, doctor's appointments scattered throughout the month because that's what happens when you're 76. I was okay. Not happy exactly, but stable, functional. I'd survived. Then David showed up at my condo. It was a Saturday morning in March, about 2 months after I'd moved in. I was having coffee on the balcony when I heard the doorbell. Wasn't expecting anyone. Ruth had a key and would have just let herself in. I looked through the peephole and there he was. He looked terrible. That's the first thing I noticed. He'd lost weight, had dark circles under his eyes, looked like he'd aged 10 years in the past 15 months. He was wearing jeans and a wrinkled t-shirt. The David I knew never left the house looking anything less than polished. I almost didn't open the door, stood there for a full minute just watching him through the peephole. He rang the bell again, then knocked softly. Called out that he knew I was home. He'd seen my car in the parking lot. "Please," he said, "just 5 minutes." I opened the door but left the chain on. Asked what he wanted. He said he needed to talk to me, that it was important. I told him we had nothing to talk about. He started crying then, and I knew immediately these weren't Carol's manipulative tears. This was real, raw, desperate. He told me Carol had left him, packed up and moved to her parents' place in Arizona 2 weeks ago, filed for divorce. She blamed him for everything, for dragging her into this mess, for losing their house, for ruining their reputation. She'd taken what little money they had left. I didn't say anything, just stood there looking at him through that 4-inch gap in the door. He said he'd lost his business, had to declare bankruptcy in January. He was working at a friend's company now, doing basic consulting work for a fraction of what he used to make. Living in a studio apartment, driving a 15-year-old Honda, barely scraping by. Still, I said nothing. Then he said he was sorry, that he'd made a terrible mistake, that he'd been desperate and stupid, and he'd convinced himself that he was doing the right thing, that he could invest the money and pay me back with interest, and I'd never have to know. He said the business was supposed to turn around, that the European vacation was a work trip that Carol had insisted on extending, that everything had just spiraled out of control. Excuses. That's all they were. Excuses and justifications and attempts to make himself feel less like the person who robbed his own mother. I asked him if he'd come here looking for money. His face went red and he said no. He just wanted to apologize, to see if maybe we could start over, build a relationship again. He said he'd lost everything, his wife, his business, his home, and he couldn't lose his mother too. I told him he'd already lost me, that he lost me the day he sold my house while I was in a hospital bed learning to walk again. I said I didn't care about his sob story or his apologies. He'd made his choices, and now he got to live with them just like I had to live with mine. He started begging then, actually begging, saying he'd do anything, that he'd spend the rest of his life making it up to me, that he was still my son, that had to count for something. I looked at this man, this stranger crying on my doorstep, and I tried to see the little boy I'd raised, the kid who'd bring me dandelions and call them flowers, the teenager who'd mowed lawns all summer to buy me a birthday present, the young man who'd cried at his father's funeral and promised to take care of me. I couldn't find him. That person was gone, if he'd ever really existed at all. I told David something I'd been thinking about for months. I said that maybe I didn't do this for justice. Maybe I didn't even do it to get my money back. Maybe I did it just to make sure he hurt as much as I did. To make sure he lost everything the way I'd lost everything. Maybe that made me vindictive and cruel, but I didn't care anymore. He looked at me like I'd slapped him, said I couldn't mean that I wasn't that kind of person. But I was.
Or at least I'd become that person. The kind who could watch her son cry and feel absolutely nothing. The kind who could destroy his life and sleep fine at night. He'd turned me into this, and now he got to see what he'd created. I told him the truth then, about the will, that he and Carol were getting nothing, that every cent was going to Susan, Thomas, and a foundation that helped people whose families had betrayed them. I wanted him to know exactly what his choices had cost him, not just now, but forever. His face went white. He asked if I was really going to do this, if I was really going to cut him out completely. I told him I already had. The papers were signed months ago. He was already gone. He said I was his mother, that I was supposed to love him no matter what. That's what mothers do. I said mothers are also supposed to be able to trust their children not to rob them blind while they're helpless in a hospital. Guess we both failed at our jobs. That broke something in him. He just stood there, tears running down his face, and I could see the exact moment he realized there was no coming back from this. No amount of apologies or time or changed behavior would fix what he'd done. Some things you don't recover from. I told him not to come back, that if he showed up again, I'd call the police and get a restraining order. Then I closed the door and locked it, watched through the peephole as he stood there for another minute before finally walking away. Ruth came over an hour later. She knew somehow, the way old friends always know. Found me sitting on the couch staring at nothing. She asked if I was okay, and I told her I didn't know. I'd just cut my son out of my life permanently, and I felt nothing. No guilt, no regret, no sadness. Just empty. She said that was probably normal, that I'd been through trauma, that my survival instinct had kicked in and shut down the parts of me that might make me vulnerable again, that maybe someday I'd feel something about it, or maybe I wouldn't. Either way was okay. I asked her if that made me a bad person. She said it made me a person who'd been hurt and chose to protect herself. Nothing bad about that. But I'm not sure I believe her. Sometimes late at night I wonder if I went too far, if I could have found some middle ground between complete forgiveness and total destruction. If there was a way to hold David accountable without obliterating every chance at a relationship. Then I remember coming home from rehab to find my house sold, my belongings gone, my money stolen. I remember being driven to that awful nursing home and told it was for my own good. I remember the feeling of complete helplessness, of being betrayed by the one person who was supposed to protect me. And I stopped wondering. Susan asked me once if I ever regretted pursuing the legal case, if I wished I'd just accepted what happened and moved on. I told her no. I didn't regret getting my money back, or making sure David faced consequences. But I did regret trusting him in the first place. I regretted every visit to that rehab center where I'd smiled at him and believed he had my best interests at heart. I regretted raising a son who could look at his elderly, injured mother and see a financial opportunity. Thomas was more direct. He asked if I thought David had learned anything from all this. I told him I didn't know and I didn't care. Whether David learned something or not wasn't my problem anymore. He could spend the rest of his life reflecting on his choices, or he could blame me for everything. Either way, it didn't affect me. The foundation sent me a letter last month. They'd helped a woman in a situation almost identical to mine. Her daughter had stolen nearly $300,000 while the woman was in memory care. They'd used my scholarship fund to train a lawyer who took the case pro bono. The woman got most of her money back, and her daughter faced criminal charges. I cried reading that letter. First time I'd cried about any of this in months. But they weren't sad tears. They were something else. Relief, maybe. Or validation. Proof that something good had come from this nightmare. I'm 78 now. It's been 2 years since everything happened. I don't see David. Don't talk to him. Don't know where he's living or what he's doing. Susan mentioned once that he'd reached out to her, asking about me. She told him I was fine, and that she wasn't going to be a go-between. He hasn't contacted her since. Sometimes I see fathers and sons together at the grocery store or the park. The good ones, the normal ones, laughing and talking. I wonder if David and I ever looked like that to other people. If anyone watching us would have guessed that one day he'd rob me and I'd destroy his life in return. I wonder if he tells people what happened, if he's painted himself as the victim of a vindictive old woman, if he's learned to justify his actions to himself, or if he lies awake at night the way I sometimes do, thinking about all the moments that led us here. Ruth says I should let it go, that holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. But I'm not holding on to anger. I barely think about David most days. He's just gone, like he never existed. A gap where a sun used to be. Maybe that's worse than anger. Maybe complete indifference is the cruelest thing I could give him. I don't know if what I did was right. I got justice, got my money back, made sure David couldn't do this to anyone else or benefit from what he'd done. But I also destroyed any chance of a relationship with my oldest child. Turned family gatherings into carefully planned events where Susan and Thomas have to choose which parent to visit. Created a wound that's never going to heal.
Sometimes revenge feels righteous in the moment, but hollow in hindsight. You get what you wanted, but it doesn't fix what was broken. It just breaks more things. But then I think about that woman from the foundation letter, the one whose daughter stole from her. The lawyer trained with my scholarship money helped her fight back. Helped her get justice when she might have been too scared or too broke or too defeated to fight on her own. Maybe that's what this was all for. Not revenge, not even justice for myself, but making sure the next person in my situation had the tools to fight back. To prove that being old doesn't mean being helpless, that family doesn't get a free pass to destroy you. I'm not sure if that makes what I did right, but it makes it mean something. And right now, that's enough. They sold my wedding ring behind my back, so I made sure they'd never touch family heirlooms again. I'm a 79-year-old widow, and my late husband passed 3 years ago after we spent over 50 years together. My granddaughter Sarah, 24, moved in about 2 months ago to help me recover from hip surgery. At the time, I thought it was a blessing. I really did. Let me back up a bit so this makes sense. My husband and I got married in 1962. Every piece of jewelry I own has a story attached to it. The gold wedding band he slipped on my finger at our ceremony. The locket with our first photo together from when we were dating. Even the simple silver band he bought me during our first year of marriage when we couldn't afford much of anything. These aren't just things you wear. They're memories you can hold in your hand. When I had my hip surgery back in early spring, I knew I'd need help around the house. I live alone, in the same house my husband and I bought in 1970. 3 bedrooms, too much space for one person, but I can't imagine leaving. My daughter lives 2 states away with her own family, and my son is overseas for work. Sarah had just lost her job at some marketing company and was between apartments, so when she offered to move in temporarily and help me out, it seemed perfect. She'd have a free place to stay. I'd have someone to help me get to physical therapy appointments and make sure I didn't fall going up the stairs. Win-win. The first few weeks were nice, honestly. Sarah would make me tea in the mornings, help me with the exercises the physical therapist gave me, even sit and listen to my old stories about her grandfather. She seemed genuinely interested when I'd tell her about how we met, or about the time he surprised me with the locket for our 5th anniversary. I'd take out my jewelry box and show her each piece, explaining what they meant. She'd hold them carefully and say things like how romantic Grandpa was,
How lucky I was to have all these memories. I should have known something was off earlier than I did. Looking back now, there were signs. Sarah was always on her phone, texting someone and then quickly putting it away when I came into the room. She'd go out at weird times, like 10 at night, saying she needed to pick something up from the store. Little things that didn't quite add up, but that I ignored because I didn't want to be that suspicious old woman who doesn't trust her own family. The morning I noticed the ring was gone, I was about 6 weeks post-surgery. I was getting around pretty well by then, didn't need as much help. I have this routine I've done for decades where, once a week, I take off my wedding ring and clean it with a soft cloth and some jewelry cleaner. It's stupid, probably, but it makes me feel close to him still. I reached for the ring on my nightstand where I always leave it at night, and it wasn't there. I figured maybe I'd put it somewhere else and forgotten. I'm not senile, but I'm also not 20 anymore, and sometimes I do misplace things. I check the bathroom counter, my dresser, even the kitchen windowsill where I sometimes take it off when I'm doing dishes. Nothing. That's when I went to my jewelry box. The box itself was in its usual spot on top of my dresser, but when I opened it, something felt wrong. The ring wasn't in its slot. The little velvet section where I keep it was empty. I stood there for a good 5 minutes just staring at that empty space, trying to convince myself there was a reasonable explanation. When Sarah came home from wherever she'd been that morning, I asked her casually if she'd seen my ring. I kept my voice light, didn't want to accuse her of anything. She barely looked up from her phone when she answered, said she'd put it away for safekeeping, that with the surgery and all the commotion she didn't want me to lose it. She said it was somewhere safe, and she'd get it for me later. But she didn't get it for me later. That night at dinner, I brought it up again. She said she'd look for it tomorrow, that she couldn't remember exactly where she'd put it. The way she said it, so dismissive, made my stomach turn. This was the ring I'd worn every single day since 1962. I'd know if someone moved it for safekeeping. I would have been part of that conversation. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about her response, the way she wouldn't look at me when she said it. Around 2 in the morning, I got up and checked the jewelry box again. I turned on every light in my bedroom and went through each piece carefully. That's when I realized the locket felt different, lighter. I opened it and the photo inside was gone. The tiny black and white picture of us from 1961, young and stupid and so in love we couldn't see straight. Gone. I sat on my bed holding that empty locket and felt something crack inside my chest. This wasn't about misplacing things. This was something else entirely. The next few days I started paying attention to things I'd been ignoring. Sarah was gone more often than she was home. When she was there, she was jittery, always checking her phone, always seeming like she wanted to be somewhere else. She stopped asking to see my jewelry, stopped wanting to hear my stories. The sweetness from those first weeks had evaporated completely. I started checking the jewelry box every day. Nothing else seemed to be missing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being robbed in slow motion, in my own house, by my own granddaughter. It sounds paranoid when I say it out loud, but that's what it felt like. About a week after the ring disappeared, I still couldn't sleep properly. I'd lie awake at night trying to figure out what to do. Confront her? But what if I was wrong? What if she really had put it somewhere and forgotten? Calling her a thief when she wasn't one would destroy our relationship forever. But what if I was right? What if she'd actually taken it? That's when I decided to call Eddie. Eddie owns a pawn shop downtown, one of those old family businesses that's been there since the 70s. My husband used to buy tools from him, and over the years we'd become friendly. Eddie's honest, which is rare in that business. If anyone in town had seen my jewelry, it would be him.
I called him on a Tuesday morning after Sarah left for wherever she was spending her days. I tried to sound casual, asked him how business was, made small talk. Then I asked if anyone had brought in jewelry matching my descriptions recently. Gold wedding band, women's size 6, engraved with initials inside. A silver locket, heart-shaped, old. Eddie went quiet on the other end of the line. That silence told me everything I needed to know before he even spoke. When he finally did talk, his voice was careful, like he was trying not to upset me. He said he thought I needed to come down to the shop. He said we needed to talk in person. I told him I'd be there the next morning. After I hung up, I sat at my kitchen table for an hour, just staring at the wall. Part of me wanted to be wrong. Part of me wanted Eddie to show me that it was all a misunderstanding, that some stranger had brought in similar jewelry by coincidence. But I knew. Deep down, I already knew. That night at dinner, Sarah asked if I needed anything from the store. She was being nice again, putting on that sweet granddaughter act. I told her no thank you. I was fine. I watched her scroll through her phone while she ate the pasta I'd made, and I wondered how much money she'd gotten for my ring. I wondered if she felt guilty at all, or if she'd already spent whatever pittance they'd given her. I barely slept that night. I kept thinking about my husband, about how he saved up for 3 months to buy that ring in 1962. We were so young and so broke, but he insisted on gold because he said our marriage would last forever, and the ring should too. He was right about the marriage. 53 years before he died, and now that ring was gone, sold by someone who was supposed to love me. The next morning I told Sarah I had a doctor's appointment and called an Uber. I don't drive much anymore, especially not when I'm this upset. The ride to Eddie's pawn shop took 15 minutes. I spent the whole time looking out the window, trying to prepare myself for whatever I was about to see. Eddie was waiting for me when I walked in. He locked the front door and flipped the sign to closed, which he never does in the middle of the morning. That's how I knew it was bad. He led me to his back office, this cramped little room with papers everywhere and a coffee pot that looked older than me. He offered me a chair and I sat down. My hip was aching from the Uber ride, but I barely noticed. He pulled out a receipt and slid it across the desk to me. I didn't want to look at it, but I made myself. There it was in black and white. My granddaughter's name. Sarah Patterson. The date was from 4 days after she told me she'd put the ring away for safekeeping. The description matched perfectly. 1 gold wedding band, women's, engraved. They'd given her $340 for it. $340. For a ring that was priceless. For a piece of my history, my marriage, my entire life. $340. Eddie looked miserable. He said he had security footage if I wanted to see it, to be absolutely sure. I told him yes, I needed to see it. He pulled it up on his computer and there she was, clear as day. Sarah, wearing the jacket I'd bought her for Christmas, handing over my ring, talking to the clerk, taking the cash, walking out. I asked about the locket. Eddie checked his records and nodded. She'd sold that too, same day. $85 for that one. I did the math in my head. $425 total. That's what 53 years of marriage was worth to my granddaughter. $425. Eddie said he was sorry about a dozen times. Said if he'd known it was stolen from family, he never would have bought it, that he thought she owned it. I told him it wasn't his fault. How was he supposed to know? Sarah probably spun some story about how it was hers, how she needed quick cash. Whatever lie made the sale go smoothly. I sat in that back office for almost an hour trying not to cry. Eddie made me terrible coffee and didn't try to make small talk, which I appreciated. He asked if I wanted to call the police.
Said he'd give a statement, show them the footage, whatever I needed. I told him I'd think about it. I needed time to process what this meant. The Uber ride home felt longer than the ride there. I kept thinking about all those mornings she made me tea, all those times she smiled and called me grandma and pretended to care about my stories. It was all fake. All of it. She was just waiting for her opportunity to take what she wanted. When I got home, Sarah was in the living room watching TV. She asked how my appointment went. I told her it was fine. My voice sounded normal somehow, even though inside I was screaming. She went back to her show, and I went to my bedroom and closed the door. I looked at my jewelry box sitting on the dresser. Everything else was still there, or at least it looked like it was still there. The pearl earrings my mother gave me, the brooch my husband bought me for our 25th anniversary, the gold chain I wore to my daughter's wedding. How long until those disappeared too? How long until every piece of my history was sold off piece by piece for whatever small amount of cash Sarah could get? That's when I realized I couldn't confront her. Not yet. If I did, she'd just deny it or make excuses or cry and promise to do better. And then what? I'd kick her out and she'd be gone with my ring and my locket and $425, and I'd be left with nothing but the memory of being betrayed by my own flesh and blood. No, I needed to be smarter than that. I needed to make sure this never happened again. Not to me, and not to anything else my husband and I built together. I sat on my bed holding that empty jewelry box and I started making a plan. The morning after I saw that security footage, I called my lawyer. His name is Martin, and he's been handling our estate planning since the 80s. Good man. Never tries to oversell you on services you don't need. I told his secretary it was urgent, and she got me an appointment for that afternoon. I told Sarah I had a follow-up appointment for my hip. She barely looked up from her phone when I said it. Just nodded and went back to scrolling through whatever was so important. I called another Uber and left. Martin's office is in one of those old downtown buildings with creaky floors and too much dark wood paneling. It smells like old paper and coffee. I've always liked it there. It feels solid, permanent, like the kind of place where important decisions get made and documented properly. When I told Martin what happened, he leaned back in his chair and didn't say anything for a minute. Then he asked me what I wanted to do about it. Press charges? Kick her out? Get a restraining order? I told him no to all of that. I said I wanted to make sure she couldn't take anything else, ever. That I wanted every single heirloom, every piece of jewelry, every photo album and document protected somewhere she could never touch them. He asked if I was sure. Said this was a pretty extreme step and maybe I should take some time to think about it. I told him I'd had plenty of time to think about it while watching my granddaughter sell my wedding ring on security camera footage. That shut down that conversation pretty quick. Martin explained my options. I could put everything in a trust with specific beneficiaries. I could donate items to museums or historical societies. I could create an LLC and transfer ownership. We went through each option and what it would mean legally. After about an hour of discussion, we landed on something that felt right. The historical museum my husband volunteered at for 20 years would take everything. They'd catalog it, preserve it properly, display what made sense to display. The items would be part of their permanent collection. Family members could visit and see them anytime during operating hours, but nobody could remove them or claim ownership. It would all be documented, protected, safe. My husband spent 2 decades volunteering in their archives section. He loved that place. Used to come home and tell me about old photographs he'd helped restore or documents he'd helped organize. When he died, they named a small reading room after him. It seemed right that his memory and our history would be preserved there, together. Martin said it would take about 2 weeks to get everything finalized. We'd need to inventory every item, get appraisals for insurance purposes, draw up the trust documents, and coordinate with the museum. He'd handle most of it, but I'd need to be available to identify items and sign papers. I told him to do whatever needed to be done. Before I left his office, Martin asked me one more time if I was certain. Said that once we did this, it was permanent. I couldn't change my mind later if Sarah apologized or if family members got upset. I told him I understood. Some decisions you make with your heart, and some you make with your head. And this one was pure head. Cold, logical, final. The Uber dropped me back home around 5. Sarah was in the kitchen making herself dinner. She offered to make me some too, all sweet and caring again. I said no thank you, I wasn't hungry. I went to my bedroom and started making a list of everything that needed to go into the trust. It took me 3 days to inventory everything. Martin had given me forms to fill out with descriptions and estimated values. I went through every drawer, every closet, every box in the attic. The pearl necklace from my mother, the watch my husband wore every day until he died. Our wedding album, the quilt his grandmother made. Letters we wrote to each other when he was stationed overseas in the 60s. Everything that mattered. Everything that told the story of our lives together. Sarah asked what I was doing when she saw me going through boxes. I told her I was organizing, doing some spring cleaning. She seemed satisfied with that answer and went back to whatever she was doing on her laptop, probably looking up what other items in the house might be worth selling. While I waited for the trust paperwork to go through, I started working on phase 2 of my plan. I couldn't just remove everything and leave empty spaces. Sarah would notice immediately and either confront me or disappear with whatever she could grab before I got it all secured. I needed decoys. I'd never bought fake jewelry in my life. Never saw the point. But I spent 2 full days online looking at costume jewelry sites, comparing pieces to what I actually owned. Cubic zirconia necklace that looked like my mother's diamond one. Fake pearl earrings. Gold-plated rings that would pass for real if you didn't look too close. I ordered everything with rush shipping. The hardest part was finding a fake wedding ring that looked similar to mine. I must have looked at 50 different options before I found one that was close enough. Gold-plated band, similar width. I even paid extra to have the same initials engraved inside. It wouldn't fool a jeweler, but it would fool Sarah, at least for a little while. Everything arrived within the week. I felt ridiculous opening boxes of fake jewelry like some kind of spy running a con operation. But I laid it all out on my bed and compared each piece to the real version. Close enough. That's all I needed. Martin called me on day 12 to say the paperwork was ready. I needed to come sign everything and bring the items I wanted to transfer. He'd arranged for a courier service that specialized in transporting valuables. They'd pack everything properly and deliver it to the museum, where the curator was waiting to receive it. I told Sarah I had another appointment and would be gone most of the day. She was so used to me being gone by then that she didn't even ask where I was going. I packed 2 large boxes with everything real. The jewelry, the photo albums, the letters, the documents. I kept out only a few recent photos and my husband's reading glasses, which I wasn't ready to let go of yet. Everything else went in those boxes. At Martin's office, I signed what felt like 100 different papers. The courier service guys showed up with proper packing materials and boxes with insurance labels. I watched them wrap each piece carefully, documenting everything with photos and inventory sheets. My whole life packed into boxes. It felt surreal. The museum curator, a woman named Dr. Chen, came to Martin's office to oversee the transfer. She'd known my husband from his volunteer work, and she was genuinely excited about the collection. Started talking about how they'd create a proper display, how they'd digitize the photos and letters so researchers could access them, how meaningful this contribution was. I appreciated her enthusiasm, but mostly I just felt numb.
After everything was signed and packed and loaded into the courier van, I went home with my boxes of fake jewelry. Sarah wasn't there. I took my time replacing everything in the jewelry box, making sure each piece went in the right spot. The fake wedding ring in the velvet slot. The costume pearls where the real ones had been. The cubic zirconia necklace. All of it. I stood back and looked at the jewelry box when I was done. If you didn't know better, it looked exactly the same as before. That was the point. The real items I'd kept, my husband's reading glasses and a few photos, I took to the bank the next morning and put in a safety deposit box. Sarah had no idea I even had a safety deposit box. No way she could access it. For the next week, I acted completely normal. Made my meals, went to physical therapy, watched my shows. Sarah was around more than usual, actually. Almost like she sensed something was different and was trying to figure out what. She'd come into my room and chat, asking about my day, being sweet again. I played along, answered her questions, smiled, pretended everything was fine. But I watched her. I watched the way her eyes would drift to the jewelry box when she thought I wasn't looking. The way she'd find excuses to be in my bedroom. The way she was always checking her phone, probably looking at her bank account and realizing that $425 doesn't last very long. 2 weeks after I'd transferred everything to the museum, I saw her do it. I'd told her I was taking a nap and went to my room and closed the door. I didn't lock it. I wanted to give her the opportunity. I lay on my bed with my eyes closed and listened. She waited about 20 minutes before I heard my bedroom door open quietly, heard her footsteps cross to my dresser, heard the soft sound of the jewelry box opening. I kept my breathing steady, pretending to be asleep, heard her moving things around carefully, trying to be quiet. Then she left, door closing softly behind her. I waited another 10 minutes before I got up and checked the jewelry box. The cubic zirconia necklace was gone. The one I'd bought for $40 online that was supposed to look like my mother's diamond necklace. The one Sarah thought was worth a few $1,000s at least. I smiled. Actually smiled. First time I'd smiled in weeks. I didn't follow her. Didn't need to. I knew exactly where she was going. I gave her an hour head start. Then I called another Uber and headed downtown to Eddie's pawn shop. Eddie called me when I was about 10 minutes away, said Sarah was there trying to sell a diamond necklace. His voice had this tone to it, like he was trying not to laugh. I told him I was almost there and to just keep her talking. When I walked into the pawn shop, Sarah was at the counter arguing with Eddie's clerk. The necklace was on the counter between them. I could hear her from the doorway saying something about how it was definitely real, how her grandmother had owned it for years, how it had to be worth something. Eddie was standing off to the side. When he saw me come in, he gave me the smallest nod. Sarah's back was to the door, so she didn't see me at first. The clerk was explaining to her that they'd tested it, and it was cubic zirconia, costume jewelry, worth maybe $5 if that. Sarah was insisting they test it again, that their machine must be broken. I walked up behind her and said her name. Just Sarah, nothing else. She spun around and her face went completely white, like she'd seen a ghost. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out. She looked at me, then at the necklace on the counter, then back at me, trying to figure out what to say, what excuse would work. I kept my voice calm and quiet, told her I knew what she'd done, knew about the ring, the locket, and now this. Told her I'd seen the security footage from the first time, watched her sell my wedding ring for $340. She started crying immediately. The kind of crying that's meant to manipulate, big gasping sobs, saying she was sorry. She didn't mean to. She was desperate. She had debts. Her ex-boyfriend had left her with bills. She didn't know what else to do. I let her finish. Didn't interrupt. When she finally stopped talking, I told her there was nothing real left to take, that everything that mattered was gone, protected, somewhere she could never touch it, that she'd sold her inheritance for pocket change and costume jewelry. Her face went from sad to angry so fast it was almost funny. Started yelling about how I was a bitter old woman, how they were just things, how I cared more about dead husband's memory than I did about my living granddaughter. The clerk looked uncomfortable. Eddie just stood there with his arms crossed, letting it play out. I didn't yell back, didn't see the point. I told her she had until the end of the week to move out of my house, that I'd already changed the locks and her key wouldn't work after Friday, that if she tried to take anything else, I'd call the police and press charges for everything she'd already stolen. Then I turned around and walked out, got in my Uber and went home. She didn't come back to the house that night, or the next night. On Thursday, she showed up with 2 friends in a truck and got her stuff while I watched from the living room window. She didn't knock on the door or try to talk to me, just loaded up her boxes and left. I went to check my bedroom after they left. Nothing else was missing. The fake jewelry was still there, the empty jewelry box sitting on my dresser like always. I sat on my bed and realized the house was completely quiet. No Sarah in the next room watching TV, no footsteps in the hallway. Just silence and the sound of my own breathing. It should have felt like a victory. I'd protected everything that mattered. I'd made sure my history and my husband's memory were safe. I'd outsmarted someone who thought she could steal from me without consequences. But mostly I just felt tired, and alone, and old. That first week after Sarah left was weird. I kept expecting to hear her moving around in the other room, or making noise in the kitchen. The house felt too big and too quiet. I'd lived alone for 3 years since my husband died, so it's not like I wasn't used to it. But somehow having someone there for 2 months, and then having them gone again, made the emptiness feel worse. I got a call from my daughter about 4 days after Sarah moved out. She was upset, which I expected. Sarah had called her, crying, told her some version of events that made me sound like a monster. My daughter wanted to know if it was true that I'd given away all the family heirlooms to a museum, that I'd kicked Sarah out over a misunderstanding, that I'd refused to even listen to Sarah's side of the story. I told her yes. I'd transferred everything to the museum. No, it wasn't a misunderstanding. Yes, I'd told Sarah to leave. Then I explained about the ring and the locket and the security footage. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. My daughter said she'd call me back. She didn't call back for 3 days. When she finally did, she said she'd talked to Sarah again, and Sarah had admitted what she'd done. My daughter apologized for not believing me at first. Said she couldn't imagine Sarah doing something like that. But the evidence was pretty clear. Then she said she thought maybe I'd overreacted a little bit with the museum thing. That family heirlooms should stay in the family, even if one person made a mistake. I didn't argue with her. Just said what's done is done, and the items were legally transferred. She dropped it after that, but I could tell she wasn't happy about it. We talked for a few more minutes about other things and then hung up. It felt strained in a way our conversations never had before. My son called from overseas about a week later. He'd heard from my daughter. He was more pragmatic about the whole thing. Said Sarah had always been flaky, and he wasn't surprised she'd done something stupid. But he also said he'd hoped to inherit some of the items eventually, especially my husband's watch. I told him the watch was at the museum, and he could visit it any time. He didn't think that was funny. That's when I started realizing the full scope of what I'd done. I'd been so focused on protecting the items from Sarah that I hadn't really thought about how this would affect everyone else. My kids had grown up with those things. They had memories attached to them too. And now, nobody in the family would ever own them.
I thought about calling Martin and asking if there was a way to undo it, but I knew the answer. He'd explained very clearly that this was permanent, irrevocable trust. The items belonged to the museum now. There was no taking it back. Some of my husband's relatives found out about it through the family grapevine. His sister called me and spent 20 minutes explaining how disappointed she was in my decision. How her brother would have wanted his things to stay in the family. How I was being vindictive and cruel. I listened to the whole speech, and then told her that her brother had volunteered at that museum for 20 years and would probably be thrilled his collection ended up there. She hung up on me. After that, I stopped answering my phone unless I recognized the number. I didn't have the energy to defend my decision to every relative who had an opinion about it. About 3 weeks after Sarah left, Eddie called and asked if I wanted to come by the shop. Said he had something for me. I took an Uber down there the next morning. When I got there, Eddie pulled out a small box from under the counter. Inside was my wedding ring. The real one. He said he'd tracked down whoever he'd sold it to and bought it back. Paid more than what he'd sold it for. Took a loss on the transaction. Said he couldn't stand the thought of my ring being out there somewhere when he could do something about it. I started crying right there in his pawn shop. Couldn't help it. Eddie looked embarrassed and handed me some tissues from a box behind the counter. I asked him how much I owed him, and he refused to tell me. Said it was a gift. I argued with him for 10 minutes, but he wouldn't budge. I put that ring back on my finger right there in the shop. First time I'd worn it in almost 2 months. It felt right. Like a piece of me had been missing, and suddenly it was back where it belonged. Eddie asked how I was doing otherwise. I told him the truth. That I was fine, mostly. That the house was quiet. That some family members weren't speaking to me. That I didn't regret what I'd done, but I was starting to understand the cost of it. He said something I think about a lot now. He said that sometimes protecting what matters means making yourself unpopular. That doing the right thing and doing the easy thing aren't always the same. That my husband would be proud of me for standing up for what I believed in, even when it was hard. I don't know if he was right about that last part. My husband was a gentle man. He didn't like conflict. He probably would have tried to work things out with Sarah, given her another chance, believed her when she apologized. But my husband also said to protect what matters, and I did that. Just maybe not the way he would have done it. I started visiting the museum every couple of weeks after that. Dr. Chen gave me a personal tour of how they'd set everything up. They'd created a small exhibit in the reading room named after my husband. Our wedding photo in a climate-controlled case. His medals from his service arranged on velvet. The letters we'd written displayed in rotation so they wouldn't fade from light exposure. My mother's pearl necklace on a mannequin bust. All of it preserved and protected and displayed like it actually mattered. Dr. Chen explained that researchers and students could request to see items from the collection, that they were digitizing everything so people could access it online, that our story would be part of the historical record now, preserved for future generations. She was so enthusiastic about it, made it sound important and meaningful. I stood there, looking at my whole life laid out in glass cases, and felt this strange mix of emotions. Pride that it was being preserved properly. Sadness that I couldn't just reach out and touch things anymore. Relief that it was safe. Grief that my family would never own these pieces again. One thing I didn't expect was how many people came to see the exhibit. Dr. Chen told me it was getting a lot of visitors. Apparently there was something appealing about seeing a real marriage documented through objects. Photos of us at different ages. The ring he saved up to buy. Letters that showed how we talked to each other. People connected with it. A local newspaper even did a small article about the collection. They interviewed me about why I donated everything. I didn't tell them the real reason. Just said I wanted to make sure it was preserved properly and that the museum my husband loved seemed like the right place. They took my photo standing in front of the exhibit. I looked old and tired in the photo,
but I guess that's accurate. After the article came out, I got a few letters from people I didn't know. Older people mostly, saying they were inspired to do something similar with their own family items. Younger people thanking me for preserving history. One woman wrote that she'd visited the exhibit with her grandmother, and it had helped them talk about their own family history. That made me feel good, I guess. Like maybe something positive came out of all this mess. Sarah tried to contact me about a month after she'd moved out. Sent a long email apologizing again. Said she understood why I was angry, but hoped we could eventually work things out. That she'd gotten help for her financial problems and was in therapy. That she wanted to make amends. I read the email 3 times and then didn't respond. I didn't know what to say. Sorry doesn't give me back my ring. Therapy doesn't undo the betrayal. 2 months after that, she sent another email, shorter this time, just asking if we could meet for coffee and talk. I didn't respond to that one either. My daughter asked me about it when we talked on the phone, said Sarah was really trying to make things right and maybe I should at least hear her out. I told my daughter I wasn't ready yet. Maybe I'd never be ready. She sighed and said she understood, but I could tell she didn't really. The thing nobody seems to get is that it's not just about the stealing, it's about the lying. About her being sweet and kind to my face while planning to rob me. About her selling something irreplaceable for almost nothing because she didn't understand or care what it meant. About her turning my own family against me when I was the one who got hurt. Some of my relatives have started speaking to me again. Others haven't. There's definitely a divide now. People who think I did the right thing, and people who think I went too far. Family gatherings are going to be weird for a while, maybe forever. I'm okay with that, though. I'm 79 years old. I don't have unlimited time left to worry about what people think of me. My husband's memory is safe. Our history is preserved. Nobody can sell it, or lose it, or destroy it. That was the point. The house is still quiet. I've gotten used to it again. I have my routines. I wear my wedding ring every day. I visit the museum when I feel like seeing the other items. I talk to Eddie when I'm downtown. I call my daughter once a week. Life goes on. About 3 months after everything happened, I got a letter in the mail. Handwritten envelope, no return address. But I recognized Sarah's handwriting. It's been sitting on my kitchen table for the past week. I look at it every morning when I have my coffee. I haven't opened it. Part of me is curious what it says. Part of me thinks it doesn't matter what it says. An apology doesn't change anything. An explanation doesn't give me back what I lost. And I don't mean the ring or the locket or any of the physical items. I mean the relationship, the trust, the belief that my family would never hurt me like that. Some people would say I should read it, that I should give her a chance to explain, that family is more important than things, and I should find a way to forgive. My daughter definitely thinks that. Even my son suggested maybe I'm holding a grudge. But here's what I keep coming back to. I can forgive someone without letting them back into my life. I can understand that Sarah was desperate and made bad choices without having to rebuild our relationship. Forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting. It doesn't mean pretending it didn't happen. It doesn't mean giving someone another opportunity to hurt you. That letter is still sitting there. Sometimes I pick it up and hold it, feel the weight of it. Sometimes I think about just throwing it away unopened. Sometimes I think I'll read it eventually, when enough time has passed and it doesn't hurt as much. My husband used to say that the hardest decisions are the ones where both choices cost you something. Keep the heirlooms in the family and risk losing them to someone who doesn't value them. Give them away and lose them yourself, but keep them safe. Trust Sarah and possibly get hurt again. Don't trust her and lose whatever relationship we might salvage.
I made my choice about the heirlooms. I'm still making my choice about that letter. Maybe I'll open it tomorrow. Maybe I'll open it next month. Maybe I never will. I don't know yet. What I do know is that I protected what needed protecting, even though it cost me, even though it made me unpopular, even though some people think I went too far. The items are safe. The history is preserved. My husband's memory is honored. And I can live with being the bitter old woman who gave everything to a museum. I can live with family members who don't speak to me anymore. I can live with that unopened letter on my kitchen table. What I couldn't live with was watching my life get sold off piece by piece while I did nothing. So I did something. And I'd do it again. They thought my mind was slipping, but I made sure they paid for underestimating me. I'm Margaret, 78, and for the past 6 months I've been dealing with my son, Daniel, 52, and my granddaughter, Amy, 28, who both decided I was too senile to manage my own life. My husband passed 5 years ago, and we'd spent 43 years building a comfortable life together. He was a contractor. I was a bookkeeper. We saved. We invested carefully. We paid off the house. Everything we had was supposed to see me through my final years in comfort and dignity. But apparently, my own family had other plans. It started about 3 months ago at a family dinner. I'd made pot roast, Daniel's favorite since he was a kid, and Amy came over with her boyfriend, Marcus. Normal Sunday evening, or so I thought. I was in the dining room setting the table when I heard them in the kitchen. They weren't exactly whispering, but they had that hushed tone people use when they think you can't hear. Daniel was saying something about bills, about how I'd left some unpaid, how the electric company had sent a notice. Amy chimed in with this concerned voice, talking about protecting me, about the house being worth so much in this market. Then Marcus said something about getting ahead of it before it's too late. Here's the thing they didn't know. I'd left those bills unpaid on purpose. It was a test. I'd been watching them both circle for weeks, asking weird questions about my finances, about whether I'd talked to a lawyer recently, about my investment accounts. The unpaid bills were bait, and they'd taken it. The checkbook in the freezer incident? Also me. I put it there myself, then mentioned it casually to Daniel the next day like I'd just discovered it. The look on his face, equal parts concern and excitement, told me everything I needed to know. So I sat through that dinner, smiling and nodding, while they exchanged glances across the table. Amy kept patting my hand and asking if I was feeling okay. Daniel insisted on doing the dishes, and I caught him going through the mail on my counter. That's when I knew exactly what this was about. They weren't worried about me. They were worried about their inheritance. 2 days later, Daniel showed up at my house in the morning. He had this whole concerned son routine ready to go. Sat me down at the kitchen table with his serious face on, holding a folder of papers. He told me he'd been thinking about my situation, about how managing finances was getting harder for me. He brought up the unpaid bills again, the checkbook thing. Said he'd noticed I seemed confused about some bank statements. Then he slid the papers across the table. Power of attorney documents, account access forms, all printed out, all ready for my signature. "Mom, let me help you with this," he said. "We'll set it up so I can monitor things, make sure nothing falls through the cracks. You won't have to worry about any of it anymore." I looked at those papers, and something crystallized in my mind. This wasn't about helping. This was about control. This was about getting access to everything my husband and I had worked for. So right then, I made a choice. I was going to play along. I did this whole confused elderly woman act, squinted at the papers, asked what they were for, let my hand shake a little when I picked up the pen. Daniel practically held his breath while I signed. The relief on his face when I finished was something else. He actually thought he'd won. Over the next few weeks, things escalated exactly like I knew they would. Daniel started accessing the primary account regularly. I could see the login notifications on my phone. He was checking the balance almost daily. And Amy started her part of the operation. She'd drop by for coffee, and somehow the conversation always turned to estate planning. "Grandma, have you thought about updating your will? It's been years since Grandpa passed, right? You should probably review everything. Make sure it's all current." Or she'd bring up nursing homes out of nowhere, talking about how nice some of them were, how they had activities and nurses on staff, always with this syrupy sweet concern that made my skin crawl. I played dumb through all of it, shuffled papers around, pretended to forget what we'd talked about the week before, acted like I couldn't quite remember where I'd put important documents. Their confidence grew with every confused look I gave them. They got sloppier, stopped being careful about their whispered conversations. I heard Amy on the phone one day when she thought I was napping. She was talking to someone about the house value, about market rates, about how it wouldn't be much longer now. Daniel started talking to me like I was a child, using that slow, loud voice people use with toddlers. But here's what they didn't know. I was 10 steps ahead of them the entire time. I need to explain something about my late husband's best friend, Robert. They met in college, stayed close for 50-plus years. Robert was the best man at our wedding, godfather to Daniel, practically family. He's 75 now, retired estate attorney, sharp as ever, and one of the few people in this world I trust completely. He helped us draft our original will decades ago, handled the estate stuff when my husband passed. I called Robert about a week after Daniel got access to the account. Met him at a coffee shop across town, somewhere I knew Daniel and Amy would never see us. I laid out everything, the whispered conversations, the fake concern, the circling. Robert listened to it all, his face getting harder with each detail. When I finished, he was quiet for a minute. Then he said, "Margaret, I'm so sorry. But we can fix this. We can protect everything." That's when we started the real plan. Over the next several weeks, Robert helped me set up a trust. We did it all quietly, carefully. Transferred the real assets, the bulk of my savings, the house title, the investment accounts my husband had set up, into a protected trust with Robert as the manager. We did it in small movements, so nothing would trigger alerts, nothing that would show up as suspicious to Daniel's watching eyes. I left just enough in the primary account Daniel controlled, enough that it looked legitimate, like an elderly woman's modest savings. Maybe 20,000, enough to be believable. Meanwhile, the real assets, everything that actually mattered, moved into protection. Every time Daniel checked that account and saw the balance sitting there, he had no idea he was watching breadcrumbs while I moved the whole loaf. I'd catch him smiling sometimes, this satisfied little smirk like he'd secured his future. It made me sick, but I kept up the act. I also started keeping a journal, dated every entry, documented every conversation, every manipulation. Every time Amy asked about the will, I wrote it down. Every time Daniel made a comment about my confusion, I recorded it. Every hushed conversation I overheard, every fake concerned look, all of it went into that journal. Robert said it might be useful. Turns out, he was right. 3 weeks ago, things escalated. Amy showed up with Marcus on a Tuesday afternoon. I wasn't expecting them. She had this serious look on her face, said they needed to talk to me about something important. Marcus stayed mostly quiet, but he had this folder with him, kept glancing at it. Amy sat me down and started talking about how much she loved me, how she wanted to make sure I was taken care of. Then she asked to see my financial documents, All of them. Bank statements, investment records, the deed to the house. Said she just wanted to make sure everything was in order. I did my confused act, shuffled around looking for papers, brought out some old utility bills instead of bank statements. Watched her exchange a look with Marcus. Then she tried a different approach.
Asked if I'd given Daniel access to everything or just some accounts. Was there anything he didn't know about? I just blinked at her, asked what she meant. She backed off, but I could see the frustration there. The next day, Daniel came over. He didn't waste time, sat me down and said, "Mom, I think you need more help than we thought. This isn't working. The bills, the confusion, forgetting conversations. I think we need to talk about getting you more support." I asked what kind of support. He hesitated, then said maybe I should look into memory care facilities. Just to visit, just to see what options were out there. You'd have people to help you all the time, Mom. Wouldn't that be nice? No more worrying about bills or managing things. The way he said it, so gentle and caring, while his eyes calculated the value of my house, I almost broke character right there. But I held it together, acted distressed, started tearing up about not wanting to leave my home. He patted my shoulder and said we'd figure it out together. That phrase, memory care facilities. That's when I knew they were about to make their move. And I was ready. The next morning, I got a call from an attorney I'd never met. Some guy named Peterson from a firm downtown. He told me that Daniel had filed paperwork with the court to have me declared incompetent. There was going to be a hearing to determine if I needed a guardian to manage my affairs. The hearing was scheduled for the following week. I thanked him for the call, hung up, and immediately called Robert. "They did it," I told him. "They're actually doing it." Robert's voice was grim. "Then we proceed as planned. Margaret, are you sure you want to go through with this? It's going to hurt. These are your children, your grandchildren." I thought about that for a second. Thought about Daniel as a little boy, about teaching Amy to ride a bike. Then I thought about them whispering in my kitchen about my assets, about them trying to lock me away so they could take everything. "I'm sure," I said. 10 minutes later, Amy called. She was crying, or pretending to cry, hard to tell. "Grandma, please don't be mad. We're just trying to help you. Daniel filed some papers with the court, but it's only because we love you and want to make sure you're protected. You understand, right? We're doing this for you." I played along one more time, let my voice shake, said I was confused about what was happening, asked if I was in trouble. She reassured me, said it would all be fine, that soon we'd have everything sorted out and I wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. After I hung up, I sat in my kitchen, the same kitchen where my husband and I had coffee every morning for 4 decades, and I let myself feel it. The betrayal. The calculated cruelty of it. They were going to take everything. They were going to lock me away and strip me of my independence, my dignity, my home. But they'd made one critical mistake. They'd assumed I was actually the confused old woman I'd been pretending to be. They'd underestimated me completely. I spent that week preparing with Robert. We gathered everything. Medical records from my doctor showing perfect cognitive function, recent photos of me volunteering at the library, testimony from friends about my sharp mind and active life. Robert compiled all the trust documents, the transfer records, every piece of evidence showing exactly where my assets really were. And I brought the journal. Every manipulation, every lie, every whispered conversation about my deteriorating condition, all documented with dates and details. The hearing was set for the following Monday. Daniel called me the night before, asked if I needed a ride to the courthouse, said it would all be over soon, that I shouldn't worry. I told him I'd get there myself. That night I barely slept. Part of me still couldn't believe my own son was doing this. Part of me wanted to call him, to confront him,
to ask him how he could even consider this. But I knew the answer. Greed. Plain and simple, greed. The next morning, I put on my best dress, did my makeup, made sure I looked sharp and competent. Robert picked me up at 9. In the car, he asked me one more time if I was ready. I looked at the courthouse ahead of us, thought about what was about to happen, and nodded. Let's go show them exactly how incompetent I'm not. The courtroom was smaller than I expected. Just a regular hearing room, not like the big dramatic courtrooms you see on TV. Daniel was already there with his attorney, some sharp-looking woman in an expensive suit. Amy sat behind them with Marcus. When I walked in with Robert, Daniel looked surprised. I guess he expected me to show up alone and confused. His attorney started the proceedings, laid out their case like it was already a done deal, talked about my forgetfulness, my inability to manage finances properly, how I'd been showing clear signs of cognitive decline. She brought up the checkbook in the freezer, the unpaid bills, how I'd been getting confused about conversations and losing track of important documents. Then Daniel testified. My own son sat in that chair and told the judge I wasn't capable of managing my own life anymore. He talked about finding me disoriented, about phone calls where I'd forgotten we'd just spoken the day before, about how worried he was that I'd hurt myself or lose everything if someone didn't step in. He actually teared up a little. Real tears or fake, I couldn't tell anymore. The judge asked him about my current financial situation. This is where Daniel got confident. He pulled out statements from the primary account, the one I'd let him access, started explaining how the balance had been dropping, how there were odd transactions, how it showed I wasn't managing money properly. Your Honor, he said, as you can see, my mother has very limited assets remaining.
This is why guardianship is crucial now, before what little she has left is gone. I've been monitoring this account for weeks and the decline is clear. She can't handle this on her own anymore. He actually looked sympathetic sitting there, like the concerned son just trying to protect his aging mother. I almost believed it myself. Then it was Amy's turn. She testified about visiting me, about how I'd seemed confused and forgetful. Talked about how much she loved me, how heartbreaking it was to watch my decline. She brought up the conversation about estate planning, twisted it to make it sound like I couldn't even remember if I had a will or not. Said she was terrified I'd be taken advantage of by scammers or door-to-door salespeople. She cried. Real tears this time, I think. Maybe she'd actually convinced herself this was the right thing to do. Maybe she genuinely believed I was incompetent and just happened to benefit from it. I don't know. The judge listened to everything, made notes, asked a few questions. Daniel's attorney wrapped up by requesting full guardianship, with Daniel having complete control over my finances, medical decisions, living situation, everything. Then the judge turned to me. Mrs. Henderson, do you understand why we're here today? I'd been sitting quietly the whole time, letting them build their case, playing the part one last time. But when the judge asked me that question, I dropped it completely. Yes, Your Honor. I'm here because my son and granddaughter attempted to steal my life savings by manipulating this court into declaring me incompetent. The silence in that room was deafening. Daniel's head snapped toward me. Amy's mouth actually fell open. Their attorney looked confused, like she'd just realized something had gone very wrong. Robert stood up and introduced himself as my attorney. The judge looked interested now. Robert presented the trust documents first, showed exactly where my assets actually were. Not in the nearly empty account Daniel had been monitoring, but in a fully protected trust managed by a retired attorney with 40 years of experience. Then came the real financial picture. The savings accounts Daniel didn't know about. The investment portfolios my husband had set up, all still performing well. The house title, properly transferred into the trust. Everything legally protected, everything managed carefully. The numbers were substantial, nowhere near the limited assets Daniel had just testified about. The judge asked to see the account statements. Robert had everything organized perfectly. He showed the transfers, all documented and legal. Showed the dates, how everything had been moved into protection right after Daniel gained access to that primary account. Daniel's face went from confused to pale. I watched him realize what I'd done, that I'd been playing him the entire time. But Robert wasn't finished. He submitted my medical records next. Recent physical, showing I was in good health for my age. Cognitive tests from 3 weeks ago showing normal function. A letter from my doctor of 20 years stating I was mentally sharp and fully capable of managing my own affairs. Then came the character witnesses. My friend Helen from book club testified about our weekly meetings, about how I'd just finished a complex historical novel and led the discussion on it. The library director talked about my volunteer work, how I'd been helping reorganize their filing system and had caught several errors in their cataloging. The judge was reading through everything with this increasingly skeptical look toward Daniel's side of the room. Then Robert pulled out my journal. He handed it to the judge and explained what it was. A detailed record of every conversation, every manipulation, every instance of Daniel and Amy discussing my supposed incompetence while planning what they'd do with my assets. Dates, times, direct quotes where I could remember them. The judge read several entries. I watched his expression change. He asked Daniel's attorney if she'd been aware of any of this information. She looked at Daniel, clearly blindsided, and said no. The judge looked at Daniel directly. "Mr. Henderson, were you aware of these other accounts and assets?" Daniel started stammering, tried to say he'd had no idea, that I'd never told him about any trust, that this was news to him. But his face betrayed him. He looked guilty and caught, not surprised. "But the confusion," he said. "The checkbook in the freezer, the unpaid bills." Robert interrupted. "Your Honor, if I may, Mrs. Henderson placed the checkbook in the freezer herself. She also deliberately left certain bills unpaid. She was testing whether her family's sudden concern about her finances was genuine or motivated by something else." Amy had started crying again. These were definitely real tears. She was whispering something to Marcus, who looked like he wanted to be anywhere else. The judge asked me directly if this was true. I confirmed it. Explained how I'd noticed them circling, asking questions, whispering. How I'd suspected what they were planning and decided to test my suspicions. How they'd failed that test spectacularly. Daniel's attorney tried to recover, said that even if I'd been testing them, the fact remained that I'd exhibited concerning behavior, that putting a checkbook in a freezer wasn't normal, that deliberately not paying bills was irresponsible. The judge cut her off. "Counselor, your client just testified under oath that his mother had limited assets and was losing money due to poor financial management. The evidence shows not only that this is false, but that Mrs. Henderson has been managing substantial assets competently enough to legally protect them from exactly this kind of manipulation. This appears to be an attempted exploitation of the guardianship system." He looked at Daniel and Amy. His expression wasn't kind. "This court exists to protect vulnerable adults from exploitation, not to facilitate it. Mr. Henderson, I'm dismissing this petition. Furthermore, I'm ordering you to immediately return all documents, account information, and access credentials to your mother. You will relinquish any and all access to her accounts as of this moment." Daniel tried to speak, but the judge held up his hand. "I'm also noting in the record that this appears to have been a bad faith filing. Mrs. Henderson, You have grounds for a restraining order if you wish to pursue one. I'd recommend consulting with your attorney about your options." And just like that, it was over. Case dismissed. The judge left. Daniel and Amy sat there in stunned silence. Their attorney gathered her papers quickly, looking furious at being put in this position. Robert helped me stand. My legs were shaking, not from age, but from adrenaline. We started walking toward the door. Daniel finally found his voice. "Mom, wait. We were just worried about you. This got out of hand. We made a mistake, but we can fix this. We're family." I stopped and turned around, looked at my son, really looked at him. He couldn't meet my eyes. "No, Daniel, you weren't worried. You were greedy. There's a difference." Amy rushed over then, makeup running down her face. "Grandma, please. Family is supposed to forgive. We made a mistake, but we love you. We can work through this." I looked at her, this girl I'd babysat, whose school plays I'd attended, who I'd helped with homework and heartbreaks, who'd just tried to have me declared incompetent so she could inherit my house. Family is also supposed to not steal from each other. Family doesn't circle like vultures waiting for you to die. Marcus pulled Amy back. She was sobbing now, saying something about how she was sorry, how it wasn't supposed to go like this. I didn't listen to the rest. Robert and I walked out of that courthouse into the bright morning sun. In the parking lot, Robert asked if I was okay. I told him honestly that I didn't know. He offered to drive me home and I accepted. I didn't trust my hands on the wheel right then. We drove in silence for a while. Then Robert said, "You did the right thing, Margaret. What they tried to do, it was wrong. You protected yourself." "I know," I said, "but it still hurts." And it did hurt. Still does. Because at the end of the day, that was my son in there. My son who I'd raised, who I'd sacrificed for, who I'd loved unconditionally. And he'd looked a judge in the eye and lied about me to get access to money. When we got to my house, Robert walked me to the door, asked if I wanted him to stay for a bit, make some tea. I told him I needed to be alone. He hugged me, this awkward, gentle hug, and told me to call if I needed anything. Then he left. I went inside and sat in my living room. The same living room where I'd raised Daniel, where he'd played with his toys, where we'd had Christmas mornings, where my husband and I had watched him grow up. I sat there in the silence and let myself cry. Not because I regretted what I'd done, but because it had been necessary in the first place. Because my own family had made it necessary. My phone rang about an hour later. It was Daniel. I let it go to voicemail. He left a message, something about needing to talk, about how things had gotten out of control, about how he never meant for it to go this far. I deleted it without listening to the whole thing. Then Amy texted. A long message about mistakes and forgiveness and how family was supposed to stick together through hard times. About how she'd been influenced by financial stress and made bad choices. About how she hoped someday I'd understand. I read it once and then deleted it too. The thing is, they weren't sorry when they thought they were winning. They were only sorry because they lost. Because their plan failed and they got caught. If that judge had ruled in their favor, if I hadn't protected myself, they'd have taken everything and probably convinced themselves they were doing me a favor. That night, I couldn't sleep, kept replaying the hearing in my mind. The look on Daniel's face when he realized I'd outmaneuvered him, Amy's tears, the judge's disgust. All of it. Part of me wondered if I'd been too harsh, if I should have confronted them privately, given them a chance to back down before it got to court. But then I remembered the months of manipulation, the whispered conversations, the fake concern masking pure greed. They'd had plenty of chances to be honest, to actually care about my well-being instead of my bank account. They made their choice. I just made sure it didn't destroy me in the process. That was 8 months ago now. Daniel attempted contact twice in the first few weeks, left a voicemail that I listened to about halfway through before deleting. Something about how he understood I was angry, how he took full responsibility, how he hoped eventually we could talk. The second attempt was an email. Longer, more detailed. Talked about therapy he was going to, about realizing he'd made terrible choices, about wanting to make amends. I read the first paragraph and archived it. Maybe I'll read the rest someday. Maybe I won't. Amy sent a letter about a month after the hearing. Actual handwritten letter, like that would make it more sincere. She went on for 3 pages about mistakes and family loyalty, and how she'd been under financial pressure and made bad decisions. How she'd convinced herself she was doing the right thing. How she hoped I could forgive her because family was supposed to forgive. I read 2 pages and threw it in the trash. The phrase, family loyalty, coming from her after what she tried to do, I couldn't get past it. My life now is quieter but better in a lot of ways. I still volunteer at the library twice a week. Started a new book club with some women from my neighborhood. We meet every Thursday and actually discuss the books instead of just drinking wine and gossiping, though we do some of that too. I play bridge on Tuesdays with Helen and 2 other women. I'm terrible at it, but it's fun. The house is still mine, fully protected in the trust, along with everything else my husband and I built together. Robert manages it all beautifully. We meet once a month to review everything, and he's never once made me feel incompetent or incapable. Sometimes I think about how different things would be if Daniel had succeeded. I'd probably be in some facility right now, watching my life get liquidated to pay for my own imprisonment. I rewrote my will about 2 months after the hearing. Robert helped with that too. The primary beneficiaries now are the local library, the animal shelter where I used to volunteer before my husband got sick, and a nursing scholarship fund I set up in my husband's name. He always said nurses were the real heroes in hospitals. Seemed fitting. There are small bequests to some distant cousins who actually stayed in touch over the years without ever asking about money. My husband's nephew who calls every few months just to chat. A few friends who've been there through everything. The people who'll benefit from my estate are the ones who never asked for a dime. Daniel gets nothing. Amy gets nothing. I made that extremely clear in the will, even included a clause explaining exactly why. Robert advised against it, said it might seem vindictive, but I wanted it in writing. Wanted there to be a record of what they did and why they were excluded. Every December I send them Christmas cards. Started this tradition last year. I have a nice photo taken of me in front of the house, usually in the garden or on the porch. Last year's showed me standing by the roses my husband planted 20 years ago. They'd bloomed beautifully that summer. The card is simple, just the photo on the front, and inside I write, "Merry Christmas from the house on Maple Street." No personal message, no signature even, though obviously they know it's from me. Daniel's wife, Janet, called me after the first one arrived. We'd always gotten along okay, and I don't think she knew the full extent of what Daniel tried to do. She said Daniel had thrown the card away immediately, but she'd seen it first. Told me the look on his face when he saw it. She'd never seen him look like that before. Guilty, she said. Ashamed. Good, I thought. He should feel ashamed. Amy apparently keeps hers. Her younger sister Sarah told me this when we reconnected a few months ago. More on that in a minute. But Amy has the card in a drawer in her bedroom. Sarah said Amy looks at it sometimes and just cries. Some people think I'm petty for the cards. Helen from book club said as much. Told me I was twisting the knife, that at some point I needed to let it go and move on. Maybe she's right. Maybe I am being petty. But here's the thing. They didn't just try to take my money. They tried to take my dignity, my independence,
my right to live my final years on my own terms. They were going to lock me away in some facility and convince themselves it was for my own good, while they divided up everything I owned. The cards are just a reminder of what they lost. And honestly, what they lost wasn't really the money or the house. They lost me. I think about that sometimes. How Daniel had a mother who loved him, who would have helped him if he'd just asked honestly. If he'd come to me and said he was in financial trouble, that he needed help, I probably would have given it to him. Not everything, but enough. Instead, he chose manipulation and greed, and now he has nothing. The deeper hurt is that I raised him better than that, or at least I thought I did. I taught him about honesty and integrity and treating people with respect. My husband and I modeled a good marriage, good values. Where did we go wrong? I don't have an answer for that. Maybe nowhere. Maybe Daniel just made his own choices as an adult, and those choices were terrible. About 2 months ago, something unexpected happened. Daniel's other daughter, Sarah, reached out. She's Amy's younger sister, lives in Oregon with her husband and daughter. She moved out there years ago for her husband's job, and we'd lost touch, just occasional cards and calls. She emailed asking if we could talk. Said she'd heard something had happened with the family, but nobody would tell her the details. Said Daniel had been weird and distant, and Amy wouldn't talk about it at all. She wanted to know what was going on. I called her, told her everything, the whole story from start to finish. She was quiet for a long time after I finished. Then she said, "Grandma, I had no idea. I'm so sorry. That's horrible." She explained that she'd been estranged from Daniel and Amy for other reasons, some family drama from years ago that I'd never heard the full story about. They barely spoke, but she wanted me to know that she had no part in any of it, that she would never do something like that. I believed her. Sarah was always the good one, the one who called just to talk, who remembered birthdays without wanting anything. She invited me to visit her in Oregon. Said her daughter Emma, who just turned 3, should know her great-grandmother. I flew out there last month, spent a week with Sarah and her family. Met little Emma, who has my husband's eyes and Sarah's smile. We went to parks and made cookies, and I read her bedtime stories. Sarah treated me like I was competent and capable, because I am. We had actual conversations like adults. It was nice. Really nice. Before I left, Sarah asked me about my will. Not in a greedy way. She was just curious about whether I'd made changes after everything with Daniel. I told her the truth. Told her about the charities, about the scholarship fund. She said that was beautiful, that it was exactly what I should do. Then she mentioned that she'd been saving for Emma's college fund, but it was slow going on their single income. I told her I'd handle it. Set up a trust for Emma's education through Robert the day after I got home. It's substantial, enough for undergraduate and graduate school if she wants it. Sarah doesn't get anything directly, but her daughter's future is secured. Funny how the family member who never asked for anything might end up being the only one who gets something. Sarah called me crying when she found out. Happy tears. Said she didn't expect anything, that I didn't have to do that. I told her that's exactly why I did it, because she never expected it, because she stayed in touch because she loved me, not because she was waiting for me to die. Sometimes, late at night, I do wonder if I should have handled things differently, if there was a path to reconciliation that I missed, if cutting Daniel and Amy off completely was too harsh. My husband always said I had a stubborn streak, that once I made up my mind about something, I dug in and wouldn't budge. Maybe I'm doing that now. Maybe there's a version of this story where I give them another chance, where we work through it and come out the other side as a family again. But then I remember their faces in that courtroom, the calculation behind every concerned look they'd given me, the months of lying to my face while planning to take everything. They didn't just make a mistake. They planned it, executed it, filed legal documents to have me declared incompetent, testified under oath about my declining mental state. That wasn't a momentary lapse in judgment. That was sustained, deliberate betrayal. And they weren't sorry when they thought they were winning. Daniel was confident in that courtroom right up until he realized I'd protected everything. Amy cried about family loyalty only after she lost. They're sorry they got caught. Sorry their plan failed. Not sorry they tried it. Robert keeps asking if I'll ever consider reconciliation. He brings it up every few months, usually after we've finished reviewing the trust accounts and we're just having coffee. He says life's too short for grudges, especially at our age. Says holding on to anger only hurts me, not them. Says Daniel is still my son, and maybe someday he'll genuinely understand what he did wrong. Maybe Robert's right. He usually is about things like this. But I'm not ready. Maybe I'll never be ready. Last week I saw Daniel at the grocery store. Complete accident. I was in the produce section looking at tomatoes, and I looked up, and there he was, maybe 15 feet away by the lettuce. He saw me at the same time. We both froze. Just stood there for a moment. He looked older than he had 8 months ago. More gray in his hair, new lines around his eyes. He looked tired. He started to walk toward me, then stopped. Stood there holding a bag of salad greens like he didn't know what to do with his hands. I could see him trying to decide whether to approach or leave. Then he mouthed something, just moved his lips without making sound, but I could read it clearly. I'm sorry. I looked at him for a long moment. Part of me wanted to say something. Part of me wanted to walk over and tell him exactly how much he'd hurt me. Part of me, a small part, but it was there, wanted to forgive him. Instead, I turned away, picked up my tomatoes, put them in my cart, and walked to the next aisle. My hands were shaking, but I kept walking. Finished my shopping, drove home, didn't look back. I sat in my car in the driveway for 10 minutes afterward. Just sat there, thinking about that moment. About his face. About the apology I didn't let him give. Was I wrong? I don't know. But I know I'm not ready. Maybe that makes me cruel. Maybe it makes me strong. Maybe it makes me both. The cards go out again next month. I already picked the photo. It's me on the porch swing my husband built 30 years ago. I'm smiling in it. Genuinely smiling. The house looks beautiful in the background. They'll never sit on that swing again. They'll never have coffee in my kitchen or Sunday dinners at my table. They made their choice, and I made mine. Robert would say I'm punishing myself as much as I'm punishing them. That by cutting them off, I'm losing too. And he's probably right. But some betrayals change things permanently. Some things can't be fixed just because time has passed. I still think about that moment in the grocery store. About Daniel mouthing those words. Sometimes I wish I'd stayed. Wish I'd let him apologize properly. Maybe even started a conversation that could lead somewhere. But then I remember that he wasn't sorry when he filed those papers. He wasn't sorry when he testified that I was incompetent. He wasn't sorry when he thought he'd won. He's sorry now because he's facing the consequences. That's not the same thing as genuine remorse. Or maybe it is, and I'm too angry to see it. Maybe I'm the one in the wrong now, holding on to something I should let go. Maybe forgiveness is the right thing, and I'm too stubborn to do it. I honestly don't know. What I do know is that I'm 78 years old, sitting in a house I own free and clear, with my independence intact and my dignity preserved. I have friends who care about me, a great-granddaughter who lights up when I walk in the room, and a life that's entirely my own.
Daniel and Amy tried to take all of that from me. They failed. And whether I ever forgive them or not, they'll have to live with that failure for the rest of their lives. The cards will keep going out. The trust will keep my assets protected. And I'll keep living my life on my own terms, exactly the way my husband and I always planned. Maybe that's healing. Maybe it's punishment. Maybe it's both. 8 months later, I still don't have that answer. They tried to hide me away in a retirement home, so I left them a final gift they'll never escape from. I'm Robert, 83, and for the past 3 years since my wife Margaret passed, I've been living alone in the house I built with my own hands back in 1968. Every brick, every beam, every corner of this place came from years of sweat and sacrifice. Margaret and I raised our 2 daughters here, Lisa, who's 56 now, and Karen, 52. When Margaret died, the girls came around more often at first, but gradually, weeks turned into months between visits. I understood, or at least I tried to. They had their own lives, their own families. Still, the silence got heavy sometimes. I spent most of my days tending the garden Margaret loved, fixing the gate that never stayed quite right, and waiting. That's what old age is, really. A lot of waiting. Waiting for the phone to ring. Waiting for someone to stop by. Waiting for the days to pass. The house felt too big without Margaret's voice filling it, but it was still mine, still home. Then one Tuesday in April, both daughters showed up at my door, together. That should have been my first warning sign right there. Lisa lived 40 minutes north, Karen 30 minutes east. They never just dropped by together. Lisa had this bright smile plastered on her face, the kind she used when she wanted something. Karen looked nervous, kept glancing at her sister like they'd rehearsed this. They sat me down in my own living room, the one I'd built the coffee table for, the one where we'd had countless family dinners and Christmas mornings. Lisa put her hand on mine, all gentle and concerned. That's when she started with the speech about how they'd been worried about me, how this house was too much for one person my age. Karen jumped in with examples. Did I remember when I'd forgotten to take the trash out for 2 weeks? What about that time I nearly tripped on the front step? I sat there, listening to them build their case like lawyers. Every small thing I'd done wrong in the past year, every tiny sign of getting older, they'd been cataloging it all, waiting for the right moment to use it against me. Lisa kept saying they just wanted what was best for me. That phrase people use when they mean what's best for them. Karen wouldn't make eye contact. At least she had the decency to look uncomfortable about the whole thing. Then Lisa slid a brochure across my coffee table. Sunnybrook Assisted Living. The cover had some old people playing chess and smiling like they'd won the lottery. I picked it up, flipped through it. They'd highlighted certain amenities, the dining hall, the medication management, the 24-hour care. It all looked sterile and sad, the kind of place where people went to wait for death with strangers. Here's the thing that really got me. They'd already toured the place, without me, without even asking if I wanted to see it first. They'd gone, walked through the halls, picked out a room they thought would suit me, and gotten all the pricing information. Lisa mentioned it so casually, like it was thoughtful instead of invasive, like they were doing me a favor by handling all the details. But then Karen opened her mouth and said the quiet part out loud. She was always the worst liar of the two. She mentioned how selling the house would more than cover the costs of the facility, with plenty left over for everyone. She actually said everyone. Not me. Everyone. There it was. The real reason for this concerned family intervention.
My house, the one I'd spent 57 years in, the one I'd built from the foundation up, was worth close to $800,000 now. The neighborhood had changed over the decades, gotten trendy, gotten expensive. Young families with tech money were buying up all the old places and renovating them. My modest 3-bedroom on a quarter-acre was prime real estate, and my daughters knew it. They didn't want to help me. They wanted to cash out their inheritance early while I was still alive to sign the papers. Put me somewhere cheap enough that there'd be plenty left over to split between them. I could see it in Lisa's eyes when she talked about the money. She was already spending it in her head. I didn't explode. I didn't yell or throw them out. Over the years, I'd learned that arguing with my daughters went nowhere. Lisa would just talk louder until you gave up, and Karen would cry and make you feel like the bad guy. So instead, I just said I needed time to think about it, that this was a big decision, and I couldn't make it on the spot. Lisa's smile tightened. She glanced at Karen, and I saw something pass between them. Then she dropped the real bomb. They'd already put down a deposit. The facility was holding a room for me. They needed an answer by the end of the month, because if I didn't take it, they'd lose their money and the room would go to someone else. They'd done all of this without asking me first. Made plans for my life, spent money to reserve a spot to store me away, and now they were presenting it like it was a done deal. Just a formality that I needed to agree to. The pressure was intentional. The timeline was intentional. Everything about this had been calculated. I told them I'd visit the place next week, that I'd make a decision after seeing it. That seemed to satisfy them enough. Lisa hugged me goodbye, told me I was doing the right thing. Karen squeezed my hand and said she loved me, but she still wouldn't look at me directly. Then they left, and I heard them talking in excited whispers as they walked to their cars. I sat in my living room for hours after they left. Just sat there in the chair Margaret used to curl up in with her books, looking at the walls I'd painted, the floors I'd laid, the window frames I'd installed. I could see the garden through the kitchen window, the tomato plants I'd put in last week just starting to climb their stakes. Every inch of this place had a memory attached to it. Margaret's laugh in the kitchen, the girls running through the hallway when they were little, the quiet evenings on the back porch watching the sunset. And my daughters wanted to take it all away. Not because I couldn't manage. I was doing fine, honestly. A little slower, maybe, but fine. They wanted it because they saw dollar signs where I saw home. That's when I made my decision. If they wanted a war over my house, I'd give them one. But they were going to lose. I'd make damn sure of it. The next morning, I called my lawyer, Tom. He'd handled our estate planning for 30 years, helped us set up the will after Margaret got sick. Good man, honest, and most importantly, he understood what family was supposed to mean. I told him I needed to see him as soon as possible, that I needed to make some changes to my arrangements. When I sat down in his office that Thursday, I laid it all out for him. What my daughters were planning, what they wanted, why they wanted it. Tom listened without interrupting, the way good lawyers do. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and asked me what I wanted to accomplish. I told him straight. I wanted to give my house away, but I wanted to keep living in it. For the rest of my life, however long that might be. And I wanted to make absolutely sure my daughters couldn't touch it, couldn't contest it, couldn't find some legal loophole to take it from whoever I gave it to. Tom nodded slowly. Then he told me about something called a life estate deed. Basically, I could transfer ownership of the house to someone else, but retain the right to live there until I died. The new owner couldn't kick me out, couldn't sell it while I was alive, and when I eventually passed, the property would fully belong to them. No inheritance, no probate, nothing my daughters could fight over. It was perfect, almost too perfect. But there was the question of who to give it to. Tom suggested a charity. They'd have the resources to maintain the property after I was gone, and it would be cleaner legally. Less chance of someone contesting the transfer on grounds of undue influence or diminished capacity. A legitimate charitable organization would stand up in court better than some random person. I spent the next 2 weeks researching. Tom gave me a list of local charities that might be interested in property donations. I looked into all of them, read their missions, checked their financials. Then I found the Veterans Housing Initiative. They helped homeless veterans, guys who'd fallen through the cracks after serving their country. They provided transitional housing, job training, support services. Real help, not just a bed for a night. I'm a Vietnam vet myself. Served 2 tours, came home to protesters and people spitting on us. I was lucky. I had Margaret waiting for me, had the GI Bill to help me get started. But I knew plenty of guys who weren't so lucky. Guys who came back broken and never really found their way home. The idea that my house could help men like that, could give them a place to get back on their feet, that felt right. That felt like something Margaret would have loved. I contacted them, met with their director, explained what I wanted to do. They were cautious at first, probably thought I was senile or being scammed. But once Tom confirmed everything was legitimate, they were on board. They agreed to let me live in the house until I died, and after that, they'd convert it into transitional housing for veterans. Multiple guys could stay there, get the help they needed, and move on when they were ready. My house would keep helping people long after I was gone. The paperwork took 3 weeks. Tom made sure everything was airtight, notarized, witnessed, filed with the county. The house was no longer mine. It belonged to the Veterans Housing Initiative, but I had the legal right to live there for the rest of my natural life, and nobody could do a damn thing about it. Meanwhile, I played along with my daughters. I went to tour Sunnybrook with them the following week, walked through the halls that smelled like disinfectant and sadness, looked at the tiny room they'd picked out for me, barely big enough for a bed and a dresser. I acted frail, a little confused, agreeable, told them it seemed very nice, that they'd done a good job finding it. Lisa was thrilled, started talking about timelines, about when we should list the house. Karen mentioned spring might be better. Prices were higher then. But Lisa wanted to move faster. They were actually debating the best time to sell my house while I was standing right there, nodding along like a senile old fool. Over the next month, things got worse. They started bringing people by, an appraiser, a contractor to assess the kitchen, a realtor to do a market analysis. They weren't even subtle about it anymore. Karen started eyeing the china cabinet, the one that had been Margaret's grandmother's. Said she'd always loved it. Maybe she could take it when I moved. Lisa had her eye on the grandfather clock in the hallway. They were dividing up my possessions like I was already dead. The worst part came 3 weeks before the planned moving date. I was in the kitchen when Lisa took a phone call in the living room. She didn't know I could hear her, or maybe she didn't care anymore. She was talking to someone about the house, about the sale. Then she said it. Once we get him moved, we can finally stop pretending to care about his boring stories. That hurt more than all the rest of it combined. The money grab I could understand, in a sick way. People get greedy. But to know that every visit, every phone call, every "I love you, Dad," for the past few years had been an act, that cut deep. I wasn't their father anymore. I was an obstacle between them and money, a problem to be managed and moved aside. They set the final date, May 15th. Hired movers listed the house with a realtor as "coming soon," put up a sign in the front yard. Neighbors started asking me questions. Mrs. Chen from next door wanted to know where I was going, if I was okay. I just smiled and said I was fine, that everything was under control. And it was. Just not in the way anyone expected. The morning of May 15th came. I woke up early, made myself coffee, and sat at the kitchen table waiting. The movers were scheduled for 9 a.m. My daughters were coming at 8:30. The realtor was supposed to arrive at 2 p.m. for final photos before the official listing went live. Everyone had their roles to play, including me.
I had all the paperwork ready in a folder on the table. Deed transfer, life estate documentation, everything notarized and official. My hands weren't even shaking. I'd been waiting for this moment for over a month, and I was ready. Lisa and Karen showed up at 8:27 a.m. I watched them park in the driveway, saw Lisa check her phone, probably confirming the movers were on schedule. They walked up to the door together, and I noticed they were dressed casually, ready to pack and lift boxes. They actually thought this was happening. They actually believed they'd won. I let them in, and Lisa immediately started talking about the plan for the day. Which rooms to pack first, what furniture the movers would take, what would go to storage versus what would go to Sunnybrook with me. She had it all mapped out. Karen was already walking toward the kitchen with empty boxes, ready to start wrapping up dishes. They were moving through my house like it already belonged to them. I asked them to sit down first. Told them we needed to talk before anything got packed up. Lisa looked annoyed. She kept glancing at her watch, muttering about the movers arriving soon and wanting to get a head start. But she sat. Karen sat too, perched on the edge of the couch like she was ready to jump up and get back to work. That's when I slid the folder across the coffee table, the same table where Lisa had slid me that Sunnybrook brochure a month and a half ago. I told them there was something they needed to know before we went any further, that the house wasn't mine to sell anymore. The confusion on their faces was almost comical. Lisa laughed, actually laughed, like I'd made a joke she didn't quite get. She asked me what I meant, still smiling. Karen just looked confused, her eyes going from me to the folder and back again. I told them to open it, to read the papers inside. Lisa snatched up the folder and pulled out the documents. I watched her eyes scan the first page, saw the exact moment comprehension hit. Her face went pale, then red, then pale again. Her hands started shaking. Karen leaned over to look, trying to read over Lisa's shoulder, and I saw her expression change too. Confusion to understanding to horror. Karen asked me what I'd done, and her voice cracked when she said it. She sounded like she might cry, but I'd seen that act too many times to fall for it. Lisa was still reading, flipping through pages like she'd find something that would make it not true. But Tom had done his job well. It was all there, all legal, all final. I explained it simply. The house had been transferred to the Veterans Housing Initiative 6 weeks ago. I had a life estate, which meant I could live here until I died, but I didn't own it anymore. After I was gone, it would become transitional housing for homeless veterans. The charity already had the deed. It was done. Lisa's face went from pale to furious in seconds. She started yelling, asking me if I'd lost my mind, demanding to know how I could do this, who put me up to it, whether I was being manipulated by someone. She was looking for an angle, some way to prove I wasn't competent when I signed the papers. But there wasn't one. Tom had made sure of that. I stayed calm, told her I'd done it 3 weeks ago, that I was of sound mind, that Tom could verify everything, that it was my property to do with as I pleased, and I'd pleased to give it away. Karen tried a different approach. She got quiet, came and knelt by my chair, took my hands in hers, started talking about how we were family, how she and Lisa were my daughters, how we were supposed to take care of each other. She said they deserved the house, that they'd grown up here, that it should stay in the family. Her voice was soft and pleading, and if I hadn't heard what Lisa said on the phone 3 weeks ago, I might have almost felt guilty. I pulled my hands away, told her she deserved what she'd earned, which was nothing. That stopped her cold. Lisa was looking at her phone, already texting someone, probably her husband or a lawyer. She said this wasn't over, that they'd contest it, that I couldn't just give away their inheritance.
I reminded her that you can't contest something that was never yours to begin with, that while I was alive, the house was mine to do with as I wished, and I'd wished to give it to people who actually needed it. That's when Lisa really lost it, started screaming about how ungrateful I was, how they'd been trying to help me, how they'd wasted time and money on Sunnybrook. She was pacing now, waving her phone around. Karen was crying, but they were angry tears, not sad ones. She kept saying I'd betrayed them, that this was cruel, that we were supposed to be a family. I just sat there and let them rage. There was nothing they could do. Tom had promised me it was ironclad. I was competent. It was my property, and charitable transfers like this were completely legal. The Veterans Housing Initiative was a legitimate 501c3 organization. The life estate was properly filed. They could get 100 lawyers and it wouldn't change anything. The movers showed up right in the middle of Lisa's screaming. They knocked on the door, and I could see their truck through the window. Lisa looked at them, looked at me, and I thought she might actually have a breakdown right there. She went outside to tell them there'd been a mistake, that they weren't needed after all. I could hear her on the porch, her voice shaking with rage, explaining that the move was canceled. Karen was still in the living room with me, and she tried one more time. Asked me if there was any way to undo this, if I could talk to the charity, explain there'd been a misunderstanding, get the house transferred back. Her voice was desperate now, all pretense of caring about my well-being gone. She just wanted the house back. I told her no. It was done. Final. Irreversible. She called me selfish, said I was punishing them for caring about me. That's what got me to actually raise my voice. I asked her when exactly they'd cared about me. Was it when they toured Sunnybrook without me? When they put down a deposit on a room without asking? When they brought strangers into my house to appraise it? Or maybe it was when Lisa told someone on the phone that she could finally stop pretending to care about my boring stories. Karen froze. She hadn't known I'd heard that. Her mouth opened and closed like she wanted to deny it, but she couldn't. Lisa had said it, and there was no taking it back. The realtor showed up around 2 p.m., right on schedule. Poor woman had no idea what she was walking into. She came to the door with her camera and her staging suggestions, all smiles and professionalism. Lisa had to explain to her that there was no house to sell, that there'd been a change in ownership, that the listing needed to be canceled immediately. The realtor looked confused, looked at me, looked back at Lisa. I could see her trying to piece together what was happening. Lisa was barely holding it together by that point, and she basically shoved the woman back out the door, saying she'd call her later to explain. The realtor left looking absolutely baffled, probably wondering if she'd get paid for all the work she'd already done on the market analysis. After she left, it was just the three of us again. The house was quiet except for Karen sniffling. Lisa was on her phone, typing furiously, probably texting everyone she knew about what I'd done. I just sat in my chair, the same chair I'd been sitting in when this whole thing started. Lisa finally put her phone down and looked at me. Really looked at me, maybe for the first time in years. She asked me if I hated them, if this was about hate. Her voice was different now. Not angry, just tired, almost defeated. I told her I didn't hate them, that I was just tired of being treated like property instead of their father. That when you spend months planning to ship someone off so you can sell their home out from under them, you don't get to act surprised when they protect themselves. She didn't have an answer for that. Neither did Karen. They just stood there, and I could see them both realizing that it was really over. That there was no arguing their way out of this, no manipulating me into changing my mind, no legal loophole to exploit. The house was gone, and it wasn't coming back. They left around 3 p.m. Didn't say goodbye, didn't hug me, didn't look back. Just walked out to their cars and drove away. I watched them from the window. Lisa peeled out of the driveway so fast she left tire marks. Karen sat in her car for a few minutes before leaving, and I think she was crying, but I didn't go check on her. I'd done enough crying over them in the past few months. After they were gone, I sat down in my chair and just breathed. My hands were shaking now, all the adrenaline from the confrontation finally hitting me. I'd thought I'd feel triumphant, victorious, vindicated. And maybe I did, a little. But mostly I just felt tired. Bone-deep tired in a way that had nothing to do with age. The house was quiet, too quiet. For a few minutes I actually wondered if I'd made a mistake. If I'd just nuked my relationship with my daughters over pride and spite. If there'd been another way to handle this that wouldn't have ended with them hating me. But then I remembered Lisa's face when she talked about selling the house, the way she'd already spent the money in her head. I remembered Karen going through my things like I was already dead. I remembered that phone call, those words, "Stop pretending to care about his boring stories." And I knew I'd done the right thing. Maybe not the easy thing, but the right thing. My phone started ringing that evening. I didn't answer. The voicemails started piling up. Lisa's were angry, full of accusations and threats about lawyers. She called me bitter, selfish, a spiteful old man who'd rather hurt his own children than admit he needed help. Karen's messages were different. She cried through most of them, saying she couldn't believe I'd done this, asking how I could throw away our family like this. Neither of them seemed to understand that they're the ones who'd thrown away our family. They'd reduced me to a dollar amount, a problem to be solved, an inconvenience standing between them and an inheritance. I just made sure they couldn't profit from it. The texts came next. Lisa sent long paragraphs about how I'd always been stubborn, how I never listened to reason, how I was going to regret this when I was alone and suffering and had nobody to take care of me. Karen's were shorter, sadder, saying she loved me, asking why I was doing this to her, begging me to reconsider. I didn't respond to any of them. There was nothing left to say. The first week was the hardest. The silence in the house felt different now, heavier. Before, it had been the silence of waiting. Now, it was just emptiness. No phone calls, no unexpected visits, no daughters at all. I'd known this would happen, had accepted it as the price of keeping my home. But knowing something and living it are different things. The second week, Lisa's husband called. Mark had always been decent enough, and I think he was genuinely trying to help smooth things over. He asked if there was any way to undo the transfer, said Lisa was devastated, that maybe we could all sit down and talk about this like adults. I told him the same thing I'd told them. It was done, it was legal, and it wasn't changing. He sighed and said he understood, that he'd tried. I appreciated that he at least made the effort without yelling at me. By the third week, I'd stopped checking my phone as often. The messages had slowed down, then stopped entirely. Lisa had gone completely silent after that first barrage of anger. Karen sent one last text saying she needed time to process everything, that she couldn't talk to me right now. That was 2 weeks ago. A month after the confrontation, the Veterans Housing Initiative sent someone to check on me. A coordinator named Mike, former Marine, about 45. He wanted to make sure I was doing okay, see if I needed anything, and explain how things would work moving forward. They'd send volunteers once a week to help with maintenance, yard work, whatever I needed. When I eventually passed, they had a whole plan for converting the house into transitional housing. Updates they'd make, how many veterans could stay here, the support services they'd provide. Mike thanked me, said what I was doing would change lives, that there were guys out there who just needed a chance, a place to stay while they got back on their feet, and this house would give them that. He made it real in a way the paperwork hadn't. This wasn't just spite against my daughters anymore. It was actually going to help people. The volunteers started coming the next week. The first volunteer showed up on a Wednesday morning in June. His name was David, 28 years old, Army vet who'd done 2 tours in Afghanistan. He showed up with a toolbox and asked what needed fixing. I gave him a list: the fence gate that never latched right, some loose boards on the back porch, a gutter that was coming away from the house. He got to work without much talk, and I left him to it. After a couple hours, I brought him some coffee. We sat on the back porch and he asked about the house, how long I'd lived here, whether I'd built it myself, that kind of thing. I told him the story, and he listened. Actually listened, not just waiting for his turn to talk. When I finished, he said it was a good house. Said it would help a lot of guys who needed it. Then he went back to work. That became the routine. David came every Wednesday, sometimes with another volunteer, sometimes alone. They'd fix things, maintain the yard, help with whatever needed doing. The garden started looking better than it had in years. I couldn't keep up with it alone anymore. My knees weren't what they used to be. But with help, the tomatoes came in thick. The flowers Margaret had planted years ago were thriving again. David and I started talking more. He'd had a rough time after getting out, couldn't find work, lost his apartment, ended up sleeping in his car for a few months. The Veterans Housing Initiative had helped him get back on his feet, found him a job, got him into stable housing. Now he volunteered to pay it forward. He said a lot of guys struggled with the transition from military to civilian life, that people didn't understand how hard it was to go from having structure and purpose to having nothing. I got it. I'd been lucky coming back from Vietnam, had Margaret waiting, had the GI Bill, had a plan. But I remembered guys from my unit who weren't so lucky. Guys who came home to nothing and never really found their footing again. The idea that this house could be a stepping stone for men like that, it made everything feel worth it. The house started feeling different. Less like a mausoleum, more like a home again. There were people here regularly, voices besides my own, the sound of work being done. David brought another vet by once, a guy named Marcus, and we all had lunch on the back porch. They swapped deployment stories, the kind you only tell to people who've been there. I shared a few of my own. For the first time in years, I felt like I was part of something, instead of just waiting around to die. I taught David some basic carpentry. He wanted to learn, said it might help him get better work. We refinished an old bookshelf together, and he was good at it. Patient, careful with the details. He said his grandfather used to do woodworking, that he'd always wanted to learn but never had the chance. So we made time for it. Every few weeks, we'd work on a project together. Fixed up an old chair, built a small table for his apartment. It felt good to pass something on. Meanwhile, my daughters stayed silent. I'd get a generic birthday card from Karen in July, just signed with her name, no message, no visit. Lisa, nothing. Complete radio silence. I heard through Mrs. Chen next door that they weren't even speaking to each other anymore. Apparently, they'd had a huge fight about whose fault it was that I'd given away the house. Lisa blamed Karen for pushing too hard. Karen blamed Lisa for being too obvious about the money. Their greed hadn't just destroyed their relationship with me, it had fractured them too. Part of me felt bad about that. They were my daughters, and I'd raised them to be better than this. But they'd made their choices, and so had I. I wasn't going to lose sleep over it anymore. 3 months after everything went down, I had a routine established. Volunteers on Wednesdays, coffee with David on the porch, teaching him carpentry on the weekends sometimes. The house was in better shape than it had been in a decade. My garden was producing more vegetables than I could eat, so I started giving them to the neighbors and to David to take home. Life was quiet, but it was good. Better than it had been in a long time, if I'm being honest. Mike, from the Veterans Housing Initiative, stopped by once a month to check in. He'd sit with me, drink coffee, make sure I had everything I needed. He talked about the plans for after I was gone, how they'd renovate the space to accommodate multiple residents, the support programs they'd run here, how they'd keep the garden going, because transitional housing needed to feel like a home, not an institution. Margaret would have loved all of it. She always said a house was meant to be filled with people and purpose. One afternoon in September, David brought by another vet who needed help with a resume. The guy was struggling to translate his military experience into civilian job terms. I listened while David helped him, watched how patient he was, how he explained things. Afterward, David told me that someone had done the same for him when he was struggling, and now he tried to help others the same way. The house was becoming exactly what I'd hoped, a place where people helped each other. I found myself thinking about Margaret a lot during those months, wondering what she would have said about all this. She'd always been the kind one, the one who smoothed things over, who saw the best in people. But she also had a backbone of steel when it mattered. I think she would have been disappointed in our daughters, in what they'd become. But I think she would have been proud of what the house would become. She'd always believed in service, in helping people who needed it. The holidays came and went. No visit from Lisa or Karen at Thanksgiving. Karen sent a Christmas card, generic again, but this time there was a short note. Just said she hoped I was well, that maybe we could talk in the new year. No apology, no acknowledgement of what they'd done, just a vague suggestion that enough time had passed. I didn't respond. I wasn't interested in pretending everything was fine when it wasn't. David invited me to spend Christmas with his family, but I declined. Told him I appreciated it, but I was fine on my own. I spent the day quietly, looking through old photos of Margaret, of the girls when they were young. Before everything got complicated, before they started seeing me as a bank account instead of their father. It was sad, but not in a painful way. More like closing a chapter. Winter was hard on me. My arthritis flared up, and some days it was difficult to get around. David noticed and started coming by more often, not just Wednesdays. He'd shovel the walk when it snowed, help me with groceries, check that I was eating properly. He never made a big deal of it, never made me feel like a burden. Just helped, because that's what you do for people you care about. It reminded me that family isn't always blood. Sometimes it's the people who show up. By February, I'd settled into the reality of my situation. My daughters were gone, really gone. Not dead, but absent in every way that mattered. I'd probably never have a real relationship with them again. That hurt, but it was a dull ache now, not the sharp pain it had been. I'd made my choice, and I'd live with it. The house was secure. It would help people after I was gone, and that had to be enough. Then last week, my phone rang. I almost didn't answer because I didn't recognize the number, but something made me pick up. It was Karen. Her voice was quiet, uncertain. She said she wanted to talk, that she'd been thinking a lot over the past year, that she needed to see me. She asked if she could come by on Sunday. I didn't know what to say at first. Part of me wanted to tell her no, that she'd made her choice, and this was too little too late. But another part of me, the part that remembered her as a little girl, the part that was still her father despite everything, couldn't quite say no. So I told her okay. Sunday. We'd talk. I've been thinking about it ever since. What she wants. Why now? What I'll say to her. I don't trust it. That's the thing. A year of silence, and suddenly she wants to talk. Maybe she's genuine. Maybe she's realized what she did wrong and wants to apologize, wants to try to rebuild something. That's the best-case scenario, and even that feels complicated. How do you forgive someone for seeing you as an obstacle instead of a person? How do you trust them again? But there's a darker possibility, and I can't ignore it. Maybe she just needs money. Maybe she and her husband are struggling. Maybe the divorce from her sister cost her. Maybe she thinks if she plays nice for a while, I'll help her out financially. Maybe she's going to try one more time to convince me to undo the transfer, to sign the house back over, to give her what she thinks she deserves. I don't know which version I'm getting on Sunday. The daughter who's genuinely remorseful, or the one who's just better at hiding her motives than Lisa was. David came by yesterday, and I told him about the call. He asked me what I was going to do. I said I'd listen to what she had to say, but I wasn't making any promises. He nodded, said that was fair. Then he reminded me that I didn't owe her anything just because she was my daughter. That sometimes the hardest thing is recognizing when someone's shown you who they really are and believing them. He's right, of course. Karen and Lisa showed me exactly who they were last May. They showed me that their love was conditional, that it came with a price tag, that I was only worth their time as long as there was something in it for them. A year doesn't erase that. An awkward phone call doesn't undo months of planning to ship me off to die in a facility while they divided up my life's work. But I'm still going to see her. Maybe that makes me weak, or stupid, or too forgiving. I don't know anymore. She's still my daughter, and I'm still her father. And maybe there's something there worth salvaging. Or maybe I'm just a foolish old man who wants to believe his child is capable of change. Sunday is 2 days away. I've been cleaning the house, which is ridiculous because it's not like Karen cares about the state of my floors. But old habits die hard, and Margaret always said you should keep your home presentable for guests. I've been rehearsing what I'll say, how I'll react to different scenarios. If she apologizes, if she asks for money, if she tries to guilt me, if she's genuine. The truth is, I don't know what I want from Sunday. I don't know if I want her to apologize, to beg forgiveness, to admit she was wrong. I don't know if I'm capable of forgiving her, even if she does all those things. A year ago, I would have said family forgives. But a year ago, I didn't know my daughters were counting down the days until they could sell my home out from under me. Part of me wants to believe she's finally understood what she did, that she's had a year to think about it, to realize that treating your father like a burden and a paycheck is wrong, that she wants to actually rebuild our relationship, not just smooth things over so she can feel better about herself. Part of me knows better. I guess I'll find out on Sunday. Either way, the house isn't going anywhere. Neither am I. I'll sit here in the home I built, surrounded by the work I've done and the people I've helped, and I'll listen to what my daughter has to say. And then I'll decide if she deserves a place in what's left of my life. Whatever happens, I know one thing for certain. I don't regret what I did. The house will help veterans who need it. David and Marcus and dozens of others like them will have a place to get back on their feet. That matters more than keeping my daughters happy, more than maintaining a false peace, more than pretending everything is fine when it isn't. Some people might think I'm cruel for what I did. Maybe I am. But when your own children treat you like property instead of a person, when they plan your life around their bank accounts, when they count your possessions before you're even gone, well, the only fitting response is to make sure they never profit from your suffering. Sunday will come, and Karen will sit in my living room, and we'll talk. And maybe something will change, or maybe nothing will. But the house will still be here, still be mine to live in until I die, and still be destined to help people who actually need it. That's enough. It has to be.
They thought they were planning my funeral. I was planning their downfall instead. I'm 81 years old, and I've spent the last 6 decades raising 2 sons, Michael, 56, and David, 53, mostly on my own, after their mother passed when they were just teenagers. I worked as a mechanic my whole life, saved every penny I could, bought some land when it was cheap, collected antiques here and there, and lived modestly, even when I didn't have to. Over the years, that modest living added up to something substantial. A paid-off house on 5 acres, a vintage truck collection, some valuable pieces I'd inherited or found at estate sales, and a decent amount in savings from a lifetime of careful planning. The thing is, I haven't seen much of my boys in recent years. Maybe at holidays if I was lucky. Occasional phone calls that felt more like obligations than actual conversations. I understood, or at least I told myself I did. They had their own lives, their own families, their own problems. Michael's got 2 kids in college. David's been through a messy divorce. I didn't take it personally when weeks would go by without hearing from them. That's just how it is when you get old, right? Your kids get busy, and you learn to be okay with the silence. 3 months ago, everything changed. I collapsed at home one afternoon, just hit the floor in my kitchen. My neighbor found me a few hours later when she came by to drop off some tomatoes from her garden. Next thing I knew, I was in the hospital with doctors throwing around words like serious heart complications and getting affairs in order. They kept me there for 2 weeks, running tests, adjusting medications, having those careful conversations where they don't quite say you're dying, but you know that's what they mean. Suddenly, both my sons showed up. Together. That alone should have been my first warning sign, because those 2 haven't been in the same room willingly in years. But there they were, showing up at my hospital room with flowers and concerned faces and offers to help with paperwork and finances. Michael took time off work. David drove up from 3 states away. They visited every day, sometimes twice a day. They asked about my medications, talked to my doctors, brought me decent food from outside because hospital food is garbage. At first I was genuinely touched. I thought maybe the health scare had brought them back to me, reminded them that their old man wouldn't be around forever. I actually got a little emotional about it, thinking that maybe in my final chapter I'd have my boys back. Maybe we'd make up for all those missed years, all those phone calls that never happened, all those birthdays they were too busy for. That feeling lasted about 4 days. It was late afternoon on maybe the 4th or 5th day of my hospital stay. I'd been drifting in and out of sleep, the medication making everything fuzzy around the edges. Both sons had been there for a couple of hours, fussing over me, fluffing pillows, acting attentive. Then they stepped out into the hallway. They thought I was asleep. The hospital door didn't close all the way, and the walls were thin enough that I could hear everything. Michael's voice came through first, that sharp tone he gets when he's arguing. He was saying something about deserving the house because he's the oldest, talking about how the property could sell for at least $800,000 in the current market. David cut him off, said he wanted the truck collection and the tools, mentioned he'd already contacted an antique buyer about some of my other things. They went back and forth like that, dividing up my life like they were splitting a restaurant check. But it was one phrase that really cut through the medication fog and hit me like ice water. Michael said, "We just need to make sure the old man signs everything before he gets too confused." I was lying there in that hospital bed, IV in my arm, heart monitor beeping steadily, listening to my own children plan out my estate like I was already in the ground. They weren't talking about me with love or grief or even basic human concern. They were talking about assets and liquidation
and making sure they got their share. I was a thing to them, a pile of money and property that was inconveniently still breathing. I didn't move, didn't let on that I'd heard anything. When they came back in a few minutes later, all smiles and, "How are you feeling, Dad?" I just looked at them differently. Really looked at them. And I saw it then. The impatience in their eyes when I took too long to answer a question. The way they glanced at their watches when they thought I wasn't paying attention. The fake quality of their concern. It had probably been there the whole time, but I'd been too grateful for their presence to notice. That same evening, David brought up the idea of helping organize my affairs. Said it would give me peace of mind, make sure everything was in order, take the burden off me. Michael jumped right in, agreeing enthusiastically, saying they could handle all the complicated paperwork so I wouldn't have to stress about it. I just nodded slowly and told them that sounded like a good idea. I even added a little tremor to my voice, played up the confused old man bit. They exchanged this look, this quick glance between them that said everything I needed to know. The next day, David showed up with what he called a lawyer friend to help draft a will. The guy was young, maybe mid-30s, carrying a briefcase that looked too new and expensive for someone doing house calls at a hospital. He had this practiced sympathy voice, kept calling me "sir," and talking slowly like I was hard of hearing. David and Michael stood on either side of my bed while this lawyer laid out papers and explained things in that simple way you talk to children. I played along, signed the papers with a shaky hand, even asked them to point to where I should sign because the words are a bit blurry. I saw the relief on their faces, saw Michael actually smile at David when they thought I was focused on the documents. They thought they had it locked down, thought they'd just secured their inheritance while I was weak and vulnerable. What they didn't know, what they couldn't have known because they'd been too absent from my life to realize, was that I had a real lawyer. Frank Morrison, known him for 40 years, handled everything from my business contracts when I owned my shop to my actual estate planning. Frank and I had been updating my will regularly for the past decade, and I'd actually revised it just 2 weeks before I ended up in the hospital. That version was already filed, already legal, already ironclad. But I had a feeling I might need to change it again, and this time, the changes would be personal. I got discharged after 3 weeks. Both sons helped me home, carried my bags, got me settled, made sure I had groceries. They were suddenly very interested in where I kept important documents, what my account numbers were, whether I remembered the combination to my safe. I told them I'd handle it, that I was tired and needed to rest. They didn't push too hard that first day, but I could see it bothered them. Once I was alone and steady on my feet, I started paying attention, really paying attention. Over the next few days, I noticed small things going missing. My mother's silver candlesticks that usually sat on the mantel, gone. A vintage watch I kept in my dresser, vanished. Some old coins from my collection, scattered here and there. Each time one of them visited, something else would disappear. Then I checked my bank accounts online. They probably assumed I couldn't use a computer, that I was too old and confused for online banking. But I'd been managing my finances digitally for years. What I found made my blood run cold. $47,000 missing from my savings account. Just gone. I dug deeper, found transfer records. David had added himself to one of my accounts about 6 months ago, during a visit when I had a bad flu and wasn't paying attention. He'd been siphoning money off, little by little, probably thinking I wouldn't notice. I didn't confront them, didn't say a word. Instead, I called Frank on a day when I knew the boys wouldn't visit, told him everything, the hallway conversation, the fake will, the missing money, all of it. Frank's been around long enough that nothing surprises him, but even he sounded angry on the phone. He told me to document everything, keep records, and he'd handle the legal side. So that's what I did. My neighbor's son, good kid who works in tech, helped me set up a small camera in my living room. Nothing fancy, just enough to record what happened when I wasn't looking or when I pretended to nap. Within a week, I had footage of Michael going through my desk, opening drawers, photographing documents. The camera caught everything. I kept a list of every missing item, every unauthorized withdrawal, every lie they told me. And I kept playing my part. Every time they visited, I acted a little weaker, a little more confused, a little more dependent. I thanked them for their help, called myself a burden, let them pat my hand and tell me everything would be okay. Inside, I was documenting their every move, building a case, planning something they'd never see coming. Michael brought his wife over once. I was in my bedroom, and they thought I was napping. I heard her ask him when it would happen, and him responding that it could be any time now. They were talking about my death like it was a shipping delay, like they were just waiting for a package to arrive so they could finally open it. The boys got bolder as weeks passed, started making decisions for my own good. Michael said I should sell the truck because I couldn't drive anymore anyway. David suggested I move to a nice facility where I'd be taken care of, and they could rent out my house to cover the costs. They had it all figured out. Every piece of my life had a price tag and a plan attached to it. I just smiled and nodded, told them I'd think about it. And with every visit, I played weaker while getting stronger in my resolve. My 81st birthday was coming up in about 2 months. Frank and I met in person. I told the boys I had a doctor's appointment, and we planned everything down to the last detail. We'd do it on my birthday, symbolic, memorable. A dinner at my house with both sons required to attend. I'd tell them I had important news about the estate, and they'd come running. When I called to invite them, they practically tripped over themselves confirming they'd be there. Michael even made a joke about it, said something like, "Finally getting things sorted out, huh, Dad?" His voice had this edge of excitement to it that made me sick. Those final weeks were the hardest. I had to watch them get greedier, sloppier, more obvious. David came by one afternoon and took my father's war medals right off the wall. Claimed he was keeping them safe for me, that they might get damaged in the house. Those medals meant everything to me. My father earned them in Korea, and I'd planned to pass them to my grandkids someday. Watching David walk out with them under his arm, while lying to my face about protecting them, that almost broke me. Michael borrowed $10,000 for what he called an emergency. Some story about his roof needing immediate repairs, or the house would have water damage. I wrote the check because I knew he'd never pay it back, and I wanted that documented too. There was no roof emergency. I found out later he used it for a vacation. They stopped even pretending to care about my health, stopped asking how I felt or if I needed anything personal. Every conversation circled back to paperwork, to accounts, to making sure everything was in order. The few times my grandkids asked to visit, Michael and David made excuses about me being too tired or not feeling well. They were cutting me off from everyone while positioning themselves as my devoted caretakers. Every night, I'd sit in my quiet house and review everything with Frank over the phone. We refined the plan, made sure every detail was perfect, ensured there were no loopholes they could exploit. Frank kept asking if I was sure, if I really wanted to go through with it. I told him I'd never been more sure of anything in my life. The morning of my birthday, I woke up feeling calm, peaceful even. I set the table myself, put out the good dishes my wife and I got as wedding gifts 60 years ago. Made a simple dinner, nothing fancy. Bought a cake from the bakery because I wanted this to look like a real birthday celebration. Like I was actually happy to have them there. Both sons arrived early, carrying champagne and wearing fake smiles that didn't reach their eyes. They made small talk, cut the cake, poured drinks. But they kept checking their watches, glancing at each other, barely containing their excitement. I told them Frank would be joining us with some important documents, and I swear I saw Michael's eyes light up like a kid on Christmas morning. When the doorbell rang, everything I'd been planning for 2 months was about to become real. Frank walked in carrying his briefcase, looking every bit the professional lawyer he's always been. He nodded at me, shook hands with both my sons, and took a seat at the head of the table like we'd planned. Michael and David sat up straighter, and I could practically feel the anticipation radiating off them. They thought this was it, the moment they'd been waiting for, the moment their patient vulture act would finally pay off. I asked Frank to read the will aloud, told him I wanted my boys to hear everything clearly, to understand exactly what was happening with my estate. Michael shot David this quick look, like they were trying not to smile. David actually rubbed his hands together before catching himself and stopping. They were barely holding it together. Frank opened his briefcase, pulled out the real document, the one we'd prepared, the one that was legally filed and witnessed and completely legitimate. He started reading in that formal voice lawyers use. Last will and testament, my full name, the date, all the standard opening language. My sons were leaning forward, hanging on every word. Then Frank got to the actual distribution of assets. The house and the 5 acres it sits on, going to a veterans housing fund in my late wife's name. The truck collection, the tools, the workshop equipment, going to a vocational training program for disabled veterans. My savings accounts, investment portfolios, everything liquid. 60% to Veterans Affairs programs, 40% split into educational trusts for my grandchildren. The room went dead silent. I could hear the clock ticking on the wall, could hear someone's stomach gurgle, could hear the sound of my son's entire world crashing down around them. Michael and David weren't listed anywhere. Not one single asset, not $1, nothing. They'd been completely written out. Frank kept reading, listing out every specific item and where it was going. My father's war medals, to the military museum, with a note that they were donated in honor of my grandchildren. The antiques, the furniture, the collections, various charities and organizations that actually meant something to me. He read the whole thing, every page, while my sons sat there frozen. When Frank finally finished and closed the document, nobody moved. It was like time had stopped. Then Michael found his voice. He said it had to be a mistake, that I was confused, that this wasn't right, that someone had manipulated me. His voice was getting louder with each word. David just stared at the table, his face completely white, like he might actually pass out. That's when I spoke up, and I made sure my voice was clear, stronger than it had been in months, stronger than I'd let them hear since before the hospital. I told them I was confused when I signed their papers, when I put my signature on that fake will their lawyer friend brought to the hospital. But this, what Frank just read, this was what I actually wanted. This was my real will, and it had been filed weeks before I ever ended up in that hospital bed. I reached down beside my chair and pulled out the folder I'd been building for 2 months. Bank statements showing the missing $47,000. Photographs I'd taken of the empty spots where my mother's candlesticks used to sit, where my vintage watch had been, where my father's medals had hung on the wall. Printed transaction records showing every unauthorized transfer David had made. And the real prize, screenshots from the security camera footage showing Michael going through my desk. I laid it all out on the table between the birthday cake and the champagne they'd brought. David's face went from white to gray when he saw the bank records with his name on the transfers. His mouth opened like he wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Michael started to argue, said something about legal action, about getting a real lawyer, about how this wouldn't stand up in court. Frank just sat there calmly and explained that the will was ironclad. Filed months ago, properly witnessed, me being of completely sound mind when I signed it. He'd made absolutely certain there wasn't a single loophole they could use. Then he mentioned that the unauthorized access to my accounts and the missing property could be considered elder financial abuse if I wanted to pursue it. That shut Michael up real quick. I looked at both of them, these two men I'd raised from babies, and I told them about the hallway conversation. Repeated their words back to them, the ones I'd heard through that hospital door. The arguing over who got the house, who got the truck, making sure the old man signed before he got too confused. I'd been lying there with tubes in my arm, listening to them carve up my life like I was already dead. David finally spoke, and his voice was shaking. He tried to say it wasn't like that I'd misunderstood, that they were just trying to be prepared. But the lie was so weak even he couldn't sell it. Michael's wife, who'd shown up late and walked in during Frank's reading, started crying. She was going on about how they needed that money, how they'd been counting on it, how it wasn't fair. That word, fair. Like they had some right to my life's work because they'd shown up and pretended to care when they thought I was dying. I told them they could leave, just like that, simple and direct. They could get out of my house. Michael stood up so fast his chair fell backward, started yelling about what an ungrateful old bastard I was, how they'd wasted their time taking care of me, how I'd regret this. Every word just proved I'd made the right choice. David didn't yell. He just sat there staring at the evidence spread across the table, probably calculating how much trouble he was actually in. Frank stood up too, put himself between Michael and me, told them in that lawyer voice that it was time to go, and if they didn't leave voluntarily, he'd be happy to call the police and discuss the financial abuse issue in more detail. That got them moving. Michael left first, stomping toward the door, his wife following behind, still crying. David took longer. He gathered himself slowly, looked at me one last time like he wanted to say something. But whatever it was, he swallowed it down and walked out. Neither of them said goodbye. Neither of them said happy birthday. They just left. I watched from my window as their cars pulled out of the driveway. Michael peeled out, tires squealing on the asphalt like a teenager throwing a tantrum. David drove away slower, but he still left. The taillights disappeared down the road, and that was it. Frank stayed for a bit after they left, asked if I was okay, if I needed anything, if I was sure I didn't want to press charges for the financial stuff. I told him I was fine, that taking their inheritance was punishment enough. He packed up his briefcase, squeezed my shoulder, and told me to call if the boys tried anything. Then he left too. The house was quiet after everyone left. The birthday cake sat there on the table, untouched except for the piece David had cut before Frank arrived. The champagne they'd brought was still in the ice bucket, getting warm. I looked at all of it, this sad little birthday party that had turned into something else entirely. I didn't feel victorious. Didn't feel the satisfaction I thought I might. Mostly I just felt tired. The next few days were strange. My phone would ring and I'd see Michael's name on the caller ID. I never answered. Voice messages piled up, but I deleted them without listening. What was there to say? They'd shown me exactly who they were, and I'd responded accordingly. A week went by, then two. My neighbor came by with more tomatoes and asked if everything was okay. Said she'd seen my boys leaving that night and they looked upset. I told her everything was fine. Just some family business getting sorted out. She didn't push, but I could tell she was curious. I changed the locks. That was Frank's idea. Said even though the will was solid, I didn't need them coming back and causing problems or taking anything else. The locksmith came out the next day. It felt weird, locking my own children out of the house they grew up in. But then I remembered they'd already locked me out of their lives years ago. This was just making it official. My grandkids still came to visit, though. Emily and Josh, Michael's kids, both in college now. They didn't know what their father had done, and I wasn't going to tell them. That wasn't their burden to carry. I'd set up education trusts for them and for David's daughter, Sarah. They'd get access when they turned 18, enough to pay for school and then some. The lawyers handling the trusts would explain everything when the time came. Emily asked me once why her dad seemed angry at me. This was maybe 3 weeks after the birthday dinner. I just told her that sometimes adults disagree about things, and it would work itself out. She seemed to accept that. At 19, she was still young enough to believe that family problems always get resolved eventually. About a month after everything went down, I got a certified letter. It was from a law firm I didn't recognize. Michael and David were contesting the will. They claimed I'd been mentally incompetent when I signed it, that I'd been unduly influenced, that the distribution was evidence of diminished capacity. Frank called me the same day, laughing. He said it wouldn't go anywhere, that we had documentation of everything, but it meant they weren't giving up. Part of me had hoped they'd just accept it and move on, that they'd realize what they'd done, feel some remorse, maybe even try to apologize. But instead they hired lawyers and decided to fight. They were still convinced they deserved my money more than the causes I'd chosen. I spent a lot of time thinking about that hallway conversation during those weeks, playing it over in my head, wondering if I'd heard it wrong, if maybe I'd misunderstood. But no. I knew what I'd heard. I knew what they'd meant. They hadn't been preparing for my death out of love or duty. They'd been preparing to profit from it. The Veterans Fund sent me a letter about a month and a half after the birthday dinner. They didn't have the money yet since I was still alive, but Frank had told them about the will. They wanted to thank me in advance and let me know they planned to name a wing of their transitional housing facility after my wife, after Margaret. They included pictures of the place, showed me where veterans coming home could stay while they got back on their feet. That letter meant more to me than anything my sons had said in years. I kept it on my refrigerator, held up with a magnet shaped like a truck that Margaret had bought me decades ago. My health actually started improving. The doctors were surprised. They'd expected me to decline after the hospital stay, but instead, I was getting stronger. My neighbor joked that spite was keeping me alive, and maybe she wasn't wrong. I had a reason to stick around now, to make sure my plans went through, to see those trusts set up for my grandkids, to make sure the Veterans Fund got what I'd promised them. I started going through my things more carefully, the stuff the boys hadn't managed to steal. I found old photos of them as kids, Michael missing his front teeth, David covered in mud from playing in the creek. I found birthday cards they'd made me in elementary school, complete with crayon drawings and misspelled words. There was this whole life in those boxes, this whole history of me being their father and them being my sons. It hurt to look at it, to remember who they used to be and see what they'd become. But mostly I felt relief. Relief that I'd found out the truth before it was too late, before I died thinking they actually cared. Relief that my life's work would go to people who needed it instead of people who just wanted it. Relief that I'd had the strength to do what needed to be done. 6 weeks after the birthday dinner, I still hadn't heard directly from either son. Just the legal challenge, which Frank said was going nowhere. The house stayed quiet, but it wasn't the lonely kind of quiet from before. It was different now. Peaceful, maybe. Or at least, that's what I told myself on the good days. On the bad days, I wondered if I'd made a terrible mistake. The legal challenge went exactly nowhere, just like Frank predicted. 3 months after my birthday dinner, the judge threw out their case without even scheduling a full hearing. Frank sent me the court documents, and I read through the judge's decision. It basically said that there was overwhelming evidence I'd been of sound mind, that the will had been properly executed, and that my sons had no legitimate grounds for their claims. The judge even noted that their own behavior, the unauthorized account access, the missing property, actually supported my decision to exclude them. Michael and David had to pay their own legal fees, which apparently weren't cheap. I heard through the grapevine, meaning my neighbor who somehow knows everything, that Michael had to take out a loan to cover his lawyer. Part of me felt a tiny bit bad about that. But then I remembered the $47,000 David took from my account, and the feeling passed pretty quick. After the legal challenge failed, things got quiet. Really quiet. No more phone calls, no more voice messages, no more attempts at contact at all. It was like they'd decided I was dead to them, which I guess was fair since they'd decided I was dead to them before, just in a more literal way. I settled into a routine. Doctor appointments, which were going better than expected. Coffee with Frank once a week to handle estate business, and also because he'd become one of my only regular social contacts. Visits from my grandkids when they were home from school. I started working in my shop again, doing small repair jobs for neighbors, keeping my hands busy. The house felt different now. I'd spent so many years in it with Margaret, then years alone after she passed, then those awful months feeling abandoned by my sons. Now it was something else. It was mine in a way it hadn't been before. Nobody was waiting for me to die so they could sell it. Nobody was measuring the rooms and calculating square footage. It was just my house, where I lived, where I'd probably die eventually, and that was okay. Emily came by one Saturday afternoon about 4 months after everything went down. She seemed upset, kept fidgeting with her coffee mug. Finally, she asked me what really happened between me and her dad. Said he wouldn't talk about it, just got angry whenever she brought me up. Her mom had told her some story about me being unfair, about changing my will out of spite, about punishing them for no reason. I didn't want to poison her relationship with her father. That wasn't the point of any of this. But I also wasn't going to lie to her. So I told her a version of the truth, that I'd overheard her dad and uncle making plans for my estate while I was in the hospital, that they'd accessed my money without permission, that they'd taken things from my house. I didn't go into all the details, didn't tell her about the fake will or exactly what I'd heard them say, just enough so she'd understand. She cried, sat at my kitchen table and cried, and I felt like the worst grandfather in the world for putting that pain on her. But she thanked me too, said she'd known something was off, that her dad had been acting strange, talking about money he was expecting that never came. At least now she knew why. Before she left, she hugged me tight and told me she loved me. Said that no matter what happened with her dad, she and Josh would keep visiting. That meant everything to me. More than the legal victory, more than the vindication, knowing I hadn't lost my grandchildren in all of this. The seasons changed. Summer turned to fall, fall to winter. I celebrated my 82nd birthday alone, just me and a store-bought cake. And honestly, it was better than the last one. No fake smiles, no hidden agendas, no lawyers reading wills. Just peace. I got another letter from the Veterans Fund. They were moving forward with plans for the Margaret Wilson Memorial Wing, even though they wouldn't receive the actual funding until after my death. They wanted my input on the design, asked if I had any photos of Margaret I'd be willing to share for a dedication plaque. I sent them my favorite picture of her, the one from our 30th anniversary, where she's laughing at something I'd said. She had the best laugh. Christmas came and went. Emily and Josh came over, brought Sarah too. David's daughter was 16 now, smart as a whip, planning to study engineering. We had dinner, exchanged small gifts, played cards. They didn't mention their fathers, and neither did I. It was like there was this unspoken agreement to just not go there. But after they left, I sat in my quiet house and wondered what Michael and David were doing. if they were with their families, if they thought about me at all, if they regretted what they'd done or just regretted getting caught. I wondered if they told themselves I was the villain in this story, the cruel old man who'd betrayed his loving sons. People are good at rewriting history to make themselves the victims. Sometimes, late at night, I'd think about calling them, picking up the phone and just saying something, anything, to break the silence. But I never did. What would I even say? The hurt was too deep, the betrayal too complete. They'd looked at me in that hospital bed and seen dollar signs. That's not something you just forgive and move on from. My neighbor's son helped me set up a Facebook account around month 6. I didn't post anything, just wanted to see what my grandkids were up to. That's when I saw that Michael had posted something about elder abuse, about greedy old people who turn on their families. He didn't name me, but it was obvious. The comments were full of people supporting him, telling him he was better off, that some old folks just get mean and bitter. I closed the laptop and didn't look at it again for weeks. Frank started preparing the final arrangements. I wasn't dying or anything. The doctors said I was actually in better health than expected for someone my age. But Frank believed in being thorough. He wanted everything absolutely perfect, so that when the time came, my sons couldn't find any angle to challenge anything. Every charity notified, every trust documented, every piece of property accounted for. We were sitting in his office going over paperwork when he asked me if I ever regretted it. Just came right out and asked. I sat there for a long time before answering. Told him that I regretted having sons who made it necessary. Regretted that they'd valued money over their own father. Regretted that I'd apparently failed somewhere in raising them, that they'd turned into the kind of men who could do what they did. But did I regret cutting them out? No. That I didn't regret. About 8 months after the birthday dinner, I got a call from an unknown number. Usually I don't answer those, but something made me pick up. It was David. His voice sounded rough, like he'd been sick or maybe just tired. He said he wanted to talk, asked if he could come by. I almost said yes. Almost. But then I remembered him walking out with my father's war medals, lying to my face about keeping them safe. Remembered the bank transfers, the stolen money, all of it. I told him no. Told him we didn't have anything to talk about. He tried to argue, said I owed him a chance to explain. I hung up. My hands were shaking after that call. I sat in my chair for an hour just staring at nothing, thinking about what he might have said if I'd let him come over. Apology? Excuses? Another attempt to get money? I'd never know, and that was probably for the best. The grandkids graduated, one by one. Emily finished college, got a job as a teacher. The trust paid for everything, just like I'd planned. She cried when she thanked me, said she couldn't have done it without my help. Josh was next. Engineering degree, job lined up at a good company. Sarah was applying to colleges, the trust waiting for her when she needed it. This was what I'd wanted my money to do. Help people, make a difference, not get swallowed up by 2 grown men who couldn't be bothered to visit their father until they thought there was something in it for them. I turned 83, then 84. The years kept passing, and I kept not dying, which seemed to annoy the universe's sense of timing. The Veterans Fund built the Margaret Wilson Memorial Wing and invited me to the opening ceremony. I went, met veterans who'd be staying there, saw what my future donation would support. One guy, couldn't have been more than 25, thanked me with tears in his eyes. Said having a place to land after coming home meant everything. That's when I knew for sure I'd made the right choice. I still see Michael and David sometimes, accidentally. Small town, it's inevitable. I saw Michael at the grocery store once, turned down an aisle, and there he was. We made eye contact for a second and then both pretended we hadn't. I finished my shopping and left. Saw David at the gas station another time. Same thing. This awkward dance of avoidance. My lawyer friend Frank passed away last year. Heart attack, sudden and unexpected. I was at his funeral, and so were my sons. We sat on opposite sides of the church. They'd loved Frank too, back when they were kids. He used to give them candy when we'd visit his office. But even grief couldn't bridge the gap between us. We didn't speak. I'm 85 now. The doctor says I'm doing remarkably well for my age. Could have another 5 years, maybe more. The Veterans Fund checks in regularly, making sure I'm okay, which is kind of funny since they're still waiting for me to die so they can get the money. The educational trusts are set up. The charities are notified. Everything's in order. The house is quiet most days. My grandkids visit when they can, but they have their own lives now. Jobs,
relationships, responsibilities. I don't take it personally like I did with their fathers. This is different. This is natural. This is how it's supposed to be. Sometimes I think about that night at the hospital, that hallway conversation that changed everything. I wonder what would have happened if I'd confronted them right then, if I'd said something immediately instead of plotting and planning. Maybe they would have apologized. Maybe they would have realized what they were doing and changed. But probably not. People don't change that easily. And even if they had apologized in that moment, it would have been because they got caught, not because they were actually sorry. I wonder if they think about me, if they regret how things went down, if they tell themselves, I'm the bad guy, the cruel father who abandoned his children over nothing, if they've convinced themselves they did nothing wrong. I'll probably never know. Last week, Emily told me she's pregnant. I'm going to be a great-grandfather. She asked me if I'd like to be in the baby's life, and I said yes without hesitation. Michael doesn't know yet, she said. She's nervous about telling him because of our situation. I told her that's between her and her father, that I won't interfere. But yes, I absolutely want to know my great-grandchild. New life coming into the world. Maybe that's some kind of sign, some kind of hope. Or maybe it's just biology doing what biology does. Either way, I'm grateful I'll be around to see it. The house is quiet tonight. It's a familiar quiet now, comfortable almost. I'm not lonely, not really. I have my memories, both good and bad. I have my grandkids, and soon, a great-grandkid. I have the knowledge that my life's work will go to people who need it. But late at night, when I can't sleep, I still think about my boys. About teaching Michael to tie his shoes. About helping David with his math homework. About all the years before everything went wrong. And I think about that moment in the hospital, lying there listening to them divide up my life. They buried me before I was gone, so I made sure they'd live with the consequences. Whether that was justice or revenge or just self-preservation, I'm still not entirely sure. Some days I think I did what I had to do. Other days I wonder if I let my hurt turn me into something I never wanted to be. But the decision is made. The will is filed. The lawyers have their instructions. And I'm still here, still breathing, still living in this quiet house, with my choices and my regrets, and my certainty that those two things might not be as different as I'd like them to be. I'm 85 years old, and I've learned that when people think you're dying,
They show you who they truly are. I just wish my sons had shown me something different.
They told me I was too fragile to handle my own affairs.
So I let them find out how strong I still am. I'm turning 87 next month, and my daughter Sarah, 52, and her husband Mark, 55, thought they could play me for a fool. I need to get this all down while it's still fresh in my mind, because what happened over these last few months has been eating at me, and I don't know if I did the right thing, or if I just destroyed what was left of my family. My wife Margaret died 6 months ago. 60 years of marriage, gone in a hospital room that smelled like disinfectant and false hope. We knew it was coming. The cancer had spread too far, but knowing doesn't make it easier. The funeral was a blur. Sarah handled most of it, which I appreciated at the time. I was barely holding myself together. About 2 weeks after the funeral, Sarah and Mark came to visit me at the house. The house Margaret and I had lived in for 43 years. They sat me down at the kitchen table, and Sarah had this concerned look on her face that I recognize now as the beginning of everything. She said they'd been worried about me, that the house was too big for one person, too many stairs, too much maintenance. Mark jumped in about how they'd just finished renovating their guest house, separate entrance, small kitchen, 1 bedroom. Perfect for me. They said I shouldn't be alone right now, that I needed family close by. I'm not going to lie, I was grateful. The house felt enormous without Margaret. Every room echoed. I'd find myself talking to her and then remembering she wasn't there. So when Sarah said I could stay with them, that they'd take care of everything, it felt like a lifeline. I moved in 3 days later. Didn't even pack much. Sarah said we'd get the rest later. The guest house was nice enough. Small, but I didn't need much space. And those first few weeks, it actually felt good. Sarah cooked my meals, brought them over 3 times a day. Mark helped me set up my TV and made sure I had everything I needed. They invited me to dinner at the main house twice a week. I started thinking, maybe this was what I needed. Maybe being close to family would help me grieve. But then, things started changing. Small things at first. One morning I went to drive to the hardware store. I needed some wood stain for a project, and my car wasn't in the driveway. I walked over to the main house and found Sarah in the kitchen. I asked where my car was. She didn't even look up from her coffee. She said it needed expensive repairs, something about the transmission, and that it made more sense to just sell it. She'd already done it. Got a good price, she said. The money went into my account. Except I never saw that money, and my car had been running fine. A week later, I went to grab my woodworking tools from the garage. I've had those tools for 40 years, built Margaret's garden bench with them, made toys for Sarah when she was little, repaired half the things in our old house. The whole cabinet was empty. When I asked Sarah, she said they donated them to charity, said I wasn't using them anymore and someone else could benefit. I wasn't using them because I'd just moved in, because I was still grieving. But I didn't say that. I just nodded and went back to the guest house. The bills stopped coming. My pension checks stopped showing up. When I asked Sarah about it, she explained that they'd set up all my finances to go through them now. Easier that way, she said. Less for me to worry about. They'd handle everything. Utilities, insurance, medical bills. All of it. She even set up a weekly allowance for me. $50. She handed it to me like I was a kid getting lunch money. $50. I'd worked for 47 years, raised a family, owned my home outright, and now I was getting an allowance. I started feeling like something was wrong, but I couldn't quite pin it down. Sarah and Mark were always nice to my face, always asking if I needed anything, if I was comfortable. But there was something in the way they talked to me,
like I was already half gone, like I couldn't be trusted with basic decisions. Then came the day I confronted her. I'd gone into the main house to use the bathroom. Mine was acting up, and I saw a bank statement on the kitchen counter. My bank statement. I don't know why I looked, but I did. There were withdrawals I didn't recognize. Large ones. 5,000 here, 3,000 there. I took a photo with my phone before I could talk myself out of it. That evening, I went over for dinner. I waited until Mark left the room, and then I asked Sarah about the withdrawals. Tried to keep my voice calm, non-accusatory. Just asked if she knew what they were for. The look she gave me, I'll never forget it. This patronizing smile, like I was a confused child who'd asked why the sky was blue. She reached across the table and patted my hand. She said I was forgetting things again. That this was exactly why they needed to handle my finances. That I'd signed off on all of it. I just didn't remember. I hadn't signed anything. But the way she said it, so calm and certain, it made me doubt myself for a second. That's what got me. That tiny moment where I wondered if maybe I was losing it. I went back to the guest house and tried to sleep, but I couldn't. Around 11, I got up to get some water. The guest house window faces their back patio, and I heard voices. Mark and Sarah were out there, having a drink. I should have gone back to bed, but something made me stop and listen. Mark said something about a few more months, that the house transfer would be complete soon, that the old man didn't even know what he'd signed. Sarah laughed, actually laughed. She said I was getting worse, more confused, that the timing was perfect, really. I stood there in the dark, water glass in my hand, listening to my daughter and her husband discuss stealing my house.
The house Margaret and I had bought in 1982. The house where we'd raised Sarah. Where Margaret had planted roses every spring. Where we'd hosted 30-some Christmases and birthdays and Sunday dinners. They were taking it. And they thought I was too far gone to notice. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. My heart was racing like I'd run a marathon. I kept replaying their words. The casual way Sarah had laughed about my confusion. Like my decline was convenient for them. Like they'd been waiting for this. I'm not a violent man. Never have been. But lying there in that guest house bed, I wanted to march over and confront them both. Wanted to scream at Sarah, ask her how she could do this to her own father, to the man who'd paid for her college, walked her down the aisle, babysat her kids every weekend for years. But I didn't. Because somewhere around 3 in the morning I realized something. If I confronted them now, they'd just gaslight me more. Tell me I was confused, that I'd misheard, that I was being paranoid. They'd probably move up their timeline, cover their tracks better. I'd lose everything and look crazy in the process. No. If I was going to fight this, I needed to be smart about it. They wanted a confused old man. They wanted someone who couldn't handle his own affairs. Someone who'd sign documents without reading them and forget conversations and wander around lost in his own life. Fine. I'd give them exactly that. I'd play the part so well, they'd never see me coming. That night, lying in the dark, I decided to let them think they'd won. Let them get comfortable. Let them make mistakes. And while they were busy congratulating themselves on fooling the doddering old fool, I'd be watching, taking notes, gathering evidence. Because here's what they didn't know. I might be old, but I'm not stupid. I built a career as an accountant. I know how to track money, how to spot fraud, how to document everything. And I learned a long time ago that the best way to catch someone in a lie is to let them keep talking. So the next morning, when Sarah brought over breakfast, I called her by the wrong name. Just once, casually. called her Susan. She corrected me with that same patronizing smile, and I apologized, acted embarrassed, shuffled back to the table like my legs were bothering me, even though they felt fine. The performance had begun, and they had no idea what was coming. The next morning, I started forgetting. Not really, of course, but they needed to think I was. I began small. Called Mark Martin when he came by to check on me. He corrected me, and I apologized, acted confused about it. The next day I asked Sarah what day it was, then asked again an hour later. I could see her exchange a look with Mark, that look that said, "See, he's getting worse." It was easier than I thought it would be, playing this part. I'd shuffle around with my cane even though my knees felt fine that day. I'd stare at the TV remote like I couldn't figure out which button to push. I'd leave the guest house and stand in the driveway for a minute, looking around like I'd forgotten where I was going. Sarah started watching me from the kitchen window. I could feel her eyes on me, and I knew exactly what she was thinking. Poor Dad. He's really declining now. All the while, I was documenting everything. I kept a journal hidden in the back of my closet, tucked inside an old shoebox of Margaret's things I knew they'd never touch. Every day I wrote down what happened, what they said, what went missing, what financial documents I glimpsed, dates, times, amounts. I wrote down every lie Sarah told me, every time Mark redirected a conversation when I mentioned money. The photography was trickier. They'd taken my old camera when they cleaned out my stuff from the house, said I didn't need it anymore. But I still had my phone, and they assumed I barely knew how to use it. I'd asked Sarah to help me make calls a few times, really sold the idea that technology confused me, so they didn't think twice about me fumbling with it. When they left documents out, and they started leaving them out more and more, I'd take photos. Bank statements showing transfers from my account to theirs, papers with my signature that I never remembered signing because I hadn't, a deed transfer application for my house that Mark had left on the dining table. I photographed all of it. My hands shook sometimes, not from age, but from rage, and I'd have to wait until I was steady to get a clear picture. 3 weeks into my act, Sarah and Mark stopped being careful around me at all. They'd talk about money right in front of me at dinner. Mark mentioned selling my house once the transfer went through, said they could get at least $600K for it in this market. Sarah talked about what they'd do with the money, a vacation home maybe, or invest it, let it grow. I sat there eating pot roast, nodding along like I barely understood what they were saying. Inside, I was memorizing every word. The recordings were Sarah's idea, accidentally. She suggested I might want to record myself talking about memories of Margaret, said it might help with my grief. She even showed me how to use the voice recorder app on my phone. I thanked her, said what a thoughtful idea that was. That night, I practiced with it until I knew exactly how to start a recording without looking at the screen. After that, I recorded conversations. Not all of them, just the important ones. I'd leave my phone on the counter, or in my shirt pocket, recorder running. I got Mark talking about the forged signatures, how easy it had been. I got Sarah discussing their timeline, when they'd have full control of everything. I even got them arguing once about whether they were moving too fast, with Mark saying I was too out of it to notice anyway. Every recording went into a folder I labeled Margaret's Voice Memos. They'd never look there. 2 months in, I found out about the trust, or rather, I remembered about it. I'd been so focused on gathering evidence that I'd almost forgotten the safeguard I'd put in place years ago. When Margaret got sick, before the cancer, she'd had some health scares. We'd gone to see our lawyer, Jim, about getting our affairs in order. Jim had suggested putting the house in an irrevocable trust. That way, if either of us needed long-term care, Medicaid couldn't touch it. It would be protected, passed to Sarah eventually, but couldn't be sold or transferred without the trustee's approval. And the trustee was Jim. The deed they were trying to transfer? It was worthless. They were forging documents to steal a house they could never actually take. All their planning, all their fraud, it was for nothing. They just didn't know it yet. I didn't tell them, of course. I let them keep going, let them dig themselves deeper. By month 3, I had enough evidence to bury them. Bank records proving unauthorized withdrawals, photos of forged documents, recordings of them discussing the fraud, a detailed journal of every lie, every theft, every instance of them exploiting my supposed confusion. That's when I called Jim. I told Sarah I wanted to invite an old friend over for tea, just someone to talk to about the old days. She seemed pleased about it, probably thought it meant I was settling into my new dependent life. She even offered to make cookies. Jim came over on a Tuesday afternoon. He played his part perfectly, talked about the old days, asked about Margaret, acted like this was just a social call. Sarah brought us tea and cookies, chatted for a minute, then left us alone. The second she was gone, Jim's expression changed. I handed him the folder I'd prepared. Everything was in there. Copies of the photos, transcripts of the recordings, my journal entries, bank statements I'd managed to get copies of. He went through it all, and I watched his face go from concerned to angry to something close to disgusted. He looked up at me and said this was elder abuse, financial exploitation, that we had everything we needed for criminal charges. He asked if I was sure I wanted to go that route, knowing it was my daughter. I told him I'd never been more sure of anything. Before he left, he leaned in close and whispered that the DA would be very interested in this case, that he'd make some calls. Then he raised his voice back to normal, thanked me for the tea, told me to take care of myself. Sarah waved to him from the kitchen window as he left. She had no idea what he was carrying out with him. Jim called me 2 days later. The DA was interested. They had enough for charges of elder financial abuse, fraud, forgery, probably more once they dug into it. He asked when I wanted to move forward. I told him not yet. I needed them to know it was me. I needed to see their faces when they realized they'd been played. I told Jim I wanted to confront them myself first. He tried to talk me out of it, said it could be dangerous, that they might get violent or destroy evidence. I told him the evidence was already with him, and that I wasn't afraid of my own daughter. That last part was a lie. I was terrified, but not of physical harm. I was afraid of what I'd see in her eyes when she realized what I'd done. We set a date. Jim would have everything ready to file. I'd have my confrontation. Then the legal process would begin. I planned it for a Friday dinner, sent Sarah a text message, took me 20 minutes to type it out, kept my words simple like I'd been doing, saying I had big news about my will, that I wanted to discuss it over dinner. Could she and Mark come over to the guest house? She responded in under a minute, said they'd be there, that they'd been hoping I'd bring this up. I could practically hear her excitement through the text.
Friday came. I actually did cook dinner, or tried to. Pot roast, Margaret's recipe. It didn't come out right. I was too distracted. But it didn't matter. None of us were going to eat much anyway. Sarah and Mark showed up at 6, right on time. Sarah was wearing Margaret's pearl necklace, the one that had disappeared from my jewelry box a month ago. Sarah said she'd never seen it, that I must have misplaced it. And here she was, wearing it to dinner, bold as anything. Mark had on a suit. Sarah wore a nice dress. They'd dressed up for this, for what they thought was going to be their big payday. We sat down at the small table in the guest house. Sarah complimented the pot roast even though it was dry. Mark poured wine, acting generous with my own money. They made small talk, but I could see they were impatient, waiting for me to get to the point. I let them wait. Ate a few bites, asked Mark about work, asked Sarah about the grandkids. My grandkids I barely saw anymore. Finally, Sarah couldn't take it anymore. She asked about the will, what I wanted to discuss. I stood up.
My hands were shaking, not part of the act this time. I reached into my pocket and pulled out 2 envelopes. Plain white envelopes, the kind you'd use for any letter. I put one in front of Sarah, one in front of Mark. I told them I did have news, but it wasn't what they thought. Told them to open the envelopes. Sarah opened hers first. I watched her face as she read, watched the confusion, then the comprehension, then the shock. It was a notice that criminal charges were being filed against her for elder financial abuse, fraud, and forgery. The DA's letterhead was right there at the top. Mark opened his at the same time. A restraining order. For both of them. They were not to contact me, come near me, or attempt any further access to my finances. The silence in that room was deafening. Then Sarah's face changed, went from white to red. She stood up so fast her chair fell backward. She called me a senile old bastard, said they'd been helping me, that I was too confused to understand what they'd done for me, that I was ungrateful and paranoid and losing my mind. Mark grabbed her arm, tried to quiet her down. He was smarter, or maybe just more of a coward. He was already thinking about lawyers. I could see it in his eyes. He muttered something about getting legal counsel, that this was a misunderstanding. I just stood there and told them the truth. Told them I'd been documenting everything for 3 months, that I had photos, recordings, bank records, that I knew about every forged signature, every stolen penny, that I'd played confused because it was the only way to make them comfortable enough to hang themselves. Sarah called me a liar, said I couldn't have done that. I could barely work my phone. I pulled my phone out and played her one of the recordings, her own voice, talking about the house transfer, about the timing being perfect because I was getting worse. Her face when she heard that. It almost broke me. Almost. She called me cruel, evil, said I'd destroyed our family. Mark was already pulling her toward the door, telling her to stop talking, that anything she said could be used against her. She was crying now, mascara running down her face. She ripped off Margaret's necklace and threw it at me. It hit my chest and fell to the floor. They left. Door slamming, tires screeching out of the driveway. I stood there in the guest house, the pot roast getting cold on the table, the necklace at my feet. I'd won. I'd outsmarted them, caught them, stopped them from stealing everything Margaret and I had built. So why did I feel like I'd just lost everything that mattered? That was 3 weeks ago. I'm back in my house now. The one Margaret and I bought in 1982. The one Sarah grew up in. The one they tried to steal. Jim helped me move back in the day after the dinner. I didn't have much to move. Most of my stuff was still here anyway, gathering dust in rooms I hadn't been able to face since Margaret died. The restraining order is in effect. Sarah and Mark can't contact me, can't come within 500 feet of the property. Jim says the criminal case is moving forward. The DA's office is building their case, talking to banks, verifying the forgeries. Jim thinks they'll offer a plea deal eventually. Probably probation, restitution, maybe some community service. They're first-time offenders, and Sarah's my daughter. The system tends to go easier in cases like this. I don't know how I feel about that. Some days I want them to throw the book at her. Other days I hope she gets off with a warning. I'm her father. I'm supposed to want what's best for her. I'm just not sure what that is anymore. My days are quiet now. I wake up early, always have. Make coffee in the kitchen where Margaret used to make pancakes every Sunday. I've started tending to her rose garden again. It got overgrown while I was gone, weeds choking out the flowers she'd planted over 30 years. I've been spending my mornings out there, pulling weeds, pruning the bushes, trying to bring it back to life. It's November now, so the roses aren't blooming, but I'm getting it ready for spring. Margaret always said the fall work was the most important. That's when you prepare for the future. The neighbors have been good about checking on me. Carol from next door brings casseroles twice a week. Bob across the street mows my lawn without asking. They know something happened with Sarah. Small town, word gets around. But they don't pry. They just make sure I'm eating, that the house is holding up, that I'm not completely alone. But I am alone. That's the thing nobody wants to say. The house feels bigger now than it did right after Margaret died. At least then I had Sarah calling every day, even if it was all fake. Even if she was just checking to make sure I was still confused enough to manipulate. It was still contact. Still a connection to family. Now there's nothing. No calls, no visits. The phone rings sometimes, blocked number, but I never answer. I know it's her. The restraining order says she can't contact me, but it doesn't stop her from trying. I just let it ring. Sleep doesn't come easy anymore. I lie in bed, in the room I shared with Margaret for 43 years, and I replay that dinner in my head. The look on Sarah's face. The way she called me evil. The sound of her crying as Mark dragged her out. I still love her. That's the part that kills me. She's still my daughter. I still remember teaching her to ride a bike in this driveway. Still remember her high school graduation, how proud she looked. Her wedding day, walking her down the aisle, thinking I was giving her to a good man. The birth of her kids, my grandkids, how she cried happy tears when she told me she was pregnant the first time. All of that is still there. It doesn't go away just because she tried to rob me blind. It doesn't disappear because she looked me in the eye and called me senile while she emptied my bank account. I loved her then. I love her now. But I loved myself more. I loved my dignity more. I loved the memory of Margaret and everything we built together, more than I loved the idea of keeping the peace with a daughter who saw me as a mark. People keep asking if I regret it. Carol asked last week while dropping off a lasagna. Bob asked while we were standing in the driveway. Even Jim asked, in his lawyer way, if I was having any second thoughts about pressing charges. I tell them no. I tell them Sarah made her choice, and I made mine. I tell them I did what I had to do. But late at night, I'm not always sure that's true. The letter came yesterday. Not from Sarah, she's smarter than that, or her lawyer is. It was from my grandson, Tyler. He's 16 now. I used to see him every week before all this happened. Sarah would drop him and his sister off on Saturday mornings, and I'd take them for pancakes, teach Tyler woodworking in the garage, let his sister help Margaret in the garden. The letter was short. He said he didn't understand what was happening, that his mom won't talk about it, just cries a lot. That she told him and his sister that I'd gone crazy, accused her of things she didn't do. That I'd attacked them for no reason, and now they're facing legal trouble because of my delusions. He asked if it was true, if I really stole from them. That's what Sarah told him, that I took money and blamed it on her when I forgot about it. The letter is sitting on my kitchen table right now. I've read it maybe 20 times. I don't know how to respond. How do I tell my grandson that his mother is a thief, that she tried to steal my house, my money, everything? How do I explain that to a 16-year-old kid who's known his mom as the person who makes him breakfast and helps with homework? But if I don't respond, he'll believe her version. He'll grow up thinking his grandfather was a cruel, senile old man who destroyed his family over confusion and paranoia. I drafted a response last night, explained everything calmly, factually. The evidence, the recordings, the documented fraud. Then I tore it up. He's 16. He doesn't need to know the details of his mother's criminal case. He doesn't need that burden. Jim comes by once a week. brings his chessboard. We play a few games, don't talk much about the case. He updates me on the basics. The DA filed formal charges. Sarah and Mark got a lawyer. There's talk of a plea negotiation. But mostly, we just play chess and drink coffee. Last week, he asked me if I wanted to drop the charges. Said it's not too late, that the DA would probably accept it if I claimed I didn't want to prosecute. That we could handle it civilly instead, just get my money back and call it done. I told him no. I told him the same thing I tell everyone else, that Sarah made her choice. But after he left, I sat in Margaret's garden for 2 hours, just thinking about what Margaret would say if she were here. She always was better at this stuff than me, better at understanding people, at knowing when to push and when to let go. I'd talk through my work problems with her, and she'd somehow know exactly what I should do. I found her journal last week. I'd been looking for some tax documents in our bedroom closet and found it tucked in a box of her things. I didn't even know she kept a journal. It wasn't a daily thing, just entries here and there, thoughts she wanted to remember. I almost didn't read it. Felt like an invasion of privacy, even though she's gone. But something made me open it. There was an entry from 2 years ago. She'd written about Sarah coming over for coffee, asking to borrow money, $5,000. Some investment opportunity Mark had found. Margaret had a bad feeling about it. Wrote that she thought Sarah and Mark might be in financial trouble. That Sarah seemed desperate but was trying to hide it. Margaret gave her the money, told her not to worry about paying it back. But she wrote in her journal that she was worried. Worried that Sarah was going to make bad choices. Worried that Mark was leading her down the wrong path. She'd known. Not about the fraud specifically, but she'd known something was wrong. And she'd still helped. Still given Sarah money we probably never saw again. Because that's what Margaret did. She saw the best in people, even when they didn't deserve it. I wonder what she'd think of me now. If she'd be proud that I stood up for myself, or disappointed that I turned our daughter into the police. I'll never know. That's maybe the worst part of all this. The one person whose opinion I actually care about is gone, and I'm left here trying to figure out right and wrong on my own. The house makes noises at night. It always has. Old houses do. But now every creak sounds like someone on the porch. Every car that passes by too slowly makes me wonder if it's Sarah, driving past, trying to work up the courage to break the restraining order and knock on the door. Part of me wishes she would. Part of me wants her to show up, to actually talk instead of just stealing, to explain why she thought this was okay, to apologize maybe, or to yell at me, get it all out, so we could at least have an honest conversation for once. But the other part of me knows that conversation would destroy me, because either she'd double down, insist she was helping me, and I'd have to face the fact that my daughter is so far gone she can't even see what she did wrong. Or she'd break down, admit everything, beg for forgiveness, and I'd have to decide if I could give it to her. I don't know which would be worse. I still have the pearl necklace. Margaret's necklace. The one Sarah threw at me. I picked it up off the floor after they left, put it in my pocket. It's in my dresser drawer now. Sometimes I take it out, hold it. Remember Margaret wearing it. Remember giving it to her on our 40th anniversary. Remember Sarah asking if she could borrow it for a special occasion when she was in her 30s. Margaret let her. Always let her. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe we let Sarah have too much, too easily. Maybe we should have let her struggle more, fail more, figure things out on her own. Or maybe that's just an old man trying to make sense of something that doesn't make sense. Trying to find a reason why his daughter thought stealing from him was acceptable. I was out in the garden this morning, Sunday morning. The same time Margaret and I used to have coffee together on the back porch. I was pruning one of the rose bushes when I heard a car slow down on the street. I looked up, and for a second, just a second, I thought it was Sarah's car. It wasn't. Just someone turning around in a driveway down the street. But my heart was racing anyway. Racing with what? Fear? Hope? I don't even know anymore. The car drove away. I went back to the roses. They need attention if they're going to bloom next spring. That's all I can really control right now. The roses, the house, my own choices. Everything else is out of my hands. People keep asking about revenge. If it feels good, if it was worth it, if I got what I wanted. The answer is complicated. Justice isn't the same as satisfaction. Winning isn't the same as being happy. I proved they underestimated me. I proved I wasn't the helpless old fool they thought I was. I protected what Margaret and I built. But I'm still here, alone. Still eating dinner by myself. Still waking up to an empty house. Still wondering if my grandkids will ever talk to me again. Still seeing Sarah's face when I close my eyes. Maybe revenge doesn't fix what's broken, but it sure reminds people that the old don't fade quietly. It reminds them that we're still here, still capable, still worthy of respect, even if that respect comes from fear now instead of love. I don't know if I did the right thing. Some days I'm certain I did. Other days I think I should have just let it go, moved somewhere else, started over, cut my losses and kept what was left of my family intact. But then I remember sitting in that guest house, hearing them laugh about how confused I was. Remember the patronizing smile on Sarah's face when she told me I was forgetting things. Remember Mark talking about selling my house like it was already his. And I know I couldn't have lived with myself if I'd let them win. Couldn't have spent my last years knowing I'd been too weak or too scared to fight back. Margaret didn't raise someone who rolled over. She didn't spend 60 years with a coward. The roses need watering. That, at least, I can still do. Tomorrow I'll call Jim, get an update on the case. Next week I'll probably get another letter from Tyler, asking questions I don't know how to answer. The week after that, who knows? But right now, I'm going to water Margaret's roses and try to remember what it felt like when this house was full of love instead of ghosts. When they dumped me in a nursing home, I made sure they'd never touch my fortune again. I'm Margaret, 84, and I'm about to tell you how my daughter Linda, 56, learned the hardest lesson of her life. My late husband Robert passed 3 years ago, and we had 2 kids together, Linda and my son David, 52. 4 grandchildren between them. I'm writing this from a small cottage in the countryside that belongs to my friend Dorothy. And before you ask why I'm here instead of my own home, well, that's exactly what I'm about to explain. It all started with a fall. Stupid, really. 1 year ago, I was reaching for a mixing bowl on the top shelf in my kitchen and lost my balance. I heard the crack before I felt the pain. Hip fracture. The paramedics came, the hospital admitted me, and Linda showed up within 2 hours looking absolutely frantic. At the time, I thought it was love. Funny how wrong you can be about your own children. The recovery was rough. I won't sugarcoat it. At 83, your body doesn't bounce back like it used to. The doctors said I'd need physical therapy and assistance for a few months. I was already planning how I'd manage at home. Maybe hire a nurse. Definitely get one of those walk-in tubs installed. But Linda had other ideas. She visited me every single day during that hospital stay, and every single day she brought up the same thing. A care facility. Just temporary, she'd say. Just until you're steady on your feet again, Mom. You can't manage those stairs at home. What if you fall again and nobody's there? She made it sound so reasonable, so caring. She even brought brochures. Shady Pines Care Facility, with its cheerful photos of elderly people playing cards and tending to garden beds. It looked fine. It looked safe. I should have listened to my gut. Something felt off about how pushy she was being, but I was tired and in pain, and frankly, I didn't want to be a burden. David lived 4 hours away with his job and his kids' schedules. Linda was local. Linda was available. Linda was insistent, so I said yes. The first week at Shady Pines wasn't terrible. The nurses were kind enough. The food was bland but edible, and I had a private room with a window overlooking a small courtyard. Linda visited twice that week, always with the same concerned expression, always asking if I needed anything. She brought me my favorite magazines and some framed photos of the grandchildren. I remember thinking how lucky I was to have such an attentive daughter. Week 2 is when things started feeling wrong. Linda stopped by on a Tuesday afternoon and casually mentioned that she and her husband Mark had moved some things into my house. Just temporarily, Mom, to keep an eye on the place. You know how break-ins happen when houses look empty. She said they were sleeping in the guest room, that they hadn't touched my bedroom. I didn't love the idea, but it made some sense. The house had been sitting empty for 2 weeks by then. Then I noticed the visiting restrictions. When David called and said he wanted to drive up that weekend to see me, I told him to come Saturday afternoon. But when Saturday came and went with no David, I asked the nurses what happened. They looked confused and checked their logs. Apparently Linda had called that morning and said I wasn't feeling well, that I needed rest, and could they please turn away any visitors except immediate family. David was immediate family, I said. The nurse just shrugged and said she was only following the instructions given by my primary contact. My primary contact. That's what Linda had made herself when she filled out my admission paperwork. I tried calling David myself, but my cell phone battery was dead, and Linda hadn't brought my charger like I'd asked her to 3 times. The facility had a phone in the common area, but you had to ask permission to use it, and someone had to wheel you over there. It felt like being in prison, except the guards wore scrubs and called you sweetie. Week 3 brought the real gut punch. I overheard Linda talking on her cell phone in the hallway outside my room. I don't think she realized I could hear her through the door. She was talking to someone about the house, my house. She kept saying things like, "Once we get the title sorted," and "The realtor thinks we can list it by next month." And then the words that made my blood run cold. Mom's not coming back, trust me. She's comfortable there. It's better this way. Better for who? I wanted to scream, but I didn't. I just sat there in my bed with my healing hip and my racing heart, and I started to understand what was really happening. The car went next. My beautiful 2019 Honda CR-V, the one Robert and I had picked out together just before he got sick. Linda came by one afternoon and mentioned, very casually, that she'd sold it. "You won't be driving anymore, Mom," she said. "We both know that. The money's in your account." She made it sound like she was doing me a favor, like I should thank her for handling such a tedious task. I hadn't agreed to sell my car. She'd forged my signature on the title. I knew it and she knew it. But what was I going to do? I could barely walk to the bathroom by myself. Then came the whisper campaign. I started noticing it when other family members stopped visiting. My sister called one day. They let that call through, probably by accident, and she asked how I was managing with my confusion. "What confusion?" I asked. She got quiet and said Linda had told everyone I was having memory problems, that I kept forgetting conversations and getting agitated. Linda said, "You don't always recognize people anymore," my sister said carefully. I was furious. There was nothing wrong with my memory. I could tell you every birthday, every anniversary, every pot roast dinner I'd cooked for the past 60 years. But Linda had planted the seeds. Confused, memory issues, agitated, All the words you use to make someone sound incompetent. All the words you use to make people stop listening to them. By month 3, I'd figured out the full picture. Linda had isolated me completely. She'd convinced the staff I needed restricted phone access for my own good. She'd told family I was declining mentally. She'd moved into my house and started going through my things. One of the nurses let it slip that Linda had been asking questions about where I kept important documents. Linda was setting up her inheritance early, and she planned to keep me locked away at Shady Pines until I died. What she didn't know, what she couldn't have known, was that Robert had prepared me for exactly this kind of situation. Not with Linda specifically. God, we never imagined our own daughter would do something like this. But Robert had always been cautious about money and family. He'd seen too many cases where children fought over estates, or people got taken advantage of in their old age. So decades ago, when we'd built up our savings and bought properties and invested carefully, we'd put almost everything into a private trust. The trust required my signature and a specific passcode to release any funds. Not just my signature and the passcode, and the approval of our co-trustee, who was our longtime family lawyer, James. Linda could forge my name on a car title, sure, but she couldn't crack a trust that required me to be alive, competent, and willing. I realized something else, too. If Linda was going through my documents at home, she'd eventually figure out the trust existed, and then she'd come at me harder, trying to get me to sign things or reveal information. I needed to act first. The problem was the phone situation. They watched everything at that place. Linda had them trained to report my calls, to monitor my visitors, to keep me contained. So I had to get creative. There was a nurse's aide named Maria who worked the evening shift. Young woman, maybe 30, with kind eyes and a habit of actually listening when residents talked. I'd been nice to her from day one, asking about her kids, complimenting her earrings, treating her like a human being instead of a servant. And one night, when she was helping me get ready for bed, I took a chance. I asked if she'd ever felt trapped. She looked at me funny, but something in her expression shifted. She asked what I meant. I told her the truth, not all of it, but enough. That my daughter had put me here and wouldn't let me leave. That I was being isolated. That I needed help. Maria didn't commit right away. She finished getting me settled and left without saying much. But 2 days later, she came back with a small, prepaid cell phone hidden in a bag of toiletries. She said her cousin had an extra one. She said she wasn't supposed to do this and could lose her job. She said she believed me. I could have kissed her. Instead, I thanked her about 50 times and promised I wouldn't get her in trouble. I hid that phone under my mattress like I was some kind of spy. Maybe I was. Maybe that's what you become when your own child tries to bury you alive. That night, after the evening rounds were done and the hallway lights were dimmed, I pulled out the phone and made a call that would change everything. My hands were shaking as I dialed James's number. I'd had it memorized for 40 years. He answered on the third ring, groggy and confused. When I told him who it was and where I was calling from, there was a long silence. Then he asked me one question. "Margaret, are you of sound mind right now?" I told him I'd never been more sound in my life. And then I told him what Linda had done, what she was planning, and what I needed him to do about it. We talked for almost an hour. By the end of that call, the wheels were in motion. Linda thought she was so clever, so careful, but she'd made one critical mistake. She'd assumed I was helpless. She'd forgotten who raised her. I need to back up and explain how Robert set up the trust because that's the key to everything. This was back in the early 90s, maybe 1993 or 1994. We'd just sold a rental property and had a decent chunk of money sitting in the bank.
Robert had been reading the newspaper one morning and came across a story about some elderly couple whose kids had drained their accounts while they were sick. He put the paper down and said we needed to protect ourselves. At the time, I thought he was being paranoid. Our kids were good kids. Linda was in her 20s, newly married, seemed responsible. David was working his first real job. But Robert insisted. And honestly, Robert was always smarter about these things than I was. So we went to James, who'd handled our wills and basic legal stuff for years, and Robert laid out what he wanted. The trust was set up to hold almost everything: our savings, the investment accounts, the properties we owned, all of it. To access anything, you needed 3 things: my signature, a 6-digit passcode that only Robert and I knew, and James's approval as co-trustee. Even if someone had my signature, even if they somehow got the passcode, James had the legal authority to deny any withdrawal if he suspected coercion or incompetence. Robert made sure it was bulletproof. When Robert died 3 years ago, the trust didn't dissolve. It just meant I was the sole beneficiary with full control, but the same rules applied. I still needed James's cooperation. The passcode still mattered, and I'd never written it down anywhere, because Robert had drilled into me that the moment you write something down, it can be found. So that's what Linda was up against, even though she didn't know it yet. She thought she could manipulate me into signing over assets, or maybe she thought she'd find some paperwork that would give her access. She had no idea what she was actually dealing with. After that first phone call with James, things moved fast. He came to visit me 3 days later. But here's the clever part. He didn't come as my lawyer. He came dressed as a minister, carrying a Bible and everything. The facility didn't question it because they had a whole list of approved religious visitors. He showed up during lunch, when most of the staff was distracted, and we had almost 40 minutes alone in my room. James looked older than I remembered. I guess 3 years without seeing someone will do that. But his mind was sharp as ever. He sat down next to my bed and asked me to tell him everything again, slower this time, with dates and details. He took notes on his phone. He asked specific questions about my mental state, my medications, whether I'd been coerced into signing anything. I told him everything. The car sale, the house takeover, Linda's phone conversation, the isolation tactics. When I finished, James was quiet for a minute. Then he said we needed to document everything, and we needed to verify my competency beyond any shadow of doubt. If Linda contested what we were about to do, she'd claim I was senile or manipulated. We had to make sure that claim would fail. So we set things up. James arranged for the facility's medical director to do a full cognitive evaluation, supposedly as part of my routine care. He pulled some strings, called in some favors. The evaluation happened 2 days later. Memory tests, problem-solving questions, current events, basic math. I passed everything easily. The doctor noted in my chart that I was fully competent, and actually seemed to be over-medicated on some sedative Linda had requested for my anxiety. Funny how I didn't actually have anxiety until I got trapped there. James also had me start keeping detailed notes. Maria smuggled me a small notebook, and I wrote down every incident I could remember. Dates, times, conversations. Every time Linda visited and said something dismissive. Every time the staff restricted my access to something because Linda had called. I documented everything like I was building a legal case, because I was. The other piece James wanted was a witness to Linda's behavior. That one was trickier. Linda was usually careful around staff, but I got lucky, or maybe she got careless. My grandson Tyler, who's 19 and in college, had been trying to visit me. Linda told him I didn't want visitors, that I was too confused and it would upset me. Tyler didn't believe her. Good kid. He showed up one afternoon unannounced, and the staff, who hadn't gotten the memo, let him in. We had maybe 20 minutes before Linda found out he was there. Tyler told me he'd been calling and texting for weeks with no response.
He'd asked his mom why Grandma wasn't answering, and Linda said I'd lost my phone and didn't want a new one. He'd asked to visit, and Linda said I specifically said no. All lies. I told Tyler the truth, that Linda had me locked up here, that she'd taken over my house, that she was spreading lies about my mental state. I could see it on his face. He wanted to believe me, but he also didn't want to believe his mother was capable of this. Then Linda walked in. She saw Tyler and her face went through about 5 different expressions in 2 seconds. She recovered fast, though. Started in with the concerned daughter act, asking Tyler what he was doing there, telling him he should have called first because Grandma gets overwhelmed easily. Tyler looked at me. I wasn't overwhelmed. I was sitting up in bed, clear-eyed, completely coherent. He looked back at his mother and I watched him put it together. He didn't make a scene. Smart kid. He just said he was glad to see me and he'd come back soon. But as he left, he squeezed my hand and I knew he understood. Later, James told me Tyler had called him asking questions. Tyler corroborated everything. Linda's lies about my phone, about my mental state, about me refusing visitors. It was another piece of evidence. Another nail in Linda's coffin. The trust amendment took about 2 weeks to draft properly. James had to make sure it was airtight. We were redirecting everything to the grandchildren's education fund. Tyler, his sister Emma, who's 22, and David's kids, Josh and Sophie. All 4 of them would have their college, graduate school, whatever they needed, fully funded. Linda's name and her husband Mark's name were being removed from the estate entirely. They'd get nothing. Not the house, not the savings, not a penny. James warned me this was nuclear. Once we did this, there was no going back. Linda would know exactly what I thought of her. It would probably destroy our relationship permanently. He asked if I was sure. I told him I'd never been more sure of anything. She'd already destroyed our relationship the moment she decided to warehouse me and steal from me. I was just making it official. The papers were signed in my room at Shady Pines with Maria as a witness. James had brought a notary who he trusted. Everything legal, everything documented. The trust was amended. My estate plan was changed. And then we waited for the trap to spring. It didn't take long. Linda had apparently been getting impatient. About 2 days after I signed the amendment, she showed up at Shady Pines with a folder full of papers. She had this forced, cheerful energy, like she was trying too hard to seem casual. She said she'd been organizing my financial documents. Red flag number 1. I never asked her to do that. And there were some things I needed to sign to make managing my accounts easier. I played along. I asked what they were. She gave me some vague explanation about consolidating accounts and updating beneficiaries. She was lying through her teeth. I pretended to be confused, asked her to explain again. She got this little edge to her voice, the impatience creeping through. Just sign here, Mom, and here. You don't need to worry about the details. I picked up the pen, held it over the first signature line. Then I put it down and said no. Linda's face froze. She asked what I meant. I said I wasn't signing anything without my lawyer reviewing it first. She actually laughed. She said I didn't need a lawyer for this. It was just routine paperwork. I said if it's routine, then James can look at it first. That's when her mask really slipped. She got this look on her face, cold and frustrated. She said I was being difficult. She said she'd been taking care of everything while I was stuck here, and this was how I repaid her. She said maybe she should look into moving me somewhere else, somewhere that specialized in difficult patients. A state facility, she said. One of those places with shared rooms and no privacy. It was a threat. A clear, ugly threat. Sign over your money, or I'll make your life even worse. I looked at my daughter, this woman I'd raised and loved and sacrificed for, and I felt absolutely nothing but contempt. I told her to get out. She tried to argue. I told her again, louder. A nurse came in and Linda left, but not before saying we'd talk about this later when I was more reasonable. 2 days after that, James made his move. He'd been coordinating with another attorney from his firm, a younger guy named Paul who specialized in elder law. They requested a meeting with Linda regarding my estate. Linda probably thought she was finally getting access to everything. She showed up at James's office on a Thursday afternoon with Mark in tow. I wasn't there, obviously, but James told me everything afterward. He said Linda walked in looking confident. Mark was trying to look intimidating, all puffed up like he thought he had some kind of leverage. They sat down, expecting to sign inheritance papers or get account information. Instead, James and Paul laid out what had actually happened. The trust had been amended. All assets were being redirected to the grandchildren's education fund. Linda and Mark's names had been permanently removed from the estate. Furthermore, there was documented evidence of financial abuse, coercion, and possible fraud regarding the car sale. If Linda wanted to contest any of this, she was welcome to try, but the legal fees would bankrupt her, and she'd lose anyway, because my competency had been thoroughly established. James said Linda went pale, then red. Then she started yelling. She called me names I won't repeat. She said I was a bitter old woman who'd turned against her own daughter. She said she'd been taking care of me, and this was her reward. Mark tried to get aggressive, leaned forward, and started making threats about lawsuits and elder abuse claims. Paul calmly pointed out that threatening a lawyer in his own office was a terrible strategy, and if they wanted to go down the legal route, there was plenty of evidence of their misconduct to present to a judge. The meeting ended with Linda storming out, but the damage was done. She knew. She knew she'd lost everything. She knew her plan had failed completely, and she knew that I'd been the one to do it to her. James called me that night on the hidden phone. He told me it was over. Linda couldn't touch the money. The house would be sold, and the proceeds would go into the trust. Her manipulation had earned her exactly nothing, except her name on a list of people who'd never see a cent of my estate. He asked how I felt. Honestly, I felt relieved, vindicated, and maybe a little bit savage. She'd tried to bury me, and instead I'd buried her financially. There was a satisfaction in that I'm not entirely proud of, but I won't deny it either. The fallout was immediate and messy. Linda tried calling me at Shady Pines the next day. The staff told her I'd requested that she be removed from my approved visitor list. She showed up anyway and made a scene in the lobby, crying and saying I'd been manipulated by my lawyer, that I didn't understand what I'd done. Security had to escort her out. One of the nurses told me about it later and said, Linda kept screaming that I was her mother. How could I do this to her? How could I do this to her? The irony was almost funny. She tried a different approach after that. Sent me a card with a long letter about how much she loved me, how she'd only been trying to help, how we could fix this if I'd just talked to her. The card had flowers on it, daisies. I've hated daisies ever since. I threw it away without finishing it. Then she sent another one, and another. I stopped opening them. What actually surprised me was David's reaction. He'd been mostly out of the loop because Linda had been feeding him the same story she'd told everyone else, that I was declining, that I needed full-time care, that she was handling everything. When James contacted him to explain what had really happened, David drove up that same day. He came to Shady Pines looking absolutely stunned. I told him everything. The isolation, the lies about my mental state, the house takeover, all of it. David just sat there shaking his head. He said Linda had been telling him for months that I didn't want to see him, that visits upset me too much. He'd believed her because why wouldn't he? She was his sister. She was supposed to be taking care of me. David was furious. Not at me, at Linda. He said he'd suspected something was off when Linda sold my car without telling him, but she'd explained it away and he'd let it go. He felt guilty about that. I told him it wasn't his fault. Linda had been careful and strategic. She'd isolated me from everyone who might have questioned what she was doing. The conversation turned to what happened next. I couldn't stay at Shady Pines. Even though Linda was banned from visiting, the place felt contaminated now. Every hallway reminded me of being trapped. David offered to have me come stay with him, but his house was small and his kids were still at home, and honestly, I didn't want to be a burden on anyone anymore. That's when I called Dorothy. She's been my friend since high school, outlived 2 husbands, sharp as a tack at 81. She'd been trying to visit me for months, but Linda had blocked her too. When I finally got through to her and explained everything, there was a long silence. Then she said she had a cottage in the countryside, with a guest room that had my name on it if I wanted it. No pressure, no strings, just a place to land. I said yes immediately. A week later, David and Dorothy coordinated my great escape from Shady Pines. I say escape like I was breaking out of prison, but honestly, that's what it felt like. We waited until mid-morning, when staff was busy with medication rounds. David packed up my few belongings while Dorothy handled the discharge paperwork. I'd already paid through the month, so there was no issue with billing. I was a voluntary resident, and I was leaving voluntarily. The staff seemed relieved, actually. I think they'd figured out that the situation with Linda was complicated, and they didn't want to be in the middle of it. Maria gave me a hug on the way out and slipped me a note with her phone number. Said to call if I ever needed anything. I still have that note. Linda found out I'd left when she tried to call the facility that afternoon. They told her I'd been discharged, and they couldn't provide any information about where I'd gone. I heard from James that she completely lost it, threatened to report them for kidnapping, demanded to know who had taken me. They told her to contact my lawyer. She did. James told her it was none of her business. The cottage is small, but perfect. 2 bedrooms, a kitchen with morning light, a garden out back that Dorothy tends. My room has a window that looks out over fields. It's quiet here. Peaceful. Dorothy and I fall into an easy rhythm. Coffee in the morning, crossword puzzles in the afternoon, old movies at night. She doesn't hover. She doesn't treat me like I'm fragile. We're just 2 old women keeping each other company. About 2 weeks after I moved in, the grandchildren started reaching out. Tyler came first, drove 3 hours to see me. He apologized for not realizing sooner what his mother was doing. I told him he had nothing to apologize for. He's a kid. Well, a young man, but still. It wasn't his responsibility to protect me from his own mother. Tyler told me Linda had been calling him non-stop, trying to get him to tell her where I was. He refused. She told him I'd been brainwashed by my lawyer, that I was sick and confused. Tyler said he'd seen me at the nursing home, had talked to me, knew I was completely lucid. Linda accused him of choosing money over family. He told her she'd done that all by herself. Emma came next, then Josh and Sophie with David. We had Sunday dinner at the cottage, just like old times except smaller and more intimate. Dorothy made pot roast. The kids asked questions about the trust, and I explained it all. How their educations were now fully funded. How they'd never have to worry about student loans or choosing a cheaper school because of cost. Emma cried. She'd been planning to drop out of her master's program because she couldn't afford it. Now she could finish. Sophie, who's only 14, asked why her Aunt Linda had done all this. I didn't have a good answer. Greed, maybe. Impatience. A sense of entitlement. Maybe she'd convinced herself she deserved the money, that she'd earned it by being the local child, the one who visited more. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever really understand it. The question came up whether Linda could contest the trust. James had already addressed this. She could try, but she'd need to prove I was mentally incompetent when I made the changes, and the medical documentation made that impossible. She could try to claim undue influence, but again, The timeline and evidence didn't support it. She could drag us all through a legal battle that would cost tens of thousands of dollars and take years, and she'd lose. Most likely she'd never file anything because she couldn't afford to. She hasn't, as of now. It's been 6 months since I left Shady Pines. 6 months of peace and Sunday dinners, and watching the seasons change from Dorothy's cottage. My hip healed fully. I can walk without assistance now. I tend the garden with Dorothy, grow tomatoes and herbs. Simple things. Good things. But I'd be lying if I said I was completely at peace with what happened. There are nights when I lie awake thinking about Linda as a little girl. I remember teaching her to bake, helping her with homework, being there for every milestone. I remember her wedding day and thinking how proud I was. Those memories don't go away just because of what she did. Sometimes I wonder if I went too far, if completely cutting her out of the estate was too harsh. She was manipulative and cruel, yes, but she's still my daughter. Part of me, a small, stubborn part, still loves her, even though I don't like her anymore. I don't know if that makes sense. You can love someone and still recognize they're toxic. You can mourn the relationship you thought you had while accepting the reality of what it actually was. David has cut contact with Linda almost entirely. He's spoken to her maybe twice since everything came out, and both conversations ended in arguments. Linda still maintains she did nothing wrong, that she was protecting me from myself, that the trust changes prove I was mentally unstable. The delusion is almost impressive. She's rewritten the entire narrative in her head to make herself the victim. Mark, Linda's husband, sent me a letter about 3 months ago. It was surprisingly honest. He said Linda had kept him in the dark about a lot of it, that he didn't know about the car sale or the forged signatures. He claimed he'd thought I'd agreed to go into the nursing home permanently, that Linda had told him I'd said so myself. I don't know if I believe him. He was there for enough of it that he should have questioned things, but maybe he chose not to see what was right in front of him. People do that. The house sold last month. It went for more than I expected. All the proceeds went into the trust as planned. Linda and Mark had to move out. I heard from David that they're renting a small apartment now, much cheaper than what they'd been planning. Linda had already been mentally spending my money, I guess, picking out new cars, planning vacations. All of that evaporated. There's something darkly satisfying about that, I won't lie. She tried to warehouse me and steal my life's savings, and instead she lost everything she'd been counting on. Karma is real, sometimes. The grandchildren are thriving. Tyler's in his 2nd year, studying engineering. Emma finished her master's program and got accepted into a PhD program she never would have been able to afford. Josh is talking about medical school. Sophie's too young to think about college yet, but she knows it's there, waiting for her, fully funded. That's Robert's real legacy. Not money for its own sake, but opportunity for the next generation. I keep Robert's photo on my nightstand here at the cottage. Sometimes I talk to him, tell him what's happened. I think he'd approve of what I did. He'd probably say I should have done it sooner. He never trusted Linda completely, even when she was younger. Said she had a calculating streak. I'd defended her back then. Funny how that worked out. 3 days ago, a letter arrived. I recognized Linda's handwriting on the envelope immediately. Dorothy brought it in with the rest of the mail and raised an eyebrow at me, but didn't say anything. The envelope has been sitting on the small desk in my room ever since. I haven't opened it. Haven't thrown it away either. Just left it there. This physical representation of a relationship I don't know what to do with. Dorothy says I'll know when I'm ready to deal with it. Maybe she's right. Or maybe I'll never be ready. Maybe some things are better left unopened, some doors better left closed. I rebuilt my life after Linda tried to destroy it. I have my friend, my grandchildren, my peace. Opening that letter risks letting her chaos back in. But it sits there. Every morning I see it, every night before I sleep. Linda's handwriting, the weight of whatever's inside. An apology, maybe. Or more justifications. Or accusations. I don't know. What I do know is this. I sleep well now. Better than I did in that nursing home. Better than I did in the months before Robert died when everything felt uncertain. My body might be 84 years old, but my mind is clear, and my conscience is clean. I protected myself. I protected my grandchildren's futures. I made sure that the woman who tried to steal from me and lock me away got exactly what she deserved. The envelope sits on my desk, unopened. A test, maybe, or a temptation. Part of me wants to see what she has to say. Part of me thinks nothing she could write would matter. She made her choices. I made mine. And I'm living with mine just fine while she's living with hers. I wonder sometimes what it says about me that I can feel this content while my daughter is presumably suffering the consequences of her actions. Does it make me cold? Vindictive? Or just someone who finally learned that family doesn't give you the right to abuse people who love you? I don't have the answer. But I have my peace, my friend, my Sunday dinners with grandchildren who actually want to see me. And honestly, that feels like enough. They called me a burden and kicked me out, so I left them with nothing but regret. I'm Margaret, 81, and I'm writing this from a small care home that my son Richard, 54, and his wife Paula, 52, dumped me in 3 months ago. I need to get this off my chest because I've been sitting here stewing over it, and honestly, I think I'm finally ready to tell someone what happened and what I did about it. My husband died 2 years ago. We had a small farm, nothing fancy, just enough land to keep us busy and a house we'd paid off decades ago. After he passed, I couldn't keep up with it anymore. My knees are shot, my back isn't what it used to be, and the idea of spending another winter alone in that house made me want to cry. So I sold it. Got $220,000 for the property, which was more than I expected, honestly. Richard called me a week after the funeral and suggested I move in with him and Paula. They had the space, he said. The kids would love having Grandma around. It would be good for everyone. I thought it was sweet. I really did. My daughter lives in Oregon and we've never been close, so Richard was really my only option unless I wanted to live alone somewhere new. And at my age, that felt terrifying. I moved in that October. They have a 4-bedroom house in the suburbs, nice neighborhood, decent schools. My grandkids are Tom, 16, and Sarah, 14. I hadn't seen them much before I moved in because I lived 3 hours away, but I was excited to actually get to know them. The first month was good. Really good, actually. Tom would sit with me at breakfast before school and tell me about his soccer games. Sarah showed me her art projects. Paula made a point of including me in dinner conversations, always asking what I thought about things. Richard brought me flowers once, just because. They called me Mama. Not Margaret, not Mom, but Mama. Paula started it, and it felt warm. It felt like family. Here's the thing, though. About 2 weeks after I moved in, Richard sat me down and explained they were having trouble with the mortgage. Nothing serious, he said, just a rough patch. Paula's hours had been cut at work, and they'd had to replace the roof the year before. He didn't ask me for money directly. He just kind of laid it all out, and then got quiet, and I knew what he wanted. I offered to help. I told him I could contribute to the household, maybe help with the mortgage for a while. He acted all reluctant at first, like he didn't want to take my money, but I could see the relief in his face. We agreed on $85,000,
He said it would help them restructure some debt and get ahead on the mortgage, and I'd be helping secure the house for all of us. I thought that sounded reasonable. It was my home too now, right? I transferred the money in November. They were so grateful. Paula hugged me and cried a little. Richard kept saying I was saving them, that he'd never forget this. Sarah made me a thank you card with glitter and everything. I felt good about it. I felt useful. The warmth lasted maybe another 6 weeks. After Christmas, things started shifting. Small things at first. Tom stopped eating breakfast with me. He'd grab a granola bar and leave for school early. Sarah spent more time in her room. Paula stopped asking my opinion about things. The dinner table got quieter. Then came the complaints. I was apparently too noisy in the mornings. I made my coffee at 6:30, same time I'd been waking up for 60 years. But suddenly that was too early, and I was disrupting everyone. Paula started leaving passive-aggressive notes on the kitchen counter about putting dishes directly into the dishwasher instead of the sink. I'd been doing it the same way since I moved in, but now it was a problem. Richard started coming home later. He'd go straight to his room instead of saying hello. When I'd try to talk to him, he'd give me these short answers and then say he had work to do. The flowers stopped. Paula stopped calling me Mama and went back to Margaret. I tried to bring it up once in February. I asked Paula if everything was okay, if I'd done something wrong. She got all tight-lipped and said everything was fine. She was just stressed with work. But I could tell she was lying. The way she looked at me had changed, like I was an inconvenience she was tolerating. March was worse. I overheard Paula on the phone with someone, probably her sister, saying I was picky about food and that I took up too much space in the house. I ate whatever they made for dinner and kept most of my things in my room, so I don't know what she was talking about. Another time I heard Richard tell Tom that Grandma needed to understand this wasn't a hotel. I wasn't treating it like a hotel. I cleaned up after myself. I helped with dishes. I even did my own laundry. The breaking point came in early April. I was sitting in the living room one afternoon when Paula came in and sat down across from me. She had this fake, gentle voice on, the kind people use when they're about to say something terrible but want to seem nice about it. She said she'd been thinking about my future and my care needs, and maybe I should consider assisted living. She said it like it was this caring suggestion, like she was worried about me. I wasn't stupid. I knew what she meant. They wanted my room back. Maybe they wanted to rent it out, or maybe they just wanted me gone. I told her I was fine where I was, that I didn't need assisted living. I could still take care of myself. She got this pinched look on her face and said we'd talk about it later, but I could tell she was annoyed I didn't just agree. I thought that would be the end of it. I thought maybe if I just kept my head down and stayed out of their way, they'd let it go. I was wrong. 2 weeks later, I took a nap after lunch. I'd been up early that morning because I couldn't sleep, so I was tired. I went to my room around 1 in the afternoon and dozed off. When I woke up, it was almost 4, and my door was open. That was the first weird thing. I always kept it closed. I got up and saw that my closet was open too. Half my clothes were gone. I walked out into the hallway and saw 2 suitcases by the front door. My suitcases. The ones I'd brought when I moved in. Paula was in the kitchen, and when she saw me, she didn't even look guilty. She said they'd packed some things for me. She said they'd found a care home that had availability, and they thought it would be better for everyone if I transitioned there sooner rather than later. I just stood there. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Richard came in from outside and wouldn't look me in the eye. He said it was a nice place, that I'd be more comfortable there, that they'd visit all the time. I asked if I had a choice. Paula said of course I had a choice.
but her tone made it clear I didn't really. Not if I wanted to avoid a scene. Not if I wanted to keep whatever scraps of dignity I had left. She handed me an envelope with a check in it. 1 month's rent at the care home. After I gave them $85,000, they were giving me enough for 1 month. I didn't fight. I was too shocked, too tired. I just let them load my bags into the car. Richard drove. Paula sat in the passenger seat, and I sat in the back like a child being taken somewhere she didn't want to go. Nobody talked. The radio wasn't even on. We just drove in silence for 40 minutes until we got to this place. It's called Meadowbrook, but there's no brook and barely any meadow. Just a squat brick building off a county road with a parking lot that needs repaving. Richard carried my bags inside, spoke to someone at the desk, and then they took me to my room. It's small. A bed, a dresser, a chair by the window. The walls are beige. It smells like cleaning solution and something else I can't identify. Something sad. Richard said he'd call to check on me. Paula said they'd visit soon. They both hugged me, and it felt like hugging strangers. Then they left. I sat on the bed and looked at the one bag of clothes they'd packed for me, and I realized they'd forgotten my photo albums. All the pictures of my husband, of my kids when they were young, of my parents. Just gone. Still sitting in that house. That was 3 months ago. That first night I didn't cry. I was too numb. But sitting there in that ugly little room, I started thinking. I started remembering. And I realized something that made my blood run cold. Once my money ran out, everything changed. The kindness, the warmth, the family dinners, all of it disappeared the second I had nothing left to give them. They didn't love me. They loved what I could do for them. And when I couldn't do anything anymore, when I was just an old woman taking up space in their house, I became disposable. I spent that whole first week barely talking to anyone. The staff here are nice enough, but they're busy. There are 30 residents and maybe 6 people working at any given time. I ate in my room mostly. I watched TV. I thought about my husband and how disappointed he'd be if he could see what his son had become. But then something shifted in me. The numbness turned into anger, and the anger turned into clarity. I remembered something Richard and Paula didn't know about, something I'd almost forgotten myself. My husband and I opened an investment account in 1987. It was his idea, something about diversifying or whatever the financial advisor told us back then. We put in $15,000 initially, and then forgot about it for the most part. We'd add a little bit here and there over the years, but it was never our main savings. That was the farm and the house. This account was just something that existed in the background of our lives. When he died, I had so much paperwork to deal with that I honestly forgot it existed. I was focused on the farm sale, on moving, on trying to figure out what my life looked like without him. But sitting in that care home during my second week there, I remembered. I dug through my purse until I found my old address book, the one I'd somehow managed to keep with me. And there it was. The name of the investment firm, written in my husband's handwriting. I spent 2 weeks just thinking before I made any calls. I'm not an impulsive person, never have been. I needed to understand what I was dealing with before I did anything. So I called the investment firm first, just to see if the account even still existed. Turns out it did. The woman on the phone was patient with me while I verified my identity, answered security questions I barely remembered setting up. Then she told me the balance. $340,000. I almost dropped the phone. That $15,000 we'd put in nearly 40 years ago had grown into more money than I'd gotten for the farm. The woman explained something about compound interest and market growth, but I wasn't really listening. I was too busy feeling like an idiot for not checking on this sooner, and too busy realizing that Richard and Paula had no idea this money existed. After I hung up with the investment firm, I just sat there. I could take that money and disappear somewhere nicer than this place. I could go live near my daughter in Oregon, even if we weren't close. I could do a lot of things. But none of those options felt right. None of them addressed the actual problem, which was that my son and his wife had used me and then thrown me away like garbage. There's a nurse here named Jennifer who's probably in her 50s, and she's one of the few people who actually talks to me like I'm a person and not just another old lady to manage. During my 3rd week, I mentioned to her that I was having some legal questions about property and contracts. I didn't tell her details, just asked if she knew any lawyers. She wrote down a name for me, said her brother-in-law was a real estate attorney and he was good people. I called him the next day. His name is Marcus Webb, and he agreed to come see me at the care home that Friday. When he showed up, he was younger than I expected, maybe early 40s, wearing a suit but no tie. He sat down in my room and asked what was going on, so I told him everything. The farm sale, moving in with Richard, the $85,000 I gave them, how they dumped me here. I showed him the bank transfer receipt I'd kept, showed him the paperwork from when I'd given them the money. Marcus listened to everything without interrupting, taking notes on a legal pad. When I finished, he asked me a question that changed everything. He asked exactly how the money transfer had been structured. Did I give it as a gift? Or was there an agreement about what it was for? I told him Richard had said it was to help with the house, that I'd be living there, that it was my home too, that the money would help secure it for all of us. Marcus asked if I had anything in writing. I didn't, but I had text messages. I'd texted Richard after I made the transfer saying something like, I was glad I could help with the house, and he'd texted back, thanking me for investing in our family home. Marcus asked me to forward him those texts. Then he asked about the house itself, whose name was on the deed. I told him it was Richard and Paula's house. They'd bought it in 2009. But Marcus wanted to check something. He asked if I'd be willing to pay for a title search, said it would cost maybe $200. I told him to do whatever he needed to do. He called me back 4 days later, and I could hear something in his voice, something like satisfaction. He said the title search had revealed something interesting. When Richard and Paula refinanced their mortgage after I gave them the money, the way the paperwork had been filed, combined with the text messages I'd sent about the house being my home too, had created what he called an ambiguous ownership situation. Basically, there was enough documentation to argue that my $85,000 contribution gave me a legitimate claim to partial ownership of the property. Marcus said we could file something called a lis pendens, which is basically a public notice that there's a legal dispute over the property. Once that was filed, Richard and Paula wouldn't be able to sell the house or refinance again without resolving the ownership question first. They'd be stuck. And depending on how their mortgage and insurance were structured, this could cause them serious problems. I asked him what this would cost. He said his retainer was $5,000, and the case could run another $10,000 to $15,000, depending on how complicated it got. I told him to do it. I transferred the money from my investment account that afternoon. The paperwork was filed on a Tuesday in late May. Marcus said it would take a few days for Richard and Paula to be notified. I waited. I didn't feel nervous exactly. More like I was holding my breath, waiting to see what would happen when they realized what I'd done. Richard called me that Friday. I was in the common room when my phone rang, and I just stared at his name on the screen. I hadn't heard from him since the day they dropped me off. Not a single call, not a single text. Nothing for 6 weeks. And now here he was, I answered. His voice was tight, strained. He said they needed to talk about the house. He said there had been some kind of mistake with the paperwork, something about my name being attached to the property, and they needed me to sign some documents to clear it up. He was trying to sound calm, but I could hear the panic underneath. I told him I didn't know what he was talking about. He said his mortgage company had contacted him about a title issue and that it needed to be resolved immediately, or it could affect their insurance. I said that sounded serious and he should probably talk to a lawyer. Then I hung up. He called back twice that day. I didn't answer. Paula called the next morning. I let it go to voicemail. She left a message saying she was confused about this legal situation, and could I please call them back so they could figure this out together. Her voice had that fake sweetness again, the same tone she'd used when she suggested assisted living. I didn't call back. Instead, I called Marcus and told him about the calls. He said that was expected, that they'd be getting more desperate as they realized the implications. Their homeowner's insurance was probably up for renewal soon, and most insurance companies won't write policies on properties with title disputes. Without insurance, their mortgage company could call the loan. They were in trouble. 2 weeks after the lis pendens was filed, Paula showed up at the care home. I was in my room when Jennifer came to tell me I had a visitor. I knew who it was before Jennifer even said the name. I almost told her to send Paula away, but I was curious. I wanted to see this. Paula was waiting in the common room with a bakery box. Cookies, the kind from the fancy place downtown that charges $4 each. She stood up when she saw me and smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. She asked how I was doing, said I looked well, said she'd been meaning to visit sooner but things had been so busy. All lies. I could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her hands gripped her purse. We sat down and she opened the cookie box, offered me one. I took it but didn't eat it. She made small talk for maybe 5 minutes, asking about the care home, about the food, about whether I needed anything. Then she finally got to the real reason she was there. She said there seemed to be a misunderstanding about the house. She said of course I was part of the family, and my contribution had been so generous. But this legal filing was causing problems they didn't anticipate. She said their insurance company was threatening to drop them, that their mortgage company was sending scary letters. She said if I could just sign a simple document clearing up the ownership question, everything would go back to normal. I asked her what normal meant. She stammered a bit, said normal like before, like family. I asked if normal meant dumping me in a care home with 1 month's rent after I gave them $85,000. Her face went red. She started to say something about how that wasn't fair, how they'd thought this place would be better for me, how they were planning to help more financially, but things were tight. I cut her off. I told her I wasn't signing anything. I told her if they wanted to resolve the title issue, they could pay me back my $85,000 plus interest, and we'd call it even. Her mouth fell open. She said they didn't have that kind of money, that it was tied up in the house, that I was being unreasonable. I stood up. I told her I was done with this conversation and she should leave. She tried to argue, but I just walked back to my room and closed the door. I heard her talking to Jennifer in the hallway, probably complaining about me, but I didn't care. I sat on my bed and ate one of those fancy cookies, and it tasted better than anything I'd had in months. The calls from Richard increased after that, 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes more. I never answered. The voicemails started out pleading, then got angry, then went back to pleading. He said I was destroying their family. He said the kids were upset. He said I was being cruel. One message was just him crying. I deleted it. But the legal situation was only half of what I did. Marcus had asked me if I had a will, and I did. An old one from 20 years ago that left everything to Richard and my daughter split 50-50. He suggested I might want to update it given the current situation. So I did. My late husband had a sister named Carol who died about 10 years ago. Carol had 2 kids, Emma and David, who are in their late 40s now. I'd always liked them. They'd visited us on the farm sometimes when they were younger, and after Carol died, they'd checked in on me and my husband every few months. After my husband died, they'd both driven up for the funeral, and Emma had called me a few times after just to see how I was doing. When I moved in with Richard, I kind of lost touch with them. I felt embarrassed, I think, about needing to move in with my son. But after I'd been at the care home for about a month, Emma called me out of the blue. She said she'd tried calling my old number and it was disconnected, so she'd tracked down Richard's number and called him to get my new one. She said Richard had been weird on the phone. Didn't really want to give her my number, but eventually did. Emma asked how I was, where I was living. I broke down and told her everything. She was horrified. She said she couldn't believe Richard had done that, said her mom would be rolling in her grave. She said she and David were going to come visit me that weekend, and they did. They brought real food, not care home food, and we sat in my room and talked for 3 hours. They didn't ask me for anything. They just wanted to see me. They'd been back twice since then, and David had come once on his own with his wife. They were good people. Real family, the kind that showed up without an agenda. So I changed my will. Everything in my investment account, everything I own. It all goes to Emma and David now. Marcus drew up the paperwork, and I signed it in early June. Richard gets nothing. My daughter in Oregon gets nothing either, since she never bothered to call after I moved. Everything goes to Carol's kids. I didn't tell Richard about the will change. That's not something he needs to know yet. But knowing it's done, knowing that even if something happens to me tomorrow, he won't see a dime, that gives me more peace than I've felt in months. It's been almost 3 months since the lis pendens was filed. Richard calls me every week now, sometimes twice. He's desperate. Their insurance situation is apparently a nightmare. They can't refinance to deal with some other debt they have. They're stuck, and I'm the only one who can unstick them. But I don't answer. I just watch my phone ring, see his name pop up, and let it go to voicemail. Sometimes I listen to the messages. Sometimes I delete them without listening. It depends on my mood. Marcus says they'll probably try to sue me soon, try to force a resolution. He says we have a strong case, but it could get ugly. I told him I don't care how ugly it gets. I've got the money to fight this, and more importantly, I've got nothing else to do with my time. I'm 81 years old, living in a care home. What are they going to do to me that's worse than what they've already done? The funny thing is, I'm not even that angry anymore. I was at first, furious actually. But now I just feel clear. I finally learned something I should have learned decades ago. Love doesn't mean letting people walk over you. It means knowing when to walk away and making sure they feel every step of it. It's been 3 months now since I made those changes. 3 months of living in this care home. 3 months of Richard's weekly calls that I never answer. 3 months of watching everything I set in motion play out exactly how I wanted it to. My routine here is simple. I wake up around 6:30, make instant coffee in my room because the coffee maker they have in the common area makes something that barely qualifies as coffee. I do a crossword puzzle, sometimes 2 if I'm feeling sharp. Breakfast is at 8, and the food is exactly what you'd expect from institutional cooking. Lunch at noon, dinner at 5. In between, I watch TV or sit by the window, or sometimes I go to the common room and play cards with a few of the other residents. It's not exciting, but it's peaceful in a way my life hasn't been in years. Nobody here wants anything from me, except maybe help with a crossword clue or someone to play gin rummy with. Nobody's keeping track of how much money I have or what I can do for them. I'm just another old lady in a care home, and honestly, that's fine with me. Emma and David visit every other week now, sometimes together, sometimes separately. Emma came by herself 2 weeks ago, and brought me new books, the kind of mysteries I like with older lady detectives. We sat in my room and she told me about her job, about her kids who are in college now. She asked if I needed anything, if the care home was treating me okay, if I wanted her to talk to the staff about anything. She actually cared about the answers. David came with his wife Linda last week and brought homemade soup because Linda knew I'd mentioned the food here was bland. We ate soup in my room, and they told me about their vacation plans, asked if I wanted to see pictures of their new grandkid. Normal family stuff. The kind of stuff I thought I'd have with Richard and Paula, but never really did, even before everything fell apart. I asked Emma once if she'd heard from Richard. She said he'd called her about a month ago, fishing for information about me. Wanted to know if she'd seen me, if I'd mentioned anything about the house situation, if she thought I was being reasonable. Emma said she told him she thought dumping his mother in a care home after taking her money was pretty unreasonable, and he should be ashamed of himself. He hung up on her. She seemed proud of that. The legal situation with the house is still ongoing. Marcus calls me every few weeks with updates. Richard and Paula tried to contest the lis pendens, arguing that my contribution was a gift and I had no ownership claim. Marcus argued back with the text messages, with documentation of how the money was discussed as helping with our home, with the timing of their refinancing right after my contribution. The judge hasn't made a final ruling yet, but Marcus says it's looking good for us. Even if we don't win completely, we're making their lives difficult enough that they'll probably want to settle. Their insurance company did drop them. Marcus found that out through discovery. They had to scramble to find new insurance, and it's costing them almost double what they were paying before because of the title dispute. Their mortgage company has apparently been sending them threatening letters about the insurance situation. Richard mentioned it in one of his voicemails, his voice all tight and stressed. I should feel bad about that. A good mother would feel bad about causing her son financial stress. But every time I start to feel guilty, I remember sitting in this room that first night, looking at the one bag of clothes they packed for me, holding that check for 1 month's rent after I gave them $85,000. The guilt disappears pretty quick. The voicemails from Richard have gone through phases. At first, they were angry. He said I was being vindictive, that I was punishing Paula for trying to help me, that I was destroying their financial stability. Then they got sad. He cried in a few of them, said he was sorry if I felt hurt, asked me to please call him back so we could work this out. The latest ones are back to angry, but there's desperation in his voice now. He needs me to fix this, and I'm not doing it. Paula hasn't come back to the care home. I think that one visit was all she could stomach. Jennifer told me Paula had complained to her about me being stubborn and unreasonable. Said something about elderly dementia making people difficult. Jennifer said she set Paula straight, told her I was sharp as a tack and knew exactly what I was doing. I appreciated that. Sarah sent me a letter about a month ago. Just showed up in my mail one day, my granddaughter's handwriting on the envelope. I almost didn't open it. I sat with it for a whole day before I finally did. She wrote that she missed me, that she was sorry about how things happened, that her parents wouldn't really explain what was going on, but she knew I was upset with them. She said she hoped I was doing okay, and maybe she could visit sometime. I read that letter 5 times. Part of me wanted to write back, wanted to believe she meant it. But another part of me wondered if Richard and Paula had put her up to it. 14-year-old girls don't usually write letters to their grandmothers unless someone suggests it. I still haven't responded. The letter's in my drawer, and I look at it sometimes, but I can't figure out what I'd even say. Tom hasn't reached out at all. He's 16, probably too caught up in his own life to care much about what happened to his grandmother.
I don't blame him for that. Teenagers are selfish. That's just how they are. But it still stings a little. My daughter in Oregon called last week. First time I've heard from her in almost a year. She'd apparently talked to Richard, who told her some version of events that made him sound like the victim. She called to lecture me about family, about forgiveness, about how I was being too harsh. I let her talk for about 5 minutes before I interrupted and asked when the last time was that she'd called me just to see how I was doing. She got quiet. I told her I had to go and hung up. She hasn't called back. I don't expect her to. We've never been close, and the distance between us has nothing to do with actual miles. That's just how it is with some parents and children. You can't force a relationship that isn't there. Marcus asked me last week what my end game was with the house situation. Did I actually want partial ownership, or was I just trying to make a point? I told him the truth, which is that I don't want the house. I don't want to live there ever again. I just want Richard and Paula to understand that actions have consequences, that you can't treat people like garbage and expect to get away with it. He said we could probably negotiate a settlement where they pay me back some amount of money and I release my claim. I told him I'd think about it. The truth is, I'm not ready to let them off the hook yet. Maybe I will eventually. Maybe when I'm sure they've learned their lesson, or when I just get tired of the whole thing. But right now, I'm content to let them squirm. My birthday was last week. I turned 82. Emma and David came by with a cake, a real bakery cake with buttercream frosting. We sat in the common room and ate cake with some of the other residents and the staff, and it was nice. Simple and nice. Richard didn't call. Paula sent a card that arrived 2 days before my birthday, probably mailed it early to make sure it got here on time. I threw it in the trash without opening it. Whatever was in there, whatever sentiment she'd written or had Hallmark write for her, I didn't want to read it. Jennifer asked me if I was expecting any other visitors for my birthday. I said no, and I could tell she felt bad about that. But I wasn't sad. Emma and David were there, and they were the only family I needed. I've been thinking a lot about my husband lately, about what he'd think of all this. He was a gentle man, not one for conflict. He probably would have told me to forgive Richard, to let it go, to not waste my final years being angry. But he also loved me fiercely, protected me, would have done anything to keep me safe and happy. And I think if he'd known what Richard did, if he'd seen his son pack his mother's bags while she slept and dump her in a cheap care home, he'd understand why I'm doing this. One thing I've realized living here is that I spent most of my life being useful to people. I was a useful wife, a useful mother, a useful grandmother. I cooked and cleaned and helped and supported and gave money when it was needed. My value was always in what I could do for other people. And when I couldn't be useful anymore, when I was just an old woman who needed a place to live, I became disposable. I'm done being useful. I'm done caring what Richard thinks or what Paula wants, or whether my daughter in Oregon approves of my choices. For the first time in my entire life, I'm doing exactly what I want to do. And what I want is to make sure the people who hurt me understand that there was a cost to what they did. Marcus called yesterday with an update. Richard's lawyer contacted him about a settlement offer. They want to pay me $40,000 to release my claim on the house. Marcus said it's a lowball offer, but it's a starting point for negotiation. He asked what I wanted to counter with. I told him I'd think about it and call him back. $40,000 is less than half of what I gave them, doesn't account for interest, or the emotional damage, or the fact that they threw me away like trash. But it's an acknowledgement that they did something wrong. It's them admitting, in the only language they seem to understand, that what they did had a price. I haven't decided yet whether to negotiate or just keep the legal fight going.
Part of me wants to drag this out as long as possible, make them suffer the way they made me suffer. Another part of me is just tired. I'm 82 years old. I don't know how many years I have left, and I'm not sure I want to spend all of them locked in a legal battle with my son. But then, yesterday something happened that's made me question everything all over again. I was in my room reading when Jennifer knocked on my door and said I had a visitor. I wasn't expecting anyone. Emma wasn't supposed to come until next week. I went out to the common room and Tom was sitting there. My 16-year-old grandson, wearing a hoodie and jeans, looking uncomfortable and young, and so much like his father at that age it made my chest hurt. He stood up when he saw me. He said he needed to talk to me. Said his parents didn't know he was here, that he'd driven himself. He just got his license 2 months ago, and his parents don't even know he took the car. He looked nervous, kept glancing at the door like he was worried they'd show up and drag him out. We sat down. He didn't say anything for a minute, just stared at his hands. Then he told me he didn't know what his parents had done to me until last week. He'd thought I'd chosen to move to the care home, that it was my decision. His parents had told him I wanted more medical care and supervision. But last week he'd overheard his parents fighting about money and the house, and Paula had said something about how this wouldn't be happening if they hadn't had to get rid of me. Tom said he confronted them, asked what she meant. Richard tried to brush it off, but Tom pushed, and eventually the truth came out. That they'd packed my bags while I was sleeping, that they'd taken me here and left me with almost nothing. Tom said his dad tried to justify it, said I was getting too old to live with them, that this place was better for me. But Tom didn't buy it. He said he was sorry, said he should have called or visited, should have questioned things sooner. Said he felt like a terrible grandson. He asked if I'd be willing to talk to him, to tell him my side of what happened. I didn't know what to say to him. This kid who looks like my son but isn't responsible for what his father did. This kid who drove here by himself because he wanted the truth. I'm still sitting here, hours later, trying to figure out what this means and what I should do about it. He's coming back tomorrow. Said he wants to hear everything if I'm willing to tell him. I don't know if this changes anything. I don't know if one grandson caring is enough to make me reconsider the path I'm on. I don't know if he's genuinely reaching out, or if this is somehow part of his parents' plan, though I can't figure out what they'd gain from sending him. All I know is that I spent so long being the kind of person who always forgave, who always tried to keep the peace, who swallowed hurt and disappointment to keep the family together. And where did that get me? Alone in a care home, betrayed by my own child. But Tom isn't his parents. He's just a kid, trying to make sense of a situation the adults in his life created. And maybe he deserves a chance to understand what really happened, even if his parents never will. Funny how the ones who called me senile now beg me for mercy. I'm a 76-year-old grandmother, and for most of my life, I thought family was the one thing you could count on. That's what my parents taught me, what I tried to teach my kids. Family protects family. Family has your back when the rest of the world turns against you. I believed that right up until the day I realized my own son had been robbing me blind for months. My husband Richard died 2 years ago. We'd been married for 53 years, and honestly, I didn't think I'd survive losing him. We ran a small bakery together for 40 years. Nothing fancy, just a neighborhood place where people came for their morning bread and pastries. Richard handled the ovens and I managed the books and the front counter. We were a team. When he passed, the bakery felt like a tomb. I couldn't walk in there without seeing him at the big mixer or hearing him whistle while he worked. So 6 months after his funeral, I decided to sell it. The sale brought in about $340,000. Not a fortune, but combined with our savings and the life insurance, I had close to $500,000. At 74 years old, that felt like security. I could live comfortably, help my grandkids with college, maybe even travel a bit like Richard and I always planned but never did. My eldest son, Marcus, came to me about a week after the sale went through. He's 52, works in finance or investment or something like that. Honestly, I never fully understood what he did for a living, but he always wore nice suits and drove a fancy car, so I figured he was doing well. He sat me down at my kitchen table with this concerned look on his face and told me I needed to think about protecting my assets. That's the word he used. Assets. Like my life savings was just some abstract thing and not the result of 40 years of waking up at 4 in the morning to bake bread. He said at my age, I shouldn't be worrying about managing money or paying bills or dealing with investments. He said I should rest, enjoy my retirement, spend time with my grandkids. And he offered to handle everything for me. He'd take care of the bills, manage the investments, make sure everything was set up properly for taxes. All I had to do was relax and trust him. I trusted him. Of course I trusted him. He was my son. I'd raised him, changed his diapers, helped him with homework, cheered at his baseball games. He'd grown into what seemed like a successful, responsible adult. So I said yes. I gave him power of attorney. I added him to my bank accounts. I signed papers he brought me without reading them too carefully, because he explained them quickly, and I figured he knew better than I did about financial things. For about 3 months, everything seemed fine. Marcus would come by once a week, bring me groceries sometimes, ask how I was doing. He'd mention he was handling some paperwork or moving some money around for better interest rates. I'd nod and thank him and not think much about it. My credit card worked. My bills seemed to be getting paid, and I was just trying to figure out how to live alone after being married for over 5 decades. Then the letters started coming. The first one was from the county tax assessor's office. It was addressed to me, but it referenced property taxes on my house that were 6 months overdue. I stared at that letter for a good 20 minutes trying to make sense of it. I'd owned this house outright for 15 years. Richard and I had paid off the mortgage early, and I'd definitely been paying property taxes, or at least I thought I had. I'd given Marcus money for that specifically. I called the tax office and spent an hour on hold before I got a human being who could look up my account. The woman on the phone sounded confused when she pulled up my records. She said the property taxes were delinquent because the owner of record hadn't paid them. When I said I was the owner, she paused and then told me that according to their records, the house had been transferred to Marcus Andrews 6 months ago. I hung up and immediately called Marcus. He didn't answer. I called 3 more times over the next 2 hours and he didn't pick up. Finally, he texted me, saying he was in meetings all day and would call me tomorrow. I didn't sleep that night. I kept looking at the deed to my house that I had in my filing cabinet, the one that showed Richard and me as owners, and trying to figure out how the county could have gotten things so wrong. Marcus finally came over 2 days later. I had the letter from the tax office on the table, and I asked him what was going on. He barely glanced at it before he started explaining that he'd transferred the title to protect the house from potential creditors or lawsuits. He said at my age, with dementia and elder fraud being so common, this was a smart way to shield my assets. He said I'd signed off on it, that we'd discussed it, that it was all perfectly legal and for my own protection. I didn't remember signing anything like that. I told him that. He got this look on his face, this patient smile that made me feel about 6 years old, and said that was exactly why he'd taken these steps. He said I was getting older, and it was normal to forget things, and that's why I needed him to handle the complicated stuff. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to think I'd just forgotten some conversation we'd had. But something felt wrong. So after he left, I started going through my bank statements. I hadn't really looked at them carefully in months. Marcus had told me he was handling everything, so I'd just been filing them away. When I actually sat down and went through them line by line, my stomach dropped. There were transfers I didn't recognize. Large ones. 20,000 here, 15,000 there, 3,000 to something called MJA Holdings. There were withdrawals from my savings account that I definitely hadn't made, and my balance was way lower than it should have been. I'd started with almost $500,000. 9 months later, I was down to about $180,000. I called the bank the next morning and asked them to send me detailed records for the past year. When those arrived, I spent 3 days going through everything with a calculator and a notepad. Marcus had been systematically draining my accounts. Some of the transfers went to accounts in his name. Some went to companies I'd never heard of. Some were just cash withdrawals from my account, using the debit card he'd gotten access to. I also found out he'd taken out 3 credit cards in my name. I hadn't applied for any credit cards. I didn't need credit cards. But there they were on my credit report, with balances totaling about $40,000. All opened within the past 6 months, all being used for purchases I hadn't made. When I finally had all the information in front of me, I felt sick. My own son had stolen from me. He'd forged my signature, taken my house, emptied my savings, and racked up debt in my name. And he'd done it all while acting concerned and caring and helpful. I called him again and told him I needed to see him immediately. He tried to put me off, but I said if he didn't come over that day, I was calling the police. That got his attention. He showed up an hour later looking annoyed, like I was inconveniencing him. I put all the bank statements on the table. I showed him the credit card bills. I asked him to explain where my money had gone. And for a second, just a second, he looked panicked. But then his face smoothed out, and he sat down across from me and started talking in this calm, reasonable voice about investment opportunities and market timing and protected funds. He used a lot of financial jargon that I think was meant to confuse me. When I kept pushing, when I said I wanted my money back and I wanted the house put back in my name, his whole demeanor changed. The patient smile disappeared. He leaned back in his chair and said I wouldn't understand the financial strategy he'd implemented. He said it was complicated, and I was getting old, and I needed to trust that he was doing what was best for me. He actually used those words. What was best for me. I asked him about the credit cards. He waved that away and said he'd needed some short-term liquidity and he'd pay them off soon. I asked about the house being used as collateral. He said it was a temporary measure to secure a better interest rate on an investment. Everything he said was a lie, wrapped in technical language designed to make me feel stupid for questioning him. Then he said something that made everything click into place. He said I was lucky he was willing to handle all this for me, because at my age, with my memory issues, I could easily end up in a nursing home if I couldn't manage my own affairs. It was a threat dressed up as concern. He was telling me that if I made trouble, he'd have me declared incompetent. I didn't argue with him anymore. I just nodded and said, maybe he was right, that I was confused and probably worrying over nothing. I thanked him for being patient with me. He looked relieved and patted my hand and told me not to stress about the paperwork stuff, that he had it all under control. After he left, I sat at my kitchen table for a long time. I felt like an idiot. I felt betrayed and angry and scared. But mostly I felt this cold, clear determination settling over me. Marcus thought I was some senile old woman he could manipulate and rob. He'd counted on me being too confused or too trusting or too afraid to fight back. What he forgot is that I'd run a business for 40 years. I'd managed inventory and payroll and taxes and suppliers. I'd balanced books and negotiated with vendors and handled difficult customers. I'd raised 4 kids on a tight budget and made sure every dollar stretched as far as it could. I wasn't some helpless old lady who didn't understand money. I understood it just fine. And I understood exactly what my son had done to me. So I decided to let him think he'd won. I called him a few days later and apologized for being difficult. I said he was right, that I should trust him, that I was just feeling emotional about losing Richard in the bakery. He sounded pleased with himself when he accepted my apology. He probably thought the problem was solved, that I'd go back to being passive and letting him steal from me in peace. But I'd already started making my own plans. I just needed to be smart about it. I needed help, and I needed someone Marcus wouldn't expect. I remembered Sarah Chen because her parents used to come into the bakery every Sunday morning for 20 years. They'd buy a loaf of sourdough and half a dozen cinnamon rolls, and their daughter would sometimes come with them during summer breaks from college. She'd been this bright, chatty kid who always asked me questions about baking. Last I'd heard, she'd become a lawyer and opened her own practice in town. I found her office number online and called on a Tuesday morning. When she answered, I told her who I was and asked if she remembered me. There was this pause, and then she said of course she remembered me, that her parents still talked about how much they missed the bakery. Her voice got softer when she said she'd been sorry to hear about Richard. I asked if I could hire her. I told her I needed a lawyer and I needed someone I could trust, and that it was about my son stealing from me. She didn't ask questions over the phone. She just told me to come to her office that afternoon and to bring whatever documentation I had. When I showed up with 2 folders full of bank statements and tax letters and credit card bills, Sarah spent 3 hours going through everything. She was in her early 30s, I think, and she had this intensity about her that reminded me of myself at that age. She asked detailed questions about when I'd signed what Marcus had told me, what access he had to my accounts. She took notes on everything. Finally, she sat back and looked at me. She said what Marcus had done was financial elder abuse and fraud. She said it was serious, and we had a strong case, but it would mean going to court against my own son. She asked if I was sure I wanted to do that. I told her I'd never been more sure of anything in my life. We spent the next 2 months building the case. Sarah was thorough in a way that impressed me. She subpoenaed bank records that showed every transaction Marcus had made. She got copies of the property transfer documents and found a signature expert who testified that the signature on those papers didn't match my usual signature. She tracked down the companies that some of my money had been transferred to and discovered they were shell corporations Marcus had set up. She even found out that Marcus had gambling debts with a local bookie, and that's where a lot of my money had actually gone. The credit cards were easy to prove weren't mine. I hadn't applied for them, hadn't activated them, hadn't used them. Marcus had forged the applications and used them himself. Sarah got security footage from some of the stores where the cards had been used, and it was clearly Marcus making the purchases. During those 2 months, I had to keep pretending everything was fine. Marcus would still come by once a week, still acting like the concerned son. He'd ask how I was feeling, if I needed anything. A few times he brought up putting me on some medications for memory issues. I'd just smile and nod and thank him for caring about me. It made me sick to my stomach every time, but I couldn't let him know what I was doing. Sarah advised me not to tell my other kids what was happening until we had everything ready. She said word might get back to Marcus and give him time to hide assets or destroy evidence. So I didn't tell my daughter Linda or my younger son David or my youngest Rachel. I just went about my normal routine and met with Sarah in secret. The hardest part was watching Marcus continue to steal from me during those 2 months. Sarah said we couldn't stop him yet without tipping him off, so I had to sit there knowing he was still draining what was left of my accounts. By the time we filed the lawsuit, my savings were down to about $120,000 from the original $500,000. We filed on a Wednesday morning. Sarah handled all the paperwork and made sure Marcus was served with the lawsuit papers at his office. She said that was intentional, that it would be more embarrassing for him to be served at work in front of his colleagues. I didn't feel bad about that. Marcus called me an hour after he was served. He was angry in a way I'd never heard before. He said I was making a huge mistake, that I was confused and being manipulated by some lawyer who just wanted my money. He said families don't sue each other, that this was going to destroy our relationship. I told him we didn't have a relationship anymore, that he'd destroyed it when he decided to rob me. Then I hung up. That's when I told my other kids what was happening. Linda called me crying, saying she couldn't believe Marcus would do something like that. David was angry, and said he'd always suspected Marcus had money problems, but didn't realize how bad it was. Rachel wanted to know why I hadn't told them sooner. I explained that I'd needed to protect the case, and that I was sorry for keeping them in the dark. Marcus tried to get them on his side. He called each of them and told them I was senile, that I was being taken advantage of by a predatory lawyer, that I'd given him permission to manage my money and was now having regrets. Linda almost believed him until I showed her the bank statements and the forged signatures. David confronted Marcus directly, and Marcus apparently tried to claim it was all a misunderstanding, that he'd planned to pay everything back. Rachel just stopped talking to Marcus entirely. The weeks leading up to the court date were tense. Marcus hired an expensive lawyer, some guy in a $1,000 suit who specialized in elder law. I found out later that Marcus had borrowed money from his in-laws to pay for the lawyer. His strategy was pretty clear from the depositions. He was going to claim I'd been mentally declining since Richard died, that I'd given him permission to manage everything, and that I was now confused about what I'd agreed to. His lawyer tried to make me look incompetent during my deposition. He asked me questions about dates and times and specific conversations from months ago, trying to catch me in inconsistencies. But I'd spent 40 years managing a business and I knew how to keep records. Sarah had prepared me well. Every time his lawyer asked me something, I had a document or a receipt or a bank statement to back up my answer. The trial lasted 3 days. The courtroom was smaller than I expected, and colder. Marcus sat at his table with his expensive lawyer and wouldn't look at me. His wife was there the first day, but not the second or third. I found out later she'd filed for divorce as soon as she realized what Marcus had done. Sarah presented our case methodically. She showed the judge the bank statements with all the unauthorized transfers. She showed the forged property transfer documents. She showed the credit card applications with signatures that didn't match mine. She brought in the handwriting expert, who explained exactly how he could tell those signatures were forged. She showed the timeline of how Marcus had systematically drained my accounts over 9 months. Then she brought in evidence about the gambling debts. She had testimony from Marcus's bookie, who apparently was happy to cooperate once he found out he might get paid from the lawsuit proceeds. She showed bank records of Marcus transferring my money to pay off these debts. She demonstrated that Marcus had been living beyond his means for years and had seen my money from the bakery sale as a solution to his problems. Marcus's lawyer tried to paint me as a confused widow who'd consented to her son managing her affairs and was now having regrets. He tried to suggest that I'd verbally agreed to transfer the house to Marcus. He tried to claim that the money transfers were gifts that I'd approved. He brought up the fact that I was 76 years old multiple times, like that automatically meant I couldn't understand what was happening. But Sarah had prepared for all of that. She had me testify about running the bakery for 40 years, about managing the books and the taxes and the business decisions. She had character witnesses, including Sarah's own parents, who testified that I'd always been sharp and competent. She had my doctor testify that I had no signs of dementia or cognitive decline. She systematically dismantled every argument Marcus's lawyer made. The worst moment was when Marcus himself testified. He sat up there in his nice suit and told the judge that he'd only been trying to help me. He said I'd been depressed after Richard died and wasn't thinking clearly. He said he'd made some mistakes in how he handled the money, but his intentions had been good. He actually had tears in his eyes at one point. I watched him lie under oath and felt nothing. This person who I'd raised, who I'd loved and supported and believed in, was sitting there trying to convince a judge that stealing from his widowed mother was somehow an act of kindness. I realized I didn't know him at all. Sarah's cross-examination was brutal. She asked Marcus to explain specific transactions. Why did he need to transfer $30,000 to pay off gambling debts if he was trying to protect my assets? Why did he open credit cards in my name without telling me? Why did he transfer the house into his name and use it as collateral? Marcus fumbled through his answers, contradicting things he'd said earlier, getting defensive and angry. Then Sarah pulled out evidence we'd been saving.
She showed the judge text messages between Marcus and his bookie. She showed emails where Marcus had discussed selling his house to pay off debts. She showed a conversation Marcus had had with a friend where he joked about his inheritance coming early. Every piece of evidence made Marcus look worse. His lawyer tried to object, tried to claim some of the evidence was inadmissible, but the judge allowed most of it. By the end of Marcus's testimony, even his own lawyer looked like he knew they were losing. The judge took 2 days to make her ruling. When we came back to the courtroom, she had a stack of papers in front of her, and she looked angry. She went through the evidence point by point and explained why she was finding in my favor on every count. She said Marcus had engaged in financial elder abuse, fraud, forgery, and theft. She ordered the house transferred back into my name immediately. She ordered Marcus to repay every penny he'd stolen, plus interest. She ordered him to pay my legal fees, and she reported the case to the district attorney's office for potential criminal charges. Then she did something I hadn't expected. She looked directly at Marcus and told him that what he'd done to his own mother was reprehensible. She said that adult children who abuse the trust of their elderly parents are a particular kind of coward. She said she hoped he was ashamed of himself, though based on his testimony, she doubted he was capable of that kind of self-reflection. Marcus's face went red. His lawyer put a hand on his arm to keep him from saying anything. The judgment meant Marcus had to pay back over $380,000 plus interest and legal fees. It meant the house was mine again. It meant everything he'd stolen had to be returned. The problem was that Marcus didn't have the money anymore. He'd gambled it away, or spent it, or hidden it somewhere Sarah couldn't find it. So the judge ordered his assets seized. His car, which he'd bought with my money, was taken. His retirement accounts were garnished. Even his paycheck would be garnished until the debt was paid. Walking out of that courtroom, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Not happiness exactly, but vindication, justice. Marcus had thought I was too old and weak to fight back. He'd thought he could steal from me, and I'd never know, or never care, or never have the ability to stop him. He'd been wrong about all of it. Sarah hugged me outside the courthouse and told me she was proud of me. She said most people in my situation never fight back, that they're too afraid, or too ashamed, or too worn down. She said I'd done something brave. I didn't feel brave. I just felt like I'd done what needed to be done. You don't spend 40 years running a business without learning that sometimes you have to stand up for yourself, even when it's hard, even when it's family. That was 8 months ago. The house is back in my name now, officially recorded at the county clerk's office with all the proper paperwork. I had the locks changed the day after the judgment came through. Marcus still has keys somewhere, or he did, but they don't work anymore. I wasn't taking any chances. Getting the money back has been slower. Marcus's car was sold at auction, and I got about $35,000 from that. His retirement accounts were worth maybe $80,000, and those are being transferred to me, though the paperwork takes forever. His paychecks are being garnished at the maximum legal amount, which means I get about $1,200 a month from him. At that rate, it'll take years to recover what he stole. I've accepted that I'll probably never see most of it again. The credit card debt got cleared because I could prove I hadn't opened the accounts and hadn't made the purchases. That was a relief. My credit score took a hit from all of this, but Sarah helped me dispute everything, and it's slowly recovering. Marcus lost his job about 2 months after the trial. I don't know if it was because of the lawsuit or because his work found out about the gambling, or just because his life fell apart. But either way, he's not working in finance anymore. Last I heard, he's doing some kind of sales job and living in a tiny one-bedroom apartment on the other side of town. His wife divorced him and got custody of their 2 kids, my grandkids, who I haven't seen since before the trial. That part hurts more than I expected.
Marcus's kids are 16 and 14, and I used to see them all the time. Their mother won't let me near them now. She says it's too complicated, that they're dealing with a lot because of the divorce and their father's problems. I understand, but it still feels like I'm being punished for something Marcus did. I lost my son and my grandkids because my son decided to rob me. My other kids have been supportive, mostly. Linda comes by once a week and brings her kids with her. David calls every few days to check on me. Rachel sends long texts about her life and asks about mine. But there's this tension now that wasn't there before. Linda keeps saying I should consider reconciliation with Marcus eventually, that he's still family, that everyone makes mistakes. She doesn't say it directly, but I can tell she thinks I'm being too harsh. David doesn't push reconciliation, but he's uncomfortable with the whole situation. He avoids talking about Marcus entirely, changes the subject whenever it comes up. I think he feels guilty that he didn't realize what was happening. Or maybe he's worried about his own inheritance now. He's never asked me directly, but I can sense the question underneath his careful conversations about my plans for the future. Rachel is the only one who's been fully on my side without reservation. She told me she was proud of me for fighting back and that Marcus deserved everything he got. But even she has started making comments about how I seem different now. Harder. She asked me a few months ago if I was happy with how everything turned out, and I could hear the concern in her voice, like she thinks I've become someone she doesn't recognize. Maybe I have. I don't know. I'm not the same person I was 2 years ago when Richard died, that's for sure. Back then I thought I'd spend my remaining years being a grandmother, and maybe doing some volunteer work and living quietly. Now I've spent 8 months in and out of courtrooms and lawyers' offices. I've had to look my own son in the eye and call him a thief. I've had to accept that one of my children is someone I can't trust, and maybe never really knew. The hardest part isn't the money or even losing Marcus. It's the doubt that creeps in late at night. I lie in bed in this house that I fought to keep, and I wonder what I missed. How did I raise someone who could do this to me? Was it something Richard and I did wrong when Marcus was young? Was there a moment where we could have corrected course and didn't? Or was this always in him somewhere, just waiting for the right circumstances to come out? I also think about the other kids. If Marcus could betray me like this, what does that say about the rest of them? Linda wants me to reconcile with Marcus, but is that because she genuinely thinks it's the right thing, or because she's worried about her own inheritance? David avoids the topic, but is he quietly judging me? Rachel supports me now, but would she have done the same thing as Marcus if she'd been in his position? These thoughts make me feel guilty and paranoid, which I hate. My other children haven't given me any reason to distrust them, but Marcus hadn't either. Not until he did. That's what betrayal does to you. It makes you question everything and everyone. About a month after the trial, I met with Sarah again to update my will. My old will had split everything 4 ways between my kids. I told Sarah I wanted to change it. She asked me what I wanted to do instead, and I said I wanted everything to go to charity. Sarah was quiet for a moment. Then she asked if I was sure, if this was something I wanted to do while I was still angry, or if it was something I'd thought through carefully. I told her I'd thought about nothing else for weeks. I couldn't leave everything to my 3 other kids and nothing to Marcus. That felt wrong, like I was playing favorites. But I also couldn't leave anything to Marcus after what he'd done. And the idea of splitting things 3 ways felt like I was rewarding my other kids for not stealing from me, which seemed like a pretty low bar. So charity made sense. I picked 3 organizations. The local literacy program, because Richard and I had always believed in education. The food bank, because we'd run a bakery, and we knew what it meant when people couldn't afford food. and a scholarship fund for culinary students, because I wanted something good to come from the bakery Richard and I had built together. Sarah drafted the new will. Everything I have goes to those 3 charities in equal shares. My kids get nothing. My grandkids get nothing. When I signed the papers, Sarah asked me one more time if this was really what I wanted. I told her it was. She said I should probably tell my kids about the change, that it would be better if they heard it from me than from a lawyer after I died. I haven't told them yet. I know I should. But every time I think about having that conversation, I imagine their reactions, and I just can't do it. Linda will cry and say I'm being cruel. David will get quiet and distant. Rachel will probably say she understands, but I'll hear the hurt in her voice anyway. They'll all think I'm punishing them for what Marcus did. Maybe I am. Or maybe I just don't want to leave them anything that they might fight over after I'm gone. I've seen what money does to families. I watched it turn my son into someone I don't recognize. I don't want my death to be another reason for my children to resent each other or fight over who gets what. I started baking again about 3 months ago. Not for a business or anything, just for myself. I wake up early out of habit, and the house feels too quiet, so I go to the kitchen and make bread. Sourdough mostly, because it takes time and attention and gives me something to focus on. The process is meditative. Mixing the dough, letting it rise, shaping it, baking it. There's something satisfying about taking simple ingredients and turning them into something nourishing. I give most of it away. Sarah and her family get a loaf every week. My neighbor, Mrs. Patterson, gets one because she's elderly and reminds me of myself in a few years. I drop off bread at the food bank sometimes. Linda takes some when she visits, though she always looks sad when I hand it to her, like the bread reminds her of Richard and the bakery and everything our family used to be. The smell of baking bread fills the house in the mornings and makes it feel less empty. Richard used to say that fresh bread was proof that good things still existed in the world. I think about that a lot now. After everything that's happened, it helps to have something simple and good to focus on. Marcus called me about 3 weeks ago. It was late at night, around 10, which should have been my first clue that something was wrong. I almost didn't answer, but some part of me was curious about what he wanted. His voice sounded rough, like he'd been drinking or crying or both. He said he was sorry. He said he'd made terrible mistakes, and he was trying to get his life together, but everything was falling apart. He said his kids wouldn't talk to him. His ex-wife had cleaned him out in the divorce. He could barely afford rent and food after the garnishment from his paycheck. Then he asked if I could help him. Just a little bit. Just enough to get through the month. Maybe $2,000 or $3,000. He'd pay me back, he promised. He just needed some breathing room. I listened to him talk and I felt nothing. No anger, no sympathy, no guilt. Just this cold emptiness where my love for him used to be. When he finally stopped talking, I said exactly what he'd said to me that day in my kitchen when I'd confronted him about the stolen money. I told him he wouldn't understand. Then I hung up. He's called twice since then. I don't answer. He's left voicemails asking me to please pick up, saying we need to talk, saying he's my son, and doesn't that mean anything? I delete them without listening all the way through. Linda found out about the calls somehow, probably from Marcus. She came over last week and asked me point blank if I was ever going to forgive him. She said he was struggling, that he'd lost everything, that he needed his family. She said I was his mother, and I should want to help him get back on his feet. I asked her if she'd give $2,000 to someone who'd stolen $380,000 from her. She said that was different, that Marcus was family. I told her that being family is exactly what made it worse, not better.
She left upset. The truth is, I don't know if I'll ever forgive Marcus. People keep asking me that, like forgiveness is something that's owed or required or automatic. Like enough time passing will make what he did hurt less. But it doesn't work that way, at least not for me. He didn't just steal my money. He stole my sense of security. He stole my trust. He made me doubt myself and my other children, and my own judgment. He made the last years of my life, which should have been peaceful, into a fight for survival. And he'd do it again if he had the chance. That's what people don't understand. Marcus isn't sorry he stole from me. He's sorry he got caught. He's sorry he's facing consequences. If I gave him another opportunity, if I let him back into my life, he'd find a way to take advantage of it. Because that's who he is. I'm 76 years old. I've been married, raised 4 children, run a business, buried my husband, and sued my own son. I've probably got 10 or 15 years left if I'm lucky. I don't want to spend that time pretending that what Marcus did was okay, or forgivable, or something we can just move past. I don't want to spend it watching my back and worrying about whether he's trying to manipulate me again. So I bake bread, and I see my grandkids from Linda and David and Rachel. I have lunch with Sarah once a month, and we talk about things other than lawsuits. I read books and tend to my small garden, and live in the house that I fought to keep. It's quiet, and it's lonely sometimes, but it's mine. No one can take it from me anymore. Sometimes I wonder what Richard would think about all of this. Would he tell me to forgive Marcus? To give him another chance? Or would he be proud that I stood up for myself? I'll never know. But I think Richard would understand why I did what I did. He always said that running a business taught you who people really were, that you learned to trust actions over words. Marcus's actions told me everything I needed to know. The district attorney's office is still deciding whether to file criminal charges against Marcus. Sarah says they probably won't, because it's hard to prove intent in family financial situations, and juries are sympathetic to the idea that it was just a misunderstanding. But the possibility hangs over Marcus's head, and I hope it makes him nervous. I hope every time his phone rings he wonders if it's the police. I hope he feels a fraction of the anxiety and fear he put me through. Maybe that makes me vindictive. Maybe I'm supposed to be the bigger person and let it go and focus on healing. But I'm tired of being what I'm supposed to be. I spent my whole life being the good wife, the good mother, the person who put everyone else first. Where did that get me? It got me a son who thought I was too weak and stupid to notice him robbing me blind. So now I'm something else. I'm the grandmother who fought back. I'm the old woman who wasn't as helpless as she looked. I'm the mother who chose herself over her child when her child proved he didn't deserve her sacrifice. And I'm fine with that.